Chapter 561 Succubus Armor. Luke made a new change to his strategy for Hell. Originally, he only wanted to help the tyrant take back his former territory and drive a nail into the center of Hell. Cooperating with the demon Red Flame could effectively prevent the infiltration of the Shining Gold Man into Hell. And when he studied the relationship of Hell thoroughly, he couldn't help but have such a bold idea. Under the current system of Hell, demons and demon descendants are fixed in their positions, and no one can make a big wave. If you want to do something, you must dare to break this sealed relationship and let the lower-level demon descendants have room to rise, and even become a marquis and prime minister. Whoever dares to be the first to change the ancestral law can sweep the world. Now the demon tyrant is still one territory away from unifying Hell. Scorched Earth City is a good choice. In the following days, Luke left the Steadmore cottage to Darakova, and he officially moved into the Black Castle as the elder brother of the mistress of Matabusa, with the subsequent delivery of armor and weapons. All the succubi of the Matabusa family were armed with succubus armor, enchanted short knives, and crossbows as standard. In addition, Matabusa also spent a huge amount of money to purchase 20 Hellsteam crawlers, which were equipped with crossbows specially made for Hell, and equipped with 1,000 siege crossbows. All other weapons transported and entered the black market of Scorched Earth City under the secret operation of the Matabusa family. It caused a great sensation in the whole city. The Shining Gold people had just set their sights on the Hell market, and their production capacity for weapons used in the special environment of Hell had just started. Highland Venture Capital Company was quickly spreading its net in Hell to seize the market, so that each Hell territory could only get a little quota. Even though the Madman territory was a transit station, the weapons he could get were far from enough for him. With a small number of weapons, the Madman would of course arm his own line first, and then the top demon family. For a declining demon family like the Matabusa family, and a demon family with a low status, it would be good to get one or two. But if the Madman territory wanted to initiate a battle for territory, no matter how high or low the status was, they had to go with him. On the battlefield, a qualified armor is a life, and a handy weapon is a second life. No one wants to have more life. There are too many wolves and too little meat. The demons who can't get weapons can only find ways to get equipment by themselves. The slightly richer demon families directly use alchemy to forge armor and weapons. The equipment is expensive, and the quantity is small, so it can only be used by important members of the family. Other demons who can't make alchemical armor and weapons use fire-resistant stones to make armor. Whether it is practical or not, at least it is a comfort in the heart. And Luke has already laid out in Hell, and has been deeply cultivating the Hell market for a year and a half. There are factories in the City of Wrath that systematically produce and supply Hell, and a full-time design team familiar with the situation in Hell. Therefore, the weapons Luke sent to Scorched Earth City were not only sufficient in quantity, but also higher in quality and style than those provided by the Shining Gold people. Although the price was a bit high, how could something that could save lives in war be considered expensive? It was expensive for a reason, and cheap ones were not available. Right? So on the black market in Scorched Earth City, the armor and weapons from Raging Waves City were in short supply, and as many as appeared were sold immediately. But all the demons who bought armor and weapons did not know the source of these weapons, or even who made the move in Scorched Earth City. During the transaction, the payment and goods were separated, and the seller specifically stated do not engage in any deceptive behavior during the transaction. Otherwise the supply will be interrupted. Do not resell the purchased armor and weapons. Otherwise the supply will be interrupted. Do not investigate the source of the goods. Otherwise the supply will be interrupted. In order to continue to obtain excellent armor and weapons, all the demons involved in the transaction have a strong sense of contract. After getting the goods, they were secretly happy, and put them on behind closed doors without telling anyone. However, even if the confidentiality measures were done well, as the number of armor and weapons sold from the City of Raging Waves increased in the City of Scorched Earth, the existence of this batch of armor and weapons of unknown origin was known to more and more forces. Among them was the Malvini succubus family. With the support of the Madman Lord, the Malvini family grew very rapidly. After the assassination of the former Madame Matabusa, the power of the Malvini family expanded again, and it became the top demon family in the City of Scorched Earth. Madame Malvini naturally became one of the most powerful demon clan leaders under the Lord of the Maniacs. After the demon maniacs distributed the purchased armor and weapons, the Malvini family became the first family to obtain armor and weapons. This is a symbol of the Lord's trust, and a reflection of the family's strength. When the succubi of the Malvini family put on new armor and picked up new weapons, they were all showing off their power, and their tails were straight to the sky. Some wandering succubi were attracted to the Malvini family, which increased the family's power again. However, Madame Malvini was not happy for a few days before she was in a very bad mood because of a set of armor. It was a set of armor that was obviously designed and manufactured specifically for succubi, and the source was a wandering succubus who had just applied to join the family. In the family hall, she demonstrated the functions of her armor to Madame Malvini and the main members of the family. High temperature resistance and corrosion resistance are basic properties. In addition, there are industrial alchemy enchantments for hardness enhancement, energy absorption, and magic resistance. There is also a lot of functional expansion space reserved inside the armor, and enchantment blocks can be added as needed to add more protective functions to the armor. There are many expansion slots on the skirt armor, which can fix different weapons and equipment. The lining is close-fitting and silky, and the alchemical threads interspersed inside can automatically gather the armor according to the body curve. The armor is easy to wear and very firm after wearing, and it will not loosen easily. The wandering succubus also showed a short knife, and the vibration emitted by the air was extremely pleasant. Mrs. Malvini, this set of armor and the dagger have used up all my savings, but I also want to buy a few removable enchantment blocks and a pair of riding boots. So I come to join your family, hoping that you can provide me with some silver diamonds. I think my strength is worth your investment. The wandering succubus saluted Mistress Malvini very elegantly, and looked provocatively at the main members of the family. The demon descendants, who survived alone in hell, are either very weak or very strong. This wandering succubus, who came to seek refuge, obviously belongs to the second type. The main forces of the Malvini family were very angry about the provocation of the wandering succubus. Looking at the armor on the wandering succubus, they became even angrier. Putting aside the functionality of the armor, just from the style, it can be seen that this is a set of armor designed specifically for succubi. Like fashion, it highlights the perfect figure of the succubus, and the beautiful patterns and costumes on it make the armor look like a work of art. Looking at the armor on my body again, it is an unspeakable pain. The Shining Gold Man provides hell with a one-piece cast standard armor, which is a production line for manufacturing armor for humans. At most, the size is modified according to the different body shapes of the hell demons. The Malvini family received a light infantry half-body armor. A whole piece of armor is put on the upper body, and it is obvious that the front squeezes the chest, and there is a lot of space on the sides and back. In order to make the armor fit firmly, it is necessary not only to bind the chest, but also to fill the empty space with a lot of lining. Let's not talk about whether such armor is comfortable to wear. It looks like a turtle shell. Add to that the succubus's bare arms and long legs, and it is even more vivid. A few days ago, they could still use armor to despise those demon descendants without armor, but now compared with the succubus armor on this wandering succubus, it is really enough to make the succubus angry. The succubi of the Malvini family looked at the wandering succubus with envy and jealousy. If the mistress hadn't been here, they would have attacked her in groups and stripped such beautiful armor off the succubus with a cocked tail. Madame Malvini can still maintain the dignity of the head of the family. She has heard that there is another batch of armor and weapons being sold secretly in the Scorched Earth City. She didn't care too much at first. After all, the Malvini family can get it for free from the Mad Lord. And can the armor and weapons circulated on the black market have any quality? The quality of the armor and weapons provided by Highland Venture Capital Company is already the upper limit of what Madame Malvini can imagine. The result? The wandering succubus standing in the middle of the hall is wearing the succubus armor from the black market, which looks more like the madam than herself. Madame Malvini also wants to take off the armor and wear it herself, but she still holds back. It is in the family's interest to find out the source of this set of armor. Madame Malvini asked the wandering succubus, who came to seek refuge, "Your name is?" "Darakova." Darakova, who had transformed into a succubus, saluted elegantly again. "Darakova." Madame Malvini remembered the name of the succubus in front of her. "I saw a strong aggression and wildness in your eyes. You are different from the vast majority of succubus, who need the protection of the family. I don't think you are worth my high investment." Darakova said with pride, "The danger of wandering forced me to be aggressive and wild. The purpose of joining the Malvini family this time, in addition to wanting to obtain investment, is also because I heard that the Madman Lord wants to start a territorial war. I want to take this opportunity to establish my own family a succubus family that is attached to the Malvini family. Darikova appropriately expressed her ambition. Madame Malvini showed an expression of as expected. The demon maniac never concealed his desire to start a war, and the strength shown by his active preparations attracted many powerful wandering demons to join him. It is not easy for demons to establish their own family. Not only do they need to have strong strength, but they also need the approval of the demon lord. Generally speaking, the demon lord will not increase the number of demon families in the territory at will, and the existing demon families will also reject the emergence of new demon families. Only war can increase the number of demon families in large numbers, because the demon lords will split the expanded demon families. This is common sense in the Hell War. Madame Malvini has tested Darikova's strength and found that this succubus has many skills, which can be described as complicated. It can be seen that her wandering experience has taught her a lot. With comprehensive strength in the Malvini family, she can definitely become the main force of the family, and the main force ranked in the front. There is no problem for Darikova to create a family by herself. The only thing missing is the approval of the demon lord, which needs to be obtained on the battlefield. I allow you to join my family and get a position in the family hall. Malvini accepted Darikova, granted her the status of the main force of the family, and then asked, "How did you get this set of armor?" "I want to equip all the main forces of my family with a set, including the enchantment block you mentioned." Madame Malvini's words attracted the cheers of the succubi. They liked this set of armor so much. Darikova replied, "A slave demon told me. It showed me a piece of parchment with the style, function and price of this set of armor. At first, I didn't believe that hell had such a good thing, but I couldn't resist the temptation and bought a dagger. After receiving the goods, the quality of the dagger was far beyond my expectations. So I took out all my savings in exchange for silver diamonds and bought the whole set of armor." Madame Malvini certainly didn't believe that it was the slave demons who were selling these things. The slave demons, as consumables, were just mouthpieces for the sellers behind the scenes. Even if they were arrested and tortured, no useful information could be obtained. Then Madame Malvini asked some more questions and found that the other party had arranged the entire transaction process very carefully, and it was difficult to find out who the seller was in the transaction. Who was selling such fine armor and weapons? Could it be that human merchants were selling high-value armor and weapons in this way to avoid the taxation of the fanatic lord? It was not impossible. Madame Malvini looked at the armor she was wearing, compared with the armor on Darikova. It was simply a low-grade counterfeit. Profiteer. Darikova, can you still buy the succubus armor you are wearing from that slave demon? Of course. That slave demon said it has 15 sets of succubus armor and 30 daggers. Enchanting blocks and other additional equipment need to be ordered in advance with the type and quantity specified. 15 sets of succubus armor, excluding the one on Darikova. There are still 14 sets left. All must be bought before other succubi find out. Madame Malvini stood up. "Where is that slave demon? Take me to see it." "Yes, madam. Please follow me." Darikova and Madame Malvini, under the protection of the succubi, found the slave demon who was selling succubus armor in a half-collapsed house. Darikova gave the slave a piece of meat, and then said that she wanted to buy all the succubus armor and daggers. And then she got an address from the slave. Darikova looked at it and handed it to Madame Malvini. "This is the payment location. There should be a temporary space vortex. The other party only accepts silver diamonds. We put the silver diamonds a sufficient amount into the space vortex, and the other party will verify it, and then have the storage address of the goods sent by the slave." Madame Malvini took the address and looked at it, and asked, "What if we give the silver diamonds, and the other party doesn't give the goods?" Darikova shrugged. "How do I know? I was also worried about being cheated when I bought the armor, but I still couldn't resist the temptation." Madame Malvini couldn't resist the temptation either. She said to the succubi who were carrying boxes full of silver diamonds behind her, "Let's go. I'm going to buy armor." Chapter 562 Gunpowder Keg. The meeting room of the Black Castle family in Scorched Earth City. The firelight flickered on the wall, and some shadows that shouldn't exist swayed with the light. Matabusa sat in the mistress's seat, and Luke sat next to her, reading a hardcover book in his hand. A succubus came in to report that the Malvini family had bought all 14 sets of succubus armor. "Got it. You go down." Matabusa asked her subordinates to go out, then leaned on Luke's back with her hands around his waist. "Brother, I don't understand why you sold the succubus armor to that bitch Malvini. Those are all high-quality goods. Wouldn't it strengthen the strength of our enemies if she got them?" Luke flipped through the book and remained unmoved even when Matabusa made small moves on him. It's just 14 sets of armor. The Malvini family won't be much stronger if they get them. The succubi of our Matabusa family should all have a full set of armor. Right? Matabusa leaned over to Luke's ear and said, "Thanks to my good brother. Not only do the succubi of the family have a full set of armor, but I have also prepared weapons and armor for the subordinate demons. I will distribute all the armor and weapons as soon as we launch an attack on the Malvini family. At that time, the face of that bitch Malvini must be very good. Brother, when are we going to take action against the Malvini family?" Luke grabbed Matabusa's dishonest hand and replied, "It's not the time yet. Continue to sell armor and weapons to the Malvini family. Don't sell too much. Just give them 11 or 12 sets at a time." Hearing that she had to continue selling armor and weapons to the Malvini family, Matabusa stood up angrily. "Continue to sell them. I don't agree unless you tell me why. What are you going to do? I'm so anxious." Matabusa was like a girl with a temper. Luke closed the book, grabbed Matabusa's hand, and asked her to sit down again. In the past, the Mad Lord would not care about the fights between the demon families in Scorched Earth City, and he was happy to watch you fight each other. But now the madman is about to launch a territorial war. If the Matabusa family attacks the Malvini family, will the madman sit idly by? No. Matabusa can see the situation clearly. Maybe we can assassinate Malvini, just like she did to our mother. I understand. Brother, you sell armor and weapons to the Malvini family little by little. Do you want to paralyze that bitch Malvini? When she is careless and the guards around her are reduced, we will ambush her at the weapons trading point." Matabusa thought she had guessed Luke's intention and happily hugged his arm again. Luke said, "Ambushing Malvini will also attract the wrath of the madman. Now the demons in the Scorched Earth City cannot fight among themselves. Whoever starts first will not end well." Matabusa anxiously shook Luke's arm and said coquettishly, "What should we do? We can obviously defeat Malvini, but can we only watch her being arrogant outside? If you want to defeat the Malvini family without attracting the wrath of the lunatics, you have to do it according to my method. First, sell armor and weapons to the Malvini family and whet their appetite little by little. Soon they will become more and more impatient because these armor and weapons cannot meet their needs. They will eagerly look for sources of goods and make random guesses. And eventually they will go to the lunatics." Matabusa asked in confusion, "Then what?" "Then, the lunatics will find Highland Venture Capital Company." "Ah?" Matabusa thought about it and asked stupidly, "What does this have to do with dealing with the Malvini family?" Luke looked at Matabusa and said with a smile, "My goal is to deal with Highland Venture Capital Company. This is also the primary reason why I came to Scorched Earth City to recognize you as my sister. Dealing with the Malvini family is just a secondary task. You can't confuse the primary and the secondary." "Ah?" Matabusa opened her mouth wide. I thought you sold them armor and weapons in order to deal with the Malvini family. You must be overthinking that. But while I deal with Highland Venture Capital Company, I will also help you deal with the Malvini family. You can rest assured about this." Matabusa's enthusiasm was poured with a bucket of cold water. Tears began to roll in her eyes. And she said aggrievedly, "Am I so unattractive? Or are you worried that I am your sister and unwilling to accept me? I have many succubi here, and I can give you any one or more you want. You can't bully me like this." Luke reached out to wipe Matabusa's tears and said, "I am immune to mental influences, so don't think that changing a trick can loosen my mental barriers. Go and prepare to take on the next batch of goods. I want to read a book quietly for a while to have a deeper understanding of hell." Matabusa didn't expect that pretending to be pitiful couldn't shake her brother's mental barriers. She blinked and became charming again. "Brother, the more you are like this, the more I feel that my heart is about to be captured by you. I roughly understand why my mother is in love with a human. A human with a strong spirit can arouse the desire to win in the succubus. I won't let you go." Matabusa quickly kissed Luke on the cheek, then quickly ran away, then turned and disappeared into the shadows, leaving behind a series of laughter. Luke rubbed the place where he was kissed and continued reading. Sedmore lived in hell for decades, recording the situation in hell from the perspective of an outsider. It can be said that these notes of Stedmore are an encyclopedia of hell. Its value is to show it to Matabusa, but she can't see it. At this stage, it is to keep adding gunpowder into the Scorched Earth City. If the amount is enough, there will always be a moment of accidental detonation. The weapons trading in the underground black market of the Scorched Earth City is becoming more and more rampant. Just like the fire wrapped in paper that can't be hidden. After several transactions, Madame Malvini is not happy about buying fine armor, but is getting more and more impatient. The interval between two transactions needs to wait for 5 to 10 days, and only 11 or 12 sets of armor can be bought at a time. Other enchantment blocks and expansion equipment are like constipation. Only a little bit at a time. This amount of equipment is not enough for the huge Malvini family. During this period, the Mad Lord distributed more than 500 sets of armor and weapons. But no succubus was willing to wear them. They all stared at the succubus armor. There are also many factions in the demon family. The main forces and leaders all want to get more sets of succubus armor from the limited succubus armor. Malvini has been very worried these days. After another transaction, but only bought 10 sets of succubus armor. Malvini completely exploded. She summoned Darikova to her. Is there no other way to get the other party to provide us with more armor? It's not that I don't have silver diamonds. I can buy hundreds or thousands of sets. Darikova was helpless. Madam, it's useless to lose your temper with me. It's not that I haven't tried to communicate with that slave demon, but it didn't work. It seems that it is only responsible for this kind of small-scale transactions. There should be other channels for large-scale transactions. Malvini has been investigating the sellers behind the succubus armor these days, and knows that there are indeed large-scale transactions in the Scorched Earth City. It's just that those large demon families refuse to disclose detailed information, fearing that the sellers would know and cut off their own supply. The succubus of the Malvini family is also constantly looking for the slave demon responsible for large-scale transactions. But there is no clue at all. And during the investigation, a discovery made Madame Malvini restless. The Matabusa family seems to have bought a lot of succubus armor. They must have a large-scale trading channel. The Malvini family has stepped on the Matabusa family to rise to power. Now the Matabusa family is secretly expanding its strength. How can Madame Malvini not be nervous? You can't just sit there and wait for death. Madame Malvini said to Darikova, come with me to meet the Lord of the Madmen. Tell the Lord in detail about your discovery of an unknown force selling armor and weapons in the Scorched Earth City. Good. I didn't expect that I would be able to meet the great ancient demon madman so soon. Do I need to dress up? Darikova showed her figure. The charm of the young succubus made Madame Malvini a little jealous. No need. Demons will not pamper succubi unless they are snacks. Madame Malvini took Darikova to the Lord's castle and walked onto the suspension bridge under the guidance of the lamp demon. The demon madman was high above. Malvini, the armor you are wearing does not seem to be given to you by me. It seems that you and some demon families have found weapons suppliers that I don't know about. I can consider stopping supplying you with weapons. The madman's tone was extremely unhappy. As a lord, he certainly knew that there were a batch of armor and weapons of unknown origin in his city. What's infuriating is that those demon families are buying armor and weapons privately while asking for more weapons from me. And none of them told me about the unknown weapons dealers in Scorched Earth City. They are worthy of death. But the law does not punish the masses. In Scorched Earth City, where private armor and weapons are already rampant, the Lord Madman can only hold back his anger and secretly investigate the source of unknown weapons. But there is no clue. Madame Malvini felt the madman's anger, and she knelt on one knee with Darikova, showing a gesture of submission. Great Lord Madman, as your servant, I have unparalleled loyalty to you. I came to see you this time to report that there are unknown weapons dealers selling armor and weapons in Scorched Earth City. Many demon families are secretly trading with this weapons dealer. Among them is the Matabusa family. When Madame Malvini exposed the unknown weapons dealer, she did not forget to mention the Matabusa family. The demon maniac's expression eased a lot. Maldwini, I know you are loyal. More loyal than most demon families. Now tell me what you found. Who is secretly providing weapons to my demons? Madame Malvini asked Darikova to step forward and introduced. This is Darikova, a wandering succubus, who was just recruited by the Malvini family. She brought me the news of the unknown weapons dealer. Let Darikova tell you what she found. Darikova cursed Malvini for being cunning. If the madman was unhappy, Malvini could easily blame himself. The newly surrendered wandering succubus. If the madman was happy, all the credit would go to the mistress. However, Darikova could still handle this kind of situation easily. After recounting the process of how she met the slave demon and bought the succubus armor, Darikova finally said, after knowing this, The mistress Malvini immediately pretended to buy the succubus armor to investigate who was selling the armor and weapons of unknown origin in the scorched earth city without the permission of the Lord. But the other party was very cunning, and all those who showed up were humble slave demons. And we got nothing. That's why the mistress brought me to the Lord's castle to report this vicious incident to you. Seeing that Darakova was so tactful, Malvini was very happy. And then she said to the demon maniac, Lord, although we didn't find out who was secretly selling armor and weapons, we tested the succubus armor we bought. This kind of armor is very well made. Much better than the armor provided by human merchants. But the material is basically the same as the armor provided by human merchants, all of which use the so-called industrial alchemy of humans, making the metal material resistant to high temperature and corrosion. Malvini drew out the dagger and took off a piece of armor from his body and presented it. The lamp demon presented two things to the demon maniac. The maniac took the dagger and the armor and looked at them carefully. The material seemed to be similar to the armor and weapons sold by Highland Venture Capital Company. But the details were better. In fact, it can be seen from the succubus armor worn by the two succubi that it fits better than the half-body armor issued to them. Malvini introduced the succubus armor to the maniac in a timely manner. Finally, he said, I think, if Highland Venture Capital Company wants to do it, it should be able to make such excellent armor and weapons. The maniac asked the lamp demon to return the two things to Madame Malvini and asked, Do you think these unknown armors are sold by those human merchants in Scorched Earth City? Madame Malvini replied, although there is no evidence to prove that they did it. They are the most suspicious. The price of these armors is very expensive. If they are sold publicly, they will have to pay high taxes. The madman pondered. The source of these unknown armors must be the human world in the secular world. And only the Highland Venture Capital Company is human in the Scorched Earth City. They happen to sell weapons to hell. And the resources they exchange are mainly silver diamonds. It seems that these humans are very dishonest and have less contract spirit than the devil. The madman said to Madame Malvini, You stay here. I will ask the people of Highland Venture Capital Company to come here to explain and see if they plead guilty or defend themselves. Follow your orders, Lord. Madame Malvini and Darakova stood on one side of the suspension bridge. A lamp demon went to the Highland Venture Capital Company's residence under the order of the madman and asked the person in charge, Milia, to come to the Lord's castle. Chapter 563 Psychological Warfare. The appearance of human-made armor and weapons in the Scorched Earth City also attracted the attention of the Shining Gold Man. Tan was very sure that these armor and weapons were produced by the Raging Waves City. But she couldn't figure out how the weapons produced by the Raging Waves City would appear in the Scorched Earth City. This is purgatory, the depths of hell, which is definitely a life-forbidden zone for humans. But the weapons of the Raging Waves City not only came in, but were also sold in large quantities under her nose, while she couldn't even catch the shadow of the other party. What does this mean? It means that the power of the Golden Shield Empire is not simply infiltrating hell, but has already immersed itself in it. This time, she randomly found a starting point in hell. The other party was able to respond so decisively so quickly, which just means that she thought the battle with the Golden Shield Empire in hell was too simple. How did the Golden Shield Empire do it? How powerful is their power in hell? Whose side are the demon maniacs on? Tan's heart is full of questions, but none of them can be answered. When she was thinking about how to deal with the provocation of the Golden Shield Empire, a lamp demon came to the station, and the Lord Maniac asked her to go to the Lord's castle. The Lord has something important to ask. Tan had a hunch that the Maniac's visit to her must be related to the armor and weapons that suddenly appeared in the Scorched Earth City. In order to find out the truth of the matter, Tan knew that this trip might be dangerous, but he still followed the lamp demon to the Lord's castle. Along the way, you can feel the changes in the Scorched Earth City. In the past, the demons rarely went out, but now you can see many demons wearing armor and holding weapons wandering outside. And the fighting has also increased sharply. Riding on the Hellfire horse, Tam was attacked by fireballs of unknown origin many times, although such attacks did not pose a threat. Seeing those demons wearing the armor of the City of Raging Waves made her feel very bad. Provocation. This is definitely a provocation from the Golden Shield Empire to the Shining Gold Civilization. Ten urged the Hellfire horse to speed up. She had a feeling that the Scorched Earth City might already be under the control of the Golden Shield Empire. The position of the madman must be determined as soon as possible. Came to the Lord's castle and walked onto the suspension bridge. Ten glanced at the two succubi standing aside. The armor on them was definitely not sold to the madman by themselves. Lord of the Madman. After a simple salute to the madman, Tan said, according to our agreement, Highland Venture Capital Company has the exclusive right to weapons in your territory. Why didn't we provide the armor on these two succubi? The madman didn't expect that the human merchants would dare to complain first. Human. I gave you the exclusive right to weapons, and strictly abide by the agreement. But how did you fulfill the contract? Why are there weapons that I don't know about being sold in the scorched earth city? Do you really think I'm easy to deceive? The madman's anger caused a fire to burn on both sides of the suspension bridge. And the fireheads showed different demons, and were waving their fangs there. Dan said calmly in the face of intimidation, Lord Madman, I also noticed that there are a large number of unknown weapons on sale in your city. According to my judgment, these weapons did not come from our Highland Venture Capital Company, but from another group of humans who opened up the hell market. Remember, I once asked you to investigate the group of human weapons dealers? They are hiding in your city now, selling their weapons to your demons. In response to Tan's explanation, the madman sneered, I have investigated a group of human weapons dealers. They come from a human country called the Golden Shield Empire. But their activities are on the edge of hell. And this is purgatory. Do you think so many people selling weapons in Scorched Earth City can be undetected by me? Tan replied, I don't know how the people of the Golden Shield Empire secretly sell weapons in your city. But there are definitely demons working for them in your city. At this time, Madame Malvini, who was standing aside, said, It must be the Matabusa family. The current Madame Matabusa is the daughter of a succubus and a human. She must have colluded with the foreign humans. The madman looked at Madame Malvini. Darakova then warned, Madam, don't let hatred blind your eyes. The most important thing now is to trace the source of these weapons. If you mislead the Lord, it will only make the already serious incident worse. The madman looked at Darakova again and asked, Do you have anything to say? Darakova ignored the suspicious look from Madame Malvini, took a step forward and replied, Lord, my madam only proposed a suspicious demon family to you. We have no conclusive evidence to prove that the Matabusa family is involved. Please believe that the suspicion of the Matabusa family has nothing to do with a personal grudge between our two families. The madman nodded slightly, and then warned Madame Malvini, Malvini, I know you have always wanted to completely annex the Matabusa family. I don't care about the grudges between your two families, but don't try to achieve your selfish desires by deceiving me. Madame Malvini turned to thank Darakova. She was indeed too impatient. If the Matabusa family had nothing to do with this incident, she would bear all the anger of the madman lord. Madame Malvini knelt down to the madman. Lord, I just suspected that the Matabusa family colluded with humans, and it has absolutely nothing to do with the personal grudges between our two families. I know whether it is related or not. The territorial war is about to start. Don't do anything that makes me unhappy. Yes, yes, I won't dare to do it again. Under the pressure of the madman, Madame Malvini's body couldn't help but tremble. The madman withdrew his pressure, and it was not important to punish Madame Malvini. Malvini, you should learn more from your younger generation. The madman appreciated Darakova's performance and asked her, Do you think the Matabusa family should be investigated? Darakova replied, Although Madame Matabusa's human father has died for many years, it is not ruled out that Madame Matabusa has relatives on her father's side in the human world. So the Matabusa family needs to be investigated. I once lived in the secular world for a while, when I was wandering. If there are traces of human activities in the Matabusa family, I will definitely find them. The madman said, Okay. The investigation of the Matabusa family will be handed over to you. You are very good, and I need smart demons like you in my journey. If you do well in this matter, I will allow you to establish your own family. Thank you, great madman lord. Darakova knelt happily on one knee. Mrs. Malvini regretted it very much. She originally brought Darakova here to let her take the blame, but she ended up establishing a family in advance. And seeing how much the madman lord values Darakova, the future Darakova family will definitely challenge the status of the Malvini family. The current Matabusa family is the future of the Malvini family. We must not let this bitch succeed. Madame Malvini said, Lord, whether the Matabusa family has colluded with human weapons dealers is just our guess. Highland Venture Capital Company is still a big suspect. The demon maniac laughed. Malvini, your attitude changes really fast. Tell me, what do you think? Malvini said, I remember that human Nilia once said that their Highland Venture Capital Company has the best weapon forging technology. And industrial alchemy makes alchemical weapons very cheap. But look at the armor and weapons sold to you by Highland Venture Capital. And then look at the armor and weapons I bought from unknown sources. Is it that Highland Venture Capital's technology is not good enough? Or do they deliberately sell you defective products? The madman was very satisfied with Malvini's sudden increase in IQ. And he asked Tan, "Can you explain anything?" Tan didn't know how to answer. Is it to admit that Highland Venture Capital's technology is not good enough? Isn't this a slap in the face of the madman in public? Or is it to admit that Highland Venture Capital has this technology, but it doesn't sell you good things? Isn't it a disguised admission that the excellent armor and weapons circulating in the underground market of Scorched Earth City were made by our Highland Venture Capital company? Lord Madman. Tan saluted first. Then said, Highland Venture Capital Company is absolutely top-notch in armor manufacturing technology. But to manufacture armor suitable for the body size of hell creatures, it needs certain industrial upgrades and redesigns. Our company is updating our products at the fastest speed, and will soon be able to supply you with better armor and weapons. As for those armor and weapons sold secretly, they are definitely not from our company. Madman didn't understand what industrial upgrades and redesigns meant. In his opinion, changing styles and adding functions should be very simple. Therefore, Tan's explanation not only did not reduce Madman's suspicion of her, but instead confirmed that Highland Venture Capital Company was playing tricks. However, the madman did not point it out. Instead, he said calmly, "You suspect that there are demons in Jiaotu City colluding with outsiders to sell weapons to me. I will investigate my demons. My demons suspect that you are secretly selling weapons in Jiaotu City, and you should also accept our investigation." Tan asked, "How do you want to investigate?" "Terminate your use of the space channel. Open all your bases and warehouses to my subordinates, and bring out all your transaction records for me to check." "Is this possible to investigate?" "As long as the bases and warehouses are opened and the transaction records are handed over, the matter will definitely be investigated." Tan refused on the spot. "Lord Kwangtu, it is clearly recorded in our agreement that we have the right to make independent decisions on the land you lease to us during the lease period. Moreover, commercial information is confidential to our company, and we cannot give you our customer information." The madman pressed, "If you don't let me check, I will want to check even more." Tan responded, "Lord Madman, our agreement does not allow you to check." When both parties refused to give in, Darakova interrupted and said, "Ms. Milia, things have come to this point, and you can't dispel our suspicion if you don't allow us to investigate. If this batch of armor and weapons really comes from your competitors, you can only continue your business by actively cooperating with us. Otherwise, why doesn't our lord choose a better weapons supplier?" "Yes." The madman laughed. "You once said something to me. I will say it back to you. You are not my only choice. Things have developed to this point. If Tam wants to continue to compete with the Golden Shield Empire in Hell, he must not give up the starting point of Scorched Earth City. Otherwise, the Golden Shield Empire will seize the opportunity to seize the Purgatory Market, and exert double strength from the center to the edge. And it will be difficult for the World Bank to come in again. Choose the lesser of two evils." Ten had no choice but to agree. "I can let you check, but you must check under our supervision." "Very good." The madman looked at Darakova with appreciation. Regardless of whether it can be found out that Highland Venture Capital Company is related to unknown armored weapons this time, it will definitely be able to find a lot of benefits. The madman said to Tan again, "I will order my army to seal the space channel now. You go back and prepare to be investigated. Only when everything is in place can your innocence be proved." "I understand, Lord Madman." Tan withdrew from the suspension bridge, and the flames on both sides quickly extinguished and became bottomless again. The madman waited for Tan to leave, and said to Madame Malvini, "The investigation of Highland Venture Capital Company is left to you." Madame Malvini knelt happily, as ordered. "My lord, I will definitely search Highland Venture Capital Company, and find out everything they have concealed from you. Don't let me down." "I won't let you down, Lord." The lunatic said again, "I like this succubus you have taken in very much. I hope she won't encounter any accidents that I don't want to see." Mrs. Malvini gritted her teeth and replied, "I will definitely protect her." "Very good. Very good. Go and do your work. Find out the truth for me." "Yes, Lord." Mrs. Malvini and Darakova left the Lord's castle together. Mrs. Malvini sneered, "Little bitch. Don't be so proud. You'd better find out something from the Matabusa family, so that you can continue to please the Lord. Otherwise, the Lord will definitely acquiesce to my getting rid of you. Darikova retorted, Madam, I have to remind you too. You'd better find out from Highland Venture Capital that they are related to the succubus armor on us. Otherwise, if the Matabusa family really has the channel for this kind of fine armor and weapons, what do you think the Lord will do to you? Madame Malvini's face changed drastically. She found that she might have been misjudging the madman Lord's thoughts. He wanted to investigate the sellers, who secretly sold weapons in Scorched Earth City. Was he going to punish them? Probably not. The madman Lord even hoped that there was such a weapon supplier, so that he would not be threatened by Highland Venture Capital. Just like what happened just now. If there were no competitors, Highland Venture Capital would definitely not allow them to be investigated. But they gave in this time. Does this represent the succubus armor on my body? It's really not from Highland Venture Capital. If these armors and weapons are from the Matabusa family, will the madman Lord use his head to win over that bitch Matabusa? Damn it! In the hot hell, Madame Malvini felt as cold as falling into an ice cave. On the other side, after returning to the base, Tan immediately ordered, I want to meet the demon tyrant in secret. Chapter 564, Borrowing Troops. During the negotiation with Highland Venture Capital, the demon tyrant followed Luke's instructions and kept Dan hanging, asking for a high price and gradually making the other party give in. This time, when Dan came to visit in his temporary fortress, the tyrant said, Our cooperation must be based on helping me capture the Hutfire City. The demon Hanksy is a tough guy. I not only need you to arm my army, but also provide enough wealth and equipment so that I can win over the demon families under Hanksy. I have been in your human world for a while, and know that you have a lot of good things. What you sell to the demon maniacs is all garbage. The tyrant asked his demons to bring out some armor and weapons, which were much better than the equipment sold to the madmen by the Highland Venture Capital Company. The armor and weapons were scattered in front of Tan. Tan recognized that they were all from the city of Raging Waves. Tyrant, where did you get these armor and weapons? The demon tyrant laughed and said, You still don't admit it? The Highland Venture Capital Company sold the garbage to the madmen, while selling better things at a high price in the dark. I spent a lot of silver diamonds to buy a few sets. You are really good at making money. Tan looked at the armor and weapons on the ground, as if he saw the face of a meteorite. He must be behind this. Tyrant! These armors and weapons are not from our Highland Venture Capital Company. Hearing Tan's denial, Tyrant said disdainfully, If it's not yours, who else could it be? Tan said, It's our company's competitor. And it's also the target we want to hire you to deal with. These armors and weapons have flooded the Scorched Earth City, which means that our competitors have infiltrated the Scorched Earth City very deeply. The other party did this to squeeze us out of the Hell Market. Tyrant laughed. If these weapons and armors are really from your competitors, then the things you sell really can't stand in hell. I don't know what the madman thinks of you now, but I will never stand on the side of the loser. This is why Tan is in a hurry to find the tyrant this time. It will take time for Highland Venture Capital to upgrade the industry for the Hell Market. And the demon madman obviously does not understand the current industrial technology. The madman is about to investigate Highland Venture Capital, and the company's business in hell will be completely interrupted. And some orders will inevitably fail to be delivered. If the Golden Shield Empire takes the opportunity to contact the madman, it is likely to gain a foothold in purgatory in one fell swoop. Tan guessed that it must be Meteor, who was secretly controlling everything. If he fell into his rhythm, he would never have a chance to turn over. Therefore, the tyrant's position has become extremely important. Tan took out his trump card that he had never used to deal with the tyrant. Tyrant, you should still remember the Sword of Oath. Right? When the tyrant heard the Sword of Oath, his pupils shrank suddenly. I know, the chief angel of the Holy Inquisition of the Sky City. In the late period of the Ancient War, as a newborn angel, he had many famous scenes, and many famous demons were killed by him. If the artifact had not been lost, perhaps he could really change the situation of the war. Tan smiled and said, But in the Ancient War, something happened that the Sword of Oath could not let go until now. In a battle, he defeated and sealed an ancient demon, but that demon was eventually lost on the battlefield. This was an intolerable mistake for the Sword of Oath. So he swore to his sword that he would find and kill the demon. Unfortunately, there was no trace of the demon until the end of the war. But that was the oath of the Sword of Oath. As long as there was news about the demon, he would definitely come to kill him. The tyrant asked, What does this have to do with me? Tan looked at the expression of the tyrant and said, In order to find the demon, The Sword of Oath once asked the sparkling gold civilization to help search for news about him. That demon is called the Tyrant. Although there are many demons in hell called Tyrant, there should not be many ancient demons. The Tyrant burst out with momentum. As if he was about to kill him immediately, the Sword of Oath asked the sparkling gold for help. Does it mean that you are actually the sparkling gold? In order to subdue the Tyrant, Ten no longer concealed her identity. Pieces of golden armor were embedded in her body. Tyrant, you have disappeared for more than 1,000 years and lost everything in hell. You want to take back your territory. But as long as you show your traces, you will definitely attract the Sword of Oath. Only the Shining Gold Civilization can protect you. And only the Shining Gold Civilization can help you take back what you have lost. You should know what to do. Right? A large group of demons emerged from the darkness, roaring and threatening Tan. The Tyrant waited for a long time, then waved his hand to let the demons retreat. What's your name? Tan. What's your purpose in coming to hell? For the resources of hell. To fight against the Golden Shield Empire that challenges the World Bank. The importance of hell to the Shining Gold Civilization is no less than that of the ancient War Angel Civilization to the Shining Gold Civilization. Therefore, don't underestimate our determination to enter hell. The Shining Gold Civilization has the ability to protect you, to destroy you, and to help you unify hell. The Tyrant said, I think hell and you Shining Gold people are enemies. If other demons knew that I colluded with Shining Gold people to invade hell, I would be attacked by demons. Ten smiled and said, that was the hatred between Shining Gold people and you 1,000 years ago. The current Shining Gold Civilization is dominated by Shining Gold people 1,000 years later. A new all-out war has shown signs. Shining Gold Civilization, Angel Civilization, Dragon Civilization, and Shadow Civilization are all actively preparing for war. But former allies may not be future allies. And former enemies may not be future enemies. In hell, a war is bound to break out. The World Bank and the Golden Shield Empire will fight a proxy war here. We originally chose the Devil Madman, but now I find that he is not our best choice. The Tyrant waved his hand again, letting all the demons hide again. Is it because I am easy to control that I am your best choice? Now it is because you are easy to control. But in the future we still hope that hell and the Shining Gold Civilization can become allies, who can learn from each other's strengths and weaknesses. The Tyrant asked again, how will you deal with the Sword of Oath? If you unify hell, the Sword of Oath will not be able to drag the entire Sky City into hell for his oath. As long as you stand on the side of the Shining Gold Civilization, and we are the check and balance in the middle, this oath will become his lifelong regret. The Tyrant pretended to weigh the pros and cons, and then said helplessly, it seems that I have no second choice. Now my power cannot stop the Sword of Oath. Tell me, what do you want me to do? Ten said with satisfaction, seize the Scorched Earth City. The Tyrant laughed, you are kidding. Do you think I have the strength to seize the Scorched Earth City now? Or do you Shining Gold people openly enter hell and attack a demon city? Ten said, to seize the Scorched Earth City. You don't need to occupy the entire city. You just need to capture the Lord's castle. It would be best if you could kill the demon madman yourself, which would help you to subdue his remaining demon family. It is not easy to capture the Lord's castle. You have been in there, so you should know that it is the madman's home ground, which is filled with demons loyal to him. And there are countless traps and mechanisms. Tan said his plan, according to the intelligence we have collected. There are a considerable number of fallen angels and black feather demons in the Scorched Earth City. The madman wants to subdue the fallen angels to fight for him. But I don't think the fallen angels will be willing to be commanded by the madman. If we can provoke the madman and the fallen angels to fight, don't we have a chance? The Tyrant said with approval. The madman is too arrogant and is dazzled by the false power. I am sure that although the fallen angels have not decided to seize the Scorched Earth City, they must have a plan to seize the city. I know what to do. But how much help can you give me? Ten said, we will give you all the support you want except for sending troops directly. Okay. The Tyrant seemed to have made up his mind. I will make a plan and count the things needed. I will contact you when I am ready. Okay. But I hope you can act as soon as possible. The Golden Shield Empire's infiltration into the Scorched Earth City is very fast, and the madman may change his position at any time. I know the madman. I know what to do. I'll wait for your news. Ten dispersed the golden armor and left the fortress. The Tyrant immediately made an appointment with Luke, and they met in a new hut. At this time, Luke had learned from Darikova what happened in the Lord's castle. Now that Ten has found the Tyrant again, everything is under his control. Luke said, It turns out that the woman named Milia is Tan. I don't know what the Shining Gold people think. Since they see the value of hell, they should at least send a reliable manager instead of a debt collector. I'm afraid even a manager like Pan wouldn't do so badly. Luke has carefully analyzed the series of actions taken by Highland Venture Capital in hell through the intelligence he has collected. And there are many things that he can't figure out. First of all, since the World Bank wants to operate the hell market to obtain resources, it should be steady and cautious. Just like what I did. Take one place as the center. Establish a stable distribution channel. And steadily do the market step by step. But the World Bank started direct sales as soon as it came in. It looks fierce, but it is actually too eager for quick success. However, since we know that the person in charge of the World Bank in hell is Tan, it can explain why there is such an aggressive and reckless move. Tan was sent to hell, and he must be eager to make achievements in hell, so that he can return to Golden Valley to be promoted to an elder with his achievements. Now that the madman is a little bit uncontrollable, she will immediately replace him with someone who is easier to control. Just like the assassination in the Golden Valley, more courage, but less strategy. The tyrant said, Tan is the one who assassinated you in the Golden Valley. I heard that she is very strong and can be compared with the Sword of Oath. Don't worry about Tan. She doesn't dare to use her full strength in the current hell, since she thinks she has something on you. Let's make good use of her. Even after taking over the Scorched Earth City, we should continue to use her. The tyrant asked, I don't understand. After taking over the Scorched Earth City, shouldn't we take the opportunity to expel the Shining Gold people from hell? Then our relationship will definitely be exposed. No! Your cooperative relationship with the Shining Gold people is far more beneficial to our future strategy than expelling them from hell. Tan actually knew about the past of the tyrant and the Sword of Oath, which was somewhat beyond Luke's expectation. But it was also because of this hand-in-hand that Tan was confident that she could control the tyrant. And her support for the tyrant would definitely exceed her support for the madman. Luke thought for a while and continued, the Shining Gold people will not give up hell easily. And if they know our relationship, they will definitely try their best to prevent you from unifying hell. Continue to cooperate with the Shining Gold people, and you will have the support of the Golden Shield Empire and the Shining Gold people. The Shining Gold people can only obtain hell's resources from you, but you can speed up the unification of hell. And at the same time, the Shining Gold people will help you block the Sword of Oath. Is there a better worker than this? The tyrant said, for me, paying a certain amount of resources to get the support of the Golden people is a sure win business. But the resources they take away from hell will enhance their strength, and the pressure faced by the Empire will increase. Luke said, you don't need to consider how the Empire will respond. That's what I should consider. As long as you can take hell into your hands, it's worth it for the Empire to make some sacrifices. In the future, we should reduce or avoid meeting each other. I am building an intelligence network in hell, and the intelligence station in Scorched Earth City is already working. I will open a special contact channel for you. The tyrant nodded, I understand. Before the unification of hell, it is indeed difficult for us to meet again. The last question, do you have any suggestions on how to instigate the fallen angels and the maniacs to fight? Luke thought about it and said, I don't think there is any need to instigate. You can go directly to the fallen angel Garland and tell him that you want to seize the Scorched Earth City. As long as the fallen angels help you, you will give the maniacs territory to them and only take the title of a lord, on the condition that the fallen angels help you take back the Hellfire City. The fallen angels can't resist this temptation. Even if they betray you, they can't get more benefits from the maniacs. After Luke's advice, the tyrant's mind suddenly became clear. It turns out that things are not as complicated as I thought. The fallen angels want to get out of the Black Prison, but there is no territory for them to occupy in hell, and non-demon lords will be attacked collectively by other demon lords. The lunatics are trying to recruit the fallen angels, and the fallen angels now want to get the territory from the lunatics. This is the fundamental reason why they have not reached an agreement yet. Now I go to the fallen angels and say that as long as you help me kill the lunatics, I will give you the entire territory. The fallen angels will definitely fight for their lives. And since I am weak, the fallen angels will not doubt that I will not fulfill my promise. There is also a reasonable motivation for cooperation to take back the Hellfire City. The tyrant said, I will go find the fallen angels now. Go. Luke said, remember to ask the Shining Gold for more supplies. Whether you can expel the fallen angels after the success depends on whether you can win over the demon family in the Scorched Earth City as quickly as possible. The tyrant smiled and said, I know how to win over the demon family. Chapter 565 Frame Up. In the following days, the entire Scorched Earth city entered a chaotic search for the source of unknown weapons. Darakova was responsible for searching the Matabusa family, and Madame Malvini was responsible for searching the Highland Venture Capital Company. Other demon families also wanted to find this unknown weapon supplier. And by the way, take advantage of the chaos to settle some personal grudges and grab some territory. All kinds of assassinations and gang fights were rampant in the Scorched Earth city, and a large number of corpses were thrown into the lava river every day. Madame Malvini, who felt the crisis, placed the hope of the family's survival on the Highland Venture Capital Company. As long as she could find evidence that this group of human merchants were related to those unknown weapons, she could save her family, and then deal with those little bitches of Darakova. The headquarters and warehouses of Highland Venture Capital Company in Scorched Earth City were all sealed, and all the boxes were opened, turned over one by one, and identified one by one. All the trade activities of the World Bank in Hell were forced to be interrupted, and the Golden Man could only watch the Hell Demon swaggering in front of him and smashing pots and pans. In order to end this farce as soon as possible, Ten found the Demon Tyrant again, hoping that he could act as soon as possible. On the other side, Darakova took the succubus she had recruited into the Black Castle of the Matabusa family. On the surface, it was a carpet search where every hole was poked. But in fact, Darakova accompanied Luke and Matabusa in the deepest secret room to eat jerky together. Matabusa snuggled up to Luke, tore the big meat into thin strips, and put them into Luke's mouth. Brother, I didn't expect the succubus you picked up was quite capable. Not only did it infiltrate the Malvini family and become a main force, it also won the appreciation of the Madman Lord. With your succubus's cover, our future armor and weapons business will be safer. Darakova sat on the other side of Luke, also tearing meat to feed Luke. My lord, now all parties have entered your trap. When will you close the net and eat up the Scorched Earth city? Ha ha ha. Matabusa couldn't help laughing when she heard what Darakova said. Brother, are you crazy? This succubus? You just showed a little bit of your potential in the Scorched Earth city, and you dare to say that you will eat up the Scorched Earth city. I think she should set a lower goal. After we drive away Highland Venture Capital and kill that bitch Malvini, she can gather some succubi to form a small family under our family. Luke was suffocated by the two succubi, and his mouth was full of meat shreds. He used magic to make himself a glass of ice water, and after drinking it in one gulp, he said, originally, my goal was to drive away Highland Venture Capital, but a great opportunity suddenly appeared, making it a better option to capture Scorched Earth City. Sister, are you willing to help me capture Scorched Earth City? Luke turned his head and looked at Matabusa. Matabusa started with a smile on her face, thinking that Luke was making fun of her. But as she watched, she found that her cheap brother didn't seem to be joking. Matabusa loosened her arm around Luke, and her ruddy face suddenly turned pale. Are you kidding me? I advise you not to do anything stupid. It is impossible for the Matabusa family to seize the Scorched Earth City alone. I will not destroy the entire family for your delusion. This idea is too terrible. Darakova teased beside her. Madame Matabusa, you change your mind too quickly. How can your good brother trust you with the important task in the future? Matabusa was so scared that she didn't want to argue with Darakova. She looked at Luke and asked, Don't tell me you are serious. I am serious. Luke shook the water cup, and the high temperature of hell made the ice inside melt quickly. And soon there was hot air coming out, according to accurate intelligence. The fallen angels in the Scorched Earth City will attack the Lord's castle and elect the Demon Tyrant as the new Demon Lord. This was very explosive information for Matabusa, but she changed her mind and said, What does this have to do with your decision to seize the Scorched Earth City? Even if the fallen angels and the Demon Tyrant killed the Mad Lord, we are no match for them. The Demon Tyrant works for me. Another explosive news made Matabusa confused. I heard that the Tyrant is an ancient demon. How could he work for you? Luke said, You don't need to know the specific reasons. After the Tyrant and the fallen angel killed the Mad Lord and occupied the Lord's castle, the fallen angel was our enemy. At that time, the Tyrant would win over the demon clan of the Scorched Earth City to attack the fallen angel. In order to establish authority, we need to set an example. Therefore, I will consider you. Matabusa asked cautiously, What typical? Luke smiled and said, The first demon family that sent troops to assist the tyrant in attacking the fallen angels can take a piece of land from the tyrant's territory and become the first non-demon lord recognized by the tyrant. This time, Matabusa couldn't sit still. She stood up suddenly and questioned, "Do you know that what you just said is more absurd than taking over the scorched earth city? Demons never recognize non-demon lords. You have to be careful. This is a lie of the demon tyrant. He is deceiving you to gain support." Luke said meaningfully, "The tyrant did not deceive me. His ambition is to unify hell. And to unify hell, the demon family needs to fight for his journey. I told him that if he wanted the demon family to fight for him, he should not limit the power of the demon family with the family. I give you the territory and let you become a lord, and you will dedicate the whole hell to him. I once said that I would help you become the succubus queen of hell. Now the starting point to the peak has been given to you. Do you dare to go?" "Dare," Matabusa answered without any hesitation. In the dim secret room, the fire on the wall flickered, shining on the three figures. Matabusa's breathing was very rapid, and her heart was beating at an unprecedented speed. The uncontrolled magic overflowed, causing a layer of fire to cover her skin. Now, there is a road that she has never imagined before. She knew very well that once she embarked on this road, she would face countless hardships and dangers, and she would most likely become a stepping stone for other demons when climbing. But even if the chance of reaching the top was 1 in 10,000, she made the choice without hesitation. The Hell race has never lacked courage. As long as their ambitions can be released, they will burst out all their energy like an erupting volcano. Matabusa's answer was simple and clear. And Luke laughed. "You are worthy of being my sister. This task is given to you, and all your efforts will be rewarded. Brother, how should I repay you? Here we go again." Succubi are slutty in their bones. The scorched earth city continued to be in chaos, and another undercurrent flowed along the planned route. Darakova's investigation yielded nothing, and she became even more anxious to convict the Matabusa family, and even arrested many succubi from the Matabusa family and imprisoned them without authorization. Madame Matabusa went to the Lord's castle many times to defend herself to the lunatic. Madame Malvini saw that Darakova forcibly arrested people, and was afraid that she would frame the Matabusa family. So she also increased the intensity of the search. A large number of supplies were seized by Madame Malvini in the name of investigation, and then transported to the Lord's castle to be presented to the Lord's lunatic. Then, they imposed heavy penalties on Highland Venture Capital Company for tax evasion. Although the unknown weapons could not be linked to Highland Venture Capital Company, the looting of so many materials should be enough to please the madman. Highland Venture Capital Company was tired of the repeated searches, and Tan repeatedly went to the Lord's castle to protest. Until one day, Darakova seized a whole ship of unknown armor and weapons, and this ship was parked in a lava river bay controlled by the Malvini family. After hearing this news, Madame Malvini, who was still searching Highland Venture Capital Company, was stunned on the spot. "Darakova, this little bitch," Madame Malvini cursed loudly, and then immediately went to the Lord's castle, on the suspension bridge of the Lord's castle. When Madame Malvini arrived, she saw Darakova and Matabusa were already there. More than a dozen stone boxes were scattered around, and the lids were open to reveal a set of various types of armor and weapons inside, which were obviously not issued to the Malvini family by the madman. Madame Malvini defended herself without waiting for the madman to ask for accountability. "Lord, this is definitely a frame-up. In order to investigate the source of the unknown weapons, I took away most of the succubi in the family, which gave Darakova and Matabusa the opportunity to transport the things into the river bay controlled by our family." The madman looked at Madame Malvini coldly, and she knelt on the ground in fear. "Malvini, you are still quibbling. It seems that you will not admit the things you did without solid evidence. Darakova, tell her how you found the weapons." "Yes, Lord." Darakova began to narrate. "At the beginning, I always put all my energy into investigating the Matabusa family, but I didn't find any useful clues. The area controlled by the Matabusa family is very small now. If they are really related to the unknown weapons dealer, I must have found it, since it is not the Matabusa family. Then Madame Malvini, who has always wanted to put the crime on the Matabusa family, is suspected, so I investigated in the family. Then I found out that the family secretly loaded a lot of boxes into a sarcophagus ship. I quietly went on board and opened the boxes, and found these things." Malvini cursed. "You little bitch. You must be a spy sent to me by Matabusa. Darakova said contemptuously. Madam, don't quibble anymore. When we sealed the sarcophagus ship, we also captured all the demons who drove the ship. Do you want to hear what they said? The madman said, bring them all up. A unicorn demon and a group of demons were brought to the suspension bridge. The madman asked, where are you from? The unicorn demon replied, we are employees of the Hell Market Development Company in the Raging Waves city of the Golden Shield Empire in the secular world. What are you doing in my scorched earth city? The one-horned demon replied, our boss heard that another group of human merchants were also developing the Hell Market. So he asked us to bring our goods to Scorched Earth City to compete in the market. The lunatic was very satisfied with the one-horned demon's frankness, and continued to ask, since you are here to compete with Highland Venture Capital, why don't you come to me? Instead, you secretly sell armor and weapons to my demons in the city. The one-horned demon replied, our ship was intercepted by the succubus of the Malvini family after entering Scorched Earth City. After I expressed my intention, Madame Malvini said that you, the Lord, have signed a weapons franchise agreement with Highland Venture Capital, and our company's weapons cannot be sold publicly in Scorched Earth City. But Madame Malvini said that she could use the power of the Malvini family in Scorched Earth City to sell our armor and weapons to the demon families. She also said that if our armor and weapons are better than those of Highland Venture Capital Company, once we are discovered by you, Lord of Madness, we can squeeze out Highland Venture Capital Company and get your order. Therefore, all the best armor and weapons we transported to Scorched Earth City were handed over to Madame Malvini for sale. Listening to the words of the unicorn demon, Madame Malvini was dumbfounded. She pointed at the unicorn demon, Darakova, and Matabusa and shouted, you are all in the same group for these frame-ups. You have united to frame me. Lord Madman, don't believe them. I don't know this unicorn at all. I didn't betray you. A bunch of fire snakes sprang out from under the suspension bridge, rolled up Madame Malvini, and pulled her into the darkness under the bridge. At first, there were screams from Madame Malvini and the light of magic resistance. But soon there was no sound. After executing Madame Malvini cleanly, the madman said to Darakova, you really didn't let me down. I will keep my promise. You can choose 100 succubi from the Malvini family to form your own demon family. I will split up the rest and add them to all succubus families. The strength of the family made Malvini lose her position. I hope you don't go down the wrong path, she has verified. Darakova and Matabusa knelt down to the madman together, my family, and I will never betray the Lord. Stand up. The madman asked Darakova and Matabusa to stand aside, and said to the unicorn demon, you have been deceived by Malvini. The agreement with Highland Venture Capital Company cannot constrain me to pursue better weapons. Let the person in charge of your company come to Scorched Earth City to see me as soon as possible. I can let your market go deep into the center of hell. The unicorn demon happily saluted the madman. Yes. At this time, a lamp demon floated in from outside. Lord, Millie of Highland Venture Capital Company requested your summons. She brought you a gift. The madman couldn't help laughing. I knew she would come in a hurry. I wonder what gift she brought for me this time. Let her in. The unicorn demon said quickly. Our company will also send gifts as soon as possible. The devil madman laughed even louder. Not too long. Tan and his followers walked onto the suspension bridge with a big stone box. It's the same size as the box of the last set of armor. You won't give me another set of armor, right? The madman stood up after seeing the box. He was wearing the armor that Tan gave him last time, which matched his sturdy body and looked very majestic. If it is, you can go back. Tan smiled and said, of course it's not armor. The value of this gift is far higher than the armor you are wearing. Our company hopes that this gift can make a new beginning for our cooperation. The madman said with great anticipation, our cooperation is indeed going to have a new beginning. Open it. Let me see your sincerity. Chapter 566 Demon vs. Demon. Tan nodded, and the followers immediately opened the box. At the same time, a large number of demon descendants climbed up from under the suspension bridge, watching the humans' every move vigilantly. The madman sat there, staring at the stone box. As the box opened a gap, strong flames and powerful fire element energy overflowed from it. Then, the built-in mechanism unfolded the stone box in all directions, and inside was a square monument shaped by pure fire elements. The square monument is a standard rectangular block, and the base is a whole piece of obsidian. Without the restriction of the box, the fire element overflowed more strongly, and the violent flames formed a fire column that erupted upwards. The madman knew the goods, and he recognized at a glance that the core of this fire element square monument was a very large earth core fire core. The earth core fire core is the product of the eruption of the red flame torch, the artifact of the purgatory civilization. Its function is to greatly increase the effectiveness of the purgatory divine art. In the past, although the earth core fire core was rare, there was still a chance to obtain it with the occasional output of the red flame torch. But now the artifact has been lost for more than 1,000 years, and the earth core fire core has almost disappeared. Even in the era of artifacts, such a large earth core fire core is extremely rare. The madman couldn't help but stand up. He stopped his subordinates, the demons, from going forward to check, and then asked Tan, "Where did you get this earth core fire core?" "In the ruins of an ancient war." Tan stood next to the fire square monument, with a layer of protective shield around his body to block the invasion of fire elements. "I have to admit that the ancient wars left us humans with too many good things. Archaeological research can be said to be one of the main driving forces for the development of human civilization." Tan's words reminded Kwangtu of the wars they had experienced. For the sake of victory, both camps did everything they could, and many of the best things they had hidden in their boxes were moved to the battlefield. Some were used up, some were lost, and the death of key figures made the search a needle in a haystack. Kwangtu said with emotion, "It has been a long time since I have seen such a large core of the earth. It may be the largest core of the earth in the whole hell now. You chose this gift very carefully. The core of the earth is of great value to me, but it is useless to you. You gave it to me. What do you want from me?" Tan asked. "I heard the demon who colluded with foreign humans and secretly sold armor and weapons in the Scorched Earth City has been found?" The madman sat down again, but his eyes could not leave the fire square monument, and answered at the same time, "Found it. It was Malvini. She wanted to use these armor and weapons to expand the power of the family and frame the Matabusa family. Now Malvini has received the punishment she deserves. I am discussing future cooperation with the demon hired by the Hell Development Company of the Golden Shield Empire." Ten had already noticed the unicorn demon and his demon standing aside, and now knew their identities. "Lord Madman, we hope that you will continue to fulfill the signed agreement and give the weapons franchise to our Highland Venture Capital Company. We will soon be able to provide you with cheaper and higher quality armor and weapons. And you don't need a second weapon supplier." The madman laughed and said, "Human, are you teaching an ancient demon to do things? This gift makes me very satisfied. I can give most of the orders to your Highland Venture Capital Company and guarantee that you will have a greater advantage in the purgatory market. Ten continue to fight for it. We want all of them. Not just the purgatory market, but the entire hell. Human, hell is ruled by demons." Just as the madman was bargaining with Tan, the whole castle suddenly shook violently. "What happened?" the madman asked loudly in anger. A lamp demon rushed onto the suspension bridge from outside. "Lord, it's the fallen angel Garland. He is leading the fallen angels and black feather demons to attack the castle. They have already broken through the gate and rushed in." "Fallen angels. I knew they were a bunch of untrustworthy guys." The madman stood up again, and fires ignited on both sides of the suspension bridge, and countless demons climbed up from the flames. The madman ordered, "Destroy the invaders, and make this the grave of the fallen angels. Fight for the madman lord." The demons rushed out like a tide, and countless more demons crawled out from under the suspension bridge. A more intense battle broke out, and the whole castle was shaking under the impact of magic and combat skills. The madman sat down again, and he said confidently, "The demon family of Scorched Earth City will soon arrive to support us. The fallen angels really overestimated their strength. Human, let's continue." The madman's but just touched the chair, and he noticed the changes in the fire monument. The magic circle lit up on the unfolded stone box, and the fire column rushing upward from the monument turned into a downward stream of fire. The humans who came with Milia formed a circle to protect the magic circle that was being activated. The madman's pupils contracted, and he said maliciously, "I was wondering why the fallen angels would attack my castle without knowing their own strength. It seems that they have offered you higher conditions than me. I advise you to stop in time. Human, hell is the hell of demons. No matter what promises the fallen angels made to you, they will never come true." Demons crawled out of the flames under the suspension bridge again. They rushed up and threw themselves at the fire monument without hesitation, no matter what magic circle the fire monument was activating. Destroying it was the right choice. The human who protected the magic circle of the fire monument showed the alchemical wristband on his wrist. The left wristband unfolded a square shield, and then expanded a defensive light shield. The light shields combined into a ring-shaped protective shield. He pulled out a long sword with his right hand, and stabbed the demons rushing up through the light shield with single-sided protective performance. Ten was not wearing the golden armor unique to the Shining Gold Man. He could not get close to the demons with conventional combat skills and magic. The flames under the suspension bridge also joined the attack on the fire monument. And fireballs and fire snakes continuously attacked the protective shield from all sides. Fireworks splashed everywhere, and the dense demons and dense attacks almost drowned Tan and her followers. But the protective shield did not shake at all, as if it could not be broken in a short time. The stream of fire flowing down from the fire monument gradually submerged the magic circle on the stone slab. The madman watched the battle on the suspension bridge, gathered energy in his hand to form a huge fireball, and warned Tan for the last time, terminate the magic circle. Otherwise you will all die here. Tan concentrated on the battle and ignored the madman's warning. Seeing that the magic circle of the fire monument was about to be completed and activated, the madman threw the fireball in his hand into the air. The flames on both sides of the suspension bridge raised two huge waves of fire, and the waves injected the fire element energy into the fireball in the air. The fireball expanded rapidly in the air, and in a short time it became a fire meteorite with a diameter of 10 meters. The fire meteorite smashed down towards the suspension bridge. As long as the suspension bridge was destroyed, people and demons on it would fall into the sea of fire below. The magic circle would naturally end if it lost stability. Even if the remaining people survived by chance, they would sooner or later be eliminated by the demon family who came to support them. The huge fire meteorite smashed down towards the fire square monument. Tan's task was to protect the activation of the magic circle. Seeing the fire meteorite falling on her head, she held the sword with both hands, accumulated strength, and then swung the sword upward with all her strength. The sword cut through the space, pulling out a huge half-moon sword light. At the moment when the fire meteorite was about to hit the fire monument, the half-moon sword light slashed and cut through the middle of the fire meteorite in one fell swoop. The collision of energy and energy produced a huge explosive force, pushing the fire meteorite that was split into two halves apart and smashing it into the sea of fire on both sides from the edge of the suspension bridge. The madman stared at Tan. He knew that this human woman had strong strength, but he didn't expect that the strength she showed this time was far beyond his estimation. Now this human woman is blocking the front of the fire monument, and the magic circle under the monument has completed the injection. The flames rushed up from the magic circle, forming towering walls of fire on all four sides. Then black figures flew out of the fire wall one after another. They had the bodies of hell demons, but had the standard black wings of fallen angels. They were the black feather demons cultivated by the fallen angels in the black prison. Following the black feather demons, there were some fallen angels. They immediately attacked the crazy demons. The battle started on the suspension bridge and spread to the air. The fallen angel Garland flew out of the fire wall as elegantly as always, and greeted the crazy as if he had met an old friend. Lord Crazy, your castle is too heavily guarded, forcing us to take out the treasured Earth Core Fire Core to set up this teleportation array. If you admit defeat now, you can avoid death. At this time, the sea of fire had illuminated the entire palace. The palace was circular, with a towering platform in the middle and deep pits everywhere else. There was only a suspension bridge connecting the platform and the palace entrance, which had been occupied by the fallen angels and the black feather demons. While protecting the suspension bridge from being destroyed by the demons, they turned around and blocked the entrance to keep the demons out. The madman was trapped on the platform in the center, with only two succubi and several demons who looked very powerful around him. But the madman did not look like a trapped beast. He stood there with confidence and victory. Galland, are you stupid? You actually dared to attack a demon lord. Have you ever thought that even if you take away my territory, what will happen? Other demon lords will never see the fallen angels have the same status as them. Hell is the hell of demons. The fallen angel Garland flew to the edge of the platform and said to the madman in a casual tone, I admit that hell is the hell of demons. But it does not mean that the fallen angels cannot use other methods to own a vast territory that belongs to us. Madman, you don't have to be wary of me. Your opponent this time is not me. If it's not you, who else? At this time, the fire wall around the fire square monument began to rotate and change position. The madman could see that this was the space transmission array repositioning the space coordinates. What else is coming? The firewall stopped moving. And then a foot stepped out from it. And sparks flew when the foot landed. The fire suddenly increased. And a strong figure bathed in fierce flames walked out of the firewall. At the same time, a large number of demons swarmed out from the other firewalls and attacked the demons of the madman without stopping. Tyrant! The madman recognized the demon that was teleported from the firewall. And he asked, "Are you entangled with Highland Venture Capital Company and the fallen angels to snatch my territory? Aren't you worried that your strength can't control them at all? And you will eventually become their puppet?" The demon tyrant walked towards the madman step by step. And sparks flew under his feet with every step. "You once said that with my current strength, it may take 1,000 years to retake the Hellfire City. Anything can happen in 1,000 years. So I can only use you to make a deal with them." The fallen angel Garland made way for the demon tyrant to walk onto the platform and confront the madman. They were all wearing armor given by Highland Venture Capital Company, equally majestic and violent. The madman saw the tyrant's thoughts. "You want to have a one-on-one demon duel with me, and then quickly receive my demon descendants with victory?" The tyrant stretched out his right hand, and a cloud-like flame formed in his palm. "This is the best way to quickly receive your territory, Manager Milia. The fallen angel Garland and I don't want this territory to be involved in a long battle, which will attract the invasion of other demon lords. A one-on-one duel with demons is the best way. If you can defeat or kill me, it will be meaningless for Manager Milia and the fallen angel to continue this war." The madman looked at the fallen angel Garland and the human merchant Milia on the suspension bridge. They really had no intention of directly intervening in this duel. "Tyrant, I admit that you were very strong in the past. But most of your strength came from the red flame torch. Now that the artifact is lost, the magic is weakened, and you have been trapped for 1,000 years. How much strength do you have left that makes you dare to challenge me?" The tyrant stretched out his left hand, and a cloud-like flame rose in his palm. "I also want to know what kind of strength I have now, especially in the hell full of active fire elements." The tyrant stretched out his hands, and the flames on his body formed a large cloud of fire behind him. The sea of fire around the platform was boiling more fiercely, and the fire elements formed clouds that filled the entire palace space. At this time, not only the madman, but even Garland and Tan, who were watching the show on the side, could not help but become solemn. The fire element is recognized as the most violent element. All its forms are full of restlessness, exuding a sense of destruction and destructiveness. However, the fire elements that make up the clouds are unusually quiet at this time, showing the tranquility and plasticity of the water element. Is this still the fire element? Or did the tyrant make the fire element so tame? The madman gathered the fire elements from the air to shape a battle axe, and faced the tyrant as if he was facing a great enemy and took a fighting posture. "Tyrant, it seems that during the period of being sealed, you have experienced adventures that we can't imagine. Such a high affinity for fire elements has turned hell into your absolute home ground. However, demons have a strong resistance to fire elements. The tyrant stretched out his hand and crushed the battle axe in the madman's hand into scattered fire elements. "Since you know that my affinity for fire elements is high, don't show off your fire element spells in front of me. As a demon, you can't use fire elements. How much strength do you have left?" The madman looked at his empty hands and was dumbfounded. Demons, or hell creatures, are born proficient in fire elements, and most of their strength is in fire element spells and skills. Now you don't let me use it. How can I fight? You drag the tyrant out and cover me to escape. I will bring all the demons in the city to rescue you." The restrained madman knew that he was no match for the tyrant, so he wanted to send the demons around him to cover his escape. But he got no response. The madman looked around and saw the succubus Darakova and Matabusa stabbing their trusted demons with knives. Darakova, who realized that he was discovered, looked at the madman pitifully. "Lord, we just want to live." "Sorry." After saying that, Darakova ignored the stunned madman, pulled Matabusa to the corner to prop up a protective shield for herself, and shouted, "Lord Tyrant, our Darakova family and Matabusa family support you to become our lord." The madman cursed, "You two little bitches." Chapter 567 Reform. Since injecting aria of the Song of the Fire Cloud Tide, the demon tyrant felt that his affinity with the fire element had improved by several levels. He knew that he was very strong now, and when he faced the madman and needed to use all his strength, he realized how strong he was. although there was still some gap between him and his heyday. There should not be many people who were qualified to be his opponents in this world where the artifact was lost, especially in hell filled with fire elements. The tyrant suddenly felt invincible. No, I am not invincible in hell. I only got the last potion of aria of the Song of the Fire Cloud Tide from Miss Chi Kong. But Meteorite injected 5 potions and got the complete version of aria of the Song of the Fire Cloud Tide. Fortunately, I have signed a master-servant contract with him. There is another one. Miss Chi Kong. Every once in a while, Miss Chi Kong's strength has been greatly improved. She is unfathomable and is definitely the best in this world. Fortunately, Miss Chi Kong is my big sister. The demon tyrant stretched out his hand, and the fire cloud gathered in his palm like a rainbow effect, and the concentrated fire element compacted and shaped a thick crimson magic book. Then he chanted the spell, and the circle of fire clouds around him rippled with surging clouds, accompanied by a rumbling sound like a galloping horse. The magic book was opened, and the pages inside were flipping, and magic symbols flew out from it, mixing into the fire-colored cloud tide like a piece of music being played. The madman didn't dare to pay attention to the 2 succubi who were hiding. He knew that the tyrant was opening up his power. Seeing that this magic was so powerful, he would definitely die if he didn't do something. He didn't use the fire element to shape the weapon again, but directly showed his sharp claws. The ancient demon language was chanted from the madman's mouth, and his swollen body deformed the armor he was wearing. As the demon magic was released, the madman's skin cracked, and his muscles were pushed open piece by the internal energy. The hot energy erupted from the cracks, and his eyes, nose, ears, and mouth all emitted strong light. The madman, who completed the transformation in the magic, roared like a beast. He rushed towards the tyrant, waving his claws, and the sharp claws scraped sparks in the air, and the space made a sound of scratching glass. Facing the magic attack of the madman, the tyrant did not move. He ignored the attack and continued to chant the spell in an orderly manner. The sharp claws attacked, but hit a layer of fire-colored light film that appeared in front of the tyrant. The claws scratched on it and left 5 scratches, but did not tear the shield. The surrounding fire tide gradually calmed down from surging in the spell, and the restless fire element was subdued again. The spell continued, and the sense of oppression suddenly increased. The madman was really crazy. He kept attacking the tyrant's shield and chanted different ancient demon languages at the same time. His body continued to expand. The largest crack was as wide as a palm. The energy in his body exploded completely without reservation, as if his whole body was about to implode. The increased energy made his horns extend to 1 meter. His attacks were more destructive, and each claw left 5 cracks in the air that took a long time to recover. The shield that the tyrant had unfolded began to deform, with more and more wounds on it, as if it was about to break. At this time, the tyrant stopped chanting, and as the last symbol flew out, the magic book closed the last page. Frenzy. I use the strongest magic to show my respect for you and to commemorate our friendship. We demons were born from destruction and must leave destruction. I will inherit your territory, your demon descendants, and your aspirations. Goodbye. The madman roared and used all his strength to launch a final attack on the tyrant. It is you who should be destroyed. At this time, the fire tide that filled the entire palace instantly shrank to the center, wrapped the madman inside, and then continued to compress. The energy stimulated by the madman's magic exploded during the squeezing process, and the fireball expanded slightly and rebounded for a moment and continued to compress. The implosion energy and the compressed energy kept shrinking, expanding, and shrinking in the confrontation, and the fire tide in the outer circle gradually crystallized. 10 minutes later, the huge maniac was compressed into a ball with a diameter of 1 meter, and 5 minutes later, it was compressed into a ball with a diameter of half a meter. Continue to compress. When the energy of the implosion was exhausted, the compressed energy became a ball with a diameter of 10 centimeters and fell into the palm of the tyrant's hand. The condensed ball showed the texture of amber, and the dense starlight inside was like countless stars were put into it. However, a crack appeared in this beautiful and flawless ball, and then the cracks became more and more, and became larger and larger. In the end, the energy could not maintain the solidified form and fell into pieces in the tyrant's hand. The broken glass body was powdered into fine sand and sprinkled out from the gaps between the tyrant's fingers, and the starlight inside was scattered like released fireflies. A puff of green smoke floated up. The tyrant took a deep breath and inhaled all the green smoke into his nose. Darakova, who was hiding in the corner, asked curiously, "Is the madman dead?" Matabusa stared at the scene in front of her blankly, and murmured, "In a sense, the madman is dead. But in a sense, this is his rebirth. His soul was absorbed by the tyrant, and the spiritual fragments will be scattered all over hell. At some point, some demons will be born in the lava river of hell. They will experience a destined fight. And the demons who finally complete the collection of spiritual fragments will become new ancient demons." "Why do you ask such a common-sense question?" Facing Matabusa's suspicion, Darakova hurriedly explained, "In fact, I have been with your brother since I was born. Because I often move around in the human world, I don't know much about hell. Will the new ancient demon madman seek revenge on the tyrant?" Matabusa accepted Darakova's explanation and replied, "No. It is difficult to kill the ancient demon by conventional means. The tyrant separated the soul and spirit of the madman, which is equivalent to killing the madman. The new ancient demon is no longer a madman. And that must be a long, long time later." After saying that, Matabusa looked at the demon tyrant and said to herself, "Such a strong demon actually works for him. Who is he?" Darakova also asked herself, "Yes, who is he?" After the tyrant killed the madman, the battle in the palace ended. Those demon descendants who directly belonged to the madman could fight for him when he was alive. And after the madman died, they would also become spoils belonging to the new owner. All the demons knelt before the demon tyrant, without a sense of mission to avenge the madman, nor a sense of guilt for switching to a new master, regardless of whether these demons sincerely surrendered or not. This was the rule of hell. The tyrant walked up to the Lord's throne and sat down solemnly. "Inform the patriarchs of all the demon families in the scorched earth city. I, the demon tyrant, defeated the demon madman and became the master of this city and this territory. All the demon families who are willing to swear allegiance to me, come here to see me immediately, after the sand in the hourglass runs out. The demon families that did not come will be regarded as enemies that must be eradicated by me." A lamp demon floated to the side of the Lord's throne. It activated a magic mechanism, and a one-person high hourglass rose. The lamp demon turned the hourglass over, and the funnel filled with golden sand turned to the top. The golden sand flowed down, and the timer began. The lamp demons responsible for the message began to leave the Lord's castle and floated to all directions of the scorched earth city at the fastest speed. The fallen angel Garland noticed that something was wrong. He took the fallen angels to the high platform and surrounded the tyrant. "Tyrant, it turns out that you have been hiding your strength. You not only deceived the madman, but also deceived us. I thought you were sealed for 1,000 years. After losing the artifact, your strength would drop greatly. I originally wanted to help you subdue the madman when necessary, but I didn't expect this result now. I'm afraid I'm not your opponent in a one-on-one duel." Facing the approaching fallen angels, the tyrant looked at his demon descendants. Except for the demon descendants he brought with him, who resolutely stepped forward to block the fallen angels and the black feather demons. The newly conquered demon descendants did not show too strong a desire to fight. In the palace, the fallen angels became the dominant party. Tan stayed on the suspension bridge and stood with her followers. She didn't seem to have the idea of helping the tyrant deal with the fallen angels, but just wanted to see how the tyrant would solve this problem. The tyrant sat firmly on the Lord's throne, with fire clouds floating lightly around him, looking harmless. "Galland, since you know you are not my opponent, you must find your position again. Don't let our good cooperation be interrupted, and do something that makes me unhappy." At this time, Garland was sure that the tyrant wanted to cheat. "You have already made us unhappy. You promised us that after we successfully occupied the Lord's castle, you would hand over the management of this territory to the fallen angels. Now you don't seem to want to fulfill your promise. But I tell you that the fallen angels will not sacrifice in vain. If you don't intend to fulfill your promise, we will take it ourselves." The fallen angels and the black feather demons all took attacking postures, intending to surround and kill the tyrant here before he could firmly sit on the Lord's position. The encirclement narrowed, and the tyrant's direct demons were forced to retreat continuously. The newly conquered demons were still at a loss. "You cowardly guys. When the demon lord you are loyal to is in danger, are you just going to stand by and watch?" Matabusa walked out of the protective shield, grabbed the retreating lamp demon and threw it to the ground, then stepped on the lampshade with her riding boots, and shouted to the bewildered demons, if the territory is taken over by the fallen angels? Do you think you can still stay here? You have been abandoned by 2 demon lords in a row. What kind of treatment can you get if you run to other demon territories? Darakova stepped forward. The Tyrant Lord defeated the Mad Lord in a one-on-one duel. And he is now the legal ruler of this territory. The demons should show the courage they just fought for the Mad Lord and fight not to be enslaved by the fallen angels. Although the slogan shouted by Matabusa and Darakova were a bit stiff. The demons who didn't know what to do just needed a signal. Most of the demons didn't see the backstab of the 2 succubi. They saw that the 2 demon family patriarchs, who were originally subordinate to the Madman Lord, now showed their determination to fight for the new Lord. The herd mentality made the hesitant demons start to confront the fallen angels. Regardless of whether these demons are determined to fight to the death for the new Lord, they have the momentum. This time the fallen angels felt the pressure. They didn't know whether the demons who were originally madmen would rush forward or disperse in a hurry once the fight started. The demon tyrant sat firmly in his position. This period of time was extremely critical. He must show strength, both in terms of strength and psychological strength. Let the demons see that the demons they are loyal to will not panic or even retreat in the face of the enemy. The demon asked Matabusha, who was standing on the front line, "Are you Matabusha?" Matabusha replied, "I am the patriarch of the Matabusha succubus family. Lord Tyrant, my mother was assassinated at the instigation of the madman. And the once powerful Matabusha family has become vulnerable to annexation at any time. Hatred is the reason why I betrayed the madman. Now I surrender to you. And I hope that the Matabusha family will become strong again under my leadership." The tyrant smiled and said, "The Matabusha family will become strong. There is a Red River Fortress in the northeast of my territory. Now the Red River Fortress and the nearby 10-kilometer river bend belong to your Matabusha family. This is my reward for you." Although Matabusa had long known from Luke that she would get a territory belonging to her family, she still couldn't believe it when this moment came. She asked, "Lord, are you really giving me the Red River Fortress and the 10-kilometer river bend?" "Of course it's for you." The tyrant looked at the other demons with the corner of his eyes and continued, "And it is a permanent gift to the Matabusa family. I am different from the madman. The experience of being sealed for 1,000 years has made me think through many things. I want to be a different demon lord, starting from my first reward. As long as my demons have made enough contributions in the future, I will give them permanent land. In hell, not only demons can be lords. Follow me, any demon, even the most humble slave demon, can be a lord as long as they have merits." After the tyrant finished speaking, Matabusa turned around and knelt down. Regardless of the danger of exposing her back to the fallen angel, her body was shaking, and her voice was shaking. "Great Tyrant Lord, I swear to you in the name of my mother that the Matabusa family will always be the most effective weapon in your hands. Your enemies are the mortal enemies of the Matabusa family. Even if we have only teeth left in the battle, we will tear your enemies to pieces and swallow them." After swearing the oath, Matabusa stood up and faced the fallen angel, her eyes spitting fire and her face ferocious. "Foreign fallen angels, do you really want to be enemies with the great Tyrant Lord?" The tyrant's words just now deeply shocked all the demons in the palace, especially the patriarchs of the demon families, who came after hearing the news. They all heard about the reward that Matabusha received. The demon lord, who always held the land tightly in his hand, actually distributed the land to the demons. Moreover, the River Bay area of the Red River Fortress is a rare rich land in hell. There is abundant food in the River Bay and more newborn demons. The Matabusha family that obtained that territory will become strong again in a very short time, and will be stronger than before. The hearts of all the patriarchs of the demon families beat violently uncontrollably. Although they didn't know whether the new lord would fulfill his promise, they still couldn't suppress the restlessness in their chests. Outside fallen angels, "Do you really want to be enemies with the great Tyrant Lord?" More and more demons shouted, and finally formed a huge echoing sound in the palace. Chapter 568 ending. In the palace, the attack and defense are changing. The fallen angels have to confront the tyrant and his demon descendants, and guard against the demon descendants of the former lunatics behind them. Surrounded by them, the fallen angels and the black-feathered demons can't help but panic. If they really fight, they will definitely be overwhelmed by the sea of demon descendants. Not to mention the explosive combat power of the demon tyrant. The fallen angel Garland couldn't help but curse in his heart. He was deceived by the dragons in the Moonlight King's court, and deceived by the demons in hell. Thousands of years ago, everyone belonged to the same camp. How can you be so shameless now? Tyrant Lord, Garland acknowledged the tyrant's ownership of this territory as soon as he opened his mouth. We, the fallen angels, have no intention of being your enemy. It's just that in order for you to seize the lunatic's territory, the fallen angels have made great efforts, and even took out the extremely precious Earth Core Fire Core to support such a large-scale space transmission. If I go back empty-handed, how can I explain to our leader Azazel? The tyrant had no intention of completely turning against the fallen angels. They have been entrenched in the Black Prison for thousands of years, and the outside world has no idea how powerful they are now. So Garland found a way out, and the tyrant also went downhill. If the fallen angels cherish the friendship we have established because of this battle, I will certainly not let my friends go back empty-handed. I can give you a piece of land as the territory of the fallen angels, but your contributions are too great. If the territory I give you is too small, it seems that I am unfair in rewarding and punishing. If the territory I give you is too large, it will make me feel uneasy. Garland heard a turning point from the tyrant. Do you have any good suggestions? The tyrant replied, if the fallen angels help me take back the Hellfire City, I will help the fallen angels seize the territory. I don't need to be the nominal lord. The fallen angels will openly become the lords in hell. Any demon who dares to attack you is the enemy of me. The tyrant. The tempting conditions did not make Garland forget that he had just been deceived by the tyrant. Do you think the fallen angels will still believe you? Ha ha ha. Since I can give my demons a territory, why can't I give you the fallen angels a territory? My actions have made me the enemy of other demon lords in hell. You who have obtained a territory are also the enemies of the demon lords in hell. We can share the pressure with each other. We are natural allies. We will struggle together in the waves of siege, and we will die together. The doubts disappeared from Garland's face. The tyrant really had no reason to deceive the fallen angels this time. Giving the fallen angels the territory was not because he really had any kindness, but because he wanted to pull the fallen angels onto his chariot. Garland also laughed. Yes. 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 We are all incompatible with this hell, and we have to become allies in life and death. Just like the war 1,000 years ago that made all the demons in hell join hands. Let us struggle together in the waves of siege, and we will die together. After saying that, Garland flew towards the tyrant. The tyrant stood up from the Lord's throne and asked the demons who were blocking him to move away. He faced the fallen angel Garland and held hands together. All the fallen angels, black feather demons, and demons raised their weapons together to witness the unbreakable alliance. At this time, Tan stood on the suspension bridge and watched quietly. This time, the attack on the Lord's castle was in her plan, but the process was beyond her expectations. First, she greatly underestimated the combat power of the demon tyrant. Then she greatly underestimated the political wisdom of the demon tyrant. He accepted all the demons of the madman almost without any gaps, and asked the fallen angels, who had just turned against each other, to shake hands and form an alliance. Can I control such an ancient demon? How much truth and how much falsehood did he say to me? Ten had no way to judge now, but she knew that she had just witnessed a very important moment in the history of hell, and hell was about to start a tragic battle. This trip to hell did not complete the task of expelling the Golden Shield Empire from hell, but the task of provoking a large-scale civil war in hell was completed. I wonder if the Council of Elders is satisfied. When the tyrant shook hands with Garland, his eyes glanced at Tan on the suspension bridge. His heart was full of respect for the meteorite. Just a few words, and the fallen angel, the resentful woman, willingly stuck to her side. With the fallen angel, I can share half of my pressure. No, the meteorite boss said, it's more than half. For the fallen angel, they can fail, but they will never allow me to fail. If they fail, I can help them regain their territory. But if I fail, their territory will eventually be lost because there is no legal support. Hell is the hell of demons. The fallen angels are a group of outsiders after all. If they want space, they must rely on demons. As for the shining gold people, if you can hide it from them for one day, you will earn one day's support. As for how to deal with Tan, you still need to ask the meteorite boss for a countermeasure. The next thing will be very smooth. The tyrant's legal rule over the territory is the prerequisite for the fallen angels to have their own territory in the future. Therefore, Garland took the fallen angels and the black feather demons to the border of the territory to monitor the movements of the neighbors for the tyrant to prevent the neighboring demon lords from taking the opportunity to invade. The tyrant took advantage of this opportunity to complete the loyalty ceremony of the demon family. After completely controlling the scorched earth city, He quickly occupied the entire territory. The flags of the fortresses guarding various places were changed, and the scattered demon tribes sent representatives to the scorched earth city to pay tribute and swear allegiance to the new lord. The whole process of receiving the territory was orderly, and there was almost no fighting. At the same time, the movements of the Matabusa family were also watched by all the demon families. They all wanted to see whether the new lord would fulfill his reward or be fickle like a demon and find an excuse to cancel the reward and fiefdom of the Matabusa family. In the Black Castle of Scorched Earth City, the entire Matabusa family was in a state of busyness. All the succubi and their vassal demons were packing their bags together. They were about to move to the territory of the Matabusa succubus family in the Red River Fortress. There was a rich river bay there, and the family would soon prosper. In the secret room, Matabusa did not pester Luke this time, but stood there respectfully. In the struggles of all parties in Scorched Earth City, she could be said to have witnessed the ability of her brother firsthand. The powerful madman lord, who was as powerful as the sun, was destroyed like an ice cube thrown into a lava river, and disappeared easily. The even more powerful tyrant lord was respectful to him and obeyed his orders, as if he was a follower of this human. That was an ancient demon. Who could make an ancient demon bow his head? But his brother did it. He didn't need to show up. He secretly changed the flags of a huge city and a vast territory. He didn't show his force. He just used wisdom to let all parties be led by the nose and follow his preset route. He even made his competitors willingly support the demon lord he supported. At this time, Matabusa didn't dare to sit next to Luke. She felt terrified just standing here. She feared Luke more than respected him. She didn't even dare to raise her head. It was rare for Luke to sit alone on this bed-like chair and enjoy the spaciousness. I asked the tyrant, and he said he had notified the garrison of the Red River Fortress that the Red River Fortress would be taken over by the Matabusa family. After you complete the handover with the garrison at the Red River Fortress, it will belong to you. Brother, no. Sir. Matabusa changed the title. She was 90% sure that this human was not her brother. She asked reluctantly, "Are you going to leave the Scorched Earth City?" Luke replied, "Yes. I don't belong here after all. My trip to hell has come to an end. I will let Darakova give you instructions on how to act in the future. You should develop well in the Red River Fortress. The battle of hell is about to begin. I have given you the opportunity to become the Queen of Succubus. Whether you can grasp it depends on you." Darakova did not stay by Luke's side this time. The battle for the Scorched Earth City opened her eyes again. Back in Winter City, he obtained important intelligence by himself, reversed the situation in the Snow City War, and changed the trend of the war between the County Union and the Golden Shield Empire. He even successfully instigated a key figure in the County Union to rebel, making the intelligence of the two countries unilaterally transparent. This time in Hell, he once again replicated the miracle of Winter City, and its strategic significance is far greater than his trip to Winter City. It can be said that no matter what the outcome of the war in Hell is in the future, his influence on Hell will become crucial. This is one of the 5 ancient civilizations, and it is also the most chaotic and most avoided Hell. Now Darakova vaguely guessed the identity of this mysterious man. The only reason why she was still unsure was, how could that high-ranking man personally take such a great risk to go to the enemy country and enter Hell? Hearing Luke call her name, Darakova couldn't help but ask, "Do you really want to leave me in Hell?" Leaving Darakova in Hell was the result of Luke's careful consideration. He replied, "I can't take you to the Empire. Letting you go back will only put you in danger. The value of the bald man to me allows him to do something against my will. I have no way to protect you. In Hell, I need a contact person who can coordinate the work of all parties. This job is very important. It requires professionals. And more importantly, my trust." Darakova smiled. "You can't take me back to the Empire. Is it because of your fiancé?" Luke looked at Darakova, and she was looking at him, her eyes bold and full of desire to win. Luke knew that Darakova had guessed his identity, and he answered truthfully, "Yes. Part of the reason is because of my fiancé. She loves me very much, and I love her too, and I respect this relationship, so I can only say sorry to you. You are indeed him." After getting the answer, the light in Darakova's eyes dimmed, but she quickly regained her confidence. "I am convinced that I lost to that woman. Women in the polar regions will not stop for feelings. Since you have chosen a battlefield suitable for me, I will work for you in the future. I have also reserved one for the future king of Hell." Matabusa said at this time, "Sister Darakova, my family and I are going to the Red River Fortress. This black castle will be occupied by other demons if it is left empty. Why not give it to you and your family? Our two families must take care of each other, and work hard for the adults together. Darikova smiled charmingly. Okay, sister. When Luke was about to leave the Scorched Earth City and return to the Empire, Ten was also preparing to return to the Golden Valley. At this time, the Tyrant Lord lifted the seal on the Highland Venture Capital Company. The company's business not only resumed, but also gained a lot of convenience. In order to gain support and turn to the Shining Gold civilization, the Tyrant sent troops to provide escort services for the transport team of the Highland Venture Capital Company, and also formed a professional debt collection group with the fallen angels to recover the debts. The losses of the Shining Gold people decreased, and the expansion of the Hell market accelerated. However, the Tyrant in Purgatory was somewhat out of reach of the edge of Hell, where the Golden Shield Empire was entrenched. Moreover, the Tyrant and the fallen angels each had their own territories to rob, and after they succeeded, they would have to face a war that offended the entire Hell. It might be a long time before they attacked the edge of Hell. Therefore, the competition between the World Bank and the Golden Shield Empire in Hell will also become long-term, and no one can stop the other from obtaining resources from Hell. In this situation, it would be a waste to keep Tan in Hell. After receiving the notice, Tan was handing over the business to the manager who replaced her. But there was always an indescribable feeling of discomfort in her heart. But she didn't know where this discomfort came from, as if there was still a mystery in the Scorched Earth City that she had not solved. Ying. Tan used telepathy to contact her twin sister. Isn't it too simple? Ying's response was slightly delayed. Tan, I don't know the situation there, so I can't make a judgment for you. My suggestion is to tell your doubts to the manager who replaced you. Golden Valley needs you more. It seems that this is the only way. I haven't been back to the secular world for a long time. Has anything changed? There are many things. The source of divine power in the Emerald Forest changed, and a war broke out between the Forest Elves and the Headhunters. The result caused the dragon to return to the Emerald Forest after 1,000 years, and the Forest Elves joined the free trade body led by the Golden Shield Empire. There is also an important thing. The Archangel Ilzer of Sky City was assassinated by a holy judgment angel in the Emerald Forest. Hearing this news, Tan was stunned. An archangel died, and he was assassinated by the Holy Judgment Angel. What is the situation in Sky City now? Sky City has blocked the news, and we can't know what's going on inside the angels. Dan, this world is about to enter a new war, which will be more complicated than the war 1,000 years ago. The Elders' Council is arguing every time they hold a meeting. They don't let me tell you these things, worried that it will affect your affairs in Hell. With just a few words, Ten can feel how tense the situation outside is, and the Elders' Council is still cautious about itself. It seems that I must return to Golden Valley as soon as possible. Ing. Help me notify the World Bank's Bad Debt Processing Office. I must meet all the debt collectors' captains immediately after I arrive in Golden Valley. I will do it. Tan, I really want to see you soon. Soon. Ing. Chapter 569. Let's go. Teresa. The fuse of the Hell War was ignited. Luke went to Winter Capital through the territory of the demon Chien. After meeting with Helkin again, he set out on the road back to the Empire. Almost at the same time, Ten also returned to the secular world from Hell and boarded a ship bound for the Golden Valley. All debt collectors in the World Bank's Bad Debt Processing Office received Ying's message, but the Shining Gold Elders' Council knew nothing about this information. A change was brewing, just waiting for Tan's return. At this time, the internal contradictions in Sky City reached a peak and had to be resolved. Teresa, who was in the Holy Lewin City Cathedral of the Golden Shield Empire, received an order from the Sword of Oath, requiring her to immediately lead the subordinate Holy Judgment Angels back to Sky City. This order was something Teresa couldn't disobey. The Holy Judge Angels of the temple prepared the trip, and she took a short time to visit Chi Kong. Ever since she went to the Emerald Forest, Chi Kong has liked nectar tea. She specifically asked for some rare seeds from Makatina, opened a botanical garden in the museum, and even took water from the Moon Lake under the World Tree for irrigation at no cost. Such careful cultivation and blending made the nectar tea made by Chi Kong have a different flavor from the nectar tea of the Emerald Magic Academy. Since there was nectar tea, Teresa not only came to take classes and eat, but also came to take tea on time during tea time. After a cup of tea was brewed, Teresa picked up the teacup and took a sip. Her complicated mood made it difficult for her to taste the charm of the tea. Originally, I shouldn't tell you this kind of thing. But, Teresa hesitated for a while, and said, but I always feel that you are standing at a height that none of us can reach, overlooking the changes in the world. As if you are a life form higher than all of us. Qi Kong sipped tea and smiled and said, I have accepted the authority of the world tree. It seems that you are not wrong to say that I am a life form higher than all of you. If you want to talk about the great changes that are about to happen in Sky City. In fact, all parties in this world are waiting for this great change to come. Teresa asked curiously, is it so obvious? The assassination of an archangel exposed the contradictions that had accumulated for thousands of years in Sky City. If the world order was stable a few years ago, the angels would be able to suppress the conflict again. But the world now is not the world of the past, or even the world of yesterday. If Sky City cannot decide who has the final say at this time, the angels will not be able to deal with the next fight. Teresa was silent. When she received the order to return to Sky City, she asked the Sword of Oath, can't it be avoided? The answer of the Sword of Oath is very similar to that of Clear Sky. The Archangel and Archangel Gold have been working to free the angels from the influence left by the Shining Gold civilization. And the Sword of Oath believes that it is precisely because of the influence of the Shining Gold civilization that the angels have unparalleled combat power. Left? Right? We could compromise and take a middle value before. But now we have to decide a direction. Even if we have to use force. Alas, Teresa sighed, it is unclear who will be friends and who will be enemies in the future. Even in the ancient wars. I have never been so unclear about the road ahead. In the process of getting along with you, I have learned a lot. I cherish our friendship very much. I really don't want us to be in two camps on the battlefield one day. Qi Kong poured tea for Teresa. If Sky City does not accept human civilization to dominate the world, we are likely to be enemies. Human civilization. Teresa fell into memories. During this period, she was immersed in her studies. The deeper you go into human civilization, the more you will be shocked by the vast knowledge. Human civilization has now challenged the Shining Gold civilization and has shown the potential to surpass the 5 ancient civilizations. Will the 5 self-proclaimed advanced creatures allow this to happen? After a while, Teresa asked, if we leave this time, will we never come back? Of course. Qi Kong gave a positive answer. After you and the Holy Angel of Judgment leave, the Empire will immediately abolish the Templar Knights. Once there is a major change in Sky City, the Empire can take the opportunity to abolish the Templar. When Sky City quells the civil strife, the various extraordinary warriors and super weapons developed by the Empire should be able to be mass-produced. After listening to Qi Kong's words, Teresa laughed. It seems that you think the Sword of Oath has a high chance of winning. The Sky City led by him will definitely regard the Golden Shield Empire as an opponent or enemy. This is the rule of this world. It is difficult for those who speak with reason to defeat those who use fists. The ideals of the Archangel and Archangel Gold are worthy of respect. But they are too idealistic. I just hope that you can maintain a certain degree of rationality and radicalism and be able to step on the brakes at the critical moment. Teresa shook her head. You think too highly of me. I hope I don't underestimate you. At this time, Jennifer walked in with a stack of books in her hands. Qi Kong asked Jennifer to put the book next to Teresa. Your time studying here is too short. These are the books I picked for you. Then I will give you a piece of advice from my own experience. Never forget to study. Especially for a race like us with a long lifespan. We should not waste our time on daydreaming. Because we will be out of touch with the times if we are not careful. Teresa flipped through the book cover. Thank you, Miss Qi Kong. I don't know when we will meet again after this separation. I have one last question. Is the artifact in St. Louis City? For the first time, Teresa made clear the purpose of her coming to St. Louis City. She looked at Qi Kong and waited for an answer. Qi Kong smiled and said, No. Teresa asked nervously. Where is the artifact? Qi Kong replied. That was the last question. Let's go. Spread the holy book first. Sky City needs you. Teresa's expression changed several times. The news of the artifact was within reach. But she knew that Qi Kong would never tell her more information. Okay. In the end, Teresa could only put down the burden in her heart temporarily. She picked up the book and stood up. Let's say goodbye here. Teresa left. And the Holy Judge Angel left. In order to seize control of Sky City, the Sword of Oath must concentrate all its power. The group of Holy Inquisition angels placed in St. Louis City are the backbone of the Holy Inquisition. and Teresa is regarded as the right-hand man of the Sword of Oath. As soon as the Angels of Silver Manor left, the Empire declared the Templar Knights an illegal armed force. With the internal and external cooperation of the Imperial Secret Service, the once powerful Templar Knights were quickly extinguished. Then the Empire announced the abolition of the Holy Temple of St. Louis City and the recovery of Silver Manor. As soon as Luke returned to the imperial capital from the County Union, Queen Christina gave him Silver Manor as the Duke's mansion. At the same time, the whole empire was preparing for the wedding of the Duke of Raging Waves and the eldest princess. In the palace, the three giants of the empire held a small meeting. Luke first briefly recounted his journey to Hell. Queen Christina and Princess Agatha seemed to be listening to a bizarre and erotic novel. Hell, that is the legendary source of sin. Going to Hell is the most vicious curse. But this time, the meteorite not only went to Hell, but also went deep into the center of Hell. Purgatory. Not only did he enter Purgatory, but he also helped the demon tyrant kill an ancient demon and snatched an important territory. What on earth did this man do? Let me drink some water and take a breath. Queen Christina had just been holding her breath to listen to Luke's story, fearing that she would miss the wonderful passages. After Luke finished telling the story, she took a few deep breaths, drank a glass of water, and said with emotion after she recovered, "If someone else told this story, I would definitely send him to Agatha and let him taste all the tortures of the Imperial Secret Service. But you told me this story, so I have to believe it. From this moment on, my previous fear of Hell is gone, and I don't know how to express my current mood." 2. In the end, Queen Christina kept her composure and didn't swear. Princess Agatha was also like being hit on the head. It took a long time for her to calm down. She asked the key question, "Are you sure that the demon tyrant is on our side? You know, the devil is fickle. When he becomes strong, he may turn against us." Luke summoned the contract. The tyrant signed a master-servant contract with me. This kind of contract is still very binding on the devil. And for this kind of magic contract, I believe that the tyrant knows what I can give him, which he can't get from anywhere else. The confidence in her man made Agatha no longer consider whether the tyrant would turn against her. As long as the tyrant is smart enough, he will never do such a stupid thing. Next, the Empire will open up a new battlefield in Hell. Agatha knew that what she said was right, but it was always awkward to say it. Opening up a battlefield in Hell. Is this something a person can say? But this is the fact. Luke replied, "At present, it seems that the World Bank is preparing to fight an agent war in Hell. They support the tyrant to start a territorial war. First take over Purgatory, and then advance to the edge of Hell, and finally squeeze the Empire's power out of Hell, and cut off our access to Hell resources. We can also foster agents in Hell. The three-headed dog army of Demon Chien has been armed and trained by the Empire, and has a very good combat capability. I can let Demon Chien also start a territorial battle on the edge of Hell. On the one hand, it can effectively relieve the pressure on the tyrant, and on the other hand, it can force the Shining Gold people to increase their support for the tyrant. When the two of them meet in Hell, Hell will be completely on our side." Listening to Luke's plan, Queen Christina and Agatha thought more and more that Hell's layout was wonderful. Both agent forces have very strong territorial needs, and at the same time, the absolute hostility makes them need to speed up their expansion, forcing the Golden Shield Empire and the World Bank that support them behind the scenes to constantly transfuse blood. It can be said that the two strongest economies in the world work together to promote the war of unification of Hell, which is difficult to resist for the scattered parties in Hell. Moreover, there is no external force involved on the surface. It is difficult for the demon lords to reach a real consensus in a civil war in Hell, and they will be eliminated one by one. The wonderful thing about this war in Hell is that the Demon Chien and the Demon Tyrant seem to be enemies, but because they are at the two poles of Hell, they can't reach each other if they want to fight. Therefore, they can only target the unlucky people nearby. When they expand, they will stimulate a stronger desire for expansion because of the increase in the power of the other party. When the two of them met, the overall situation in Hell had been decided, and the only thing left was to decide who would be the boss. The decision was not in the hands of the World Bank. They were just workers, and they paid for resources and took away half of the investment for the Golden Shield Empire. It really took the conspiracy to the extreme. The more I think about the subtlety of this situation, the more I can't help but sigh. Queen Christina said, "It seems that the Empire has won a victory in the confrontation with Hell in advance. The The wisdom of the Prime Minister of Meteor is worth 1,000,000 troops. And the Golden People put too much attention on the proxy war in Hell. And their desire to launch attacks in other directions will be reduced. What should we do next? Luke asked Agatha, what is the current situation of the war against the Accounting Union? Agatha took out a document from her briefcase and gave it to Luke and Queen Christina respectively. The Imperial Snow Corps has crossed the border and brought the war into the territory of the Accounting Union. The resistance of the County Union is very tenacious. Of course, according to your plan, the Empire also controlled the war in local conflicts and did not launch a higher intensity attack. However, with the financial and technical support of the World Bank, the technical iteration and upgrade of the Accounting Union is progressing very fast. Not only has the same Dreadnought-class battleship entered the production stage, but the Magic Titan and the Steam Titan have also made breakthroughs in key technologies. Intelligence shows that the Accounting Union is also forming a Magic Corps, and there will be more new weapons and new tactics on the battlefield in the future. Luke looked at the intelligence collected by the Imperial Secret Service. Although Luke learned some information from Helkin when he met him in Winter City, but Helkin's identity is very important, and he cannot be asked for all intelligence. The conventional intelligence still needs to be obtained by the Imperial Secret Service itself. After receiving full support from the World Bank, the Accounting Union quickly recovered from the defeat in the north. The living standards of the people have been significantly improved, and the anti-war sentiment has naturally been suppressed. The scope of activities of the Winter City Freedom Army has returned from the surface to the underground, entering a development trough area. Now the Accounting Union has been fully activated as the war machine of the World Bank, and the country has transformed into a comprehensive militarization. New weapons have been developed, and new armies have been formed, preparing to fight a war with the Golden Shield Empire that will determine the fate of the country. Facing such a mad dog Accounting Union, the Empire still feels strong pressure. During Luke's trip to Hell, Queen Christina ordered a limited military mobilization, recruiting experienced retired soldiers to form 2 supplementary corps of 100,000 people. At the same time, Sinclair was ordered to lead a part of the Royal First Magic Corps to move to St. Louis City. After replenishing a batch of weapons and equipment transported from the City of Rage in St. Louis City, they headed north to the north, ready to replace the Snow Corps to enter the Accounting Union for combat. I believe that the first battlefield confrontation of magic weapons will soon appear. Chapter 570 Tranquility. The local war between the Golden Shield Empire and the Accounting Union, as well as the military competition with the World Bank, have driven all forces in the world to actively arm their armies and prepare for a full-scale war that could break out at any time. Therefore, the turnover of the international arms market has risen rapidly in a straight-line upward pattern. With its leading weapons and equipment, the Golden Shield Empire has taken 60% of the national arms market share. Among them, the Dreadnought-class battleships, Kira-class airships and Steam Titans, once the Empress of the Empire agreed to sell them to foreign countries, immediately received snowflake-like orders. Even though the Imperial Cabinet's Foreign Equipment Sales Office has stated several times that these weapons are monkey versions with incomplete functions and are extremely expensive, it cannot stop some countries from tightening their belts and buying a few sets. This result was also what Luke had expected. The speed at which the Golden Shield Empire launched new weapons was so fast that small countries could not keep up. Even medium-sized, and even some large countries were in the process of research and development. They clearly realized that this was not something they could afford. They might have spent countless manpower and financial resources to achieve some results, but in the end, they became the leftovers of others, eliminated. Since the Golden Shield Empire is willing to sell these weapons and equipment, it is really better to buy than to make. If you want to obtain these advanced weapons, you can't be stubborn and follow the World Bank to block the Golden Shield Empire. So it happened that the World Bank repeatedly increased the intensity of sanctions against the Golden Shield Empire, and the Golden Shield Empire gradually became the largest trading country in many countries. The Golden Shield Empire now has one hand of energy and one hand of high-end weapons. Relying on the free trade body and its own strong supply and demand capabilities, it can be said that the World Bank's desire to strike the empire economically has become an unrealistic delusion. This also makes the World Bank constantly adjust its means of dealing with the Golden Shield Empire. Support the Accounting Alliance. Engage in agent confrontation in Hell. Hire mercenaries to mess up the Empire's overseas colonies, and collect the debts owed by the former government of the Kingdom of Rio. Another thing worth being vigilant about is, Agatha said, the World Bank has provided a large amount of loans to Celtic through a branch established in the holy mountain of Tadega Hills. Many equipments are smuggled into Tadega Hills, and the strength of the Barbarian Legion is rapidly increasing. Now that part of the Royal First Magic Legion has been transferred to the north, the strength of the Triumph Fortress has been weakened, and the Celts may launch an offensive to improve their political appearance and ask for more funding from the World Bank. Luke took the intelligence related to Tadega Hill from Agatha. After reading it, he expressed his thoughts. I don't think the policy on Tadega Hill needs to change too much. According to the trade data statistics of the City of Rage, since the Empire tacitly allows the circulation of non-military materials in Tadega Hill to the outside world, the human merchants there have gained most of the benefits. If the Barbarian Legion makes any unusual moves, we only need to strangle the necks of the human merchants in Tadega Hill, and they will naturally do something for their own interests. Therefore, I think it is not necessarily a bad thing for the Celts to attack the Empire. It is a good opportunity to see how much the influence of human merchants will increase after the factory ban is lifted. Agatha asked, are we going to let the World Bank collude with the Celts? Of course we can't let the World Bank do things on our territory. Luke turned to Queen Christina and asked, I just returned to the Imperial capital and heard that the Golden Shield Warrior project has achieved results. Can it be put into actual combat? The Golden Shield Warrior is a type of super warrior transformed by a comprehensive upgrade based on the original Cross Warrior. They have a strong physique transformed by extraordinary biotechnology, and have a special alchemical armor embedded with the backbone. Their combat capabilities are comparable to those of the Golden Man, and they have high attack, high defense, and superb melee capabilities. Queen Christina has been personally in charge of the development of the Golden Shield Warrior, so she knows this project better than anyone else. The experimental subjects involved in the development of the Golden Shield Warrior are all top students from the Royal Magic Academy. They not only have superb magical attainments, but also have excellent physical fitness. The extraordinary transformation is in the charge of the Imperial Extraordinary Biological Cultivation Center. The Golden Shield Warrior's external armor and weapons are all in the charge of the Imperial Alchemy Engineering Bureau. And the steam flying wings are developed by the Imperial Global Steam Heavy Industry. In addition, we also want to thank Ms. Qin Kong for providing the various parameters of the golden armor of the Golden Shield Warrior for the development of the Golden Shield Warrior. Now the Golden Shield Warrior has completed the first batch of trial combinations. There are 10 groups in total, 3 of which are successful, reaching a 30% assembly success rate. 3 groups produce 3 Golden Shield Warriors. This number is definitely not enough for the number of golden people, but the human base is here. Once the production of Golden Shield Warriors is industrialized and the process is improved to increase the assembly success rate, the advantages of human civilization will be reflected. After Queen Christina finished speaking, she knocked on the armrest of the chair, and the magical image of the Golden Shield Warrior was projected on the table between the 3 people, as well as the various data that the Golden Shield Warrior can now achieve. The first batch of Golden Shield Warriors still retain the embedded metal of the Crusaders, which was the component connecting the skeleton and the exocolonized armor, with a total of 35 attachment points, including the top of the head. Then the magic image began to show the armor. The inner armor components were first nested and fixed with the attachment points, and then the components were connected and fixed to each other and shrunk. At this time, the Golden Shield Warrior was like wearing a soft metal tights. Then came the alchemical enchantment layer, which was attached to the inner armor layer by layer like a tool. There were 13 layers in total. Moreover, after the alchemical enchantment layer was completed, the overall armor did not thicken significantly, which shows how superb the alchemical technology used was. Finally, there was the heavy armor layer, which was also divided into multiple bulk components, which were closed together after being fixed with the inner armor. The whole set of external armor showed a rough beauty. After the built-in enchantment was activated, the entire armor surface showed a platinum texture of metallic color. Just looking at the appearance, it can be seen that its defensive performance must be very strong. After finishing the dress, the Golden Shield Warrior in the video made some actions one after another. The seemingly bulky armor showed good flexibility, showing the cutting-edge design ability of the Golden Shield Empire. Then came the weapons and plugins equipped for the Golden Shield Warrior. Each Golden Shield Warrior was equipped with a rectangular equipment box, which could provide different options for the Golden Shield Warrior according to different situations. The main weapon of the Golden Shield Warrior was a slashing knife, and the optional weapons were javelin, heavy machine crossbow, amplification wand, tower shield. In addition, there were 2 steam flying wings. With a Golden Shield Warrior, the Empire would select 10 Crusaders as entourages, who were responsible for providing combat material transportation, battlefield intelligence collection, combat assistance. It can be said that a Golden Shield warrior represents a tactical team capable of independent combat on a high-level battlefield. The application of the tactical system has brought the Golden Shield warrior closer to the top creatures of the 5 ancient civilizations. Of course, the cost of a Golden Shield warrior is also extremely high. If it were not for the Empire entering a paramilitary state, it would be difficult to develop it so quickly, let alone establish an assembly line. As for the evaluation of the combat effectiveness of the Golden Shield warrior, the data is also very good and optimistic. After watching the display of the Golden Shield warrior, Luke said to Queen Christina, "The data from the laboratory cannot be fully trusted. The Golden Shield warrior must have defects that we have not discovered. These defects can only be found by our opponents. I suggest launching a special operation of the Extraordinary Unit into Tedegia Hills, letting the Golden Shield warriors sneak into Tedegia Hills and attack the Golden Man." When Queen Christina and Agatha heard that Luke actually proposed to use the only 3 Golden Shield warriors to attack the Golden Man in Tedegia Hills, they showed distressed expressions. The 3 Golden Shield warriors, who successfully completed the assembly, were well protected in the laboratory, and a professional support team was responsible for their training and daily life. Except that they could not leave the laboratory at will. Their treatment was definitely comparable to that of royal family members. Letting such a precious child go deep behind enemy lines to conduct special operations. It would be painful to lose one. Queen Christina refused on the spot to test the combat effectiveness of the Golden Shield warriors. It is not necessary to push them to the battlefield, and directly attacking the Shining Gold people will trigger a direct military confrontation between them and the Empire. Luke persuaded, first, send Holy Book Teresa back to Sky City. Sky City is about to undergo a huge change. The Sword of Oath will most likely become the Archangel and truly become the leader of the angels. The whole world is waiting for news from Sky City to see what decision the Sword of Oath will make after taking over Sky City. Therefore, during this period, the world will enter a calm in the storm, and even the Shining Gold people will not easily use force on a large scale. This is a short window period that will end at an unknown time. The Empire must know the true level of the super force we have developed. Not only the Golden Shield warriors will go to Tedegia Hill, but also the extraordinary warriors developed by Miss Qi Kong, and the magic titans produced by Fury City, all of which must go to the battlefield to be tested by their opponents. Now there is no place more suitable than Tedegia Hill for the Empire to test and develop extraordinary forces. Triumph Fortress provides a safe camp for Golden Shield warriors, extraordinary warriors, and magic titans to attack and retreat. The Royal First Magic Corps has done a very good job of intelligence reconnaissance on Tedegia Hill, and can provide soldiers to assist the extraordinary forces in infiltration special operations, and at the same time allow the First Magic Corps to adapt to the future battlefield mode in advance. Luke analyzed seriously, and Queen Christina and Agatha leaned forward to listen carefully. They all recognized Meteor's foresight on the international situation, and the great changes that were about to break out in Sky City did attract the attention of the whole world. Using special operations against the Golden Man at this time is like taking advantage of the fire. But the Golden Man should not really step forward and fight directly with the Golden Shield Empire before getting the results of Sky City. Before the results of the great changes in Sky City come out. No one dares to make big moves except for the hell of dead pigs not afraid of boiling water. In other words, if the Golden Man is attacked in Tedegia Hills, if he makes a big fuss but does not use large-scale military retaliation against the Golden Shield Empire after making a big fuss, it will greatly weaken the influence of the Golden Man. Therefore, the Golden people will only choose to retaliate silently, and the battle will be limited to special operations. The Golden Shield Empire is still capable of dealing with it. Special operations have become feasible, so the expensive manufacturing costs of the Golden Shield warriors will not be a question of whether the huge empire is willing or unwilling to spend. Extraordinary forces are created to let them go to the battlefield. Just as Meteorite just said, whether the Golden Shield warriors can fight must be decided by their opponents. I agree to send the Golden Shield warriors into the Tedegia Hills to carry out special operations against the Golden people. Queen Christina made a decision. The Cabinet and the Imperial General Staff will jointly make a plan and hand it over to me. The Imperial Secret Intelligence Bureau must also increase intelligence collection on the Tedegia Hills and the Golden people. The Golden Shield warriors must not be sacrificed in vain. The St. Louis City Garrison Corps has increased its defense level to guard against the Golden Man's revenge against the Empire's dignitaries. Luke and Agatha responded in unison, We will obey your will. Your Majesty. The serious matter was over, and Queen Christina smiled with a relaxed look. Since this period is a window period, the world will not make any big moves. I think your wedding can be more grand. I think many heads of state will definitely be willing to come in person to congratulate. After all, a wedding does not have as strong political significance as the Queen's coronation. We can also use this wedding to reconfirm the positions of all parties. When talking about the wedding, Agatha lost her princess's dignified manner and looked at Luke with affection in her eyes. Of course, I hope our wedding is as grand as possible. But the more people come, the higher the danger. Luke said confidently, I agree with your Majesty's proposal. This may be the last large-scale gathering of world leaders before the world goes into chaos. The last world carnival. I believe most people will cherish this moment and will not make me unhappy. Luke's words and the momentum he showed made Queen Christina feel dazed for a while. And she couldn't help but recall the moment when he suddenly appeared in the Snow City. And then the two of them sat in the carriage together and returned to the imperial capital overnight. At that time, what I felt from him was a sense of security. His confidence and temperament would make people unconsciously believe in him and believe that he would be able to protect my safety. Sometimes I really envy Agatha. She can like whoever she wants without any scruples. And I already belong to the Empire. Queen Christina instantly realized that she had said the wrong thing. She paused and continued, The Empire is everything to me. The luck of the Empire is to have you. I hand Agatha to you, and the Empire to you. I hope you will be happy for the rest of your life, and hope that the Empire will always prosper. I will give you a vacation. Your wedding preparations will be left to me, and the work will be left to the cabinet and the Secret Service. This is a rare quiet time, not only for the world, but also for you. Queen Christina grabbed Agatha's hand and put it in Luke's hand, representing her blessing and also representing the severance of that budding emotion. Chapter 571 Wedding Preparation. After the meeting of the three giants of the Empire, Queen Christina immediately ordered the entire Golden Shield Warrior development team to go to the Triumph Fortress in Tadega Hills, and notified Sinclair to prepare for reception and protection. Luke also ordered the two existing Magic Titan test machines and the support team in the city of Raging Waves to go to the Triumph Fortress. Then Chi Kong sent an extraordinary warrior to the Triumph Fortress. The special operation against the World Bank branch in Tadega Hills is about to begin. In order to deal with the revenge of the Shining Gold Man, and to ensure the smooth wedding of the Duke of Raging Waves and the eldest princess, the defense level of the Imperial capital was quietly raised by several levels. Not only did the city garrison begin to assist in the city's security, but some new equipment that had been secretly developed and had achieved results was also placed in the palace and important buildings. In order to provide enough magic energy, the Magic Laboratory of Raging Waves City also specially built a large element fusion reactor in St. Louis City to meet the increased demand for magic energy. Therefore, after entering the dark night, unlike the brightly lit St. Louis City and Raging Waves City, the entire city can see slowly rippling magic energy waves, which look like floating colorful ribbons. After the Queen's coronation ceremony, the city residents once again entered the carnival warm-up. Large quantities of materials were supplied to the city, and the prices of previously very expensive goods were greatly reduced, becoming something that ordinary people could also consume. The Western Province sent red wine and dried fruits. Luke's 2 trips to the Western Territory completely won the hearts of the people in the Western Territory. With the completion of the railway from the Harmuda Basin to the Crescent Oasis, the closed Western Territory finally came into contact with civilized society. The comprehensive development of the Western Territory by the Empire made the residents of the Western Territory feel the benefits. The increase of 100 imperial marks in income is nothing in the city of Raging Waves. But in the Western Territory, it is twice or even 300 times the previous income. All the Western Territory nobles who were oppressing them became the masters of the residents, and a bright future was unfolding in front of the Western Territory. As the legendary story of the meteorite spread in the Western Territory, the residents of the Western Territory knew how they got their current life. Therefore, after learning that the Duke of Meteorite was going to marry the princess of the Empire, the residents of the Western Territory spontaneously paid tribute to the Empire, and sent carloads of local specialties to St. Louis City and the nearby Lower Town. The current Lower Town is no longer the garbage dump it once was. After Luke placed the small commodity production center in the Lower Town of St. Louis City, the demand for labor made it constantly absorb bankrupts caused by industrialization. This is not an industrial city. so there is no need for so many skilled workers. As long as you have hands, you can find a job here to provide food and clothing. Now the population growth rate of the lower town has exceeded that of Raging Waves City. There is almost no suspense that St. Louis City will become the world's first megacity with a population of 10 million before Raging Waves City. This is not only a major event that can enhance the international influence of the Golden Shield Empire, but also represents the problem of industrialization bringing unemployment to a large number of poor people at the bottom. Now St. Louis City and Raging Waves City are like two big sponges that absorb a lot of water, turning rural population into urban population, allowing them to generate more value and live a better life than before after being exploited by the empire. When the unemployment rate drops, many social problems will be solved. The gang leaders in the former downtown area have become wealthy businessmen one by one, and their conversation and demeanor are completely different from before. The face of fat has become greasy. The abdominal muscles have become beer bellies. The talk at the table is not about where to go to kill people at night, but how much money everyone can make together. The public security in the lower city district is now an absolute model district. If someone loses something here, someone will return it before they find the police station to report it. In general, not only will they not lose money, they may even get more money in the past. They got more fingers. Residents of the lower city district all know that the earth-shaking changes in their lives are brought by the Prime Minister of Meteorite. Therefore, as soon as the wedding date of the Duke of Raging Waves and the Princess was announced from the palace, the lower city district said, "We will cover the decoration of the entire city. The empire does not need to pay a penny. We guarantee that on the wedding day, St. Louis City will be the most beautiful city in the world." Millions of residents in the lower city district worked overtime for the wedding without pay. They want to wrap ribbons around every tree in the imperial capital, install colorful lights on every building, hold colorful flags in everyone's hands, and give every child a gift with the blessings of the Duke of Nuteo and the eldest princess. The streets will be filled with flower cars, and the sky will be covered with balloons. They all simply believe that the marriage between the Duke of Nuteo and the eldest princess of the empire will make the position of the Prime Minister of Meteorite more solid, and their lives will get better and better. There is also the eastern coastal city belt of the empire headed by Nuteo City. This narrow area considers itself to be the fiefdom and actual private land of the Duke of Nuteo, since it is their own duke who is marrying the eldest princess of the empire. As a direct retainer, there must be no stinginess. The government office of Nuteo City offered 10 billion Reichsmarks as a gift for marrying the eldest princess, and promised to issue a commemorative coin with a face value of 100 Reichsmarks to all citizens of the empire. The commemorative coins were funded by Nuteo City and printed and issued by the Imperial Royal Bank. The commemorative coins can be circulated, transferred, and exchanged with the current currency issued by the empire. The wealthy Nuteo City is so direct and straightforward. Other places in the empire also presented gifts in their own way to express their blessings for this wedding. Not long after, Her Majesty Christina, the Emperor of the Empire, helped again. Announcement: on the wedding day of the Duke of Nuteo and the eldest princess, the entire empire and all colonies amnesty. The enthusiasm of the entire St. Louis City rose rapidly, changing at a speed of one look every day. Therefore, when Princess Dyer walked out of the train station, she almost thought she had gone to the wrong place and entered a city that only existed in fairy tales. The ubiquitous colors impacted her vision. Ribbons, colorful lights, colorful balloons, and even the stray dogs on the street were caught, washed, and then put on bows of different colors. The streets were washed spotlessly, and the air was filled with the sweetness of some candies. Everyone's face was filled with joy. Even the usually arrogant sheriffs and imperial spies were amiable, and they had to stand at attention and salute before enforcing the law. Just as Dyer was holding the suitcase and staring blankly, several plainclothes spies quickly stepped forward, and a female spy took Dyer's suitcase and whispered, "Dear Princess Dyer, welcome back to the imperial capital. We are here to take you to Rose Manor on the orders of Her Royal Highness the Princess. Please follow us." Other plainclothes agents pretended to be passers-by and were on guard. Dyer followed the female agent and asked in a low voice, "What happened? You look nervous?" The female agent led the way in front and looked around carefully and vigilantly. Nothing special happened. Everything is normal in the imperial capital. It's just that the empire has had some minor conflicts with the World Bank. In order to protect the empire's dignitaries, the Imperial Secret Service has set up a professional security department to ensure the smooth progress of the wedding. There are many outsiders in the imperial capital now, and a large part of them are foreigners who come to attend the wedding. Your Highness still needs to be careful. I understand. The very sensible Dale lowered her lady hat and followed the spies with her head down. They got on a car waiting on the roadside and drove quickly to Rose Manor. In the garden of Rose Manor, Agatha was carefully carving clay sculptures. There were a lot of mud spots on her face, body, and hair, but she didn't get distracted. In order to prepare for the wedding, Agatha got a rare long vacation from Queen Christina. She really handed all the work to the people below, and she concentrated on completing this work at home. Dale came under the guidance of the lady-in-waiting. When she saw Agatha's sculpture, she couldn't help but be stunned. As far as I remember, this should be the first time you made a statue for him, right? Hearing Dale's voice, Agatha turned around and saw her sister, and came over to give her a big hug, rubbing the mud on her body. This is indeed the first time I made a statue for him. Agatha took Dale's hand and came to the statue, but I seem to be too serious. This is definitely not all of him. You came just in time. See what details I didn't notice. Dale looked at the sculpture in front of her, and her eyes couldn't help but wet. She picked up the carving knife prepared by the lady-in-waiting, walked forward, and made detailed modifications to the face of the sculpture. You are right. Seriousness is not all of him. Maybe you haven't seen another side of your father, and he won't let you see him like that. But he occasionally behaves like a father in front of me. The sculpture that Agatha has been making during this period is a full-length statue of Augustine the Great. Augustine the Great had many sculptures in his life, which were placed in the squares of the palace and other places in the empire. But none of them were made by his children for him. During the days waiting for the wedding, Agatha couldn't help but start making a sculpture of Augustine the Great. She sculpted the image of her father in her mind vividly, but it didn't look like a father. It wasn't until Princess Dale took over the modification that Agatha knew. It turned out that he really had a father's side. I'm so jealous of you, Dale. You don't know that even at the last moment of death, I was just an imperial princess in his heart. Maybe it's because I'm the most useless child. Dyer modified the eyes to make the sculpture's gaze less sharp. You and your brother have been working for the Empire for a long time. But I don't know anything. Sister, after entering the Empire, I can feel that everyone is happy about your marriage with the Prime Minister of Meteor. Everyone thinks you are so well matched. What about you? Agatha's sudden inquiry almost made the carving knife in Dyer's hand go wrong. She answered in a panic. Of course, I think you are well matched. One is the eldest princess of the Empire, and the other is the Duke of the Empire. You are so beautiful. And he is also very handsome. Agatha hugged Dale from the back. I'm sorry, Dale. Although I wrote you a letter, I still have to apologize to you in person. Only by his side can I feel that I am not a princess, and do not need to bear so many responsibilities imposed on me by my father. I can't leave this feeling. I am sure he is the one I have been waiting for. Dale turned around and looked at her sister, who looked a bit like her. Now she no longer looks like a noble princess, without the burden on her shoulders. She is just a sentimental girl waiting to get married. I know why you suddenly want to make a sculpture for your father. You want your father's blessing. Dale smiled. Don't worry about me. I came to your wedding just to bless you. Thank you, Dale. You are the only person in the world I didn't want to hurt. But I ended up hurting you. Stop saying such hair-raising things. This is not my sister Agatha. Dale pulled Agatha to face the statue of Augustine the Great. I think we should finish it together. I see my father, and you see your father as well. Okay. Dale's answer helped Agatha recover. She picked up the carving knife and said, how to present two completely different faces of a character on a sculpture is a great test of a sculptor's skills and emotions. We sisters are probably the only ones in this world who can truly present Augustine the Great through sculpture. You stay at my place these days, and we will definitely finish it before the wedding. Dale took the carving knife and spun it between her fingers. Okay. I want to sleep in the same bed with you like when we were little. When you get married, I won't have this opportunity. Ah? Agatha didn't expect Dale to make such a request. But this was her sister's request. So Agatha had to agree. Okay. We sleep in the same bed. I want to hear about your adventure in the Emerald Forest. You were the first to discover the headhunters. That must be a very thrilling story. Of course. When I first discovered them, I could not imagine how terrible they were. Agatha and Dale chatted while sculpting. The female official who served on one side quietly withdrew. First sent someone to quickly clean the bedroom and put away the things that should not be there. and then sent someone to the Silver Manor to report the news. Princess Dale is back, and Her Royal Highness the Princess has let her stay in the bedroom. The date is unknown. Luke, who was in the back garden of the Silver Manor, read the note sent by the Rose Manor, and his fingers burned to ashes. Then he said to the tall and mighty visitor, King Tyron, I think I have made it very clear. Teresa knew that the Empire would take back the Silver Manor after they left. So she took away everything she could take away before leaving, and destroyed everything she couldn't take away. Besides, so many angels have been busy for so many days, and still haven't found the artifact here. Can you find it? The Golden Dragon King Tyron knew that Luke was telling the truth. The angels ran away without a single one left, and they must have found nothing. But since he learned that the angels were looking for the artifact in St. Louis City, his heart has been like being scratched, and he can even dig a hole in the ground when he sleeps. I know that the angels won't leave anything useful, but I can't rest easy if I don't look for it. You should know how many spies there are in St. Louis City. If I let you enter the Silver Manor and search around, the angels will know that you and I know the information about the artifact. If you believe me, let me find it. I will definitely give you the news when I find it. The Golden Dragon King Tyrone looked at Luke and said after a while, I don't believe you. I only believe in the Tao King. Luke said disdainfully, What can that young dragon who can't even speak tell you? King Tyrone replied, I'm talking about the real Tao King. Chapter 572 King Tyron's Bet. King Tao. The dragon pattern on the back of Luke's right hand flew up, flew around again, and returned to the back of his hand. King Tao is an identity I fabricated when I needed to deceive the fallen angels in the western part of the Empire. Perhaps most dragon kings don't know who King Tao is, but you know that neither Tao nor I are the dragon kings of Dragon Country. I have no responsibilities or obligations to Dragon Country, and I will not be kidnapped by an identity. Golden Dragon King Tyron looked at the human in front of him, not knowing who he was talking to. He said to Luke, The dragons of Dragon Country all know that it was King Tao who allowed us to return to the Emerald Forest after 1,000 years. The mountains, rivers and forests there are still the same as we remember. The Tao King is the Dragon King of Dragon Country, not only recognized by the giant dragons, but also by the whole world. Meteor Prime Minister, don't you want the Golden Shield Empire to get closer to Dragon Country? Luke asked with a smile. Closer? To what? King Tyron looked up at the sky and said, Now this peace is becoming more and more precious. I have a hunch that what is happening in Sky City will be the first chapter of a full-scale war. Who is the enemy of Dragon Country? Who is the friend? The Dragon Kings have not yet made a conclusion. Luke asked curiously, I am also confused. Since the Dragon Kings know that the war is coming, why haven't they elected the King of Dragon Country yet? Because? King Tyron looked down at Luke. Quite a number of Dragon Kings believe that humans should be regarded as enemies. It fits my prediction about Dragon Country. King Tyron saw that Luke was so relaxed, and said helplessly, I brought the success of human civilization to Dragon Country. The dragons were amazed at the achievements you created, and they also had a deep sense of crisis. Some Dragon Kings believe that we humans are trying to challenge the status of advanced creatures and impact the world order created by ancient civilizations, especially after the Golden Man visited Dragon Country. Many Dragon Kings became highly alert to human civilization. Luke asked, When did the Golden Man go to Dragon Country? It happened after the Empress of the Empire ascended the throne. The one who visited Dragon Country was Elder Mu of the Golden People. I wanted to tell you about this at the time, but I didn't know where you were, and neither did your subordinates. At that time, I should have been in hell. Luke asked King Tyrone, What is your attitude? King Tyrone thought for a while and said, I listened to King Tao. This is naked moral kidnapping. Luke smiled helplessly. You want me to take on the responsibility of King Tao? You want me to go to Dragon Country? King Tyrone also smiled. My prestige in Dragon Country is not enough to convince all Dragon Kings. But King Tao is different. His contributions to Dragon Country, and the inheritance he has obtained will make all Dragon Kings listen. He will definitely make the Dragon King realize clearly that the decline of the old civilization has its irresistible reasons, and the rise of the new civilization has its unstoppable reasons. Old ideas and indifferent arrogance are not the factors that determine the outcome of a war. Lowering your head now is to be able to raise your head in the future. What will happen if you follow the Golden Man? Just look at the crazy angels. After listening to King Tyrone's words, Luke couldn't help but laugh. Your thinking is so clear, and your eloquence is so good. It's enough to convince the Dragon Kings. There's no need for me to go to the Dragon Kingdom. I'm very busy. The Dragon Kingdom is about to start the King's trial. I hope King Taotai can participate. Many Dragon Kings hope that King Taotai will participate. Luke has a certain understanding of the King trial of Dragon Country. If there is no Dragon King in Dragon Country who can be recognized by other Dragon Kings as the leader of the dragons, then the Dragon King trial will be started to compete for the throne of the king based on strength. In the face of the global crisis this time, Dragon Country has not yet elected a king, which is not a good thing for the dragons. The holding of the king trial is reasonable. But, Luke asked King Tyron, why let me participate in the king trial? I am a human, and Taotai is far from meeting the conditions to become a king. As long as I and my dragon group don't talk nonsense, no dragon will know that you are a human. You are the Taotai king, an ancient dragon with only a human body, who has accepted the inheritance of the previous Dragon King. As for why I support you, I can't give my own answer. The Golden Dragon King Tyron closed his eyes, as if listening to the voice of his heart. It's probably the intuition of an ancient dragon. Luke said with a smile, put the fate of the dragon race on the intuition of an ancient dragon? King Tyron, you are gambling. Is the unforeseen future a gamble? King Tyron opened his eyes, and his golden pupils emitted golden light. I bet that the new era belongs to human civilization. The atmosphere has been set to this point. If you don't agree, it will be too sorry for the heavy bet that King Tyron has placed. Okay. I will go to the Dragon Kingdom as the Taotai King. Luke stretched out his hand. With dragon claws attached to his arm, I will use all my strength to compete for the position of the Dragon King. And I will also use all my strength to protect the Dragon Kingdom through this world crisis. King Tyron stretched out his dragon claws and high-fived Luke. I will assist you as loyally as I did 1,000 years ago. And the traces of dragons will surely be all over the earth, the ocean and the sky again. Luke laughed. Your requirements are too high. Just a small ambition. King Tyron bowed his head and saluted Luke. Can we talk about the artifact now? Luke was stunned for a moment. He didn't expect that King Tyron, the cunning old dragon, would set a trap for him in this place. Since he was going to participate in the Dragon King trial, some secrets could also be shared with King Tyron. The lost artifact is not in St. Louis City. King Tyrone asked, but you said that the angels came to St. Louis City to find the artifact. Luke replied, that's because when Miss Chi Kong used the Book of Disaster, the power of the artifact leaked out from the abyss. This power was detected by Sky City. So Teresa led the Holy Judgment Angel to descend on St. Louis City. Abyss? Abyss? How could the artifact be in the abyss? The abyss took the artifact away. Why is the artifact in the abyss? I haven't found the exact answer. But the abyss is obviously not something that can be entered and explored casually. King Tyrone said solemnly, since the artifact is in the abyss, we have to enter the abyss to explore. No matter how dangerous it is worth it for the artifact. After you inherit the throne of the Dragon Kingdom, I will enter the abyss to find the artifact. And I need Miss Chi Kong to help open the door of the abyss. Luke persuaded, the 5 artifacts are in the abyss, which is fair to the 5 ancient civilizations. I don't think it's urgent to find the artifact. And even if you have to enter the abyss, it shouldn't be you. No. 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 With the news of the artifact, King Tyron's mind was already confused, and he couldn't listen to what Luke said. You can't understand the meaning of the artifact to us. The loss of the artifact is equivalent to the loss of the soul of the 5 ancient civilizations. I have to prepare to enter the abyss. Goodbye. King Taotai. The Golden Dragon King Tyron flew away in a trance, bringing the garden full of petals flying. Luke looked at King Tyron who was leaving, and couldn't help but sighed. I wouldn't have told you if I had known. Chapter 573 Preparing for the Wedding. During this period, a wedding to be held by the Golden Shield Empire has become the most watched event in the entire secular world, especially in the human civilization circle and the radiation zone. Even beggars in the corners can talk about this matter. The main reason is that the protagonist of the wedding is too well known. Meteor can be said to be the first human being who has truly become a household name since the existence of historical records of human civilization. In the secular world, you may not know who the current emperor of the Golden Shield Empire is, but you will never not know who the prime minister of the empire is. A person who stands up to challenge the Golden Civilization, one of the 5 ancient civilizations, is enough to stand shoulder to shoulder with the human mythological heroes who only exist in legends. The increasingly turbulent world order and increasingly tense international situation make everyone aware that they are witnessing a once-in-a-millennium history. They are just witnesses of history, while Meteorite is the creator of history. The civilians gossip about how beautiful Agatha, the princess of the Empire, who is about to marry Meteorite, is, and what kind of scandals the two had when they worked together in the Secret Service. The state officials ordered their staff to repeatedly analyze and prove to what extent Meteorite's position will be strengthened after marrying the princess of the Golden Shield Empire. Is there any possibility of political turmoil in the Golden Shield Empire in the future? The answers given by all the staff agencies were surprisingly consistent. Before entering the Imperial Cabinet of the Golden Shield Empire, Meteor had cleared and subdued all powerful political enemies, and even captured all the opposition parties before the coronation ceremony of the Empress of the Empire. Now the forces opposing Meteor in the Golden Shield Empire are not powerful at all, and they don't have the courage to make trouble. Therefore, after Meteor married the eldest princess of the Empire, Agatha, he was equivalent to holding the four crucial departments of the Empire, namely the economy, military, politics, and intelligence, and became the dictator who actually controlled the Empire. Unless the Golden Shield Empire completely failed in the confrontation with the Shining Gold people, no one could shake Meteor's current position in the Empire. This is a person who has achieved absolute centralization internally and challenged the Golden Civilization externally, regardless of future success or failure. His wedding is worth attending. Attending can leave a mark on this major historical event. So the Golden Shield Empire St. Louis City had a grand gathering of celebrities from the entire human civilization circle, becoming an unprecedented grand ceremony in human civilization. When the bells sounded at dawn, the rising sun in the east illuminated the city. Millions of balloons rose from all over the city, like a colorful canopy, heralding the opening of a grand wedding. The balloons dyed the sky colorful, and a simple enchantment was activated to form a dome covering the sky above the city. The music sounded in the speakers covering all parts of the city, and after being reflected by the wall of the balloon in the sky, it added to the solemnity of the wedding. The floats and the parade set off at the same time, forming a flowing colorful river on the road, and gathered together towards the direction of the palace. At this time, the imperial palace once again lifted the barriers, and the royal knights who took off their armor and changed into knight uniforms rode out of the palace on horseback. They were divided into two teams to escort two gorgeous royal carriages and headed to the Silver Manor and Rose Manor separately. The city sheriff and the imperial spies maintained order on both sides of the road, and the accompanying palace eunuchs rode in the candy carriage and threw candy on the dense crowd on the roadside. In the Silver Manor, with the help of his servants, Luke put on the complicated Duke of Raging Waves clothes in front of the mirror, and then put on the ornaments representing various identities. Kylina put the Duke's crown on Luke's head, and then arranged the ends of his hair. It can be seen that Kylina's eyes are very red. Luke looked at himself in the mirror and asked Kylina, "Didn't you sleep last night?" Kylina's voice was a little hoarse. "Yes, Duke. I am so happy. Today is a day worth being happy. But don't be too tired. You can be said to be my most trusted secretary. If you are exhausted, my work here will be paralyzed by more than half." Kylina said quickly, "My Lord Duke, I won't affect your work." Luke smiled and said, "I know you never make mistakes at work. Have you arranged the people to meet after the wedding?" Speaking of work, Kylina immediately returned to work. "After the wedding of you and Her Royal Highness the Princess in the palace, it will be lunch time. The top 20 businessmen in the Empire will have the honor of having lunch with you. I have prepared for you the Industrial and Commercial Reform Plan and the new Tax Review Plan, as well as the Estimated Development Book of New Technologies and New Industries." Luke nodded and said, "If you want to make these people bleed, you must give them some candy. The new field based on magic technology cannot only serve the military, but also be used for people's livelihood as soon as possible. This is a blue ocean that has not yet been developed. The Empire must jointly develop with these businessmen to expand the upstream and downstream as soon as possible. Seize the opportunity. Lead in one field, and then you will lead step by step in the future." Kylina recorded Luke's words in her transformed brain. "I have noted it. Lord Duke, after the lunch, you have to meet in turn." But before Kylina finished speaking, the door was violently opened. "Pisco, why are you so careless? Don't you know that Lord Duke is changing clothes? You don't need to look back. You can tell it's Shelley and Pisco by the sound." Pisco stammered, "Big sister, it was obviously you." "What do you mean? Everyone was waiting outside, and you pushed the door open by forcing yourself forward. Yes. 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 Big sister. I pushed the door open. Pisco was a cat without temper in front of Shelley. Luke turned around and saw his best man group. Pisco, Shelley in men's clothes, Viscount Iskelin, Chief of Staff Yamington, Prince MacDonald, Chief Inspector Thomas of the Secret Service of the City of Raging Waves, Chief of the Rangers of the Secret Service of the City of Raging Waves, Lambert, and Director of the Cape Machinery Factory, and the Flower Girls, Sandpaper, Red Kestrel, Blue Dove, Egret, and Grey Goose. The steady Viscount Iskelin saluted Luke. My lord, the carriage from the palace has arrived. Luke took a last look at his clothes in the mirror, and then said, let's go. Don't keep Her Majesty the Queen and the guests waiting for too long. Luke led his best man, Flower Girl and entourage out of the Silver Manor and boarded the royal carriage that came to greet them. In the Rose Manor, Agatha, who had changed into a wedding dress, was also dressing up. Dell, who was wearing a dress, put a gem necklace on Agatha. I just went to the museum and wanted to invite Miss Chi Kong to be my sister's bridesmaid. Miss Chi Kong said that her identity was not suitable for being a bridesmaid, so Professor Jennifer replaced her. Now Professor Jennifer is changing her clothes. Hearing that her sister actually went to ask Chi Kong to be her bridesmaid, Agatha couldn't help but laugh and said, Miss Chi Kong is the Moonlight Queen, the owner of the power of the World Tree, and is equivalent to a god in the eyes of the Western barbarians. If she comes to be a bridesmaid, the protagonist today may not be your sister. Miss Chi Kong is an important guest. And there are also Dean Wilred of Ulu College and the professors of the college. You have to entertain them well for me. Dyer smiled and said, don't worry, sister. I arranged Dean Makatina of the Emerald Magic College and the elf professors to be together with the people of Ulu College. They will definitely have a good chat. Sister, this necklace is really beautiful. In the mirror, Agatha was wearing a low-cut off-shoulder wedding dress, with her long golden hair tied into a bun, which showed off her slender neck and three-dimensional collarbone. The necklace was close to her neck, inlaid with red and gold-rimmed gems. The gems exuded a strong magical element, which made her already fair skin more shiny and bright. Agatha touched the necklace and said happily, it's very beautiful, warm and comfortable. At this time, the close lady pushed the door and walked in. Your Highness, Princess Dale, the carriage of the palace has arrived. Agatha stood up, took a deep breath and exhaled. Okay, let's go to the palace. Chapter 574 Big Event. The protagonists of today enter the palace together, and the wedding officially begins. The bells rang, and the salutes were deafening. The guests gathered in the main hall of the palace. A red carpet was laid from the gate to the stage. Music echoed in the towering dome. Luke walked in from the door holding Agatha's hand. People marveled at the youth of Meteorite. He was so young and held a high position by his ability, becoming a person who could easily influence the whole world. At the same time, they were amazed at Agatha's beauty. The royal heritage gave her a noble temperament that ordinary beauties could hardly precipitate. The two were like characters in fairy tales, turning fantasy into reality. Luke took Agatha's hand and walked up to the stage. Queen Christina was already waiting there. She would preside over the wedding in person and recite the marriage vows with the two newlyweds. The wedding was carried out according to the procedure under the attention of the crowd. At the same time, another protagonist today finally made another decision that could affect the world. The Sky City was built on a solidified cloud. The granite walls built during the ancient war turned this originally undefended city into a solid fortress. The city is also dominated by square granite buildings. The former gardens and squares have become angel training centers. The new angels began to receive combat training from the beginning of their lives from the light element, recognizing that they are the embodiment of justice. The angels in the past were romantic and artistic. The angels nowadays are old-fashioned and follow the rules. The northwest corner of Sky City is the Holy Tribunal, a church-style building, solemn and dignified, more oppressive than other places in Sky City. At this time, all the Holy Tribunal angels hovered in the air around the Holy Tribunal. They wore uniform white armor and held angel swords in their hands. On the ground, densely packed heroic spirits stood in the open space and on the road. They were wearing standard heroic spirit weapons, uniform and motionless like clones. The angels and heroic spirits all stood silently in their positions, waiting for that moment to come. In the Holy Tribunal, a long table was covered with white velvet. and on both sides were the commanders of the Holy Tribunal Angels sitting upright. The main seat was the Chief Holy Tribunal Angel A, Ulysses Sword of Oath. At this time, Sword of Oath had already put on his own armor. He had platinum hair and looked like a sunny boy with vigorous vitality. From inside to outside, he was confident that he had never met an opponent and was invincible. The meeting room was silent, although the Holy Tribunal Angels were very angry. No one dared to speak in this situation. Sword of Oath looked at the Holy Tribunal Angel sitting on his left and asked, "First, pass on the Holy Scripture. What do you think of the Archangel's decision to abolish the Holy Tribunal?" Teresa didn't expect the Sword of Oath to call her name, so she immediately replied, "I just came back from the secular world. I don't know what happened in Sky City, so it's hard to make an accurate comment." After hearing Teresa's evasive words, the Sword of Oath smiled. But the smile was fierce. "Yes, you just came back from the secular world. If I hadn't forced you to return, I'm afraid you would still be in the secular world. What are you running away from?" "Teresa?" Teresa replied, I'm looking for the artifact." "Where is the artifact?" "I don't know yet." "Yes, I don't know." The Sword of Oath nodded continuously. "The artifact. You can't find it, Archangel. You don't compete. I asked you a question. You are so perfunctory. What are you doing?" "Teresa? You were not like this before." Teresa knew that the Sword of Oath was angry, so she apologized immediately. "I'm sorry, Sword of Oath. I failed your trust, and am willing to accept all your punishments." The Sword of Oath saw through Teresa's thoughts, and he laughed again. "If I punish you and take you into custody, will you not have to worry about what will happen next?" Teresa replied, "I think maybe we can talk to the Archangel again. We have talked about everything that needs to be talked about." The Archangel made this decision to solve the problem that should have been solved 1,000 years ago. The Sword of Oath did not continue to pursue Teresa in this special situation. He turned to the commanders of the Holy Inquisition Angels and said, "The assassination of Archangel Ilzer by Azure Sapphire is an extremely vicious incident. We, the Holy Inquisition, are responsible for it, but we cannot bear all the responsibility. The Archangel has been holding the Holy Inquisition accountable for this responsibility. His real intention is to abolish the Holy Inquisition. He has simply forgotten the sacrifices and contributions that generations of Holy Inquisition angels have made for Sky City. Commanders of the Holy Inquisition Angels, you have all participated in that war, and have a more devout faith than other angels. It is this faith that has given the Holy Inquisition Angels an extremely powerful fighting power, and saved the declining angel race. The survival of civilization must be protected by sufficient military force. In this turbulent era, abolishing the Holy Inquisition is the sharpest sword to break Sky City. Although I have not experienced the humiliation of Sky City being raided and occupied by the Shining Gold people, without the Holy Inquisition, the same thing will definitely happen again. Therefore, I cannot give in." The commanders of the Holy Judgment Angels were all indignant. "Absolutely not give in, Sword of the Oath. The Archangel's weakness is not enough to lead Sky City to deal with the future chaos. The angels need a strong and aggressive leader. The Holy Judgment Angels are ready. If the Archangel insists on abolishing the Holy Judgment Office, we can only ask the Archangel to advocate for the future of Sky City. Sword of the Oath is the most suitable choice for the Archangel. He should have been the Archangel 1,000 years ago. It's not too late now." The commanders of the Holy Judgment Angels discussed indignantly, and only Teresa sat there in silence. The Sword of Oath asked Teresa, "I need you to lead your subordinates to attack the Angel Hall. Do you dare?" Teresa answered very straightforwardly, "In ancient wars, I always charged in front of the enemy. This time, for the Sky City and the Holy Inquisition, I am willing to be the first to attack the Angel Hall." "Very good." The Sword of Oath was very satisfied with Teresa's vigorous struggle, and his dissatisfaction with her was reduced a lot. "You are worthy of being the first to pass on the Holy Scripture. When I become the Archangel, you will be one of the Archangels. Don't refuse this time." "Yes, Sword of Oath." The Sword of Oath stood up, spread its wings, and flew out of the open window of the meeting room. The other Holy Judgment Angel commanders immediately flapped their wings and followed. The Sword of Oath flew with his commanders above the Holy Judgment House, surrounded by layers of Holy Judgment Angels. "Holy Judgment Angels," the Sword of Oath shouted, "it's time to bear the fate again. We will continue to fulfill our oath with our swords, to protect the Sky City and the angel civilization, protect justice and judge any unjust acts." The Holy Judgment Angels shouted together, Protect the Sky City. Protect the angel civilization. Protect justice. The huge sound formed a sound wave radiating over the Sky City. The neutral angels looked worriedly in the direction of the Holy Judgment House and the Angel Hall, not knowing who they should help, nor where the future of the Sky City would go. All they can do is stay in their own residences, since they don't know who is right. Let the victory or defeat decide. The Holy Judgment Angels and their heroic spirits marched towards the Angel Hall in the middle of the city. Angels kept joining along the way, and soon formed a white cloud. The Angel Hall is a sky garden. The open garden preserves many ancient angels' life appearances. Most of the angels here wear cloth robes. Once they feel the beautiful scenery, they will fall into a stillness like a sculpture. The Holy Judgment gathered troops, and the Angel Hall had already received the news. The angels guarding the Angel Hall flew around the sky garden in full armor, ready to welcome the invasion of the Holy Judgment Angels. The angels who were meditating were also awakened and taken to a safe place for refuge. In the middle of the Angel Hall was a fountain, which sprayed not water, but light like water. In the pool under the fountain, a newborn angel was gathering. He was still in the form of light, and only a little bit of the angel's image could be barely seen. Archangel Oldry stood by the pool, quietly waiting for the arrival of the newborn angel. Chapter 575. As the archangel elected after the war, Oldry has been working diligently for the restoration of the angels. The physical and mental fatigue left a deep mark on his face, but he did not restore the Sky City to its original appearance. Archangel. A familiar voice sounded behind him, and Archangel Oldry knew who was coming without turning back. He whispered, "Gold, don't disturb the newborn angel. He is very sensitive at this time. Don't let him feel your worried mood." Archangel Gold stood behind the archangel. He looked at the newborn angels gathering in the pool, and then whispered, "The Sword of Oath is launching a coup. He has bewitched all the holy angels of the Holy Tribunal, and a group of young angels who don't understand the situation. His army is flying towards the Angel Hall, and the guards here may not be able to stop them. Archangel, you must find a way to stop the Sword of Oath immediately." "Stop? How to stop it?" Archangel Gold said, "Please issue an order in the name of the Archangel to summon all the angels in the Sky City to come here to defend the Angel Hall." The Archangel still said slowly, "Is it to protect the Angel Hall, or to protect me?" Archangel Gold asked, "Isn't this different?" "It's different." The Archangel stretched out his hand and pressed it on the head of the newborn angel, and then said to Gold, "The Angel Hall does not need protection. The purpose of the Sword of Oath is to occupy this place, not to destroy it. As for me, don't let innocent angels give their lives for me, who is doomed to fail. The birth of each angel is so difficult. They are all worth cherishing." Hearing the Archangel's pessimism about the outcome, Archangel Gold couldn't help asking, "Since you didn't use the power of Sky City to stop the Sword of Oath, why did you order the dismantling of the Holy Inquisition?" The Archangel poured his energy into the newborn angel, and answered Archangel Gold, "Because in order to resolve the conflict caused by Sky City, one of me and the Sword of Oath must make concessions. Otherwise the angel civilization, who doesn't know who to listen to, can't cope with the chaotic situation. The Sword of Oath obviously won't give in, so I have to give in." Archangel Gold didn't expect the Archangel to make such a decision, and he was very annoyed. "Do you know what you are doing? The Sword of Oath will not actively avoid war. He will only actively initiate war. Are the angels going to fight another ancient war? In my opinion, the ancient war did not end, but just experienced a 1,000-year-long truce. It is precisely because the war did not end that many problems left over from the war have not been resolved. The Sword of Oath was at its peak when it was born, and that was the most glorious period of his life. But when he was most vigorous, the artifact was strangely lost, and the war had to end because of the exhaustion of all parties. There are no winners, no losers, no one is responsible for the war, no one is liquidated. There is no deep reflection, no cleaning of the remaining poison in the mind. So much so that the angels now do not know what is right and what is wrong, and they are preparing to continue the war from the moment they are born." Archangel Gold agreed with the Archangel's point of view, and said, "It is precisely because of this that the young angels need your guidance. Instead of pushing them to the Sword of Oath, I did not push them to the Sword of Oath. This is their own choice. The Angel Hall is here. They want to protect me, and they will come without waiting for my order. If they don't come, they have already made their position clear. Since the war is not over, let them finish the next war. If the angel civilization wants to walk its own path, It must truly recognize itself in the war. At this time, there was a noise outside the angel hall, and the holy judgment angels surrounded the sky garden from all sides. The guardian angels drew their swords and confronted the holy judgment angels, ordering them to retreat to their base immediately. The holy judgment angels pressed forward little by little, almost face to face with the guardian angels, sword to sword. Seeing the scene around him, Archangel Gold couldn't help but say anxiously, "It seems that as the elders of the angels, our teaching of the newborn angels has failed. But no matter what decision you make, you are still the Archangel in my heart. Come with me now. We will go to the temple of the Moonlight King's court. The Sword of Oath only wants the Sky City, and will not make things difficult for us. I can't leave." The Archangel used both hands, and he was using his energy to speed up the shaping of the newborn angel. "I will not let the Sword of Oath easily seize the Sky City. Only sacrifice can leave room for thinking. I will lead the guardian angels to fight the last battle of our era." Gold Archangel said, "I will accompany you." "No." The Archangel pulled the newborn angel out of the pool. Due to the insufficient growth period, he only looked like a child after shaping, and his mind was also at the level of a child. The Archangel took the hand of the young angel and put it in the hand of Archangel Gold. "Take him away from here and give him to Malice." Archangel Gold took the hand of the young angel and asked the Archangel, "Is this the angel you trained specifically to deal with the Sword of Oath? Give him to me. I will train him to be a new angel leader." "No. No. No." The excessive energy output made the Archangel a little tired. He was afraid that Gold would misunderstand. So he immediately explained, "He is just an ordinary newborn angel. I just accelerated his shaping and let him be born in the form of a child. Time is running out. Don't ask anything. Just listen to me." Malice wrote me a letter, telling me about his journey from joining the Holy Inquisition to giving up the Crown of Thorns. Malice is no longer a holy judge angel. He is obsessed with the knowledge of human civilization. Many of his insights surprised me. And Teresa. Yes, the first holy scripture that the Sword of Oath relies on. After she came back, she secretly met me and told me a lot about her experiences in human civilization. I was very curious about what magic human civilization had that made the two holy judge angels have so many changes. Malice said, "Angels lack growth." Teresa said, "Angels are too arrogant." So I had the idea of creating a young angel, without the innate knowledge and thoughts of adult angels. Blank and pure as light. I don't know what an angel who has gone through a complete childhood will eventually grow up to look like. I can't see it. But you have to protect him. Archangel Gold didn't expect that the young angel he was holding was actually created by the Archangel. It's a crazy idea to let an angel go through a complete childhood. You have to know that angels are adults when they are born. They are the light of the Sky City. After being shaped, they naturally gain the knowledge shared by angels. Archangel Gold looked at the cute young angel, and finally mustered up the courage to say, "Okay. I will take him to find Malice, and I will do my best to protect him." The Archangel patted Archangel Gold's shoulder. "Let's go. Hide your angel wings and experience this growth as an ordinary human. I believe you will also have a lot of insights." Archangel Gold saluted the Archangel, although the young angel didn't know anything yet. He also saluted the Archangel. The two old friends didn't say anything more. Gold picked up the young angel and flew away. The Holy Judgment Angel didn't make things difficult for him, and made way for him to leave. The Archangel saw that Gold was safely away from the Angel Hall, and he also flew to the front of the confrontation. Uldry's power was still there. After he appeared, the Holy Judgment Angels restrained themselves a lot. "Let the Sword of Oath come to see me." The words were few but powerful, and the chaotic sky immediately became quiet. Soon, the Holy Judgment Angels made way for a space, and the Sword of Oath and his Holy Judgment Angel commanders flew over. The Sword of Oath saluted to Uldry and said, "Archangel, you should know the purpose of our siege of the Angel Hall. Abdication is your only choice, which can reduce the sacrifice." Archangel Uldry, wearing a white robe, summoned the Sword of Angel and said sternly to the Sword of Oath, "The Archangel's inauguration and abdication are all decided by the Archangel Council. As an Archangel, I will never ignore the Archangel Council. Without the resolution of the Archangel Conference, I will not take the initiative to abdicate. If you want to take it, just grab it with your strength." The Sword of Oath chuckled and said, "The Archangel Conference is a useless organization. It will only delay the advent of justice and meetings again and again. The first thing I did as the Archangel was to disband the Archangel Conference. The Archangel should be the commander of the angel army, and should not be wasted on the conference table. The Sword of Oath wanted to disband the Archangel Conference, without angering Archangel Oldry. You don't understand what justice is. First of all, justice cannot be defined. Stop your preaching. The Sword of Oath stopped the Archangel. I am justice, the rightful ruler of Sky City, and the new leader of angel civilization. I'll give you one last chance. Aldry, abdicate and avoid sacrifice. Archangel Aldry chanted the ancient angel language. His wings turned into crystals, and holy white flames attached to the angel wings. Justice exists in the heart of every angel, and angels are willing to sacrifice for the justice in their hearts. I will lose and die, but I will never retreat. Justice is power, but power is not entirely justice. Fight for our justice. Angels, the guardian angels, who were at a disadvantage in both number and strength, were full of vigor and raised their angel swords and shouted loudly, "Fight for justice." The holy judgment angels also shouted with great momentum, "Fight for justice." The two groups of angels collided with each other. Yesterday's comrades in arms were fighting to the death today. At this time, Archangel Gold had already flown to the edge of the Sky City. The sudden outbreak of battle in the direction of the Angel Hall made him stop in his tracks. The young angel didn't know what was going on, and asked in a baby voice, "Where are we going?" "To a place where the angel wings need to be hidden." Gold didn't dare to stay too long, so he turned around and flew over the clouds and swooped down. Chapter 576, Reform of Shining Gold. At the moment when the Sword of Oath is reaching its peak, another protagonist also chooses to do something big today. At the bottom of the Golden Valley, the Shining Gold Elders Council. In the circular meeting place, the 12 Shining Gold Elders sat on their golden chairs. In the middle of the meeting place was Tan, who had returned from Hell. The Elder Mu presided over the meeting this time. "Tan, your completion of the task in Hell did not satisfy the Elders Council. The purpose of sending you to Hell was to block the Golden Shield Empire from obtaining mineral resources from Hell. But now it has become a way to fund the demon tyrants to fight for territory. For a long time in the future, the Golden Shield Empire can still obtain resources from Hell continuously, which is not conducive to the struggle between the World Bank and the other party in the secular world. Therefore, regarding your application to join the Council of Elders, the Elders voted and decided not to grant it for the time being, and to keep it for observation. The decision of the Council of Elders was beyond Tan's expectations, but it was reasonable. This group of elders had never intended to let him enter the Council of Elders, and the so-called promise was just an excuse to keep himself stable. Fortunately, he did not pin his hopes on the elders. But Tan still defended himself. "I have submitted the investigation report on the Golden Shield Empire's power in Hell to the Council of Elders. Accurate information shows that the Golden Shield Empire had laid out its plans in Hell a year, or even longer ago. They have accumulated strong power on the edge of Hell, and can mobilize the Hell demons to attack our trade routes, and seduce some demons to default on our payments. With such a strong force, it is not possible to squeeze them out of Hell in a short time. If you want to compete with the Golden Shield Empire in Hell, you must be prepared for a long-term confrontation. Seizing Purgatory can allow us to gain an undefeated position, and then slowly expand to the edge of Hell, step by step squeezing the market space of the Golden Shield Empire. Regarding the idea of funding the demon tyrant, I also wrote materials and submitted them to the elders. The eyes of the demons are only for interests, and the hostility of 1,000 years ago will not affect the cooperation of 1,000 years later. If the demon tyrant can occupy a large territory in Hell, it can affect who Hell stands on in future wars. The Sword of Oath is about to lead the angel civilization. The demon tyrant does not want to be hunted by the Sword of Oath. The best choice is to lean on us, and let the Shining Gold civilization buffer the hatred between him and the Sword of Oath." Tan stood straight, spoke eloquently, with a firm tone and a look full of disdain for the Council of Elders. The elders must have read all the information Tan submitted. Elder Mu said to Tan, "Tan, making a deal with the devil is not something a smart person would do. You think that force and pressure can make the devil tyrant surrender, but you greatly underestimate the devil's cunning and changeability. The professional managers of the World Bank will make a comprehensive assessment of the funding for the devil tyrant, and the Council of Elders will also send a professional team of lawyers to reformulate the cooperation agreement with the devil tyrant. Tan, your unauthorized decision disrupted the plan of the Council of Elders. This is an immature performance, and it is also the main reason why the elders refused you to join the Council of Elders. The Council of Elders has a new arrangement for your work. The Golden Shield Empire has completed the development of the Golden Shield Warriors and attacked the World Bank branch into Dejia Hills. According to the report of the branch, the Golden Shield Warriors have the ability to fight against the Golden Warriors, which is not good news. Therefore, the Council of Elders decided to send you to Dejia Hills to assist the branch in making an accurate strength assessment of the Golden Shield Warriors. I refuse. Tan did not wait for the Elder Pastor to give the order. It is more appropriate to send professional personnel to assess the strength of the Golden Shield Warriors than me. The Elder Pastor said angrily, "This is the decision of the Council of Elders. But this decision is wrong. You just want me to leave the Golden Valley. I can go anywhere. You are questioning the authority of the Council of Elders." Tan laughed. "Since it is questioned, does the Council of Elders still have authority?" Realizing the seriousness of the matter, Elder Mu stood up and said to Tan in a condescending manner, "The authority of the Council of Elders cannot be questioned. This is the authority that has never been broken since the continuation of the Shuojin civilization. Tan, you don't realize what challenging the authority of the Council of Elders will bring to the Shuojin civilization. Now, I order you to withdraw. Whatever you are planning to do, stop it immediately, and don't let something irreparable happen." Tan stood there motionless. Is the Council of Elders authority only for internal affairs? How much authority is left for external affairs? But I heard that the Kingdom of Rio has defaulted on the money owed to the World Bank. But the Council of Elders has not yet used debt collectors. The debt of the Kingdom of Rio cannot be easily solved by debt collectors. Their political system has undergone many changes. The current king is Een, and Een is unable to repay the debt. Debt settlement requires managers to make responsibility plans, and only after determining who will pay the money will debt collectors be dispatched. This is the rule. You should know it. I know this is the rule of the World Bank. But what does it have to do with the authority of the Shuojin civilization? It is even damaging the authority of the Shuojin civilization. The Shuojin civilization has been imprisoned by the rules of the World Bank, and the authority of Shuojin has become a word game. All for the World Bank's beautiful financial statements. Tan vented his long-suppressed dissatisfaction. Now there is even a low-level human civilization challenging the Shuojin civilization. But you are still using the power and rules of the World Bank to deal with it. Does the World Bank belong to the Shining Gold civilization? Or does the Shining Gold civilization belong to the World Bank? Tan's voice resounded throughout the Elders' Council. Elder Mu shouted, "Guards! Guards! Arrest Tan!" Following Elder Mu's order, a group of Shining Gold people wearing golden armor rushed in from outside. They stood behind Tan, and no one stepped forward to arrest her, but instead seemed to be guarding Tan. All the Shining Gold Elders couldn't sit still when they saw this scene. An elder recognized the identity of this group of Shining Gold people, debt collectors. "Who allowed you to enter the Elders' Council? Get out!" The debt collectors did not answer, and all stood silently behind Tan. An elder shouted, "Guards! Where are the guards?" No guards guarding the Elders' Council came in, and no response was received. At this time, Tan spread his hands to show his firm support for his subordinates, and said, "Elders, this is authority. What you had before was just the power given to you by the system of the Golden People. Now that your power cannot command the Golden People, shouldn't you take back your power and redistribute it to more suitable candidates?" Elder Mu said sternly, "Tan, you led the debt collectors to attack the Elders' Council. Do you think you can gain the power of the Elders' Council in this way? Don't think we will surrender. Your crime of blaspheming the Elders' Council will be despised by all the Golden People." Tan still maintained the same tone and said, "I have never thought of blaspheming the Council of Elders. I always think that the Council of Elders represents the authority of the Shuojin civilization. On the contrary, it is the selection of elders that makes the Council of Elders lose its prestige." Elder Mu asked, "What do you want to do?" Tan replied, "Re-elect elders and reorganize the Council of Elders. Every Shuojin person can participate in the election, and every Shuojin person needs to vote. This is a very popular election system in human civilization. I think the elders elected in this way can represent the ideas of the most Shuojin people. Only in this way can the authority of the Council of Elders be re-established." Tan did not rely on force to seize power, which was somewhat unexpected by the elders. She proposed that the elders be elected by all the people, which was beyond the elders' expectations. This is against the rules. Then let the Council of Elders make this rule now. The Council of Elders fell into silence, and all the elders sat down and exchanged opinions through the aperture. Now Tan led the debt collectors to attack the Council of Elders, which has broken the existing authority of the Council of Elders. If the status quo is maintained by force, It is not clear whether Tan will give up. Even if she withdraws now, she will definitely attack the Council of Elders again because of dissatisfaction in the future. Then there will be imitators. At that time, the authority of the Council of Elders will really be gone. The only way to save it may be to reform and reorganize the Council of Elders. But in this case, Tan will inevitably enter the Council of Elders and use the opinions of the majority of the people of the Shuojin people to become the real decision maker of the Shuojin civilization. It is definitely not a good thing for the Shuojin civilization to suddenly change its tracks at this time. But what can we do? The elders voted. 12 elders. 6 votes to 6 votes. Elder Mu, as the presiding elder, has the majority of votes. Agree with Tan's proposal. The current selection system of the Council of Elders is not suitable for the current era of rapid change. So the Council of Elders decided to re-elect elders to reorganize the Council of Elders. Chapter 577 Flying to Dragon Country. The Shining Gold Civilization began to reform the Council of Elders. And the way of confronting the Golden Shield Empire will soon change. The atmosphere of celebration is still overflowing in the city of St. Louis. The scene of congratulations from all nations has pushed the empire to its peak. The national strength of the empire has reached an unprecedented level of prosperity, with the wedding of Duke Nuteo and the eldest princess of the empire. The self-confidence of the citizens of the empire is unprecedentedly high. The celebration lasts from day to late at night. And they are ready to revel all night. In the spiritual starry sky, Chi Kong did not attend the wedding of Luke and Agatha. She sat alone on the crescent moon, looking up at the stars in the sky, enjoying the quietness under the galaxy. Chi Kong. A call disturbed Chi Kong. She heard the source of the voice, and then disappeared on the crescent moon. In a quiet lounge in the palace, Chi Kong closed his eyes, and opened them again. With a smile on his face, I thought you had forgotten me after you got married. Shouldn't you be with Agatha at this time? Why did you come to see me? Chi Kong looked out the window again. It was already night. But the whole palace was still brightly lit and magnificent. The night sky outside was full of blooming fireworks. Luke sat on the sofa opposite. He took off his heavy dress and changed into casual clothes, holding a cup of refreshing coffee in his hand. In Agatha's and my position, even the wedding has its own tasks. Luke took a sip of coffee and continued, the world will enter a real chaos next. Does Shinkong have any hints? This doesn't seem like a question you can ask. What are you worried about? Luke couldn't help but smile bitterly. I used to be alone. Whether I win or lose, I will bear it all by myself. But from today on, I have a family, and I have people I want to protect even if I have to sacrifice my life. The sudden responsibility makes me a little panic. And I find that I am afraid. Chi Kong looked at Luke and said meaningfully, this means that you have finally truly integrated into this world, and are truly accepted by this world. The fearlessness in the past was because you didn't care about everything you got. Even if the abyss tempted you with divine power, you could kick it away like kicking a stone. The fear now is because you cherish everything you have, and have something you must protect. If there is divine power in front of you now, will you accept it? Luke asked, what can divine power let me do? You could become a god, with a long life and powerful power, which is enough for you to protect the people you want to protect. What is the price? I don't believe that divine power can be obtained without paying. The price? I don't know. I just have a part of the power of the starry sky. Not the starry sky. Let's end this topic. Divine power is not a power that should appear now. Luke asked, it was you who started talking about divine power. Why don't you talk about it again? Chi Kong obviously didn't want to say more. She stretched out her hand to cast a spell to control the coffee pot on the table to pour herself a cup of coffee, and then picked it up to drink. Because I just accidentally crossed the line. I am just your follower on the path to God, not your guide. Today is not a good day to talk about such distant things. Congratulations. Happy wedding. Agatha is a good wife. You will have a fairy tale happiness. Luke was amused by the blessing of the clear sky. It's still easy to talk about such a topic. It's just that fairy tale happiness is obviously not realistic enough for Agatha and me. The chariot of the empire is about to start in full swing. And our lives will be filled with all kinds of blood and conspiracy for a long time in the future. No matter what happens in the future, I will be with you and face it together. Luke looked at Chi Kong and saw that Chi Kong was looking at him. His shadow was reflected in her green pupils. Luke couldn't help but say, thank you. You're welcome. You deserve it. Chi Kong smiled and said, I can't get rid of you. And you can't get rid of me. You are the one I want to protect even if I sacrifice my life. At this time, The door of the lounge was knocked. And then Agatha pushed the door and walked in. Seeing that there were only Luke and Qi Kong in the room, Agatha did not show any suspicion. She walked to Luke's side, sat on the armrest of the sofa, and naturally put her hand on Luke's shoulder. "What are you talking about?" Just as Luke was about to answer, Qi Kong said, "Let's talk about protection. Luke just told me that he has someone to protect for the rest of his life, and asked me not to bother him anymore." Agatha looked at Luke, with a half-smile on her face, and said through her teeth, "Is that so?" Luke knew that Qi Kong's old problem had come back, so he quickly explained, "Miss Qi Kong is joking with you. My relationship with her is a little special. The kind of..." Luke didn't know how to explain his relationship with Qi Kong in a simple and easy-to-understand way. "It doesn't matter. You don't have to explain it to me." Seeing Luke's anxious explanation, Agatha laughed. "Miss Qi Kong told me a long time ago that your relationship is not a love relationship between a man and a woman, but another kind of emotion that transcends family, love, and friendship. Although I don't understand what kind of feelings this is, I know that in your heart. Miss Qi Kong and I have the same weight. That's enough. And I have never seen Miss Qi Kong in this state before. It feels much more friendly." Qi Kong drank the remaining coffee in the cup in one gulp, then stood up and said, "It's too much effort to talk to you. I'd better go find my students. Bless you again." After that, Qi Kong walked straight out of the room. Agatha was left a little embarrassed. "Did I say something wrong? It seems to have upset Miss Qi Kong." Luke said, "Don't worry. She is like this, just looking for an excuse to leave." Agatha breathed a sigh of relief. "I was just curious about Miss Qi Kong's sudden joke. Fortunately, I didn't make her angry. By the way, the first round of the summary of the special operation into Dijia Hill has been delivered. Do you want to go and take a look?" Luke replied, "I won't read it. You can organize the summary and send it to each research team. Tomorrow, I need to leave the Empire for a while." Hearing that Luke was leaving again, Agatha asked reluctantly, "You just came back from Hell not long ago. Where are you going this time? You are the Duke of Fury of the Empire and the Prime Minister of the Cabinet. In such a large empire, there is no official who can replace you to go out and do things? This time, there really is no one who can replace me. Tell me, I don't believe that the difficulty of things can be higher than hell? Go to Dragon Country to participate in the king's trial and compete for the position of the Dragon King." Luke hadn't finished speaking yet, and Agatha's mouth was wide open enough to fit an egg. "Compete? Compete for the position of the Dragon King? You are but a human. But I have another identity, the Tao Tai King. And this identity of the Dragon King has been recognized by the Dragon Kings. The Golden Dragon King Tyrant proposed and is willing to support me to participate in the Dragon King's trial. I think this is an opportunity. Whether I can compete to become the Dragon King or not, I can expand the influence of the Tao Tai King in the Dragon Country." Agatha had seen Luke wearing dragon armor and knew that the Tao Tai King was actually Luke. But being dragged into the competition for the Dragon King was still unbelievable to Agatha. "This is incredible. Is the Dragon King trial dangerous?" "I don't know." Luke really didn't know. And even the player's guide didn't record the Dragon King trial. The original plot had long been changed beyond recognition, and super versions of things were appearing one after another. But since it is the selection of the Dragon King, the trial will definitely not be easy. But I'm not going for the throne of the king. If I really encounter a trial that is beyond my ability, I will withdraw." Hearing that Luke would not forcefully fight for the position of Dragon King, Agatha put aside some of her worries. Although she did not know what the Dragon King trial was, Luke would definitely be at a great disadvantage compared to the original Dragon King. Agatha, who was already married, did not ask Luke to bring much help to the Empire, as long as he could return safely. Yes, there are many ways to win over the Dragon Kingdom, and the Empire is far from the time when you need to fight for your life. The Empire needs you to be safe, and I need you to be safe too. Luke patted Agatha's hand. "Don't worry. The position of Dragon King is not enough for me to fight for my life." Luke did not have much idea about the position of Dragon King from the beginning. The ruling structure of the Dragon civilization is different from that of other civilizations. The power of the Shining Gold civilization is concentrated in the Council of Elders. The power center of the Angel civilization is the Archangel Conference that imitates the Council of Elders. In Hell, all the demon lords are the only ones who are supreme. The Dragon civilization is more like a society. The Dragon Kings have their own territories and dragon groups, although there will be fights between them. They are very restrained. Most of the disputes can be resolved by a few friendly dragon kings coming forward to mediate. The king of the dragon kingdom is actually a leader. The leader has strength and prestige, and the dragon kings below will naturally give him some face. If the dragon kings are not obedient, the king of the dragon kingdom is just a mascot, who can at best command his own dragon group. Of course, most of the dragon kings in history were highly respected, and were supported by the dragon kings as their leaders. Therefore, Luke would rather believe that the so-called Dragon King trial was decided by the Dragon Kings on a whim. Such a hastily prepared trial is not fair, not just, and there is no reliable safety guarantee. The foreign Dragon King, Tao King, not only has a disadvantage in the trial, but even if he becomes the Dragon King by chance, he will become a decoration that no one can command because he has no foundation. Now Luke does not have the energy to rectify the Dragon Kingdom and spend time and effort to subdue the Dragon Kings one by one. He went to the Dragon Kingdom to participate in the King trial this time, and only set himself one goal. It is to form a group of dragons belonging to the Tao King. 2 birds in the bush are worth a bird in the hand. The palace wedding was spent in blessings and celebration. After a tiring day, Luke took his new wife Agatha back to the Silver Manor in the royal carriage. Another night of hard work. The next day, Luke left his newlywed wife, transformed into the Tao King, and rode the Black Dragon Barrel, and flew to the Dragon Kingdom under the protection of the Golden Dragon King Tyran and a group of dragons. Chapter 578 Jingjing Town. Longhua is located in the depths of the ocean in the south of the mainland. It is an island with a very large area. The island is almost surrounded by towering cliffs, with only a few shallows and harbors for ships to dock. The special geography makes Longhua almost isolated from the outside world, making the species on the island extremely unique. Most of them have innate magic skills. So the species here, whether animals or plants, are uniformly called magic beasts. The probability of outsiders coming to Longhua to adventure and becoming a snack for the dragon is far less than the probability of becoming food for magic beasts, which further increases the mystery of Longhua and makes it one of the world's major forbidden areas. In an area northwest of this forbidden area, a gap appeared in the cliffs surrounding Longhua, and a river flowed out from the island, impacting and precipitating a plain here. This plain was originally covered with dense jungles, where magical beasts lived. But now the jungle has been cut down, and a cargo port has been built at the river mouth. Surrounding the port is a small town called Jingjing Town. Although the town is not large, the fire crystals shipped from here now account for 30% of the international fire crystal trade volume. The fire crystal mines that have been put into mining are located on both sides of the river, and the mined fire crystals are transported to Jingjing Town by river. The fire crystal ore is screened and graded in the town's factory, then packaged and loaded onto ocean freighters, and finally escorted to Nuteo City by the Imperial Navy. With the upgrading of the world's industry, the demand for fire crystals is increasing. With the continuous expansion of Jingjing Town, more and more workers come here to work. The mining industry has driven the development of related service industries, and some great industries have also grown rapidly. Even though the Imperial Secret Service has set up a secret branch directly under the Secret Service headquarters in Jingjing Town, it is still difficult to curb illegal activities. Among the many great industries in Jingjing Town, in addition to traditional smuggling, gambling and pornography, there are also poaching and trafficking of monsters. There are even daring people who want to kill dragons. The Golden Dragon King Tyran has told Luke many times that some people have sneaked into the dragon's nest to steal treasures, and some people have tried to capture young dragons. This kind of thing happened not only in King Tyran's territory, but also in the depths of the Dragon Kingdom. There are traces of humans. The activities of the Golden Shield Empire in Dragon Country have caused some dragons to worry and be dissatisfied. So after Luke entered Dragon Country in a high-profile manner as the Tao King, he quietly changed his identity and came to Jingjing Town. There are no high-rise buildings in Jingjing Town, which was built not long ago. Almost all buildings are made of local materials, mainly wood and stone. The industrial area surrounds the estuary, and the administrative, entertainment, and living areas radiate outward. Although the Imperial Cabinet made professional urban design for Jingjing Town, in the implementation process, except for the core area, it can be built according to the drawings, and the construction of other areas is really arbitrary. Luke, wearing a suit, a top hat, glasses on his nose, and a cane in his hand, walked into the secret bureau in the center of the town. A familiar feeling came over me. Except that the building had become a bungalow. It was just like the first time I followed Shelley into the Cape District Secret Service. The office area was in a mess, with some agents playing cards together, some daydreaming, and some sitting there seemingly working but actually not knowing what they were doing. At this moment, Luke's mood was completely different from the first time he entered the Cape District Secret Service. Now the Imperial Secret Service is his own property. As the bedside of the highest officer of the Secret Service, how can Luke keep a good mood when he sees so many guys who are just sitting there doing nothing? Moreover, the Imperial Cabinet attaches great importance to Jinjing Town. Not only does the Secret Service here have sufficient salaries and funds, but the Imperial Energy Department has also allocated a sum of money as an expatriate allowance for the agents in Jinjing Town. It can be said that the spies in the Cape District had a good reason for not working. And the spies in Jinjing Town did not work because they really did not take the Imperial Princess and the Prime Minister seriously. Ahem. Luke deliberately coughed loudly, and then someone noticed him. A sloppy spy came over, and after looking up and down at Luke's appearance and clothes, he said politely, "This is the Jinjing Town branch of the Imperial Secret Intelligence Bureau. Sir, are you here to report a case?" Luke took off his hat and took out an identity certificate issued by the Imperial Secret Intelligence Bureau. "My name is Luke, an agent from the Inspection Office of the Imperial Secret Intelligence Bureau, and I'm here to handle several complaints about the Jinjing Town branch of the Imperial Secret Intelligence Bureau. Is the Inspector Red Fox from your branch here? I want to see him now." Hearing that Luke was a patrol agent from the Imperial Secret Service, the spy who had not yet shown his body stood up immediately. He took the ID from Luke, returned it after checking, and said, "Agent Luke, Inspector Red Fox is in his office. I will take you there." Luke took the ID. "Thank you. Please follow me." Luke followed the spy through the office hall, passed through 2 security doors into the confidential office area, and then came to the inspector's office. Luke took out his ID again and asked the inspector's confidential secretary to check it. At the same time, he observed Inspector Red Fox and recalled the information about Inspector Red Fox that he saw from Agatha, being arranged by Agatha to work in such an important place as the Jinjing Town Secret Service. Inspector Red Fox must be very capable. When Luke first met Red Fox, his first impression of him was that he was as cunning as a fox. His appearance engraved cunningness on his face, with narrowed eyes and a smile all the time. And he had been watching Luke since he entered the office. Red Fox sat in his seat without saying a word, waiting for the confidential secretary to verify the authenticity of the identity certificate. "Inspector Red Fox, this certificate is issued by the Imperial Secret Service Bureau, and all the dark patterns and keys are fine." "Very good. You can go out." Inspector Red Fox waited for his confidential secretary to leave the room, and then invited Luke to sit opposite his desk. "Agent Luke, the Imperial Secret Service Bureau really attaches great importance to our Jinjing Town Secret Service branch, and has sent many patrol agents in the past few months. I wonder what case you came to Dragon Country for this time. All the agents in our branch will cooperate with us." Luke sat down, put his cane aside, and said, "The Golden Dragon King Tyran has complained to the Imperial Cabinet and the Imperial Secret Service many times, saying that many people in Jinjing Town have left the mining area without permission and went deep into Dragon Country to do illegal things. This has caused trouble to some dragons and even endangered their safety. According to the Division of Functions, these should all be under the jurisdiction of the Jinjing Town Secret Service. In response to the accountability from the Imperial Secret Service, Inspector Red Fox smiled and said, "Yes, these are all under the jurisdiction of our branch. But we don't have the ability to manage it." Luke asked, "Why? Is it because the general administration doesn't give you enough funds?" "Of course the funds are enough. But although the money is a lot, you have to live to spend it." "Agent Luke, do you know that the Jinjing Town Secret Branch is the most dangerous branch of all the branches in the Empire? If we want to arrest criminals who go deep into Dragon Country, we have to go deep into Dragon Country ourselves. The dragons don't care whether we are Imperial spies or criminals. They will hunt us down if they find us. And there are monsters that attack at any time. What's more deadly is, criminals who dare to go deep into Dragon Country are not something that ordinary Imperial spies can deal with. In the short time since the Empire established Jinjing Town, 3 inspectors have died on the job, and more than 300 spies have died. It can be said that all the conscientious spies died. and the remaining ones are just messing around. I have no idea. After getting Red Fox's explanation, Luke realized that his judgment of the Secret Service Bureau in Jingjing Town was wrong. In a special place like Longhua, the work of the Secret Service Bureau is indeed difficult to perform. Of course, we can't just listen to the one-sided words of Detective Red Fox. So Luke said, I already know the difficulties of the Secret Service Bureau in Jingjing Town. I will report the situation here to the General Administration truthfully. I believe that the General Administration will find a solution soon. In addition, I plan to stay in Jingjing Town for a while longer to get a deeper understanding of the illegal industries here and provide reference for the General Administration solution. Inspector Red Fox said happily, Welcome Agent Luke to stay in Jingjing Town. Here we have Dragon Country's unique drinks and food, which are not available in other places. Of course, the mosquitoes here are more powerful than those in other places. Some of them are poisonous and curse spells. Be careful when you sleep at night. Luke could hear Inspector Red Fox's intimidation to him, and he became more interested in what was hidden in Jingjing Town. Thank you for your reminder, Inspector. I will be careful, and will not let mosquitoes into my room. Chapter 579 Dragon Country Club. Luke stayed in Jingjing Town. There was still some time before the Dragon Country King trial, and he could do something before receiving the notice from the Golden Dragon King Tyron. In the next 3 days, Luke conducted an investigation in Jingjing Town according to his fabricated identity. He went in and out of taverns and various clubs, talked with bartenders and women in the flesh trade, and under the offensive of money, he obtained a lot of useful information. At the same time, the news that an inspector from the Imperial Secret Service arrived in Jingjing Town from the Imperial capital also reached the ears of the heads of all parties. More and more people were monitoring Luke behind him. Luke knew his current situation, but pretended not to notice them, and continued to collect information about the gray industries in Jingjing Town. He was so blatant to cause trouble. And finally someone couldn't sit still. When Luke was flirting with a pretty streetwalker and getting information, 2 shirtless strongmen blocked him from the front and back. The strongmen were covered with lumps of tendon meat, and the scars on them showed that they were not easy to mess with. The woman realized that her business was going to fail, and she was reluctant to leave the rich and handsome gentleman in a decent suit in front of her. The tip she just received was enough to receive more than 10 minors. Handsome sir, it seems you are in trouble. If you can afford the fee, I can find an influential adult in Jingjing Town to help you solve your troubles. Luke pinched the woman's face, then took out a 100 denomination imperial mark and stuffed it into the woman's deep collar. I will solve the trouble I caused myself. Little Inga, I will come to you again. The woman deliberately raised her chest to rub Luke's hand, then giggled and said, You must be a powerful adult. I'll wait for you. I will use all my skills to ensure that you will have a completely unstoppable night. Luke laughed. I am looking forward to it. Let's go! Luke slapped the woman's butt hard, and the woman gave Luke a look of feigned anger, then twisted her butt and left. The 2 strong men didn't say anything, just waited until the woman walked away, and then said to Luke, Agent Luke, our boss wants to see you. Luke pushed his glasses, and changed from his just playful attitude to a serious one. Who is your boss? You come with us, and you'll know who our boss is when you meet him. The strong man who answered had a fake smile on his face. The other strong man snapped his fingers, saying, Don't force me to do it. Luke shrugged and said, Okay, I'll go with you. Let's see which big shot in Jingjing Town it is. You're smart. Come with us. Get on the car over there first. Luke was held by 2 strong men, and sat in the car waiting on the roadside. The car started, and the transparent glass became blurry, so that the people inside could not see what was outside. The car turned and turned, and the road gradually became bumpy from flat. It was obvious that it had left Jingjing Town and entered the forest outside the town. After bumping for about half an hour, the car finally stopped. Luke followed the strong man out of the car and found that he was indeed in a dense forest in an unknown place. All around were straight trees with a height of 100 meters. The thick trunks needed several adults to pull a cart to carry them. There were also bird calls coming from the depths of the dense forest. When Luke was observing the surroundings, a slim woman appeared in front of him from nowhere. The woman extended her hand to Luke. Hello, Agent Luke. My name is Eiffel, Mr. Shrek's assistant. Welcome to the Dragon Country Club. Luke shook hands with Eiffel, and then asked, Dragon Country Club? This is the first time I have heard of this name. Could it be that the Dragon Country Club was founded by Mr. Shrek? Mr. Shrek is just one of the many founders of the Dragon Country Club. Our main business is to provide services for adventurers who explore deep into the Dragon Country. After all, the Empire does not allow the Adventurers Association to open an office in Jingjing Town. And the Adventurers Dragon Country business is increasing rapidly. Luke asked, the Dragon Country Club is obviously an illegal organization not recognized by the Empire. And I am an Imperial spy. You told me so much. Aren't you afraid that I will report you to my superiors? Ha ha ha. Eiffel laughed. Where there are people, there is a gray industry. Even if the Dragon Country Club is closed down by the Imperial Secret Service, we can continue to do it in another place. Where there is demand, there are related services. The Secret Service can't stop us. Okay. I'm only responsible for taking you into the club. Whether you can leave alive depends on Mr. Shrek's attitude. Come with me. Eiffel turned around, and the grass under her feet was separated to both sides, and the ground sank to reveal a downward staircase. Luke couldn't help but admire these people who made money by doing illegal things. They actually created a secret club outside Jingjing Town in such a short time. If it weren't for the people here to lead him, I'm afraid I wouldn't be able to find this place even if I stayed in Jingjing Town for a few more days. Seeing Eiffel walking down the stairs, Luke followed immediately. Going down the stairs, there is a winding corridor. The corridor uses the magic array design, which is very confusing. People who don't know how to walk in rashly will easily encounter a ghost wall and get lost inside. Luke followed Eiffel closely and chatted with him. It seems that there are your people in the Jingjing Town Secret Affairs branch. Few people in Jingjing Town know my identity. Eiffel, who was walking in front, answered confidently, in Jingjing Town. People working for us are everywhere. Is Inspector Red Fox also working for you? Eiffel turned around and said with a smile, the more you know, the harder it is to leave here alive. This is my advice to you. We are here. Mr. Shrek is waiting for you inside. Eiffel put his hand on the wall next to him, and a door opened immediately. Luke took off his hat, coat, and stuffed them into Eiffel's hands along with his cane. I will definitely get out alive. Take my things and don't make any wrinkles. After saying that, Luke ignored Eiffel, who was holding his clothes in a daze, and walked into the room. The room is decorated like the office of a big company's CEO, with a positive and progressive entrepreneurial spirit. Documents, ink bottles, pen holders are neatly placed on the spacious desk, and a multi-cornered palm-potted plant is placed in the corner. Behind the desk sits a masked man wearing an eye mask. He is wearing ordinary clothes, and his nails are neatly trimmed. You can tell at a glance that this person is a serious person. Agent Luke. Without waiting for the other party to finish speaking, Luke sat down and said very forcefully, you must be Shrek. To tell you the truth, my purpose of coming to Jingjing Town is not to investigate you. I only want to lure you out by investigating you. Now it seems that your patience is much weaker than I thought. Shrek was shocked by Luke's sudden attitude. He said in a low voice, I can understand that. This is your bluff for survival. Agent Luke, I am Shrek, the head of the Dragon Country Club. I brought you here. Luke interrupted Shrek again. There is a plant-like monster in the forest of Dragon Country that is good at mimicry. The plant in front of me is that kind of plant. Shrek, you'd better come out from under the floor. I have a big business to discuss with you. After a while after Luke finished speaking, Shrek in front of him shook, and its body dispersed in the shaking. And soon it became an ordinary shrub with branches and leaves. The mimic bush fell with the office chair. And then Shrek, who was dressed in the same way, rose up with the chair. Shrek said, Agent Luke, I didn't expect you to know the mimic bush. We were lured to death by it. This shouldn't be your first time in Dragon Country. Right? And what is the big business you mentioned? Luke took out a checkbook, took out a pen, and filled in the face value of 2 million Reichsmarks on it. Tear off the check and hand it to Shrek. You can now send someone to take this check to the Imperial Bank in Jingjing Town to verify its authenticity. I need a professional team to escort me deep into Dragon Country to complete a secret mission. These 2 million Reichsmarks are a deposit. After the team is formed, I will pay another 3 million Reichsmarks. Escort me back safely. And finally pay the balance of 6 million Reichsmarks. 11 million business is really a big business for the Dragon Country Club. However, the higher the price the employer offers, the more dangerous it is. And the other party is also from the Imperial Secret Service. Shrek threw out the check, and an invisible hand caught the check. Take it to the Imperial Bank for verification. Shrek sent someone to check the check, and then asked Luke, "What is your mission to go deep into the Dragon Country? Why did you choose to hire illegal adventurers? I need to know the details, so that I can choose a suitable adventurer team for you." Luke replied, "There is a place called Dragon Tomb in the center of Dragon Country. Dragons that die naturally will fly into the Dragon Tomb when their lifespan is about to expire. So there are many dragon remains in the Dragon Tomb. The Empire wants to obtain some dragon specimens from the Dragon Tomb for the development of extraordinary creatures. However, given the current relationship between the Empire and Dragon Country, it is not convenient for the Imperial Secret Service to directly participate, so it wants to outsource the task. As long as the Empire believes that the dragon remains are valuable, then this will be a long-term commission." In fact, after hearing about the Dragon Tomb, Shrek decided to accept this commission even if there was no money. That is the Dragon Tomb. The dragon remains inside are probably piled up into a mountain. If you take anything out of it, the value is not measurable by a mere 11 million Imperial marks. As for the risk, going deep into Dragon Country to find the Dragon Tomb is definitely a life-and-death struggle. But for this inexhaustible treasure, what is the risk of life? Shrek forgot to change his voice and asked Luke in his original voice, "Are you sure there is a Dragon Tomb?" Luke replied, "This was accidentally revealed to the Prime Minister of Meteorite by the Golden Dragon King Tyron. My mission in Dragon Country is to confirm whether the Dragon Tomb really exists. The approximate location is here." Luke pointed to his head. Chapter 580 Preparations before entering Dragon Country. Money makes the world go round. And this is a golden millstone. Even though Shrek knew that this mission was very risky, and the danger came not only from Dragon Country, but also from the Imperial Secret Service, but the temptation of interest still made him decide to give it a try. Shrek said to Luke, "Does completing this mission mean that we will officially cooperate with the Imperial Secret Service?" Luke smiled and said, "You think too much. Under no circumstances will the Empire admit that it has anything to do with visiting the Dragon Tomb. And the Imperial Secret Service will actively eliminate you sinners who offend Dragon Country. Of course, the tasks that should be assigned to you will be assigned to you, and the money that should be given will also be given to you. Maybe I will give you a heads up when necessary." Luke's answer did not disappoint Shrek, but instead increased his confidence in the authenticity of the mission. He took on the mission and said, "When do we leave?" "The sooner the better." Shrek thought about the club's recent arrangements and who could be called upon, and then replied to Luke, "Tomorrow at this time. I can prepare the personnel and materials to escort you into Dragon Country. Then leave at this time tomorrow." Shrek stood up and shook hands with Luke. "I wish us a pleasant cooperation this time. And I hope you didn't lie to me. I warn you, those who lie to me will never have a good end." Luke always had a smile on his face. "I believe the money on the check is not a lie. See you tomorrow." "See you tomorrow." Shrek personally sent Luke, the money sponsor, out the door, which surprised Eiffel, who was waiting outside the door. Luke took his things back from Eiffel. "Ms. Eiffel, are you interested in joining the Secret Service? With your conditions and my help, you will definitely become an excellent Imperial spy." Regarding Luke's poaching behavior in front of his boss, Eiffel replied, "I'm sorry, Agent Luke. I still like my current life. Mr. Shrek is very good to me, and I have no intention of changing jobs for the time being." "That's a pity." Luke put on his coat and hat and returned along the original route. "No need to follow me. I know how to get back to Jing Town." Luke quickly disappeared in the maze-like corridor, not knowing what happened. Eiffel asked Shrek, "Boss, are you just going to let him go? He will remember the way to the maze corridor after walking with me once. What if he rushes in with the Imperial spies next time?" Shrek looked at the direction where Luke left for a long time without saying anything, until a check floated to his side. A voice sounded beside him, "Boss, the check is real." A smile immediately appeared on Shrek's face. "The money on the check will not lie. And this mission is worth my risk. If he really cheated me with millions of Reichsmarks, the only thing I lost was this club." "Eiffel, tomorrow you will lead the team to accompany Agent Luke into Dragon Country." Eiffel asked, "What are you doing with him into Dragon Country?" He said, "There is a dragon tomb deep in Dragon Country, which contains many dragon remains. He entrusted us to escort him to the Dragon Tomb and collect some samples to return. Your mission is not only to protect him, but also to remember the location and route of the Dragon Tomb." Eiffel replied, "Boss, you can rest assured to leave this task to me. What if we find out that he cheated us?" Eiffel showed a murderous smile. "He will stay in Dragon Country forever. Very good. Get ready and leave tomorrow. Luke walked out of the Dragon Country Club alone and returned to his residence in Jingjing Town through the dense forest. This level of mental confusion had no effect on him. The Dragon Tomb he mentioned does exist. The guide on the phone has the detailed location and structure of the Dragon Tomb. It is a very open underground space, full of fossil remains left by giant dragons after their death. Because the giant dragons themselves have extremely powerful magic power. After their death, although their bodies will disappear, their magic power will remain and become abundant mysterious energy. Using the appropriate secret language, you can mobilize the mysterious energy formed by the magic power of these giant dragons. If Luke wants to have his own dragon group, he certainly can't get it by poaching other dragon kings. As for taming wild dragons, the effort and reward are not proportional. Wild dragons are guys who are not accepted by the dragon group, either weak or with character flaws. If you take such a group of crooked people to participate in the Dragon King trial, it is better to go alone. Therefore, when Luke wanted to form a group of Tao King dragons, the first thing he thought of was the Dragon Tomb. And hiring escorts is because the activation of the secret technique requires blood and flesh sacrifices. While thinking about the itinerary, Luke walked back to the hotel he rented. Then he found that the door of his room was open, and the detective Red Fox of the Jingjing Town Secret Service was sitting on the sofa, reading a book in his hand. Luke walked into the room and closed the door. He pulled out his magic wand and swung it. An electric chain shot out, and the book in Inspector Red Fox's hand flew out. He swung it again, and Inspector Red Fox was pulled up by an invisible force and pressed heavily against the wall. Inspector Red Fox, although you are higher than me in the Secret Service, I am an agent in the inspection office of the General Administration. You broke into my room without permission and turned over my things without permission. I will take you back to the General Administration to convict you. Although Inspector Red Fox was pressed against the wall in an embarrassing manner, he still had a cunning smile. I didn't expect that an Imperial spy would actually read the art of Farish magic patterns. As far as I know, even the top magicians may not be able to understand this top-level magic theory. It's my freedom to read whatever books I want. But a magician who can learn the Farish magic pattern essentials is definitely not an agent of the Secret Service Inspection Office. And the fact that you can return safely from the Dragon Country Club shows that your identity is very special. Luke loosened the restraint, and Inspector Red Fox fell from the wall. You know I went to the Dragon Country Club. It seems that you do work for them. Inspector Red Fox, who fell to the ground, stood up, patted the dust on his clothes, and said casually, in Jingjing Town, if you want to do something, you must save your life first. Not everyone has the ability of a meteorite, and my predecessors have proved this well. Agent Luke, no matter what your real purpose is for coming to Jingjing Town, I advise you to leave here as soon as possible. You have already affected my work. Luke can roughly guess the position of Agent Red Fox, and what he is doing. My work is more important than yours. I have a certain understanding of the situation in Jingjing Town. The difficulties here are only difficult for you. For the current Empire, there is only one way to go against the Empire. I have sent the intelligence I collected to the Secret Intelligence Bureau. You just need to keep the evidence you collected and cooperate with the Bureau's actions. The gray industry in Jingjing Town is so arrogant because the people who want to deal with them are not of high enough level. Since the Prime Minister of the Empire came to personally confirm the situation of Jingjing Town, it would only take a word to rectify a town directly under the Empire. But this sentence made the smile on the face of Inspector Red Fox disappear. Who are you? Who am I? You don't need to know now. After dealing with the affairs of Jingjing Town, report to the General Administration. It's a waste to keep you here. Yes. Yes. Sir. Inspector Red Fox saluted respectfully. The inspectors of the Imperial Secret Service are directly appointed by the eldest Princess Agatha. Few people in the entire Imperial Secret Service have the power to let an incumbent inspector report back to the General Administration. Luke sat on the sofa and reached out to take the Fayasher magic pattern essential technique in his hand. It's all right here. You can go back. Don't make mistakes again. I'll only forgive you this time. Inspector Red Fox bowed again. I'm sorry. Sir. I will never betray my colleagues again. Luke waved his hand. Inspector Red Fox slowly backed out, slowly opened the door, and then slowly closed it. After he left the door, he realized that his clothes were soaked with sweat, and his heart was beating rapidly. Chapter 581 Dragon Tomb. Luke didn't care whether Inspector Red Fox had guessed his identity or not. He knew that this guy was a suspicious and cautious person, and he would not dare to speak out even if he guessed something. Without this guy making trouble, he should be able to sleep well tonight. When he enters the depths of Dragon Country tomorrow, there will be no such comfortable house to live in. Luke didn't go out to hang out. He went to bed when he was tired from reading. The next day, the same car stopped at the door of the hotel, and the same two strong men did not have the same face as yesterday. When they saw Luke coming out, they immediately opened the car door and saluted the sponsor respectfully. "Sir, your team has been formed, and they are waiting for you outside the town." Luke got into the car and reached out to give the sturdy man who closed the car door 100 marks. "I haven't had breakfast yet. Go buy me 2 bagels and a cup of coffee. The rest of the money is yours. It's my honor to serve you." The sturdy man happily took the money and ran to the fast food truck on the roadside to buy breakfast. While waiting, Luke asked another sturdy man, "How many people are there in the team escorting me?" The sturdy man was already sitting in the driver's seat. He answered Luke's question without hiding. "A total of 11 people. All adventurers specially selected for you by our boss. They have many experiences of safely entering and leaving Dragon Country, and they guarantee to escort you to your destination." "Who's leading the team?" "Miss Eiffel." "That chick?" Luke said disdainfully. "She looks like a pretty vase. Our trip is very dangerous. I don't want any women in the team." "Sir, don't underestimate Miss Eiffel. She is a very powerful jungle hunter. She was once chased by a dragon, but she escaped unscathed. Her reconnaissance ability and anti-tracking skills are the guarantee of the safety of the entire team. I want to see if this woman is as powerful as you say." Luke asked about the other members of the team. When the strong man who bought breakfast returned to the car, Luke had a general understanding of the team. After meeting these people outside the town, he can match the intelligence he has obtained one by one. 5 strong men are responsible for carrying the luggage of the entire team. 2 thieves who are proficient in stealth skills are responsible for finding the way forward. A magician provides the team with necessary magic support. 3 jungle hunters deal with emergencies. The team has 11 people, and Eiffel is the leader responsible for the march and rest arrangements of the entire team. A very standard forest adventure team. Being able to get this team ready to go in such a short time also reflects the ability and strength of the Dragon Country Club. The car left after sending Luke. Luke walked in front of Eiffel, looked at the woman in jungle hunting clothes, and teased, "Yesterday, I was not thoughtful enough. I shouldn't have asked you in front of your boss if you were willing to join the Imperial Secret Service. Now that your boss is not here, can I get a different answer to the same question?" Eiffel smiled professionally and said, "I'm afraid I'm still disappointing you, Agent Luke. My answer is inconvenient. I still want to like my current life. I am a little disappointed, but we have a lot of time to spend together during this journey. Maybe you will change your mind when we return." Luke's persistence made Eiffel put away his smile. "Agent, let's set off quickly. If everything goes well, we can reach a secret temporary camp at night, and living there is definitely safer than sleeping in the wild. I'll listen to you. Let's go. Please do not leave the center of the team. In the forest of Dragon Country, plant-based magic beasts are more deadly than animal-based magic." After warning Luke, Eiffel turned around and ordered the team to move forward. The 2 thieves jumped up from where they were sitting, one on the left and one on the right, and quickly disappeared into the jungle. After a while, the rhythmic sound of birds chirping sounded. The whole adventure team then took action. The strong men carried heavy packages and lined up in a team. The magician accompanied Eiffel and Luke at the end of the team, and the other 2 jungle hunters spread out to the 2 wings and moved forward in parallel with the team. Walking in the jungle of Dragon Country, Luke couldn't help but think of the game time he had in the past. In the epic game, Luke had entered and exited Dragon Country many times in order to brush materials. But at that time, they were flying high in the sky. This was the first time to enter Dragon Country from the ground. The forest of Dragon Country was full of magical colors, and there were glowing ghosts everywhere. Therefore, even if the tall dense forest blocked the sky, the forest was still illuminated by colorful lights. There were also those magical beasts that were born with various spells. When they appeared, people would ignore their dangers and be shocked by their beauty. Their fur was sought after by some rich people. The high bounty mission attracted many adventurers to Dragon Country to hunt magical beasts. Eiffel's adventure team showed Luke their professionalism with their actions. Even in unfamiliar places, they could determine the direction of the dragon's lair and the powerful and aggressive magical beasts through the traces they found. The route Luke gave was straight, but the actual route was very tortuous. But it was very comfortable. There was no need to sneak into the dragon's nest to steal treasures. No need to hunt monsters. Just hiding from them. For these adventurers it was like a picnic. Luke once thought that this place was not the Dragon Kingdom, because sometimes there was no trace of the dragon in a day. They walked and stopped, trekked through mountains and rivers, and it took them nearly a month to walk a distance that could be reached in a day by flying in the air. Luke also just finished the last wood carving. Eiffel, who was drinking water from a kettle, finally couldn't help asking, "You have been making wood carvings all the way. What's the use?" Luke was carving the tail feathers of a goshawk while walking. When he heard Eiffel's question, he replied, "This is just a personal hobby out of boredom. I thought that some beautiful stories would happen when I went on an adventure with a beautiful woman. But nothing happened. Maybe the adventure stories I heard were all fake. I could only make wooden sculptures of the monsters I saw and take them back as souvenirs. Do you think my ice goshawk is exactly the same as the real one?" Eiffel had already seen what the goshawk carved by Luke looked like. She really couldn't find any similarities with the goshawk from a thing that couldn't be seen as a chicken. But this is the sponsor. It's very vivid. It looks like it will fly away as soon as you let go. Luke was very pleased with Eiffel's praise. "I learned sculpture from a master sculptor. Although my work is a little different from the master, it can also be considered a good work of art. In addition to the ice eagle, I also carved an armored stone pig, a blue flame red-eyed rabbit, and many more. Do you want to choose one?" "No." Eiffel immediately refused. She really couldn't appreciate this kind of abstract sculpture. Afraid that Luke would force it on her, Eiffel changed the subject and asked, "Didn't you say we have reached our destination? Where is the dragon tomb?" Luke looked around and saw that the team was walking on the ridge of a mountain range. There are no trees here, only rocks and sparse weeds. Looking into the distance, there is a forest that stretches as far as the eye can see, undulating with the mountains and valleys. "Like you, this is the first time I have gone so far into the Dragon Kingdom. Look at this mountain range. It is the only place without trees. Like the back of a giant dragon. The dragon tomb is under our feet, and we need to find the entrance to the dragon tomb." While talking, a thief climbed up from the bottom of the mountain panting. He panted and said excitedly, "Found it. We found the entrance to the dragon tomb." Eiffel asked, "Are you sure it is the entrance to the dragon tomb?" "It must be the entrance to the dragon tomb." The thief answered with certainty. "Take us there," Eiffel ordered, and the whole team followed the thief down the mountain. When they saw the entrance to the dragon tomb that the thief said, everyone thought it must be the entrance to the dragon tomb, because the entrance is an extremely huge dragon head, and this mountain is the fossil remains of a giant dragon. It is hard to imagine how magnificent this dragon, which is comparable to a mountain range, was when it was alive. Not to mention that people standing at the foot of the dragon mountain are as small as ants. Even if a dragon is placed here, it is just a large grasshopper. Is there really such a big dragon in this world? Or is this mountain just a coincidence to look like a dragon? Eiffel looked up at the dragon head and murmured a question. Luke took the lead and walked towards the open mouth of the giant dragon. If this is a mountain, then there must be a great sculptor who carved it into the shape of a dragon. I tend to think that this was once a living dragon, just like the world tree. We are not here to explore the origin of this dragon, but to take away something valuable from here. Be careful. There may be dragons waiting for death inside. Although they are very old, they are still powerful and can easily wipe us out. Luke's reminder made the adventurers dare not continue to daydream under the dragon head. Eiffel specifically asked 2 strong men and a thief to stay outside to guard, and she took the others to quickly enter from the dragon's mouth to chase Luke, who had gone far away. Entering the dragon head, there is a long stone road behind. The light gets darker and darker as you go deeper, and the adventurers have to turn on the magic light source to illuminate the surroundings. The remains of the dragon are completely petrified. Eiffel knocked a stone off the mountain wall and found that it was really a stone, so he threw it aside in disgust. Eiffel released the magic lamp to illuminate the way ahead. After walking for a while, he asked Luke, from the inside, "This is just an ordinary underground cave, and there is no sign of the dragon living there. I suddenly have a bad feeling. If the dragons are dead, their remains have also turned into ordinary stones. Wouldn't we go back empty-handed?" "Go back empty-handed? I will give you my labor fee of 11 million Reichsmarks regardless of whether there is any gain or not." Luke picked up a stone from the ground and knocked on the stone wall, which made a pleasant sound, This is just the neck of the dragon. The old dragon will not die here when it is waiting to die. Let's go. There must be a lot of space inside. Who is there? Luke paused while speaking. He took out the magic wand and pointed it in a direction. The tip of the magic wand was bright, and the beam of light emitted shone on a stone wall. Nothing. Eiffel asked nervously, "What did you see?" Luke took back his magic wand and said, "Nothing. Maybe I'm dazzled." Eiffel looked at the place just now, and there was really nothing. "Let's keep going." "Agent Luke, stay with me. Don't leave our protection range." Luke returned to his position and walked deeper under the protection of the adventurers. No one saw that Luke took out the ice hawk he had carved and threw it on the ground when everyone's attention was diverted. The team walked away, and darkness enveloped again. A ball of soft light floated up from the ground, and the light enveloped the ice hawk. The hardened wood sculpture became soft, and the wooden wings flapped. The abstract version of the ice eagle seemed to come alive. It opened its mouth and blew out a small dragon breath, then flapped its wings and flew up. The light disappeared from the wooden eagle, and darkness enveloped it again. A small dragon breath flashed in an instant, and the ice eagle identified the direction and chased after the adventurer team. Luke followed the team forward, walked through the neck and entered the abdominal cavity. This was an extremely open underground space, and finally saw the remains of the dead dragons. The remains of the dragons were piled up into a small hill. The remains at the bottom were completely petrified into ordinary stones, and upwards were different states of dragons' death at different time periods. There were several newly dead dragons on the top layer. Their bodies had not yet decayed or petrified. They lay there as if they were just asleep. Get rich. Get rich. This is the common voice of all adventurers. The dragon's body is full of treasures, not to mention how much wealth a newly dead dragon can bring. Even those dragon bones that have not yet petrified are the best alchemical materials that are hard to come by. And it seems that there are no guards here. You can take as much as you want. But why is there no guard in such an important place? You must know that there is an iron rule for adventurers. The greater the wealth, the higher the danger. I have not encountered any decent danger along the way. And now entering the dragon tomb is as easy as shopping. This is too unreasonable. Although the adventurers were amazed at what they saw, no one approached the mountain of dragon corpses, fearing that something would suddenly jump out at the end. Eiffel also felt that the mission was too easy, and he was not worth the 11 million Reichsmarks. Agent Luke, we found the dragon's tomb. Go get whatever you want, and we will escort you back to Jingjing Town. Eiffel wanted Luke to go to the mine. If there was danger, he would be the only one to die. If there was no danger, would he take more than 11 people? Luke seemed not to notice Eiffel's trick, and he walked up the dragon's corpse mountain. The adventurers stared at him closely, carefully recording every step he took. Then, they saw something fall from Luke. It was a wood carving he carved on the road, and the prototype of the carving was a giant lizard he saw in a mud pit somewhere. The giant lizard with sculpture rolled down from the dragon corpse mountain, hitting the petrified dragon skeleton and making a crisp sound. Soon the giant lizard with sculpture rolled to the feet of the adventurers. Eiffel shouted to Luke, who was walking up, "Agent Luke, your wood sculpture fell down." Luke did not look back. "Please help me collect it." "Okay, Agent Luke." Eiffel agreed and bent down to pick up the wood sculpture. But a ball of light floated up from the ground and wrapped the wood sculpture. The wooden giant lizard instantly came to life and bit Eiffel's hand. Chapter 582 Twilight. Faced with this sudden attack, Eiffel showed the qualities of an excellent jungle hunter. Her hand quickly turned around and passed between the giant lizard's teeth, and then slapped the giant lizard with a backhand. At this time, even a fool knew that he was ambushed. Eiffel and the adventurers quickly took out their pistols and crossbows and aimed at Luke, who was walking towards the top of Dragon Bone Mountain. Bang bang bang, swoosh swoosh. Dense bullets and arrows shot at Luke's back, and Tao Ai flew out at this time, quickly growing from the size of a palm, and then used its body to block Luke's back. The bullets and arrows hit its dragon scales, and were rebounded and flew everywhere. A deafening dragon roar echoed in the underground space. And then, as if responding to Tao Ai, dragon roars rang out all over the dragon tomb. Countless flames spewed out from the four walls, and countless lights floated up from the ground. Faced with a dragon-like creature and many dragon roars from nowhere, the adventurers were frightened and immediately gathered together to form a circle, and urgently loaded bullets and arrows into their pistols and crossbows. Eiffel looked at Luke, who continued to walk towards the mountain without looking back. The dragon-like creature was firmly guarding his back, not giving him any chance to sneak attack. "Agent Luke," Eiffel shouted. "We don't want the commission. Let us go." "Okay. We promise to forget everything that happened here, and we will never come here again." Luke walked to the top of Dragon Bone Mountain and turned to look at the adventurers below. "I have walked with you for so many days to get here, not to let you go at the critical moment. A secret ritual is about to be held here, and you are the sacrifices of this ritual. A new kind of dragon will rely on your flesh and blood and come to this world." After saying that, Luke recited the spell according to the guide, and the rising lights began to gather and gradually took the shape of a giant dragon. Eiffel didn't have much hope that Luke would let her go, and this time she was completely desperate. "You bastard," Eiffel cursed angrily, but she also knew that scolding would not solve the current dilemma. She ordered the adventurers, "Rush out the way you came before the secret technique is activated." The adventurers knew that this was a life or death situation, so they didn't dare to wait any longer and immediately retreated, covering each other. But a huge body blocked their retreat. It was the giant lizard. But the giant lizard was no longer the size of a wooden sculpture, and its body swelled to twice the size of a real giant lizard. It blocked the adventurers' retreat, shaking its huge tail, and flames and smoke came out from the gaps between its disordered teeth. And it wasn't just this giant lizard that blocked the adventurers' retreat. One after another huge figures emerged from the darkness. Eiffel recognized that they were all sculptures made by Luke on the road, but he didn't expect that these sculptures were used to deal with him. The adventurers were forced to retreat by the giant beasts that absorbed the energy left by the dragon. Faced with such a desperate situation, all their adventure experience combined could not think of a way to escape. Eiffel said fiercely, "You block these things. I will kill Luke. If he dies, everything will end." This is a solution that is not a solution. Although the adventurers do not think that Eiffel is a match for the dragon-like creature, they can only fight like this at this moment. The adventurers stopped retreating and cast defensive spells or took out defensive props. The 7 people formed a shield wall facing the giant beasts. Eiffel turned around and rushed to the top of the mountain. Her body movements were very agile, running on the steep mountain as if walking on flat ground. Luke ignored Eiffel, who rushed up. He continued to chant the spell, and countless dragon shapes formed by light surrounded the dragon mountain. All these lights were the magical energy left after the death of the dragon, and then transformed into mysterious energy. Players who specialize in dragon tombs have developed a secret technique using the mysterious energy here, creating a new type of dragon clan. First, players must complete the cultivation of dragon bloodline, and then make the Dragon King horn as the subject to activate the secret technique. Dragon bloodline. Luke already has it. The Dragon King horn needs the horn of the Dragon King to make. Tao Tai is the orthodox ancient dragon heritage, and its horn is equivalent to the Dragon King horn. With the subject, the artifact tree but can directly activate the secret language. Now Luke is completing the preparatory work of the entire secret ritual, stimulating the dragon energy in the dragon tomb and providing flesh and blood for the new dragons. I don't know how many new dragons can be summoned this time. The highest record of known players is 6. Now there are 8 people used for sacrifice here. Luke does not ask to break the player's record. He can summon 4 or 5 to form a small dragon group to make himself look good in the Dragon King trial. Luke took a last look at the adventurers below. The adventurers who blocked the dragon energy beast only played a blocking role. Their strength is not bad. If they fight desperately, they can still block the dragon energy beast for a while. Eiffel faced Tao Tai, and her strength made Luke's eyes light up. Her skills have become her fighting instinct, and her simple and efficient moves are all aimed at the vital points. However, as the descendant of the ancient dragon, Tao Tai's intelligence is at the level of a young dragon, but its strength is enough to be a qualified Dragon King. Even if Tao Tai stood there and let Eiffel attack, she really had no good way to face the dragon scales with super high defensive performance. Besides, Tao Tai was trained by Qi Kong. Eiffel tried to bypass Tao Tai and attack Luke several times, but failed. Instead, Tao Tai swept her to the ground with his tail, and then pressed his claws on her back. Tao Tai raised his head and roared in triumph, pressing Eiffel into the pile of rocks with his claws, and it was unknown whether he was dead or alive. The battle at the foot of the mountain also came to an end soon. The dragon beasts broke through the defense formation formed by the adventurers, and after a short one-on-one fight, they killed or subdued them one by one. The corpses and the subdued people were carried to the Dragon Bone Mountain, and Tao commanded the dragon beasts to bury them in specific locations. Eiffel, who was unconscious, woke up and felt that most of her bones were crushed. Her chest was severely compressed, and she had difficulty breathing. With every breath, blood came out of her nose and mouth. In her blurred vision, she saw Luke and the dragon-shaped light that filled the entire space. "It's so beautiful," Eiffel said weakly. "I knew that I would die in an adventure sooner or later, but I didn't expect to die here. It's not bad to see such a spectacular view before dying, and to die in a dragon's tomb." Luke heard Eiffel's muttering. "Only your soul died, and your body will be reshaped in another form. Now I apologize to you. Although you deserve death for the crimes you committed, this time I am lynching you. There is no trial, only execution." Eiffel asked at this time, "If I had agreed to join the Secret Service, would I not have to die?" "Yes," Luke replied. "The relationship between the Empire and Dragon Country is very important, and crimes that illegally invade Dragon Country must be cracked down on fundamentally. If you are willing to work for the Empire, your value will be higher than your current value." Eiffel smiled bitterly, coughed up blood and asked, "If I promise you now, can I still live? Opportunities are missed without you. As long as the Empire is determined to crack down on the illegal industries in Jingjing Town, it can still be eradicated. It just takes more effort. I have said too much to you, giving me the illusion that you can turn the tables. Goodbye." Tao stepped down. Blood splattered, and soon dyed a large area of the ground red. Then Tao stepped on them one by one, and kicked those who didn't crush them again. There was no reversal, and all 8 people died. Dragon-shaped light whistled around, and the dragon energy beast turned back into a wooden sculpture, and the light inside emerged to form a light dragon and join the flight. Luke took out the blazing sword, and Tao came over and lowered his head. Luke touched Tao's head and comforted him. "Just cut off a horn. It will grow back soon." Tao shook his head meekly, and then touched Luke's palm like a spoiled child. Luke patted Tao's head again, swung his sword and cut off a dragon horn. He held the sword in one hand and picked up the dragon horn with the other hand and raised it above his head. A new spell was chanted, and the dragon horn made a sound along with the spell. The initial sound of the dragon horn was very low and hoarse, but as the spell was chanted, the sound of the horn gradually became louder and clearer. Along with the sound of the horn, the dragon's roar resounded throughout the underground space, and the sound waves echoed like the roar of thousands of dragons. The dragon-shaped lights flew faster. They were joyful, and they seemed to obey the order of the Dragon King to rush to the battlefield. Finally, the Dragon King's horn emitted a strong light and turned into a mysterious prop. Luke then recited the words of the secret art, the resting place of the Twilight Dragon. The artifact tree but stretched out leaves from Luke's collar. At this moment, all the dragon's roars stopped abruptly, and all the dragon-shaped lights froze in the air. The one-horned Tao looked at the dragons in the sky and couldn't help but call out softly, hoping to get their response. Silence! Only the Tao's call echoed. Suddenly, the Dragon King horn that Luke held up turned into powder, and the powder sprinkled on his body turned into a colorful halo. Then a dragon cry sounded somewhere. It caused the Tao to turn his neck and look around. A dragon-shaped light moved, and it flew towards Luke, after its body was stained by the colorful light. It was immediately stained with color. It was a white dragon, with a slender body and a wide wingspan. It was a giant dragon that was very good at flying. The colorful white dragon made a joyful cry, and its flying speed increased. It shuttled through the dragon-shaped light like a gust of wind and lightning, and at such a speed, it did not hit any dragon-shaped light. Finally, it let out a very high-pitched dragon cry, climbed up quickly, turned around and dived down, and crashed into the ground without slowing down. It hit one of the blood pits. Eiffel! Luke remembered that Eiffel died there, and now after the impact of the white dragon, the pile of stones was even more bloody. However, the stones with blood and flesh gathered automatically, and the surrounding stones buried it layer by layer. Time passed second by second, and Luke waited quietly. After waiting for about 10 minutes, a white arm suddenly stretched out from under the rubble, and then a woman crawled out from under the pile of stones. The woman had the same appearance as Eiffel, but her red hair turned white, and she was naked without clothes. The woman looked at the surroundings curiously, her eyes full of curiosity about new things. Soon she saw Luke standing high above her, and immediately knelt on one knee. "Meet my king." Luke looked down at the woman and said to her, with the power of the Dragon King, "Your body comes from a human woman named Eiffel, and you will join my dragon group under the name of Eiffel in the future." "Yes, my king. I will be Eiffel in the future. The white dragon Eiffel. Let me see your dragon form." "Eiffel. Yes, my king." Eiffel stood up, and light burst out from her body. After the strong light flashed, a white dragon stood there. The white dragon spread its wings, and its body was slightly blurred, and it was obvious that it was not a real entity. Twilight dragons are energy-type extraordinary creatures developed by secret arts. They do not have the strong body of dragons, but have the same spellcasting ability as dragons, even because their bodies are energy aggregates. Their spellcasting ability is stronger than most dragons. In addition, twilight dragons have two forms, dragon and human. The dragon form is an energy body, and the human form is a flesh and blood entity. The adaptability is unmatched by dragons. In addition, players have carefully argued whether twilight dragons are undead creatures. The mysterious energy transformed from the magic energy left by the death of the dragon is formed by twilight dragons, not the dragon corpses used by undead dragons and some imprisoned dragon souls. Twilight dragons do not have the characteristics of undead creatures emitting the breath of death. The dragons of Dragon Country accepted twilight dragons, which also proved that twilight dragons were not undead dragons. Of course, the origin of twilight dragons must be concealed. Otherwise, the crime of offending the dragon tomb will not be forgiven by the dragons. Now the first twilight dragon is born. A white dragon, good at flying, and judging from its appearance, it is a powerful dragon. It will definitely be face-saving to take it to participate in the trial of the King of Dragon Country. Luke is very satisfied with his first twilight dragon. At this time, a dragon roar sounded, and a dragon-shaped light moved. It flew close to Luke, and after rubbing against the colorful light around Luke, it was dyed with color. It is a green dragon, with a golden line on its spine from head to tail. Very strong and majestic. After flying a few circles, the green dragon climbed up and dived down to the ground. The birth process of the white dragon Eiffel went through again, and the green dragon chose a strongman adventurer. He crawled out from under the rubble, with a body of tendons and muscles like a bodybuilding contestant. The strongman immediately knelt down after seeing Luke and paid homage to his dragon king. Luke named him Giskaboo based on the information of this strongman, and then asked him to stand in the shape of a dragon. Seeing two dragons, Tao-Tai ran to recognize his younger brother. Luke continued to wait for the birth of new twilight dragons. 1, 2, 3. After the entire secret ritual ended automatically, Luke was surprised to find that he had recruited 7 twilight dragons through this secret technique, breaking the record of the highest number of players recruiting 6 twilight dragons at one time. It's a pity that there is no way to make a video to show off. Chapter 583 King Peak. Luke stood on the top of Dragon Bone Mountain. The dragon-shaped light that filled the space gradually dissipated, leaving only the dragon group surrounding him. The newly born twilight dragons were full of curiosity about this world. But since the Dragon King was here, they stayed where they were and waited for Luke's orders. Luke raised his hand and put Tao-Tai back on the back of his hand. And then the dragon armor began to cover his arm, and soon spread to his whole body. From this moment on, I am the Tao-Tai King. The purpose of coming to Dragon Country is to participate in the Dragon King trial. I ask you to pay more attention to those small dragon groups. Only by absorbing them can we expand our dragon group. The dragons bowed their heads together. Obey your orders, my king. Very good. Now we leave here and stop disturbing the resting place of the dragons. There are 3 adventurers outside to keep watch. Clean them up when you leave. Outside the entrance of the dragon tomb, the 3 adventurers gathered all the supplies they carried together, and then covered them with branches and weeds. After everything was done, the 3 of them kept a vigilant eye on the surrounding situation while waiting for their companions, who entered the dragon tomb, to come back. Waiting is a test of one's patience. However, the 3 of them are experienced adventurers, and they know that in this environment, danger is everywhere and can come at any time. Therefore, the 3 of them have always maintained a high level of vigilance, hiding in 3 different directions, and trying to expand the surveillance range. Time passed little by little, and there was no news from the Dragon Mouth Cave. Is there any danger? This is the Dragon Tomb. Who knows what is inside? Just waiting is not a solution. So they discussed and decided to send the only thief into the Dragon Tomb to re-establish contact with the adventure team. The thief who received the important task walked to the dragon-mouthed stone cave. The open upper and lower jaws were full of stone teeth, and the throat hole was pitch black. I don't know how deep it is. The tension and fear made the thief clench his fists and take a deep breath. The thief chanted the spell and combined the hand gestures and magic, and his body gradually became ethereal. Before the thief could completely enter the invisible state, a strong wind suddenly blew out from the cave entrance. The sharp wind interrupted the thief's spell, and he was blown back by the strong wind and retreated from the invisible state. Then, before the thief could stand firmly, a huge monster suddenly rushed out of the cave entrance. It was a white dragon. Dragon, run away! Seeing a dragon rushing out of the dragon tomb, the thief shouted a warning and turned around to run away. But his escape speed was not faster than the speed of the dragon flying, and faster than the dragon's breath. The white dragon flew at a low altitude, and after an ups and downs, it sprayed a dragon's breath from its mouth diagonally downward. The dragon's breath rolled from behind the thief, instantly covering him completely in the high-temperature flames. The thief screamed loudly. His body burned, and he was silent in a few seconds, and then a charred body fell to the ground. The white dragon roared past, and behind her, one giant dragon after another rushed out of the stone cave. After hearing the thief's warning, the other two adventurers' adventure experience made them run away decisively. But they also did not escape the pursuit of the twilight dragons, and were hit by the dragon's breath almost at the same time. So far, the adventure team hired by Luke was wiped out. The twilight dragons returned to human form. They found the supplies left by the adventurers, and found spare clothes from them to change into. When Luke, wearing dragon armor, flapped his dragon wings and flew out of the dragon tomb, the twilight dragons were ready to go. Let's go to King's Peak. Luke spread his wings and flew high into the sky. The twilight dragons that had transformed into human form also stretched out their dragon wings from their backs. They took off together and formed a formation in the air to protect their king in the middle. King's Peak is located at the southern end of Dragon Country. The cliffs surrounding Dragon Country suddenly rose up to form a mountain that pierced the sky. This is King's Peak. Only the king of Dragon Country is qualified to own this mountain. King's Peak is extremely steep, and there is no way to walk up the mountain. From the middle of the mountain to the top is ice and snow that never melts all year round, making the idea of climbing up a luxury. During this period, King's Peak, which had been quiet for 1,000 years, suddenly became lively. All the dragon kings who received the notice gathered at the King's Peak from all over the dragon kingdom. The dragon kings must bring their dragon sons and grandsons with them. The larger the dragon group, the more dragons they bring. The smaller the dragon group, the more they come. The dragon kings flew to the King's Peak to wait for the start of the king's trial. If the dragons that followed could not fly to the King's Peak, they all gathered in the sea on the south side. They swam, played, flew, chased, and dived directly into the sea to hunt fish when they were hungry. Since the king was gone, the frequency of exchanges between the giant dragons has decreased, and the dragon kingdom has not seen such a grand occasion for a long time. The top of the King's Peak is the king's dragon nest, which is like a large open-air stadium, with ice forming layers of steps here. The dragon kings squatted on the ice according to their strength. The lower they went, the fewer positions they had, and the higher their status. The cold wind formed a cyclone and howled on the King's Peak. The dragon kings in the king's dragon nest all squatted there quietly and motionlessly. The dragon kings who arrived early were already frozen, and the dragon kings who came even earlier were directly wrapped in the ice, as if they were dragon-shaped ice sculptures. Occasionally, dragon kings from far away arrived, and they also did not destroy the atmosphere here. Quietly landed, quietly found their own position, and then squatted quietly and waited, day by day. Finally, the agreed time came. On the ice platform in the innermost circle of the king's dragon nest, squatting were 11 ancient dragons, all of whom had thick layers of ice on their bodies. One of the dragons moved, and the hard ice immediately broke and slid down from his smooth dragon scales. And soon a heroic silver ice dragon appeared. King Tyron. The silver ice dragon looked to his side and said, King Tautai hasn't arrived yet. Does that mean he has given up? The dragon-shaped ice sculpture next to the silver ice dragon moved, and the broken ice slid down to reveal a golden dragon, King Soto. King Tautai came back to Dragon Country with me from the Golden Shield Empire. He said he wanted to visit Dragon Country, so he would come to King Peak later. The silver ice dragon King Soto said dissatisfiedly. This is too late. Are we going to let all the dragon kings of Dragon Country wait for him? He is not the king of Dragon Country yet. King Taotai has not appeared yet. King Tyron is also very anxious. But he still calmly answers, as the Dragon King who made the dragons return to the Emerald Forest. King Taotai is qualified to make all the Dragon Kings of the Dragon Kingdom wait. And it is not yet time for the king's trial. Am I right, King Sire? A red crystal dragon shattered the ice on its body. Its appearance is a bit old. And its dragon scales are not as shiny as those of young dragons. In response to King Tyron's inquiry, King Sire, the red crystal dragon, said yes. The agreed time for the king's trial has not yet arrived. King Soto, please wait patiently for a while. If the time is up and King Taotai has not arrived, as the judge of the trial, I can only sentence him to forfeit. You have no objection, right, King Tyrone? King Tyrone replied, I have no objection. King Sir, the red crystal dragon, said again, I am very confused about your choice not to participate in the king's trial. And I don't understand why you recommended King Taotai to participate in the trial. King Taotai did allow the dragons to return to the Emerald Forest. But he doesn't seem to be a dragon king of the Dragon Kingdom. And he is not even a dragon. King Tyrone closed his eyes, as if he was recalling, why did I recommend King Taotai to participate in the king's trial? You will know it when you meet King Taotai. The war that has stopped for 1,000 years is about to restart. And the king of the Dragon Kingdom should be a real king. The silver ice dragon King Soto snorted. And a few wisps of smoke came out from between his teeth. Then he said disdainfully, I have never heard of a human-shaped dragon before. I think the king who can lead the entire dragon civilization must be a dragon. King Tyron, if you come to participate in the king's trial, you are still a strong competitor. You recommend King Taotai to participate. It's like giving this king's peak to me. The silver ice dragon King Soto raised his head proudly, and then looked at the sky blankly. Is there really a human-shaped dragon? A team in the air was swooping down rapidly. The leader was wearing a red phosphorus gold-rimmed dragon armor, with a pair of dragon wings behind him. Behind him was a group of people wearing dragon wings. This group descended very quickly, and landed in the king's dragon nest in an instant. Their arrival caused a stir in the entire king's dragon nest. The ice broke and fell from the dragons. And the motionless dragon kings seemed to come alive like sculptures. All the dragon kings looked at this strange group in the center of the dragon nest. They were indeed in human form. But they all exuded the authentic dragon power. Especially the one wearing dragon armor. His aura was exactly the same as the 11 ancient dragons. Ancient dragons in human form. It must be the legendary Taotai King. The golden dragon King Tyron was happy that Luke arrived in time. But he wondered where these people with dragon power behind him came from. Time did not allow King Tyron to ask. He quickly introduced the ancient dragons present to Luke. And specifically introduced the judge of the king's trial, the red crystal dragon King Sire. Except for me and King Sire. All other ancient dragons are participating in the king's trial. Luke looked at the ancient dragons around him, and nodded to them one by one. When he arrived at King Soto, the silver ice dragon, he saluted and asked immediately, King Taotai, what species are these coming with you? They are twilight dragons. Luke introduced. I discovered them by chance when I was traveling in the Dragon Kingdom. Twilight dragons are energy dragons with two forms, human and dragon. After that, Luke pointed to the green dragon Giskab. Giskab's body burst out with a strong green light from the inside out. And after the green light shrank, it showed the form of a green dragon. The strange changes made all the dragon kings exclaim in surprise. Two forms can be transformed freely. And when the twilight dragon takes on the dragon form, the dragon power and momentum are more pure. The silver ice dragon King Soto did not believe Luke's words that he occasionally found a twilight dragon while wandering around the Dragon Kingdom. But he could not produce any evidence to disprove it. After all, the twilight dragon is a real dragon no matter how you look at it. It just has another form. There are many types of dragons in the Dragon Kingdom, including ice dragons living on the top of snowy mountains, sea dragons living in the sea, crystal dragons living in mineral layers, and rock dragons living in rocks. Now there is suddenly a twilight dragon with two forms. And the dragons are not unacceptable. Because King Taotai allowed the dragons to return to the Emerald Forest. His identity, as the Dragon King, was recognized by all the dragons in Dragon Country. Now he not only came to participate in the king's trial, but also brought a special group of dragons, which made King Soto, the silver ice dragon, feel more pressure. However, King Soto did not lose confidence in winning the king's trial. King Peak is in the ice and snow, and the environment here is naturally favorable to ice dragons. It can be said that the king's trial is the home court of ice dragons. King Soto is an ice dragon, which is the source of his confidence in winning the throne of the dragon country. King Soto, the silver ice dragon, glanced at the twilight dragons, and then said to King Sir, the red crystal dragon, the time for the king's trial has come. Let's start quickly. The dragons have been waiting for their king for 1,000 years, and it is time to welcome their king back. The red crystal dragon King Sire said loudly, now all the dragon kings of Dragon Kingdom are here. This Dragon Kingdom king trial, regardless of the race and identity of the dragon, regardless of the strength and size of the dragon group, as long as the dragon king can participate. The dragon king who wins the king trial is the co-lord of Dragon Kingdom. Our king. Now the first trial begins. Please come to the Dragon Nest Center in turn to explain your predictions about the future world, and the position that Dragon Kingdom should take to all the dragon kings. As long as you get the support of 10 dragon kings, you can enter the second trial. After listening to the rules of the first trial, Luke took a quick look at the dragon kings present. It was estimated that there were 160 to 170 dragon kings in Dragon Country, and it seemed that it was not difficult to get the support of 10 dragon kings. But Luke knew that it was definitely not an easy task for him. The first trial looked like a political debate. In fact, considering the current environment of Dragon Country, this trial was actually a competition of the influence of the competitors in Dragon Country. The ancient dragons didn't need to say anything, and they could easily get the support of 10 dragon kings by standing there. A powerful dragon king could still beat up 10 supporters if he tried hard. A dragon king without power would probably find it difficult to complete this trial no matter how much you said. The Taotai king is very famous in Dragon Country, but his influence is hard to describe. I have just arrived and have never met other dragon kings before, so it is difficult to win their trust. Twilight dragons belong to a minority of orphan races in Dragon Country, and it is impossible to play the emotional card to win votes from the same race. Therefore, for Luke, he could only honestly follow the rules of the trial and impress some dragon kings with a wonderful political speech. As for the final effect, it can only be left to fate. After all, most dragon kings don't know what the outside world looks like. Their impression of the world may still remain in the period of ancient wars. Fortunately, at the beginning, I didn't make becoming the king of Dragon Country the ultimate goal of this trip. I was eliminated in the first trial. Doesn't it make me, the Taotai king, too incompetent? If there is a day when the secret is revealed in the future, this matter will definitely be a big stain on Meteorite. Therefore, Luke made up his mind that no matter how many rounds of trials he could go through in the future, he must not be eliminated in this first round. Chapter 584 The First Trial. The first trial of the Dragon King begins. The dragons are all self-important. The king trial is not only attended by ancient dragons, but also by many other dragon kings. Regarding world current affairs, the dragons who are in seclusion are not clear, but this does not hinder the Dragon King's desire to perform. For a while, the King's Dragon Nest is like an audition for a talent show. The Dragon Kings participating in the King trial show their magical powers and various tricks. But overall it is the same as Luke expected. The ancient dragons stand on the center stage and immediately get the support of many Dragon Kings. And then, they can easily advance by saying some encouraging words. The other Dragon Kings completely regard the trial as a show. Some people said nothing on stage, but first let out a long dragon roar to fully demonstrate their lung capacity. The sound was long and continuous, and the tone was simple and rich, which actually attracted many dragons to roar and sing, turning the trial podium into a big music stage. Some people showed off their muscular bodies on stage, and their bulging muscles made the dragon scales bulge. Some people made big promises, promising how many benefits they would provide to the dragons after becoming the king of the Dragon Kingdom. Of course, there were also serious speeches, but most of them were old-fashioned, reviewing the glorious history of the dragon civilization, and then imagining how glorious the dragon civilization would be in the future. In short, the Dragon Kings rarely get together, and they take the opportunity of selecting the king to be fun dragons. Luke stood in the position of the ancient dragon, watching the performance of the Dragon Kings at the closest distance. Soon it was the turn of the Silver Ice Dragon King Soto. He flapped his wings and glided to the central podium, showing his majesty before speaking. The Silver Ice Dragons were covered with silver dragon scales. and the surface of the scales was covered with a layer of ice crystals, making them look bigger than dragons of the same size. King Solon was an ancient dragon, with a stronger physique. His eyelids and cheeks were covered with icicles, and his light blue eyes were full of supreme majesty. After showing his majesty, King Solon glanced at Luke next to him and began his speech. Dragon Kings. After the dragons returned to the Emerald Forest, the elders of the Shining Gold people visited the Dragon Kingdom, and I talked with them for a long time. A point raised by the Golden Man caused me to think deeply. Is it because the dragons have been away from the secular world for too long that the lower races in the secular world have forgotten the majesty of the dragons, and therefore have the arrogant idea of obtaining ancient civilization? The human Golden Shield Empire not only challenges the Golden Man, they extend their tentacles into hell. A large group of holy judgment angels suddenly descended on the country of the Golden Shield Empire, and their purpose is still unknown. And the Golden Shield Empire opened their minds on the territory of the Dragon Kingdom, and they mined fire crystals on the territory of the Golden Dragon King Tyran. The Golden Man said that fire crystals are the blood of the development of human civilization. We provide fire crystals to the Golden Shield Empire, and we will inevitably be backlashed by human civilization in the future. Of the 5 ancient civilizations, the Golden Shield Empire has had in-depth contact with 4, and it is still unknown whether the Shadow Civilization has had contact with the Golden Shield Empire. After talking with the Elder of the Golden Man, I understand that his concerns are correct, and I also consider forming an ancient civilization alliance to gather our strength and eradicate human civilization before it threatens us. Compared with other participating Dragon Kings, the Silver Ice Dragon King Soto is truly well prepared for the trial. He presented a lot of intelligence and data obtained from the Golden Man, allowing the Dragon Kings to intuitively recognize the current level of human civilization strength and the need for vigilance. Humans, this low-level race that once crawled at the feet of dragons and was on the dragon's diet, are now developing so strongly that every Dragon King can't help but worry about the dragon civilization. The loss of the 5 great artifacts has greatly reduced the strength of the 5 ancient civilizations, and they are far less confident than they were in ancient times. The dragons don't know how these inferior races will treat the dragons once human civilization surpasses the ancient civilization. Just being on an equal footing makes many dragons feel uncomfortable. Finally, the Silver Ice Dragon King Soto said, I think that the Dragon Kingdom can now refuse to allow the Golden People to join the Ancient Civilization Alliance, but it must terminate all cooperation with the Golden Shield Empire. Let the Golden Shield Empire and the Golden People fight head-on, and the Dragon Kingdom will observe the situation on the side and make the right camp choice at the critical moment. King Soto's speech caused most Dragon Kings to flap their wings. Apparently his speech was successful, and he won the support of more than 50 Dragon Kings, becoming the first in the first round of trials. King Soto was also very satisfied with his speech. He jumped back to his position and said to the Golden Dragon King Tyran, King Tyran, you are too close to humans. King Tyran countered, so I know more about human civilization than you do. Humph. So you chose an ancient dragon in human form? I'm not the only one who chose King Tao Tai. Didn't you notice that his breath is familiar? The Silver Ice Dragon King Soto turned his head to look at Luke not far away. After carefully feeling the breath emanating from him, he couldn't help but exclaimed, It's him. How could it be him? King Tyran laughed and said, You are too focused on the trial. Haven't you noticed that other ancient dragons have already noticed the inheritance of King Tao Tai? I don't know why he chose such an inheritance. I just believe in his choice. King Soto looked at the other ancient dragons, and sure enough, they were all observing King Tao Tai in various ways. Their focused look obviously discovered the inheritance of the former king. It's just inheritance. King Soto acted indifferent. King Tao Tai is not him. He can't become the king of Dragon Country. Let's wait and see. It's his turn to play. King Soto immediately looked at Luke. Although he said it easily, his nervous expression still betrayed him. Luke, wearing dragon armor, spread his wings and flew to the central podium. This podium prepared for the dragons was a bit big for him. However, when Luke stood on it, the noisy venue immediately quieted down. Not all Dragon Kings could see his heritage. They respected King Tao Tai because he allowed the dragons to return to the Emerald Forest. King Soto has said everything I wanted to say, so I don't know what to say now. Luke's opening remarks drew laughter from the dragons. King Soto's speech was completely from the perspective of the Dragon Kingdom. Refuting him would not have a positive effect, but would cause discomfort to the dragons. Therefore, Luke put himself in the right position right from the start and expressed his agreement with King Soto. Then Luke said, King Soto just said all the information he got from the Golden Man. I will tell you about human civilization in detail from my personal experience. Let's start with the end of the ancient war. Luke began to tell the history of human civilization. After the end of the ancient war, the world was devastated. Many races in the secular world started a resource war that lasted for hundreds of years for the few survival resources. This war was not as grand as the ancient war, but the number of races extinct in the war was no less than that during the ancient war. At the beginning of this war for survival, humans were not a strong race. The individual strength of humans was not as good as that of giants. The reproduction ability was not as good as that of goblins. And the intelligence was not as good as that of psychics. But humans eventually became the biggest winners in this war for survival. Now the footprints of humans are all over the secular world. And other races are either extinct, lingering in remote places, or integrated into the world order created by humans. When we look at human civilization, we should not only look at its current achievements, but also look at how it has come to this position step by step. Looking at the history of human civilization and all the wars, we can clearly see that human civilization has a very strong inclusiveness. Orcs, barbarians, elves, psychics and other alien races. As long as they are willing to join human civilization, humans are willing to accept them, and will not discriminate against them because of racial differences. In human civilization, there are orcs who have been kings, barbarian dukes, psychics who have served as deans of magic schools, goblin inventors, and elf scholars. After integrating into human civilization, these alien races have also added their civilization characteristics to human civilization. Human civilization has been constantly merging, and finally developed into what it is now. And those races that stubbornly stick to their own civilization and are unwilling to make changes are almost extinct. Therefore, when we look at human civilization, we cannot only regard it as human civilization. It now encompasses the entire secular world, including the forest elves in the Emerald Forest. If the entire human civilization is regarded as an enemy, then it is an enemy of the entire secular world, including the Emerald Forest. In fact, the Shining Gold people did not clearly regard human civilization as their enemy. They have always defined the current struggle as a trade war between the World Bank and the Golden Shield Empire. Luke finally revealed the sinister intentions of the Shining Gold people. They themselves did not define human civilization as the enemy of the Shining Gold civilization, but came to tell the dragons, human civilization is very dangerous and must be attacked in advance. Isn't this just fooling the dragons into being fools? The dragon kings who figured this out were very angry. It also seemed that the Silver Ice Dragon King Soto had fallen into the trap of the Shining Gold Man, and his leadership ability was naturally questioned. The Silver Ice Dragon King Soto's expression really became serious. He glanced at King Tyron secretly, and found that the Golden Dragon was smiling arrogantly. Before Luke finished his speech, the Silver Ice Dragon King Soto asked first, King Tautai, do you think that the Dragon Kingdom should support human civilization to fight against the Shining Gold civilization or other ancient civilizations? Luke replied, King Soto, there are many differences between this era and the ancient times. The struggle of civilizations is not just about war. It is an all-round confrontation in many fields such as politics, culture, trade, and scientific research. I think it is very likely that there will be no clear camps and positions in this struggle of civilizations. Dragon Country can reach an agreement with the Golden Shield civilization on the level of advanced civilization cognition while conducting trade with the Golden Shield Empire. Even when a war breaks out, it can maintain some channels for communication with the enemy and control the scale of the war together. These are not my unilateral conjectures. In fact, such struggles have become a normal state within human civilization. Therefore, I made it clear at the beginning that I support your point of view. Dragon Country will not intervene in the world struggle by force too early, but can actively participate in the world struggle in other ways. Luke supported King Soto's point of view, but also denied it. King Soto felt like he had eaten a pile of curry-flavored shit. King Soto opened his mouth, not knowing what he should say. At this time, King Tyron, the Golden Dragon, spread his wings and flapped them, expressing his appreciation for King Tautya's speech. Very wonderful speech. Human civilization, Shining Gold civilization, and other civilizations are all opponents of our dragon civilization. But it is not time to define anyone as an enemy yet. Since the battle of civilizations has begun, Avoiding it will only make the dragon civilization lose the opportunity to control the situation. Actively participating in the fight, but avoiding intervening in the war too early, can not only accumulate strength for the Dragon Kingdom, but also put the initiative in our own hands. King Tao, your wisdom still impresses me as always. I support you on behalf of my dragon group. The Golden Dragon King Tyran gave a simple and easy-to-understand summary of Luke's speech, which made the Dragon Kings who didn't understand it suddenly realize it. Now King Tyran publicly supports King Tao, and some Dragon Kings who are on good terms with King Tyran also expressed their support for King Tao. Then some Dragon Kings who agree with King Tao's views followed and gave their votes of support. However, there are still some Dragon Kings who have some grudges about King Tao being in human form. So even if they agree with his views, they still did not vote in support. Finally, King Tao won the support of 48 Dragon Kings, slightly less than King Soto. But 3 of the Dragon Kings who supported King Tao were ancient giant dragons, while King Soto, the Silver Ice Dragon, did not receive support from any ancient giant dragon. In addition, some Dragon Kings, after having already expressed their support for King Soto, expressed their support for King Tao this time. I wonder what the result will be if the rule is changed so that each Dragon King can only cast 1 vote. This made King Soto advance to the next round with the first place in the first round of trials. But he was not happy at all about getting the first place. So far, the first trial of the Dragon King has ended. After eliminating most of the King competitors, who were just filling in the numbers, there are only 12 Dragon Kings left who are qualified to enter the second trial. Among them, there are 10 ancient giant dragons and 2 Dragon Kings of the Great Dragon Group. The Red Crystal Dragon Sire announced, the King of the Dragon Kingdom must have great power. In the second round of the King's trial, the 12 Dragon Kings will be divided into 6 groups to compete, and the winners will enter the third round of the trial. Now please draw lots for the advanced Dragon Kings. Then King Sire recited the dragon language and unfolded a large magic circle in front of him. There are 12 circles around the outer edge of the magic circle. The 12 Dragon Kings participating in the second trial will put their own magic marks in different circles. After the 12 marks are marked, King Sire is ready to randomly divide them into groups. At this time, King Soto of the Silver Ice Dragon said, I want to fight against King Tao. King Sire paused the grouping magic and asked Luke, is King Tao willing to fight? Luke said, of course I am. Chapter 585 Dragon King vs. Dragon King. It can be seen that the rules of this King trial are not formal. In the first round of voting, 1 vote can be cast multiple times. And in the second round of the trial, candidates are allowed to challenge each other. This reflects the lax character of the dragons. After all, they think it is normal to have no king for 1,000 years. Silver Ice Dragon King Soto challenged King Tao to fight, and King Tao accepted the challenge, and a group of opponents was determined. On the magic circle in front of King Sire, the symbols representing the 2 Dragon Kings were connected together. Then King Sire restarted the magic circle, and the formation completed the random matching, and determined the 2 sides of the other battle groups. Then King Sire, who presided over the trial, announced that the second trial would be held tomorrow, and the king candidates could take this time to rest well and study the strategy of the trial battle. Most of the Dragon Kings did not leave the King's dragon nest. They exchanged their views with each other and guessed which ancient dragon would win the final trial. The Dragon Kings who participated in the trial flew away from the King's dragon nest one by one. They now knew their opponents, and they could only increase their chances of winning by gathering their dragons to discuss tactics. The Silver Ice Dragon King Soto took off into the air. He circled over the King's dragon nest, looked down at Luke, then looked at the Golden Dragon King Tyran, and then flapped his wings to fly towards the snow-capped mountains in the distance. King Soto's territory is adjacent to King's Peak, which is the second highest mountain in Dragon Country. There is a naturally frozen castle on the peak, named Ice and Snow Castle. The ruler of the Snow Castle returned. He traveled between the peaks, attracting the roars of giant dragons from all over the snowy mountains. The strongest competitor, the Golden Dragon King Tyran, did not participate in the trial. The Ice Dragons were very confident that their king would win the trial. They roared as if to welcome the arrival of the Dragon King. If it were in the past, the Silver Ice Dragon King Soto would definitely respond with a dragon roar. But this time he flew silently. He bypassed the towering ice peaks and landed at the entrance of the Snow Castle. But there was an ice sculpture in the form of an angel at the entrance. King Soto folded his dragon wings and walked into the Snow Castle. When he passed by the angel ice sculpture, he said, "Why don't you wait for me inside?" The angel ice sculpture moved, and the ice broke and scattered, revealing a real angel inside. The angel spread its wings and floated up, then followed King Soto into the ice castle. It's as cold inside as outside, but you can see the scenery of Dragon Country and King Peak outside. How is the king's trial going? Can I congratulate you in advance on becoming the king of Dragon Country? The king's trial is far less optimistic than you think. Archangel Cromwell. King Soto walked up to the ice throne, lying on it with his whole body, and then said to the archangel who followed him in, although King Tyran did not participate in the king's trial, the Taotai king he recommended is definitely a strong competitor. He performed very well in the first trial, leaving a very good impression on the Dragon Kings. Archangel Cromwell stopped in the air. King Taotai? What is the origin of this suddenly appearing humanoid Dragon King? You don't need to know his origin. King Soto concealed the inheritance of King Taotai in the second trial. I chose him as my opponent. I will defeat him in the duel, and will eventually win the final victory. First of all, congratulations to the Sword of Oath for becoming the Archangel of the Sky City. What information did you bring to the Sword of Oath when you came to me this time? Hearing that King Soto was sure of victory, Archangel Cromwell did not continue to ask about the origin of King Taotai. He stated the purpose of this visit. Sword of Oath hopes that you can visit Sky City after becoming the king of Dragon Country. We believe that your visit can ease the hostility and trauma brought to angels and dragons by the ancient war. Silver Ice Dragon King Soto sneered. The conflict between angels and dragons cannot be eased by a visit. Too many angels died in the magic of dragons, and too many dragons died under the swords of angels. Now many dragons and angels who have experienced the ancient war are still alive. I will not take the initiative to visit Sky City. The tragic ancient war was awakened in the memories of Silver Ice Dragon King Soto and Archangel Cromwell at the same time, making them exude momentum at the same time, as if they would immediately attack each other. Archangel Cromwell first controlled his momentum. He put away his edge and said to King Soto, "There is another piece of news. I forgot to tell you. The Elders' Council of the Golden Civilization completed a reorganization not long ago. Tan, who is known as the strongest Golden Man, became the Golden Elder and actually controlled the Golden Civilization. Soon, the new Archangel of the Angel will have a historic meeting with the new Elder of the Golden Man. The Angel and the Golden Man are likely to stand in the same camp again, and the former allies of the Dragon Kingdom. Hell is now in a civil war. As far as I know, the Golden Man and the Golden Shield Empire have respectively fostered their own demonic forces in Hell, and Hell has no time to care about the Dragon Kingdom. The Shadow Clan also had some problems, and it was impossible for them to provide large-scale support to the Dragon Kingdom in a short period of time. Now the Dragon Kingdom is an isolated army, and has just obtained the Emerald Forest. If the Shining Gold Civilization and the Angel Civilization reunite, will the Dragon Kingdom be able to stop our attack? Archangel Cromwell threatened King Soto. If the King of Dragon Kingdom visits Sky City first, it will inevitably increase the reputation and prestige of the Sword of Oath and alleviate the negative impact of killing the former Archangel. After hearing Cromwell's threats, King Soto of the Silver Ice Dragon had a very ugly expression. But he couldn't get angry. A civil war broke out in Hell, and news had already reached the Dragon Kingdom. But King Soto didn't expect that behind the Hell Civil War, not only was there the Golden Civilization secretly manipulating, but the Golden Shield Empire was also a participant in the Hell Civil War. It seems that the visiting Golden Elders have concealed a lot of things. There is also the Shadow Clan. It is said that several Shadow Chiefs were assassinated suddenly, making the entire Shadow Clan feel insecure. Before finding the assassin, the Shadow Clan could only provide limited help to the Dragon Kingdom. In ancient wars, the Dragon Kingdom united with Hell and the Shadow Clan to fight against the Golden People and Angels. Now the Dragon Kingdom has become a lone tree. If the Golden People and Angels really, they will definitely take the lead in attacking the Dragon Kingdom. King Soto held back his anger and said, "I can consider visiting Sky City and do what I can to resolve the hatred between us." Archangel Cromwell was very satisfied with King Soto's answer, and then said, "The Sword of Oath also hopes that the King of Dragon Kingdom will transfer King Tyran and King Taotai from St. Louis City of the Golden Shield Empire back to Dragon Kingdom. I can transfer them back to Dragon Kingdom. But you must tell me why the Holy Scripture of the first transmission led the Holy Judgment Angel to suddenly descend on St. Louis City of the Golden Shield Empire? This is the secret of Sky City. Now the Sword of Oath has recalled the holy scripture of the first transmission and promoted her to a member of the Archangel. It is meaningless for the dragon to continue to stay in St. Louis City. And the Sword of Oath does not want the dragon to get too close to the Golden Shield Empire. This is simply openly interfering with the internal affairs of Dragon Kingdom. But King Soto agreed. And he didn't want King Tyron and King Taotai to stay in the secular world. After becoming the king of Dragon Kingdom, he must limit their strength and influence. Okay. I will recall the two Dragon Kings. Does Sword of Oath have anything else to say to me? I have already relayed what Sword of Oath asked me to say to you. He hopes to meet you as soon as possible to jointly deal with the crisis brought by human civilization. King Soto said impatiently, since you have finished talking, you can leave. Archangel Cromwell was not angry because of King Soto's attitude. He saluted first and then said, I wish you to become the king of Dragon Kingdom in advance. We will meet again in Sky City soon. Archangel Cromwell exited the refrigerator castle. King Soto, the silver ice dragon, watched the Archangel leave, then laid down to rest. Since King Taotai has inherited the legacy of the previous king, he must be very strong. He must conserve his energy and prepare for tomorrow's battle in the best condition. The Dragon Kingdom has been missing a king for too long, and its layout for future wars has lagged far behind the Golden People and Angels. On King's Peak, Luke chose to stay in the King's Dragon Nest, mainly because there was nowhere else to go. King Tyron, the Golden Dragon, also chose to stay with Luke in the King's Dragon Nest. After finishing the conversation, the Dragon Kings squatted in their respective positions again. The huge dragon's nest was quiet with only the whistling of the cold wind. King Tyron first cast a silence barrier around him, and then said to Luke, although I expected you to give us a wonderful speech, the result was more exciting than I expected. It's just, you shouldn't have accepted King Soto's challenge. He is very strong. Perhaps stronger than me. If you lose, you will not be qualified for the third round of trials. Luke used magic to shape an ice chair for himself. After sitting down, he crossed his legs and said, King Soto challenged me. I must fight. As for the victory or defeat, I don't care. If I lose, I will end the trial and go home. King Tyron didn't expect Luke to have such an attitude towards the Dragon Kingdom King trial. He said, don't you want to be the Dragon Kingdom King? Of course. That's why I came. But the outcome is unknown. If I try my best and still lose in the end, then I can't do anything. King Tyron said worriedly. If King Soto becomes the Dragon Kingdom King, he will regard human civilization as an enemy. Luke shrugged. Don't we still have you? And King Taotai? The Dragon Kingdom King can't influence the entire Dragon Kingdom's position just by his own preferences. If I become the Dragon Kingdom King, it can only make my work easier. If King Soto becomes the Dragon Kingdom King, it will only make the work more complicated. I believe King Soto is sincere for the Dragon Kingdom, so we can influence him to move closer to human civilization. Luke's words and expression are very confident, which makes King Tyron have confidence in him. I believe in your ability, and I believe that you can become our king. Luke smiled. And then he couldn't help but doze off. I haven't slept well for a month. In order to get here in time, I didn't sleep for a day and a night. There is another war waiting for me tomorrow. I rest. King Tyron replied, you are welcome. Looking at Luke again. He has fallen asleep in the ice chair. The Twilight Dragons guarded around the ice chair and used magic to set up multiple protective barriers. Now the King's Dragon Nest is truly quiet. Snowflakes are blown down by the wind, covering the dragons' bodies with a layer of ice and snow, and also covering Luke on the ice chair. Night comes and goes. When the first light of dawn illuminates the King's Dragon Nest, one Dragon King after another that left yesterday falls from the sky. The Red Crystal Dragon King Sire awakens all the sleeping dragons with a fairly high-pitched dragon roar. The second round of the King's trial begins, and the trial fighting field is now open. The selected Dragon Kings who had been prepared in advance flew up from their respective positions. As the ancient dragon language was chanted, circles of magic circles appeared around them. The combined large-scale magic was cast together, and the central area of the King's Dragon Nest stretched infinitely in an instant. A large trial fighting field was created just like that. King Sire flew over the fighting field, the first group of the second round of the King's trial. King Soto versus King Taotai. King Soto, whose name was called, flew with Luke and entered the fighting field. The Dragon Kings in the outer circle of the Dragon's Nest immediately became nervous and excited. These two Dragon Kings won the first and second place in the first trial respectively. The victory or defeat of this game may determine who will become the king of the Dragon Kingdom. This should have been the final battle of the second trial. But I didn't expect it to be placed in the first group. The dragons are really casual in doing things. King Soto and Luke hovered face to face above the fighting arena, making the size difference between them even more obvious. In the eyes of the Dragon Kings watching the fight, King Soto seemed to be able to slap King Taotai away with just one claw. The referee, Red Crystal Dragon King Sire, asked the two Dragon Kings, "Are you all ready?" King Soto, "I'm ready." Luke, "I'm ready too." King Sire finally said, "You are all Dragon Kings of the Dragon Kingdom. And you are all ancient dragons. I don't want to see any of you get hurt. Going out of bounds and admitting defeat are both considered defeats. You should fight according to your ability, and don't force yourself to be strong." King Sire almost said this while looking at Luke. In his opinion, King Taotai was at an absolute disadvantage in terms of physical strength, and the ancient dragon inheritance was not completed. So there was a big gap in strength with King Soto. King Soto said impatiently, "Hurry up and announce the start." King Sire. "Start." King Sire, who announced the start of the duel, quickly retreated. King Soto and Luke recited the ancient dragon language almost at the same time, and deployed several magic circles in the airspace around them. In the magic circle, the speed of magic energy gathering was extremely fast, and the generated magic was almost cast instantly. King Soto chose to release the ice arrow, and Luke chose to release the lightning chain. The dense magic was cast rapidly through the magic circle, making the two Dragon Kings, like each holding a set of dense arrays, to pour ammunition on each other. The ice arrows and lightning collided in the middle, and the powerful energy produced a thick dust fog. The magic continued to be cast, and the dust fog was pulled left and right as the two Dragon Kings kept increasing their energy output. Chapter 586 Magic vs. Magic. King Soto and King Taotai fought in the air with their pure magic power, without dodging or sneak attacks, and purely face-to-face confrontation, which was a competition of their own magic power, strength, and endurance. King Taotia's performance at this moment completely exceeded King Soto's expectations. In his opinion, King Taotai had not completed the inheritance. Even if the inheritance was completed, the newly born ancient dragon could not reach its full strength so quickly. Therefore, King Soto, the Silver Ice Dragon, had to fight the enemy with force at the beginning of the fight. He believed that King Taotai would never dare to fight him head-on, and could only dodge and wait for an opportunity to counterattack. In this way, he not only took the initiative of the whole fight, but also reduced King Taotia's prestige in the Dragon Kingdom when he dodged in a panic. The king of the Dragon Kingdom must be a powerful dragon, and powerful in all aspects. But King Soto did not expect that King Taotai would not only fight him head-on with magic, but also keep a balance with him in terms of strength and magic supply speed. How is this possible? King Soto increased the output of magic power, and the center of the ice arrow turned into an ice spear. The arrows on the edge flew out of the arc and shot at King Taotai with a larger area, stronger attack, and more arrows. Luke also increased the output of magic power, and the electric chain turned into an electric column, continuing to pull. In the center of the magic collision, the magic power impacted and annihilated, tearing the space into countless cracks, and producing a spreading explosion. The entire battle airspace became extremely unstable, and some ice and lightning magic was automatically cast out of nothing. The Dragon Kings responsible for protecting the King's Dragon Nest cast protective spells together to prevent the King's Peak from being destroyed by such strong magic. At the same time, all the dragons present were also surprised by the strength shown by the Taotai King. Even among the ancient dragons, there were only a few who could face the Silver Ice Dragon King Soto head-on with magic. How did a Dragon King who had not yet completed his inheritance do it? In fact, Luke did not borrow too much power from Taotai. Its inheritance had not been completed, and its comprehensive strength had just entered the 6-star stage. The strength of the Silver Ice Dragon King Soto is definitely one of the top powers in the world. Even if it is weaker than the Sword of Oath, it will not be much worse. Luke dared to compete with the Silver Ice Dragon King Soto in magic power because he had completed the full injection of the potion of Aria of the Song of the Fire Cloud Tide. Aria of the Song of the Fire Cloud Tide is indeed the strongest permanent magic power enhancement mysterious substance potion developed by players, which pushed Luke, who had just entered the 6-star gate, to the peak in one fell swoop. Moreover, The fire attribute magic power enhancement brought by Arya of the Song of the Fire Cloud Tide can show the characteristics of lightning after the transformation of the Thunder Fire Eye. Therefore, after Luke increased the output of magic power, the originally light purple lightning turned into crimson purple, and at the same time became more violent, causing a greater explosion. Soon the whole airspace was filled with jumping purple electric sparks, and the sound of explosions continued. The violence of the Tao-Tai King was fully displayed in front of the Dragon Kings. Even the dragons playing in the sea saw the vision on the top of the king's peak. A purple ball of light stood on the tip of the mountain, and it was getting brighter and brighter. At this moment, a dazzling luminous body formed between King Soto and King Tao-Tai. The two Dragon Kings' unyielding magic output made the luminous body expand rapidly. All the dragons in the king's dragon nest became nervous, and more dragons joined in the protection of the king's peak. At this time, King Soto let out a dragon roar, and a large piece of ice formed in the sky. The ice fell towards the Tao-Tai King, and it grew rapidly as it fell, and soon became a meteorite as big as a hill. The Tao-Tai King threw a spear made of lightning into the air, and shot it upwards at the falling ice meteorite. During the flight, lightning continued to join the spear, making the spear grow rapidly, and in a blink of an eye it was more than 10 meters long. The spear stabbed into the ice meteorite, and then the electric fire energy exploded from the inside, blasting the huge ice meteorite into pieces. However, the ice chips and fragments gathered into a multi-headed ice dragon in the magic of King Soto, and then attacked the Tao-Tai King. The Tao-Tai King also collected and reshaped the electric fire energy of the explosion, and the multi-headed thunder dragon materialized and entangled with the ice dragon. King Soto continued to cast spells, and King Tao-Tai counterattacked in turn. One after another, battlefields for magic confrontation were opened up, and the two Dragon Kings entered the multi-line magic confrontation stage. Multi-line magic confrontation is extremely challenging to the precise control of magic power, especially to maintain the continuous output of magic power. Once the magic power control is insufficient, it will cause magic power supply errors, and eventually cause the magic to fail. The fundamental control of magic power requires a strong mental power, and then coordination and overall planning. This requires a long period of practice to accumulate mental power and experience. King Soto believes that the inheritance of King Tao-Tai has just begun, although he doesn't know how his magic power reserves are so huge. The control of magic power will not be obtained from inheritance. As long as he used multi-line magic, King Tao-Tai would be unable to resist. But King Soto's calculation failed again. Luke's mental power has been strengthened again and again by Qigong, and it has become exaggerated. As for the control of magic power, in addition to his own diligent practice, the continuous absorption of Qigong's consciousness also gave Luke the ability to cast multi-line magic. Therefore, in the new magic confrontation, King Tao-Tai still did not lose to King Soto. This made King Soto a little impatient. The high-intensity magic confrontation consumed most of his magic power reserves, and it was unknown how much magic power King Tao-Tai had left. But lightning magic is good at this kind of direct attack, while ice magic is more inclined to assistance and control. In this level of magic confrontation, ice magic consumes more energy. King Soto felt a little regretful, and couldn't understand how King Tao-Tai could have such a high level of magic attainment. He had to change his tactics, otherwise he might lose. King Soto cast a mirror magic and gave part of his power to a summoned ice dragon. He let the ice dragon fight magic on his behalf, while he used space magic to cut a space crack and drilled in. At the same time, a space crack opened behind King Tao-Tai. King Soto drilled out of the space crack, and just as he emerged, he blew a breath of ice dragon breath at King Tao-Tai. Luke had been tortured and tested by space skills for a long time, and he reacted immediately when he noticed the abnormal space fluctuations behind him. He turned around in advance, and the surrounding lightning instantly gathered in his hands to form a shield, which expanded just enough to block the gushing dragon breath. At the same time, the blazing sword was held in his hand, and the sword tip ejected a flaming blade as long as 10 meters, slashing down at King Soto's body. An ice wall blocked the blade of the blazing sword, but it was cut by the flaming sword like a piece of tofu. King Soto didn't expect that King Tao-Tai actually had such a domineering sword. He didn't dare to use his dragon scales to test the sharpness of the sword, but urgently changed direction in the air and barely let the sword pass. Now King Soto regretted his intestines. If he had fought in a normal way, he would never have made himself so embarrassed. Arrogance made him choose a stupid way to fight. and he failed to win the magic energy competition and magic control. He chose close combat. The opponent actually had an unreasonable weapon. Now he had abandoned the fighting method he was good at, and put himself in a passive position. King Soto dodged the sword attack of King Tao Tai in a very embarrassed manner, and finally found an opportunity to increase the distance again. The taught King Soto put away all his contempt and prepared to fight King Tao Tai again with his own tactics. However, King Sir, the red crystal dragon, rushed into the battlefield. He stopped between the two dragons and said, "King Soto, you are out of bounds." Out of bounds? Silver Ice Dragon King Soto immediately looked down and found that he had really left the range of the fighting field. The fighting field is too small. King Soto stared at King Tao Tai. "King Sire, please move aside. A duel between Dragon Kings should not be restricted by the field." Luke put away the blazing sword and continued to maintain the magic confrontation while saying, "Rules are made to be followed. Especially these are the rules of the Dragon King trial. King Soto, I also want to continue fighting with you. But the trial must go on. Admit defeat. This does not damage the dignity of the Dragon King." Red Crystal Dragon King Sire said to King Soto seriously, "The rules of the trial are made by all ancient dragons. And I just saw a mad ice dragon. The king's trial has made you look strange to me. Maybe you are not suitable to be our king." At this time, the Golden Dragon King Tyrant also flew up. "King Soto, remove all magic immediately. Otherwise, you will be isolated by all dragons." The Silver Ice Dragon King Soto, unwilling to fail, looked around. The magic of the fighting field was lifted, and the king's dragon nest returned to its original size. All the Dragon Kings flew up and protected the king's dragon nest from being destroyed by the magic that was still resisting. If he continued to fight with the Tao Tai King, he would really be isolated by all dragons. King Soto gradually reduced the output of magic power and removed the magic one by one. Luke cooperated and ended the magic confrontation. All kinds of strange phenomena disappeared. Silver Ice Dragon King Soto turned and flew away. Without looking back, the Dragon Kings returned to their positions and whispered to each other. Not only King Soto found it difficult to accept this result, but the Dragon Kings also found it incredible. King Taoya's victory was a fluke, but the Dragon Kings couldn't say anything. After all, in the whole confrontation, he showed his strength that was evenly matched with King Soto, and even showed off his sword in close combat. It was just that the way King Soto was eliminated made the Dragon Kings feel a little unsatisfied and like a fishbone stuck in their throats. But King Tao Tai won after all, and King Soto, the favorite of the Dragon Kingdom, stopped in the second trial. Next, the king's trial continued. The other 5 groups fought in the fighting arena in turn, and the 5 ancient dragons who won entered the third trial with the Tao Tai King. It was also the last trial. Gain the recognition of your companions and show your strong strength. 6 Dragon Kings. You have obtained the qualifications to become the king of the Dragon Kingdom. But to become a real king, you still need to overcome yourself and gain a dragon heart that will give everything for the Dragon Kingdom. The first Dragon King who brings the dragon heart back to the King's Peak is the king of the Dragon Kingdom. The night fell over the entire King's Peak, watching his competitors fly away from the King's dragon nest one by one. Luke found the Golden Dragon King Tyron. What exactly is the third trial? What is the dragon heart that gave everything for Dragon Country? I see that the other Dragon Kings have left King Peak. Is the dragon heart a prop hidden somewhere in Dragon Country? King Tyron was a participant in the formulation of the King trial rules, so he naturally knew what the third trial was. He said to Luke, "The dragon heart is a prop. Its full name is the 7-colored magic heart. It is a magic gem made by the former king of Dragon Country and disappeared with the former king." Luke said helplessly, "It seems that the 7-colored magic heart is in the hands of the Shining Gold Man." No. 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 King Tyron said, "If there was a 7-colored magic heart, the former king would not be attacked by the Shining Gold Man. It is a very strong magic prop with self-awareness. The 7-colored magic heart is in the Dragon Kingdom, and it will occasionally appear and be seen by the dragons. We believe that the king of the Dragon Kingdom needs to be recognized by the 7-colored magic heart, and the king with the 7-colored magic heart is our real king." Listening to King Tyron's words, Luke was stunned. "Then why did you hold the first 2 trials? Just let all the dragons find the 7-colored magic heart, and whoever finds it will be the king of the Dragon Kingdom." "That's different." King Tyron shook his head and said, "To become the king of the Dragon Kingdom, you also need to get the recognition of all the Dragon Kings." What a hypocrite. Luke asked again, "What should we do if none of our 6 dragon kings can find the 7-colored magic heart?" "I will find it." Although King Tyrant's answer was affirmative, Luke was unsure. The Dragon Kingdom was really lax for such a big thing as choosing a king. The final decision was actually on an object. Do you want to be so frivolous? The world is in chaos now. If you can't find the 7-colored magic heart, do you want a king? But other dragon kings don't know where the 7-colored magic heart is. The previous king should have a way to find it. Luke figured out some things. He asked King Tyrant, "Did you propose the trial of finding the 7-colored magic heart and prepare it specifically for me?" "I did propose the trial of finding the 7-colored magic, but it was recognized by all the ancient dragons. Now no ancient dragon can defeat the Sword of Oath in a one-on-one situation. Only by obtaining the 7-colored magic heart can the Dragon Kingdom's top military force be on par with Sky City. In the ancient war, no strongman from Hell, Dragon Kingdom, and Shadow could fight against the Sword of Oath alone. The 7-colored magic heart was created for the Sword of Oath. A king without the 7-colored magic heart is likely to end up like the previous Dragon King. That's why it's necessary to find the 7-colored magic heart." The magic props developed by Dragon Kingdom specifically to fight against the Sword of Oath immediately interested Luke. "I'll go find the 7-colored magic heart." After saying that, Luke flapped his dragon wings and soared into the sky. The Twilight Dragons took off together and chased their king away from King's Peak. Chapter 587 Dusk. Luke's former marquee mansion is now the headquarters of Dusk. The artifact tree bud is still growing at this time, and the Dusk organization has been committed to the development of the World Tree language. In order to cope with the changes in the world and speed up the development of the World Tree language, after the unanimous decision of all members, the Dusk organization has a new member joining. The first to join the Dusk organization was the Angel Malice. This once reckless holy judge angel has now become a steady philosopher. The ancient angel language he mastered has a good inspiration for the World Tree language. Since an angel has joined Dusk, the Shadow Clan member Cicely, who was captured after failing to assassinate Chi Kong, also joined Dusk under the coercion of Chi Kong, providing the ancient Shadow language as a reference for the development of the World Tree language. At the same time, Chi Kong arranged for the sheriff to learn the ancient Shadow language from the human face servant and strive to become a qualified Shadow clan. The third person to join the Dusk was the Crystal Man Shinyan. Shinyan's joining the Dusk organization was completely an accident. Since this guy enjoyed the cleaning service, he no longer stayed in the basement of the palace. When he was free, he came to the museum to find the housekeeper to work. This guy went underground and found the Dusk organization by accident. Chi Kong had no choice but to recruit the Crystal Man Shinyan and let this senior technology geek serve as a technical consultant for the Dusk organization. These strange creatures formed the core of the Dusk organization. And there was also a large peripheral group that provided various services and assistance to the Dusk organization. For example, the development of the Divine Difference Machine, the search and exploration of ancient relics, the translation and organization of ancient documents, and the ancient language system. The current Twilight organization is a team of 10,000 people, and there are countless people working indirectly for the Twilight organization. When Luke started the final trial of the Dragon King trial, a core member meeting was taking place at the Twilight organization headquarters. In addition to the Demon Tyrant in Hell and the Meteorite in Dragon Country, the Elf Chi Kong, the Troll Laconia, the Dragon Soul Bonnet, the Angel Malice, the Shadow Tribe Face Servant Cicely, and the Crystal Man Shinyan sat around a round conference table. The layout and color of the venue are similar to the sunset, as if in the dusk, corresponding to the name of the organization. As the leader of Dusk, Chi Kong sat in the first seat. She first asked the Angel Malice, "I heard from Jennifer that you accepted an apprentice?" Malice immediately replied, "Yes, Miss Chi Kong. The child is called Gabriel, and is a young angel." Malice hesitated for a moment, but still revealed the identity of his apprentice. Chi Kong said, "Young angels are really rare, or they have never existed before. Can you explain it?" Malice replied, "Gabriel was recruited by Archangel Oldry himself, and he was born in the form of a child, and then let Archangel Gold take him out of Sky City and send him to me. Archangel Oldry hopes that Gabriel can have a growth process and form his own world view and values through learning, rather than being forced to accept the overall thinking of angels, like an angel who is born as an adult." Chi Kong listened carefully, and then asked, "Where is Archangel Gold?" Malice answered truthfully, I don't know. He said he would hide as an ordinary human. And now he is a wanted criminal in Sky City. Qigong nodded, and then reminded Malice. I received news from Sky City. There is a rumor among the angels. The young angel taken away from Sky City by Archangel Gold was selected by Archangel Aldry, and has the potential to defeat the Sword of Oath. One day, he will fly back to Sky City, kill the Sword of Oath, and avenge Archangel Aldry. Although the Sword of Oath showed disdain for this rumor, you still need to protect this secret. Maris answered solemnly. I understand the risks. If the Sword of Oath comes to me, I will take Gabriel away. You don't need to leave. Now St. Louis City is not a place where he can come whenever he wants. I will arrange for Gabriel to join the Imperial nationality and then go to a school. Although he is your apprentice, he still needs to go to a professional primary school for enlightenment education. I will follow your arrangements, Miss Qigong. The angel Malice had no objection to Gabriel's arrangement. Qigong turned to the human-faced servant Cicely and said, I need you to go back to the underground world. I heard that the Shadow Clan encountered some troubles. Collect all the information you can and bring it back to me. Cicely grew a whole body from the remaining head. She now looks like a human woman. Hearing that Qigong asked her to go back to the underground world, Cicely first asked, Aren't you afraid that I will not come back after I go back to the underground world? Qigong smiled and said, If you want to go back to the underground world, you would have escaped long ago. After you join the Dusk, I will have no constraints on you. I believe that the only artifact in the world will let you come back to see me. Speaking of artifacts, Cicely lost all her temper. Yes, you have the only artifact in this world, and no one can refuse the invitation of Dusk. I will come back and bring you news from the underground world. After that, Cicely left invisibly, quietly and quickly. Then Qigong looked at the Dragon Soul Bonnet. As an egg, the Dragon Soul Bonnet has become a little ethereal, which means that he is about to complete the inheritance and disappear forever. Bonnet. The last trial of the Dragon King's trial is to find the 7-color magic heart. Can you give the Tao Tai King some tips? Has he reached the last trial? I am really looking forward to the final result. The Dragon Soul shined. The 7-color magic heart is a magic gem I extracted from the artifact Rainbow Arch. It can only exert its greatest power in conjunction with the ancient dragon language and the Rainbow Arch. Now that the artifact is lost, the 7-colored magic heart is just a very good magic amplification item. If it can become the heart of Tao Tai, it can greatly enhance its strength. Qigong asked, how to find it? If it hides intentionally, no one can find it. It is a conscious magic gem. It will change into various forms to observe everything that happens in Dragon Country. Now it must have known that it is the final item for the king's trial. The test will also take place immediately. I have no way to influence it. It will choose a qualified king for Dragon Country. Qigong said with some regret, It seems that there is no way to get a shortcut from you. Bonnet laughed and said, Don't you believe that King Tao Tai will create another miracle in Dragon Country? Qigong also laughed. I think you and King Tyron are secretly creating miracles together. Let's not talk about this matter. Let's return to our main job at Dusk. Shuo Jinren hopes to have a dialogue with us about the research of the magic differential machine. This is a good opportunity to understand Shuo Jinren's magic differential machine. The task is handed over to Shenyan. Crystal Man Shenyan didn't wait for Qigong to finish. Raised his hand to interrupt and said, Do I need to leave St. Louis City? I don't want to leave my crystal palace too far. Qigong insisted, Shenyan. That is the magic differential machine. No one here is more suitable for this job than you. Your crystal palace will not run away, and I will let my butler accompany you throughout the whole process. Is it okay? After a strong ideological struggle, the senior homebody crystal man Shenyan finally agreed. Okay. I'll go. It's agreed that your butler will accompany me. No problem. Chapter 588 Searching for the 7-colored magic heart. Luke thought that he could get the moon first because of his close proximity to the water. With his relationship with Bonnet, he would definitely have more clues about the 7-colored magic heart than other dragon kings. Unexpectedly, the 7-colored magic heart had its own ideas, and Bonnet didn't know where it was. However, it already knew about the king's trial. So what was the meaning of the test? Luke, who transformed into the Tao Tai King, flew high in the sky. The territory of the Dragon Kingdom was full of natural forests, mountains and rivers. The rich magic elements gathered into a colorful halo above the forest, and a magic rainbow would form under the sunlight in places with high concentrations. What a magical and beautiful place. When Luke didn't know how to find the colorful magic heart, he gradually became immersed in the scenery along the way. He finally understood the reason why the dragons had such a casual character. Living in such an environment, it was difficult to get motivated. It was really a good place to live in seclusion. While flying aimlessly, a flash of light in the forest suddenly attracted Luke's attention. The light seemed to be deliberately shining here, and Luke immediately dived towards the light source. The twilight dragons flying around didn't know what happened, and they also dived with Luke, even in human form. The white dragon Eiffel was still very fast. She first flew to the vicinity of the light source, then flew low over the forest, while deploying a magic circle to continuously release detection magic downwards. The arrival of the dragons disturbed the animals in the forest. The dragons might, like a mountain pressing down, frighten the animals, and made them quickly hide in their nests. Some of the timid ones even fell to the ground with their bodies stiff. The twilight dragons fell one by one, and Luke landed in front of the light source. The glowing thing was a gem, which lay on a stone pier, emitting colorful light on the surface. And the shape was heart-shaped, just like a colorful magic heart. Colorful magic heart? Luke had never seen a colorful magic heart, but this gem made it easy for people to think it was a colorful magic heart. But Luke knew what the seven-colored magic heart was, and it shouldn't be so easy for him to get it. Luke didn't touch the gem, but walked around it first. The colorful light on the gem flickered rhythmically, and no matter which direction Luke walked, it dazzled his eyes. It seemed to urge Luke to come and get the seven-colored magic heart. Knowing that the seven-colored magic heart had consciousness, Luke kept his composure instead. The more you want me to take it, the less I will take it. Rest here tonight. Eiffel will be responsible for setting up the camp, and Giskebu will go to find some food. I want to study what this gem is. Twilight Dragon received the order to do his own thing. Luke stood in front of the gem, connected to the clear sky through consciousness, and transmitted what he saw to the clear sky. At this time, Chi Kong had finished the meeting organized by Huang Tuan and returned to his museum. After receiving Luke's message, he quickly called Jennifer to enter his exclusive laboratory. After the space expansion, Chi Kong's laboratory has 40,000 square meters, which is divided into more than 10 different studios, which are concentrated with a large number of world-class scientific research equipment, some of which are even the only instruments in the world. These studios are like a magic cube surrounding the central experimental station. Chi Kong only needs to be in the central experimental station to move the required studio to his own space at will, or move the required equipment to where you want to use it. Chi Kong entered the central experimental station and sat down in the central control chair. He said to Jennifer, who was waiting on the side, "I need to do a deep magic property test on a light source. It will require a spectrometer, a deep magic ripple resonator, a light color magic performance positioning machine, a nanocolor identification gun." Chi Kong listed more than 10 instruments that were needed. Jennifer opened the central magic control console, found the studio where these instruments were concentrated, and used the space transfer function to replace the studio with the central experimental station. Then she transferred the instruments needed in other studios, planned the layout of the studio, and connect the equipment to the power system and magic energy supply system of the laboratory. The lights on the instruments lit up. Some of them emitted magical light waves, and the studio was ready for use. At this time, Chi Kong looked at the gems emitting colorful light through Luke's eyes, and then used magic projection to illuminate the studio. The consciousness of the two bodies merged into one, and the mental power was unprecedentedly strong. The spiritual orb was summoned by Chi Kong, and it emitted light on the magic projection, adding the magic and spiritual information collected in the light into the projection, and making the projected image clearer. After the magic projection stabilized, Chi Kong said to Jennifer, "I want to maintain the restoration of the image, and the next data collection will be left to you. Don't worry, Miss Chi Kong. I will do the complete data." Jennifer picked up a spectrometer similar to a camera and collected 360-degree light information around the magic projection. Then she began to analyze the collected light information in turn according to the process. The experiment began. Luke, who was connected through consciousness, stood motionless in front of the gem that was emitting colorful light. This indirect light source collection was prone to errors. He and Chi Kong had to maintain mental consistency and high concentration to infinitely restore everything they saw. Luke stood there, and the Twilight Dragons built a wooden house for him in the gym, then built a camp, arranged patrols and sentries. Day passed, and night fell. The colorful Dragon Kingdom was even more beautiful at night. At this time, in other parts of Dragon Country, the other 5 Dragon Kings who participated in the third King trial, like Luke, stood still in front of a colorful gem. However, all the Dragon Kings touched the gem with their claws, and their bodies became ethereal as if they were just afterimages left in this space. Only Luke did not move in order to transmit the data of the gem. In the Qigong laboratory far away in the Imperial St. Louis city, Jennifer skillfully operated various instruments and recorded the analyzed data. She had been working for more than 10 hours in a row, but she did not show any emotion, following Qigong as an assistant. This kind of work was normal. After Jennifer finished the analysis of the light source, she came to Qigong with a report. Ms. Qigong, this is the analysis data of the light source and some of my speculations. Jennifer put the thick report in Qigong's hand, and then expressed some of her own opinions. It can be concluded that this light source stores a lot of magic information, and the amount of information may exceed the total number of books in the college library. Based on the structural analysis of some magic signals, I think the gems in the projection are not entities, and the light actually comes from an illusion space. Or, the magic information in the light opens up a magic illusion. If you get too close to the center of the light source, you may be forced into the illusion. Qigong took the report and looked at it. It not only contains Jennifer's speculation about the illusion behind the light source, but also some of her speculations about the structure and content of the illusion through magic signals. Very wonderful report. Qigong praised generously. Do you think the illusion may be a battlefield in an ancient war? Getting Qigong's approval, Jennifer said happily and confidently, yes. I separated a lot of magic elements related to war from the light source information, and they are all very advanced battle-level super-large spells. Since the end of the ancient war, such intensive battle-level super-large spells had never appeared. Only in ancient wars can such large-scale spells be used, which is also the reason why the amount of magic information in the light source is huge. Illusions are usually story segments based on something, because I infer that this illusion is a battlefield during an ancient war. Qigong agrees with Jennifer's analysis. The data in the report is as Jennifer said, and the amount of information about the super large-scale magic in the battle is astonishing. Even in ancient wars where artifacts exist, this scale of magic should be extremely rare. If the illusion is a battle during the ancient war, it must be an extremely tragic battle. It can also be determined that this light source must have been deliberately placed here by the 7-colored demon heart, with the purpose of leading Luke into the illusion to experience a tragic ancient war. And perhaps there are some tasks in it to test him. The magic information of the light source constitutes the illusion, but the light source must have its source, Qigong said as he flipped through the report in his hand, then selected a few pages and handed them to Jennifer. These magic information contain coordinates concentrated in the B369, D984, H894, P265 color segments. I will increase the information collection of these color segments. See if you can accurately determine the range of coordinate values. Jennifer took the report. Yes, Miss Qigong. Qigong and Jennifer returned to work. It is impossible to analyze the exact coordinates through the magic information in the spectrum. The only way to do this is to infinitely narrow the range of values. Shrinking from 100 square kilometers to 10 square kilometers is already a huge project. For every square kilometer of shrinkage, the amount of work required will increase exponentially. Luke does not intend to enter the illusion set by the 7-colored demon heart. If it was an ancient battlefield, he would be unfamiliar with the place. So who knows what will happen? And he does not know what the 7-colored demon heart intends to test. If the profession is not suitable, wouldn't it be a waste of energy and time? For the trial that is not under his control, Luke is more willing to believe in science. Everything has a source. Since the 7-colored demon heart has revealed its traces, we can find a way to find its location. If a Dragon King passes the test of the illusion during the positioning of the 7-colored demon heart, it means that I have no chance of becoming the king of the Dragon Kingdom. Luke patiently collected information about light sources. When he was tired, he would go out of the camp and walk around, looking for a small river to fish. After relaxing, he would come back to stare at the glowing gems. The Twilight Dragons had nothing to do, so they focused their energy on building the camp. They built a wooden house for each dragon and built a circle of wooden stakes around the camp. They dug a pond to raise the fish caught by the king, transplanted flowers and plants, and the camp became a small village. Time passed day by day. On the Qigong side, as the amount of data collected increased, The coordinate range was shrinking little by little. Every time Luke got the coordinate range, he compared it with the Dragon Kingdom map. The seven-colored magic heart could not stay anywhere casually. It had to stay in a place with extremely dense magic elements to hide the magic energy it emitted. The most obvious feature of the dense magic in Dragon Country is the magic rainbow. Some board players have counted the number of magic rainbows in Dragon Country, a total of 1,423, and marked the location of each magic rainbow. As the coordinate range found by Chi Kong was further narrowed, Luke finally found the location of the seven-colored magic heart, magic rainbow number 697, at the southern foot of Violin Mountain in the northeast of Dragon Country. Since the location of the seven-colored magic heart was discovered, Luke immediately took his Twilight Dragons out of the village and rushed to the northeast. Violin Mountain is the name given to this nameless hill by players, because it looks like a lying violin with the head facing south, which is where the seven-colored magic heart hides. After Luke arrived at Violin Mountain, he immediately ordered the Twilight Dragons to surround the southern foot of the entire mountain, and then released a barrier to seal off the entire area, catching the turtle in a jar. After preparing, Luke strolled around the southern foot of Violin Mountain. While walking, he released a detection spell wave under his feet and said, "Seven-colored magic heart, I didn't expect that I could find your lair directly. Did you come out on your own initiative? Or did I dig you out?" Luke could feel that the magic energy reaction here was very strong, and he was more certain that the seven-colored magic heart was here. It has to maintain the trial illusion, so there is such a strong magic movement here. So it is not difficult to lock the seven-colored magic. How did you find this place? Tao Tai King. Luke had just finished speaking when a mud dwarf emerged from the ground and raised his head to question. "This is my secret," Luke said with a mysterious smile. "Of course, if you take the initiative to come to me, I can tell you the secret." The seven-colored demon heart was very depressed. Other dragon kings were tested in their own illusions, but this Tao Tai King stared at the illusion gem all day long and just didn't touch it. Then he suddenly flew to his home and stepped on his doorstep. How did he do this? The Dragon Kingdom is so big. How could you suddenly come to my door? The seven-colored demon heart said stubbornly, "You must accept the test to have me." "No. No. No. The rules say, I will take you to the king's lair, and then I will pass the test. But the rules don't stipulate how I can find you. I just didn't think about it. Now I tell you. You can only get me if you pass the illusion trial." Luke said with a smile, "There is no backup for the rules. And your ancient war illusion, isn't it to test the leadership ability of the trial taker? I tell you, a person's leadership ability does not lie in how well he performs within the rules, but in whether he can use conditions outside the rules to lead the team to achieve the goal. And you used the war 1,000 years ago to choose the king of Dragon Kingdom 1,000 years later. Do you think nothing has happened in 1,000 years? Just be an honest magic prop. If you don't have the king's wisdom, don't worry about the king's heart." Luke smiled and tightened his face. The sudden pressure scared the little man, and the dirt fell off his body. A heart-shaped gem with colorful light lay on the ground. Chapter 589 King. Luke picked up the colorful magic heart and tossed it in his hand. The heavy feeling was very comfortable, and the surging magic energy contained in it showed that it was indeed a top-grade magic prop. After all, it was extracted from the artifact Rainbow Arch. Even if it can't bring stronger magic amplification without the artifact, it is also good as an ordinary amplification magic. Tao Tai King. The voice of the colorful magic heart sounded in Luke's palm. "How do you know that the illusion I created is a scene of ancient war? You haven't entered it at all, and you haven't even touched it." Luke tossed it again. "Learn more when you have the chance. It's best to find a school to relearn magic theory. Although dragons still have the strongest magic, humans have surpassed dragons in magic theory, microscopic magic, and interaction with other disciplines. This is impossible." When Chisai Mashin heard Luke say that humans' magic knowledge surpassed dragons, he seemed to have been poked in the sore spot and shouted loudly, "Dragons invented magic, and dragon language is the most perfect spellcasting language. How can humans surpass dragons in the field of magic? No. Dragons did not invent magic. Dragons were just the first to know how to use magic. Magic elements exist naturally, and the underlying logic of magic does not change because of the will of dragons. I used the magic knowledge mastered by humans to crack the illusion you released and found your location information from it. You are lying." Although Chisai Mashin was still stubborn, his voice was not confident. "Whether I lied or not, I can demonstrate it to you again after returning to Xingluan City of the Golden Shield Empire. But in exchange, you must write down all the magic you know, and give it to me. Okay. Okay. Chief Sai Maxin's confidence was severely hit, and he did not realize the unfairness of this deal at all. Now do I count as winning the third trial? Chief Sai Maxin said with a sigh, I think so. After all, you have obtained his inheritance and found me. From this moment on, you are my master. When you return to King Peak and get the recognition of all Dragon Kings, you will be the King of Dragon Country. Is this the King of Dragon Country? Luke felt that the Dragon Country King trial sounded grand. But in reality, it was just like a child's play. The rules were full of loopholes, and the final trial had such a big bug. On the way here, he was full of admiration and awe for the King's trial, and was ready to quit if there was a trial with a high risk factor. The result is this? Isn't this the same as picking it up for nothing? However, after all, it was the first time the Dragon Country held the King's trial, and some mistakes and errors were understandable. During his tenure as the King of Dragon Country, he must plan the King's trial carefully, and never choose a king in such a frivolous way in the future. How different is this from drawing lots? It's so embarrassing. Luke removed part of his dragon armor, stuffed the 7-colored magic heart into his pocket, then spread his dragon wings and flew into the air, leading his dragon group to King's Peak. When Luke returned to King's Peak, the other dragon kings who participated in the trial had already returned. When they were forced out of the illusion, they knew that a dragon king had completed the final trial, so they immediately returned to King's Peak to wait for the result. Luke went to the northeast of Dragon Country to find the 7-colored magic heart, and then returned to King's Peak at the southern end of Dragon Country. The round trip was a long way, and he became the last trial dragon king to return. None of the other dragon kings who returned took out the 7-colored magic heart, and the result of this king's trial was about to come out. When Luke landed in the king's dragon's nest, the golden dragon King Tyran rushed to meet him impatiently, and his huge dragon head almost hit Luke. Did you get it? Luke took out the colorful magic heart. Is it this thing? The colorful magic heart flew from Luke's hand, changing from the size of a human heart to the size of a dragon's heart. The colorful light on the magic heart overflowed, and the surging magic energy instantly enveloped the entire king's dragon's nest with the emitted light. A voice came from the colorful magic heart. The Tao Tai King found me first, and he is the final winner of this trial. The expanded light retracted into the colorful magic heart, and the magic energy also shrank. The colorful magic heart changed the size of a human heart again, and fell into Luke's palm. As the host and judge of the king's trial, the oldest ancient dragon, Red Crystal Dragon King Sire, stood in the middle of the stage and said loudly, all the dragon kings of Dragon Kingdom are here as witnesses. In the 3 kings' trials jointly formulated by the ancient dragons, Tao Tai passed all the trials with a complete victory. He demonstrated his wisdom, his martial arts, and was recognized by the 7-colored demon heart. According to the agreement of all the dragon kings of Dragon Kingdom, King Tao Tai is the king of our Dragon Kingdom, and the owner of King's Peak from now on. Hail to our king! All the dragon kings present bowed their heads to Luke. Then some of the ancient dragons left, and some of the dragon kings also left the king's dragon nest. The scene was a little awkward. The golden dragon King Tyran said to Luke, congratulations on becoming the king of the Dragon Kingdom. But you have also seen that some dragons do not seem to be satisfied with you as the king. Luke wrote down the dragon kings who left. First, the ice dragons. Their boss, the silver ice dragon King Soto, did not appear in the third trial at all. The ice dragons recognized the new king, but would not easily recognize the new king. Then, there were the water dragons, the rock dragons, and other dragons with a small number of tribes. They also had their own bosses representing their tribes. The boss was unwilling to accept the loss, so they would definitely follow the boss. The fire dragons are the largest number of dragons in the Dragon Kingdom. Their thoughts are more independent, so some fire dragons left, and some fire dragons stayed in the king's dragon nest. There are also crystal dragons left. Their bodies are made of crystal, like the crystal people in deep sleep. They have extremely high magic resistance. The leader of the Crystal Dragon clan is the Red Crystal Dragon King Sai. He stayed in the king's dragon nest, representing the Crystal Dragon clan to recognize the new king. The king's dragon nest, which was originally a little crowded, became spacious after most of the dragon kings left. The Dragon Kingdom is like this. If the king is recognized, everyone gives you face. If the king is not recognized, everyone gives you a face. Luke, on the other hand, is very open-minded about this matter. He smiled and said to King Tyron, "Aren't there so many Dragon Kings left? If you change the king, it may not be possible to keep so many Dragon Kings." The Golden Dragon King Tyron couldn't help but laugh. "Yes, you are right. No matter who wins the trial and becomes the king, there will be Dragon Kings who don't recognize him and leave. If we change another king, it is really not possible to get so many Dragon Kings' support. Now please let our king make a coronation speech." Standing in the middle of the dragon's nest, the Red Crystal Dragon King Sire said to Luke, "Come here, King Tao Tai. As the oldest ancient dragon, I know that since I have made a choice, I must admit it. The king's trial chose you, and you are the leader of the dragons of the Dragon Kingdom. I believe that the Dragon Kings who stay have a dragon heart that is willing to make sacrifices and contributions for the Dragon Kingdom. Let us listen together to the first dragon roar of the Dragon Kingdom King after 1,000 years." Luke walked to the center of the dragon's nest under the gaze of many Dragon Kings. The magic circle unfolded. The voice of the new Dragon King spread out from the king's nest and the king's peak, and was heard by the dragons flying away. "I am the Tao Tai King, the king of the Dragon Kingdom. Our world is in turmoil again, and the war thousands of years ago may be restarted in the near future. Most dragons are very confused about where the dragon civilization will go in the face of this situation. It seems that there is a thick fog in front of us. I don't know whether there is a passage or a cliff in front. Fate made a choice at this time, and chose me to become the king of the Dragon Kingdom. This may not be the best choice for the dragon civilization, but it is the only choice now. You chose me, and I choose to take the responsibility given to me by fate. I believe that with your support, my decrees will be smoothly implemented in the territory of Dragon Country. Please also believe that under my governance, Dragon Country will quickly become stronger. I can make all preparations before the crisis comes. Now I appoint King Tyron as the King's Claw. When I am not in the territory of Dragon Country, King Tyron has the power to exercise the king's duties on my behalf. Appoint King Seer as the Chief Justice of Dragon Country, responsible for adjudicating all conflicts and disputes in Dragon Country. Appoint King Soto as the Frost Dragon King, responsible for forming the First Dragon Legion of Dragon Country, the Frost Dragon Legion. Appoint. Luke did not paint a rosy picture for the dragons in his inaugural speech. Instead, he took advantage of the fact that he was the king of Dragon Country, and some of the Dragon Kings still believed in him to quickly build the organizational structure of Dragon Country. If Dragon Country wants to deal with future crises, it must not continue to be so lax. No matter how many younger brothers recognize him as the leader, he must act like a big brother and take on the responsibility of a big brother. Of course, he must also have the bearing of a big brother. Some younger brothers do not support him now, so he must give them the opportunity to support him in the future. The voice of the new king quickly spread to every corner of Dragon Country as the dragons left King's Peak, including the nearby Ice and Snow Castle. Silver Ice Dragon King Soto is entertaining the returning Archangel Cromwell. Archangel Cromwell did not leave Dragon Country after visiting Queen Soto last time. No matter how confident King Soto is, as long as the king of Dragon Country is not elected, the king is not certain, and he must bring the news of who will become the king of Dragon Country back to Sky City. As a result, things turned out just as Archangel Cromwell worried. Silver Ice Dragon King Soto unexpectedly lost to King Tao Tai in the second round of trials, and did not even enter the third round of trials. Today, Archangel Cromwell just got the news that King Tao Tai became the king of Dragon Country, and immediately visited King Soto again. Before they had a few words, King Talia's appointment of King Soto was sent to the Ice Castle. Frost Dragon King. It was the official title given to King Soto by the king of Dragon Country. The Frost Dragon Legion was the military organization given to King Soto. The title and organization made King Soto a little distracted, and he couldn't figure out what King Tao Tai wanted to do. "Do you think you can win me over like this?" King Soto expressed disdain for these means. Cromwell, floating in the air, said, "King Tao Tai became the king of Dragon Country, which was beyond my and Sky City's expectations. King Talia's origin is unknown, and he is not even a dragon. But he can become the king of Dragon Country like this. There is a problem with your trial rules, and King Tao Tai is not qualified to participate at all." The Silver Ice Dragon King Soto retorted, "The identity of King Tao Tai as the Dragon King is recognized by all Dragon Kings in Dragon Country. He allowed the giant dragons to return to the extraordinary forest, provided a transit station for the giant dragons to go to the secular world. and gave Dragon Country strategic depth. This is what he deserves. All Dragon Kings are eligible to participate in the King's Trial, which is the right of all Dragon Kings. Archangel Cromwell did not expect King Soto to defend King Tao Tai on this issue. He did not continue to question King Taotia's qualifications, but instead said, "I came to visit this time to tell you. The invitation to you from Sky City is still valid. In the angel's cognition, you are the real king of Dragon Country. I think after you visit Sky City, the Sword of Oath will publicly recognize your kingship." King Soto sneered and said, "Does Sky City want to create 2 kings in Dragon Country? Tell you, and tell the Sword of Oath, that King Tao Tai has won 3 trials, and his kingship is recognized by all the dragons in Dragon Country, including me. He is the king of Dragon Country, but not my king." After being retorted twice, Archangel Cromwell spoke more cautiously next. "The angel just thinks you are more qualified to lead Dragon Country. King Tao Tai is too close to humans, and if he becomes the king of Dragon Country, it will inevitably push Dragon Country to turn to human civilization. You definitely don't want to see Dragon civilization being swallowed up by human civilization, and dragons being enslaved by humans. This will never happen." As if his reverse scale was touched, King Soto roared, "If King Tao Tai dares to do this, I will kill him regardless of everything." Cromwell immediately said, "If you are determined to seize the throne, the angel is willing to give you all the help you can." King Soto changed his eyes and looked at Cromwell. Just like the Sword of Oath seized the position of Archangel, the death of Archangel Oldry was definitely the biggest stain in the Sword of Oath's life. But at that time Archangel Oldry was determined to die, and the Sword of Oath had no better way to seize the throne. This matter is the most taboo topic in Sky City. Archangel Cromwell's face immediately became very ugly. Sometimes the road to justice requires some sacrifices, and the Sword of Oath just did what he should do. "King Soto, you are responsible for leading the Dragon Kingdom back on the right track. Do you dare to bear the damage to your reputation for the truth?" Archangel Cromwell's words made King Soto's expression become extremely serious. "Although I know that you are provoking internal strife in the Dragon Kingdom with bad intentions, I have to admit that you are right. I will go to Sky City to meet the Sword of Oath as the Dragon King. For some things, I need his personal promise." Archangel Cromwell saluted King Soto. "Sky City welcomes your visit at any time." King Soto said arrogantly, "You can go back to Sky City. The relationship between dragons and angels has not eased yet. If you come to me frequently and are seen by other dragons, it will affect my reputation in Dragon Country. I should go back to Sky City. Welcome to Sky City again." Chapter 590 King's New Policy. After Luke officially took office as the King of Dragon Country, he set up his ruling team as quickly as possible. But he soon discovered that the situation in Dragon Country was more serious than he had imagined. There was no king to govern for 1,000 years, and the dragons were completely scattered. Coupled with their inherent laziness, the entire dragon civilization had seriously degenerated. The entire social structure was even looser than the barbarians in the western border of the empire, and the creative ability was almost completely lost. It can be said that the 1,000 years after the war was a complete blank period for Dragon Country. Even the magic that dragons are good at, the related research is almost stagnant. Dragon Country is completely relying on its past capital, and the improvement of national strength is all based on the increase in the number of dragons. Even King Tyron and King Seer have no idea how many dragons Dragon Country has now. There is no reference material, no governance system that can be implemented from top to bottom, no treasury that belongs to Dragon Country assets, no education system for young dragons. Now Luke, as the King of Dragon Country, has nothing, and he is being watched by so many dragons. He just feels that he is in a dilemma. They are already so poor. Where do the dragons get their arrogance from? If he were not the Prime Minister of the Golden Shield Empire and had some governance experience, he would not know where to start the rectification if another dragon came to power. The first thing is to collect taxes. King Peak issued a one-time tax order to all dragons in Dragon Country, requiring all dragons to hand over 1/10 of the treasures in their dragon nests to the treasury of Dragon Country. Luke knew that it was not easy to dig treasures out of dragon claws, so he followed this one-time tax order and issued an explanation. This tax order was derived from the Treasure National Ownership Order implemented by Dragon Country during the Ancient War. During the war, all dragons no longer had private treasures, and all treasures belonged to Dragon Country and were used for war. The one-time tax order only required dragons to hand over 1/10 of their private treasures, and Dragon Country would no longer levy taxes on dragons in the future. Part of the tax collected this time will be used to rebuild Dragon Country's Dragon Magic Cliff and reopen the magic research belonging to dragons. Part will be used to build Dragon Country's Magic Academy, so that all young dragons can receive the most systematic and formal education. Part will be used to invest in the business of Emerald Forest, and obtain the resources needed for Dragon Country through the prosperous world trade now. If there is any surplus, it will be used to arm the King's Dragon Legion. Luke emphasized that the taxation is to deal with the crisis that the Dragon Kingdom will face in the future. All dragons who actively pay taxes can get priority in the subsequent welfare and support policies of the Dragon Kingdom. After the one-time taxation order was issued, it quickly received a response from the dragons who supported the Tao Tai King. If it were in the past, it would be almost impossible to move treasures from the dragon's nest. Collecting and storing treasures is a special hobby of dragons. However, the gradual chaos in the world has allowed the dragons to re-elect the king after 1,000 years. They must know which is more important: the strength of the Dragon Kingdom or their own treasures. Moreover, the Tao Tai King only collected 1/10 of the tax and promised not to collect taxes in the future. So after a period of busy work, the treasures filled up the king's dragon nest. Now that he had money, he could do many things. Luke first wrote a letter to Agatha, asking the Empire to find a way to cash in the strange treasures he had received, and then purchase all kinds of materials that Dragon Country was most in need of. Then he wrote a letter to the Three-Leaf King of the Emerald Forest, asking the Forest Elves to help Dragon Country rebuild the Magic Cliff, asking the Emerald Magic Academy to help Dragon Country build the Dragon Magic Academy, asking Emerald Lake to send a trade advisory group to Dragon Country to discuss how to create Dragon Country's trade advantage projects. Finally, he wrote letters to the Golden Civilization, Angel Civilization, Hell Civilization, and Shadow Civilization, informing them that Dragon Country had a new king and that he was willing to maintain harmonious relations with all ancient civilizations. Especially in the letter to Shadow Civilization, Luke strongly expressed his hope to be invited to visit Shadow Civilization. After sending several important letters, Luke ordered the formation of a giant Dragon World Tour group. He wanted to express to the world that Dragon Country was ready to actively integrate into the current world system and participate in world trade activities. Dragon Country, a machine that had stopped for 1,000 years, finally started to move under Luke's day and night operation. However, various sedimented problems were gradually exposed with this movement. Luke put almost all his energy into governing the Dragon Kingdom, and his life was more stressful than in the Empire. Although the Prime Minister of the Empire had a lot of work to do, the Imperial Court had a complete bureaucratic system. Luke sometimes disappeared for several months, and the Empire's government system could still operate normally. In the Dragon Kingdom, if the Tao Tai King was not in the King's Dragon nest for a day, everything would come to a standstill. For this reason, Luke had to write to Agatha again, saying that he might have to wait for a while before returning to the Empire. Luke was busy for the Dragon Kingdom. The information of the Dragon Kingdom was gradually improved. And then he found that those Dragon Kings who did not support him were also integrating their forces. They even followed their example, issuing tax orders to the dragons they controlled, establishing a ruling system, and expanding military power. For a time, the Dragon Kingdom seemed to have entered the spring and autumn period. As the Orthodox King of the Dragon Kingdom, King Tao Tai controlled about 40% of the land and dragons in the Dragon Kingdom, and the other 60% was ruled by the Dragon Kings who did not support him. 40% seems a lot, but King Tao Tai has no foundation in the Dragon Kingdom. This 40% is actually controlled by the Dragon Kings one by one, and they may abandon their king at any time. The only things Luke really directly owned were probably the Twilight Dragon and the King's Peak. In order to strengthen the strength of his direct subordinates, Luke actively wooed the small dragons to join his King's Dragon group. He even set his sights on wild dragons that he had previously looked down upon, and picked out the best from the worst to fill his group of King Dragons. The days passed one by one, and Luke's group of King Dragons expanded from 7 Twilight Dragons to 35 Giant Dragons. After the trial of the Dragon King, King Peak finally had the scenery of being surrounded by dragons again. One day, Luke received a message. The visiting group of the Golden Shield Empire landed in Jingjing Town and asked the King of Tao Tai to allow them to enter and go to King Peak to meet the King of Dragon. The leader of the Golden Shield Empire's visiting group was Agatha Augustine, the eldest princess of the Empire. Luke was very happy to hear that Agatha was coming. The accident of the Dragon King made Luke not see Agatha for more than 3 months. He always thought of her in his spare time. So Luke immediately ordered to allow the Golden Shield Empire delegation to enter the country, and sent the Black Dragon Barl to lead a team of dragons to greet them. Just when Luke was looking forward to Agatha's arrival, another piece of news came. The Three-Leaf King of the Emerald Forest has led a delegation to land in the Dragon Kingdom, and will soon arrive at the King's Peak to pay tribute to the new Dragon King. Calculating the time, the Three-Leaf King should come. But it is not the right time. There is no way. Luke can only meet the Golden Shield Empire delegation and the Emerald Forest delegation at the same time. King's Peak is covered with ice and snow, and cold winds howl in the mountains all year round. In the King's Dragon's nest in the ice, Luke sits on the throne in the middle, and the human-shaped Twilight Dragons stand on both sides of the throne, surrounded by dragons on the ice platform. In front of the throne are the visiting Princess Agatha of the Golden Shield Empire and the Three-Leaf King of the Emerald Forest. Agatha is wearing a white ermine coat. Her long golden hair is tied into a bun, and she wears a princess crown, looking elegant and noble. She knew that King's Peak was the highest mountain in the Dragon Kingdom, and was covered with ice and snow all year round. But she didn't expect the climate here to be worse than she imagined. The air is thin, the temperature is cold, and it is open air, without servants to take care of it. After the surprise of her husband becoming the king of Dragon Country passed, Agatha was filled with heartache when she came to the king's dragon nest. If it weren't for the Three-Leaf King of the Emerald Forest, she would have rushed over to hug her husband. Agatha, who was in charge of the Imperial Secret Service, did not reveal her feelings. She saluted the Tao-Tai King according to etiquette, and expressed the purpose of her visit to Dragon Country. The Golden Shield Empire wanted to establish formal diplomatic relations with Dragon Country, send diplomats to each other, open the markets of the two countries, and conduct more economic and trade cooperation. At the same time, it proposed that Dragon Country join the free trade body. This was originally something that the two people cuddled together to discuss, and Luke could only give a very formal reply. As the king of Dragon Country, I am actively promoting Dragon Country's integration into the current world. It is my wish to establish friendly relations with countries around the world. However, the Golden Shield Empire is at odds with the Shining Gold people, as a civilization of the same period as the Shining Gold civilization. The Dragon civilization does not want to get involved in a meaningless dispute. After all, the Dragon civilization and the Shining Gold civilization have an unpleasant history, and too much contact may lead to accidents. Therefore, it is inconvenient for Dragon Country to establish formal diplomatic relations with the Golden Shield Empire. But this does not hinder our cooperation and exchanges in trade. Jingjing Town is the window for exchanges between our two countries. It would be even better if the Golden Shield Empire could crack down on crimes in Jingjing Town. Luke's meaning was very clear. I have become the king of Dragon Country. Does the Empire still care about the diplomatic relations in public? Dragon Country should not directly offend the Golden people now. A relationship that is not made clear is more in line with the interests of the Empire and Dragon Country. Agatha could hear what Luke meant. She also knew that the Empire and Dragon Country are now a family. It is interesting to hide this relationship and cheat the Golden people together. These are just excuses for Agatha to come to Dragon Country. And of course, they are just pretending to be in front of the Golden people. Agatha said immediately, "It's a pity. The Golden Shield Empire welcomes further development of relations with Dragon Country at any time. This time, I brought a trade team with me, hoping to conduct on-site trade negotiations with Dragon Country." Luke replied, "Of course I welcome business. I have several good trade cooperation projects now, and I can discuss them with Her Royal Highness the Princess. Of course, the Emerald Forest cannot be left out." Hearing that he was mentioned, King San immediately saluted Luke. "Your Majesty, I didn't expect you to ascend the throne and become the king of the Dragon Kingdom so soon. Thank you for your help to the Forest Elves in the Headhunter War. The Forest Elves are willing to fully support all your decrees. This time I brought the elves you wanted." King San's support for the Tao-Tai Kingdom is from the heart. During the Headhunter War, King San had a great liking for this special Dragon King, and this Dragon King understands the current world. In fact, after the news of the Dragon King's trial reached the Emerald Forest, King San was worried about who would become the new Dragon King. If the selected king interferes too much with the Forest Elves, it will inevitably cause great harm to the Emerald Forest. Fortunately, the Dragon Kingdom was lucky to choose King Tao-Tai as the king. The letter that King Tao-Tai wrote to himself after ascending the throne also shows that this is a king who knows the direction of the world very well. Dragon Kingdom will soon become a force that can influence the world, which is a great benefit to Emerald Forest. Therefore, Emerald Forest spared no effort to help Dragon Kingdom restore its strength. This time, King San brought everything that King Taotai wanted, and he believed that Emerald Forest would definitely gain huge benefits from it. At this time, Luke had already seen the list of elves and supplies brought by King San. The Emerald Forest has a modern foundation and is capable of helping Dragon Country catch up with the times quickly, and also sharing the investment that the Empire needs to pay. Luke said to King San very happily, Dragon Country is too deserted with only dragons as intelligent creatures, and the number of dragons is too rare for the vast Dragon Country. I hope to take advantage of the opportunity of building the Magic Cliff and the Magic Academy to allow some forest elves to migrate to Dragon Country, so that more dragons can know what kind of world is outside now. This is definitely an unexpected gain for King San. Dragon Country is one of the few undeveloped places in the world, and there are treasures everywhere. Dragon Country has always been closed to the outside world, and never allowed other intelligent creatures to enter Dragon Country. This time, King Taotai allowed the forest elves to migrate to Dragon Country, which was equivalent to giving the Emerald Forest countless opportunities. King San immediately thanked Luke. Thank you, Your Majesty. I will definitely restrict all forest elves who migrate to Dragon Country and make sure they abide by the laws of Dragon Country. For Dragon Country, introducing forest elves can solve the current shortage of labor in Dragon Country, which is a mutually beneficial policy. Luke immediately decided the forest elves can obtain a seaport and 2 inland lands in Dragon Country to build a forest elf autonomous territory. The forest elves can conduct geological surveys in the area I specify and help us find minerals that can be used for export. Dragon Country has no industrial base and can only export raw materials for primitive accumulation. If Emerald Forest wants to build a factory in Dragon Country, I can give you special preferential policies. King San immediately asked, can Emerald Forest engage in the mining and trading of Dragon Country's fire crystal ore? King San couldn't help but look at Agatha after asking. Fire crystal trade is the root cause of the conflict between the Golden Shield Empire and the Golden People, and it is also the confidence of the Golden Shield Empire to dare to challenge ancient civilization. Can Emerald Forest intervene in this huge business? Luke answered directly, no. If I knew that the fire crystal trade would bring so much trouble to the world, I would not have agreed to give the mining and trading rights of Dragon Country's fire crystal to the Golden Shield Empire. However, all the fire crystals that the Golden Shield Empire obtained from the Dragon Kingdom were transferred by Her Majesty Queen Clear Sky as compensation for the destruction of the World Tree in the Ancient War. So I have no power to terminate this trade. But I will no longer give any party the right to mine and trade fire crystals to prevent more unexpected bad events. As the King of the Dragon Kingdom, Luke officially announced, the Dragon Kingdom's fire crystals are exclusive to the Golden Shield Empire. Chapter 591 Gruzel. King San was somewhat disappointed that he failed to obtain the mining and sales rights of Dragon Country's fire crystal mine. But the reason given by King Taotai was irrefutable. The cause of the turmoil in the entire world was that the Golden Shield Empire used the fire crystal mine in its hands to try to challenge the World Bank's position in international trade. If the Emerald Forest gets Dragon Country's fire crystal again, I really don't know what problems will arise. The Shining Gold people will definitely be unhappy, and may even put the Emerald Forest on the list of sanctions. The Emerald Forest does not have the strength to challenge the World Bank, nor does it have a leader like Meteorite, so it may not be a bad thing not to touch the fire crystal. Next, Luke discussed trade cooperation with Agatha and King San. The dragons have a lot of treasures, but they are limited after all. Even if all the treasures in the dragon's nest are collected, it is far from enough to cover the subsequent series of expenses. This world confrontation is very different from the ancient wars. The resources and wealth consumed are not comparable to the ancient wars. Therefore, we cannot exhaust the pond to fish in the Dragon Kingdom. We must establish a trade chain that can continuously provide cash flow. The Golden Shield Empire and the Emerald Forest have completed the industrialization of their own countries and have a great demand for raw materials. Dragon Kingdom has no industry, but raw materials are everywhere, and selling resources makes money quickly. After several days of negotiations, Luke signed a number of trade cooperation agreements with the Golden Shield Empire and the Emerald Forest as the King of Taotai. Dragon Country can provide wood, herbs, alchemical raw materials, coal, and seafood for export. while obtaining raw materials from Dragon Country. The Golden Shield Empire and the Emerald Forest need to provide industrialization assistance to Dragon Country. King Taotai specially approved Jingjing Town as a special economic port for Dragon Country. In addition to the mining and transportation of fire crystals, the Golden Shield Empire is obliged to transfer a part of heavy industry to Jingjing Town. The factory is jointly held by merchants from Dragon Country and the Golden Shield Empire, and Dragon Country has the final decision-making power. Agatha certainly has no objection to her own business, which is transferred from left hand to right hand. Then, there is the assistance and cooperation between Dragon Country and Emerald Forest in the fields of alchemy and light industry. These are what Emerald Forest is good at, and King San certainly has no objection. The cooperation agreement is signed. Dragon Country officially extends its tentacles into the world through the Golden Shield Empire and Emerald Forest. Agatha, who returned with a full load, reluctantly left King's Peak. When the two were alone at night, Luke told her that he would visit the underground world as the new king of Dragon Country. Agatha didn't expect Luke to go to the underground world without stopping just after becoming the king of Dragon Country. She didn't know when they would meet again after the separation. But Agatha knew the overall situation was more important. The turmoil in the world has caused the Golden Civilization, Angel Civilization, Purgatory Civilization, and Dragon Civilization to respond fiercely. In the Golden Civilization, the Council of Elders was reorganized, and the debt collector Tan took over. Many policies of the World Bank are rapidly transforming, and the Golden People are actively preparing for war. In the Angel Civilization, the Sword of Oath launched a coup, killed the former Archangel, and took office as the Archangel as the Chief Holy Judge Angel. Sky City is ruled by the Fanatics, and is also actively preparing for war. In the Purgatory Civilization, the whole hell has now become a mess. In the Dragon Civilization, a new king was elected after 1,000 years. Among the 5 ancient civilizations, only the Shadow Civilization did not seem to react too much. After assassinating the elders of the Golden People, these rulers of the underground world have been silent. There is news from the underground world that many members of the Shadow Clan have been assassinated, and the assassin has not been found. All members of the Shadow Clan are excellent assassins. Being assassinated without knowing who did it can be said to be a mockery of the entire Shadow Civilization. Now all the Shadow Clan members are holding back their anger and vow to find the assassin. Luke knows that Sky City is trying to connect ancient civilizations, and there have been traces of angels in Dragon Country many times. So they will definitely not let the Shadow Civilization go. No matter what the Shadow Civilization thinks about the future world pattern, it must know what state the Shadow Civilization is in now. Therefore, Luke must go to this underground execution, and go as soon as possible. Not long after Agatha left Dragon Country, Luke received a reply from Shadow Civilization. As an ally in the ancient war, Shadow Civilization was quite polite to Dragon Country. The letter congratulated King Taotai on becoming the king of Dragon Country and invited King Taotai to visit the underground world. The invitation to the underground world arrived, and Luke made a detailed form of all matters in Dragon Country and handed it to King Tyron to exercise the king's duties on his behalf. After everything was arranged, Luke led the Twilight Dragon and the Seven-Headed Dragon to leave Dragon Country and go to the underground world. The underground world has a name, Gruzier, which means the country of the maze in underground language. The entrance to Gruzier is located at the south pole of the world, where there is a deep pit covered by thousands of meters of ice and snow. Entering the deep pit through the cracks in the ice is the underground world of Gruzier. The entire underground world is a complex maze, and various underground creatures live in some large caves. The chiefs of some underground tribes are the Shadow Clan parasitized by the Shadow Parasite. Before going to Gruzier, Luke made up for the knowledge of this underground world. The social relationship in the underground world of Gruzier is similar to that of ants. The class of an underground creature tribe is fixed from birth and will never change. The chief has absolute authority that cannot be questioned, and below are the tribal leaders, warriors, supervisors, and the lowest level is called prisoner. All creatures are in their own positions and will not question the upper class. Even if they are allowed to die, they will not question it. There were players who tried to change the social system of Gruzier and spread the idea of our kings, princes, generals and ministers of different species, but none of them succeeded. There is a supreme ruler in Gruzier. He is the original Shadow Parasite. After the death of the host, he did not choose to change the host. but survived by relying on the powerful mental power left by the host. Strictly speaking, the subsequent shadow parasites are all separated iterations of him. His name is Dark, the owner of the underground world of Brazier. Luke led his dragons to fly south across the ocean and arrived at the coldest place in the world. Antarctica is a forbidden zone for life. There is nothing here except endless glaciers. The deep pit leading to Brazier is just below the glacier, and some cracks between the ice layers can reach it. As former allies, the dragons knew which cracks were safe and could quickly reach Brazier. The dragons that arrived at Antarctica changed their formation. Black Dragon Barl flew to the front and led the dragons as the pilot dragon. The dragons formed a line formation, with the dragons that had been to Brazier flying in front, and the twilight dragons that had not been there dragging at the end. The dragons advanced quickly against the strong wind. Under the leadership of Black Dragon Barl, they climbed over a mountain range and immediately dived after reaching the top. An icicle canyon appeared on the back of the mountain. The icicle canyon was 10 meters wide and less than 1 meter narrow. The Black Dragon Barry led the team into the canyon, and the other dragons rushed into the canyon one after another with a roar without slowing down. After entering the canyon, the environment inside became more complicated. There were protruding icicles everywhere, and there were unexpected sharp turns. The dragons maintained their speed and flew in this glacier gap with extremely flexible flying postures. Some narrow places required them to retract all their dragon wings and use magic to help them pass smoothly. Luke, wearing dragon armor and spreading his dragon wings, was in the middle of the dragon group. Dodging obstacles at high speed made him feel like he was playing a dodge flying game. Fortunately, Luke's flying skills were quite good. He was more agile in human form than in dragon form, so he didn't make the embarrassing mistake of hitting the icicles. The speed of flying was fast, just as Luke found the feeling on the track. The dragons rushed through the glacier into a huge deep pit of unknown width. The dragons summoned fireballs for illumination, but the light could not reach the edge of the huge pit. In this endless darkness, even the dragons seemed extremely small. After entering the deep pit, the dragons did not dare to fly so fast. They formed a 3-layer defensive formation, maintaining a controllable uniform descent to prevent dangerous things from rushing out of the darkness. The danger in the darkness made the dragons cautious. After flying for an unknown amount of time, the dragons finally reached the bottom of the deep pit. There are countless passages extending to the underground world, most of which lead to a maze with nothing and no end. The Black Dragon Barl followed the mark and found the passage leading to Gruzerii. The dragons continued to shuttle through the passage. After flying for about 2 more days, the dragons finally reached the open underground world. There are mountains and rivers here. Above is a galaxy composed of glowing obsidian, providing Gruzerii with visible glimmer. In the plains between the mountains and rivers, there are farmlands cultivated by the underground races. Edible fungi and mosses are planted in the farmlands, and the prisoners work in the farmlands under the supervision of the whip-wielding supervisor. The arrival of the dragons immediately attracted the attention of the underground races. Several harpies flapped their wings and flew closer. Harpies have human-like bodies, human women's heads, eagle wings on their arms, slender waists, and eagle claws on their feet. Harpies have no hands, but their claws are as flexible as their hands. Dragon. The leading harpy was very nervous in the face of so many dragons, but her duty made her finish her words. This is the territory of Chief Romanchenko of the Shadow Clan. Dragons, you broke into Gruzerii. Is there something important? Eiffel in human form flew to the front and took out the invitation letter from the Dark Chief, the Tautai King of Dragon Country. At the invitation of the Dark Chieftain, the ruler of Gruzier, came to Gruzier for a friendly visit. The Tautai King. The harpy noticed the humanoid dragon surrounded by dragons. The news that the Dragon Country had chosen a new king had spread in Gruzier. Some information about the Tautai King was naturally known to the underground world. The harpy did not read the invitation letter. As an ordinary tribal warrior, she could not recognize too many words. Your Majesty, welcome to Gruzier. The harpies saluted Luke together. This is the Scarlet Banshee tribe, a border tribe of Gruzier, and our chieftain is Romanchenko of the Shadow tribe. You need to stop at the Scarlet Banshee tribe before visiting Gruzerii. You and your dragon group can go to Deep Well City only after getting the permission of the Dark Chieftain. There are rules for visits. Luke replied, we will stop at the Scarlet Banshee tribe and wait for the Dark Chieftain's permission to enter. Lead the way. Let's go meet Chief Romanchenko. Your Majesty, please follow us. The Harpies turned around and flew to a small town at the foot of an underground mountain. Luke led the dragon group to follow. The architectural style of the underground city is slightly different depending on the main race in the city, but the overall style is similar. A town is a one-piece building with 3 floors inside. The bottom floor is a dungeon, where the inmates are locked up when they are not working, eating, drinking, defecating, and urinating. If you want to go out, you must get the permission of the supervisor. The middle is a den, where the warriors and supervisors live. The upper floor is a palace, where the chiefs and tribal leaders live. The town of the Scarlet Banshee tribe also has this structure. A closed building that can protect the residents from underground beasts, and has the same function as a human castle. The dungeon is just a castle turned into a city. The dragon group landed on the upper floor of the Scarlet Banshee tribe town. Luke let the dragon find a place to rest by himself, and he led the Twilight Dragons into the palace, knowing that the King of Dragon Kingdom would stay here temporarily. The Scarlet Banshee tribe lit up the entire palace with burning torches. Walking in the corridor of the palace, it feels like walking in a maze. The walls and roads are made of stone, without decorations or signs. It is square and looks the same everywhere. Walking inside, you don't know which direction you are going. The harpy leading the way walked with a jumping rhythm, shaking the feathers on her shoulders from time to time, and scratching a few claw marks on the wall, just like canines marking the road. Turning around, when I was a little dizzy, I finally came to a hall. A harpy who looked very special at first glance, accompanied by a group of harpies, waited respectfully outside the hall. Respected Tautai King, welcome to the Scarlet Banshee tribe. I am Chief Romanchenko of the Shadow tribe. Romanchenko saluted Luke. Her arms were not eagle wings, but normal human arms. Luke stepped forward, took the posture of the Dragon King, and said, "Hello, Chief Romanchenko. Please send a message to Deepwell City as soon as possible. I hope to meet the Dark Chief as soon as possible." The messenger has set off. Harpies are good at flying. You will receive news from Deepwell City soon. Romanchenko made an invitation. The banquet is ready. Please come in and eat with your dragons. The harpy warriors pushed open the door, and Luke walked in surrounded by Twilight Dragons. At the same time, he said to Chief Romanchenko, "You and your tribal leaders will have dinner with me. I heard that something bad happened in Gruzier. Maybe you can tell me some news that I don't know." "Thank you, Your Majesty. It is our honor to have dinner with you. I will try my best to answer your questions." Chapter 592 The Harpy Who Loves Beauty. Entering the hall, a long stone table in the middle was already filled with food served with stone tableware, and several stone chairs were placed around the stone table. The not-so-spacious hall was almost filled with various stone carvings in a piled-up manner, which was the habit of underground creatures. The underground world does not produce wood, and almost everything is made of stone. Under the light of the fire on the wall, what he saw here gave Luke a feeling stubborn and old-fashioned. This is also the common character of the underground race. Luke sat in the upper seat and looked at the food on the table, and immediately lost any appetite. Moss and fungi are ground into powder after drying in the shade, mixed with water and stirred into paste, and then fermented and dried in the shade into cakes, which is the staple food of underground creatures. There is nothing to complain about this kind of food. But this kind of cake looks like dark green excrement. In the dark, out of sight, out of mind, so you just eat it. But in order to welcome the King of Dragon Country, the Scarlet Banshee tribe used torches to illuminate the hall, so that all the food can be clearly presented in front of them. In addition to this kind of cake that you don't even want to touch, there is also a whole plate of wriggling insects, and a dipping sauce is placed next to it. Some kind of shell thing was opened and placed upside down in a stone bowl, with white pulp and sticky internal organs turned outward, and some very precious spices were carefully sprinkled on it. It has to be admitted that the Scarlet Banshee tribe was very attentive to prepare such a sumptuous food in such a short time. But Luke didn't want to touch it at all. Chief Romanchenko, the news of the assassination of several Shadow Clan members has spread to Dragon Country. I am very concerned about these bad incidents. I wonder if the assassin has been caught. Chief Romanchenko seemed a little restrained in front of the King of Dragon Country. She is a young Shadow Clan member. She has a barren territory and a weak harpy tribe on the edge of Gruzier. She is at the bottom of the Shadow Clan's contempt chain. From birth to now, she has never seen any big figures. This is the first time that the King of Dragon Country has visited Gruzier in 1,000 years. The first stop is his own tribe. This is definitely a big event that can be boasted to the outside world for hundreds of years. Seeing that King Taohai did not touch the food, Chief Romanchenko did not touch the food either. In response to King Taohai's question, Chief Romanchenko told everything she knew. Although Chieftain of Darkness is the supreme ruler of the Gruzier underground world, he is like a pure spiritual leader, and has not issued any orders since the end of the ancient war. It was not until the world turmoil began and a crisis affecting the Shadow Clan was predicted that Chieftain of Darkness announced the reorganization of the Shadow Assassin Group. The Shadow Assassin Group is not something that the Shadow Clan can join casually. The Shadow Clan must undergo many tests and strict selections, and only those who pass all of them can be considered Shadow Assassins. There are 7 Phantom Assassins among the Shadow Assassins, who were personally tested and awarded by the Dark Chieftain. In order to join the Shadow Assassin Group, the Shadow Clan who were scattered in various places in Gruzier and dominated their respective tribes gathered in Deep Well City. Assassinations occurred during the selection process of Shadow Assassins. I think I am weak and not qualified to join the Shadow Assassin Group, so I didn't go to Deep Well City. So I don't know the details. Chief Romanchenko finally said self-deprecatingly, even if the Shadow Assassin Group fully investigates these assassinations, the assassinations still don't stop, which scares me and makes me dare not go to Deep Well City. The information that the Harpy can provide is indeed very little, but at least we know that the Shadow Clan has taken some actions to deal with the turmoil in the world. The Shadow Assassin Group gathers the top assassins of the Shadow Clan. During the ancient war, there were an estimated 40 to 60 Shadow Assassins, but they were active throughout the war period. Many archangels and elders of the Shining Gold died in their assassinations. They contributed many legendary stories. The reconstruction of the Shadow Assassin Group shows that the Dark Chieftain has prepared to fight another ancient war. The Shadow Clan was assassinated in the Deep Well City, and the Shadow Assassin Group was helpless, which was a great blow to the morale of the Shadow Clan. Who did it? There is too little information to judge. We can only wait until we get to Deep Well City to learn more news. After talking, do you want to eat? Luke looked at the table full of rare delicacies and said to Chief Romanchenko, your hands are very beautiful. If you were in the human world, someone would definitely ask you to be a hand model for luxury goods. I am very curious. The arms of the Harpy should be a pair of eagle wings. Why do you have such beautiful hands? After Luke saw Chief Romanchenko's arms, he was very curious about it. So he specially found information about Chief Romanchenko from the mobile phone data. Harpy Romanchenko is a very ordinary Shadow Clan, with weak strength, and can only be barely classified as a 5-star hero. In the information of the Epic game, Luke found a screenshot of the Harpy Romanchenko. Her arms are a pair of eagle wings, not human arms. This is very strange. Gruzier, deep in the Antarctic underground world, is an isolated island in the world, and it is more difficult to contact the outside world than Hell. Now the outside world has undergone major changes due to his arrival. But how could his arrival make a Harpy on the remote border of Gruzier change its arm? What is this butterfly effect? Speaking of his own hands, Romanchenko couldn't help but stretch out his arms and looked around narcissistically. I like this arm, too. It was given to me by a human, using what seems to be called extraordinary biological transformation technology. After saying that, Romanchenko shook her arm, and her arm turned back into an eagle wing while shaking. I am surprised that humans have mastered such a magical technology now. No wonder the angel said that human civilization is threatening ancient civilization. The amount of information in Romanchenko's words is a bit large. Luke focused his mind and asked one by one, you said that humans came to Gruzier? Chief Romanchenko turned the eagle wing back into an arm, and then answered, although Gruzier is far away from the secular world, there are still human adventurers coming here occasionally. The one who transformed my arm was a human adventurer. He lost his way in the darkness of the mountains, and my warriors found and saved him. In return, he gave me a pair of arms using his extraordinary biological transformation skills. What was the name of that human? Is he still with you now? Chief Romanchenko thought for a while and replied, it has been a long time. I am not sure he told me his name. I called him the Lost One, and he accepted this name. After giving me the arm, he proposed to go to Deep Well City, and I never saw him again. When did this happen? Chief Romanchenko replied helplessly, there is no alternation of day and night in the underground world, and underground creatures do not have as strong a sense of time as surface creatures. I can't answer this question accurately. Luke then asked Eiffel for a pocket watch. This is a machine invented by humans to record time. And it is called a watch. Luke explained the purpose of the watch in detail to the curious Chief Romanchenko. And then said, I'll give it to you. I hope you like it. When Chief Romanchenko heard that King Taotai was going to give her a watch, she quickly took the pocket watch. She looked at the moving hands on the dial and asked devoutly, Is the time locked in it? No. It just records the passage of time. I have some understanding of human extraordinary biological transformation technology. Your arm transformation cannot be completed in a few hours. It takes at least 10 days, and multiple surgeries. Each surgery requires anesthesia. Let me ask you. When the lost ones anesthetized you, was it local arm anesthesia or general anesthesia? Chief Romanchenko thought again. At the beginning, it was only arm anesthesia. But the arm transformed in this way is not flexible. So I accepted general anesthesia. When I woke up, I could control my arm as freely as my claws. Luke asked again, You are a shadow tribe, with very strong mental power. Simple drug anesthetics cannot make you completely unconscious. Can you recall what the lost ones did to you at that time? Romanchenko thought about it carefully, and finally shook his head. I can't remember. Maybe his anesthetic can also anesthetize the mind. Luke couldn't help but sigh in his heart. No matter which world, women who love beauty are easy to deceive. The risks of whole-body anesthesia, including mental anesthesia, are completely inferior to two beautiful arms. Now it is not known what the lost did when Romanchenko was anesthetized. But he must have done something other than transforming his arms. Otherwise, he would not have to anesthetize the mental realm. The lost was not lost at all. The harpy Romanchenko was his prey. He took advantage of Romanchenko's love of beauty, gained her trust step by step, and finally anesthetized her, and did whatever he wanted. There are so many harpies in the underground world. Why did the lost ones target Romanchenko? Because she is a shadow clan. She has shadow parasitic elements. Luke suddenly connected some things. In the entire human civilization system, the only one engaged in the research of shadow parasitic elements is probably the Extraordinary Biological Research Institute of the Golden Shield Empire. The management ability of the Extraordinary Biological Research Institute can be seen from the birth of the rat in the dark night. It is really full of loopholes. The iterative body of the shadow parasitic element can flow out of the Imperial Extraordinary Biological Research Institute once. And it can flow out twice, more times. And the Extraordinary Biological Research Institute was once under the control of the Cross. During the Great Purge before Queen Christina ascended the throne, the Imperial Extraordinary Biological Research Institute was also affected. And there was a serious lack of management for a period of time. Although the Empire quickly took control of this important department, the disappearance of some personnel and experimental subjects is still an unsolved case. Is this human called lost a missing supernatural biological transformation master in the Empire's Supernatural Biology Research Institute? He stole the research data of shadow parasitic element and moved the studio to Gruzier. This is the home of shadow parasitic element. And there are too many real objects that can be studied. Seeing that King Taotai fell into deep thought, Chief Romanchenko also realized that there might be problems with this supernatural transformation. In fact, she had this worry for a long time. But because the transformation was very perfect and there was nothing wrong with her body, she deceived herself and was completely immersed in the appreciation of her arms. Your Majesty, do you suspect that the lost one deceived me? He did something I didn't know about while I was anesthetized. Luke looked at Chief Romanchenko. I think you also realized that something was wrong. But we can't be sure whether he performed additional operations on you. I know a very powerful extraordinary biological transformation master. If you are willing to accept his examination, I can send a dragon to take him to Grizarii. If the lost one really tampered with your shadow parasite, he should be able to see it. Realizing that his shadow parasite may have been tampered with by the lost one, Chief Romanchenko was both scared and angry. I am willing to accept the examination. If he really touched my shadow parasite, I must find him, and let him know the consequences of angering a shadow clan. Luke said, Not only you have to find him, I have to find him too. Is he really in Deep Well City? The frustrated Chief Romanchenko shook his head. Now I can't be sure whether he is in Deep Well City. Looking back, many of the things he did were very strange. He might be a liar, Luke said with certainty. At other times, he may not be in Deep Well City, but he is definitely here now. Why? Because Deep Well City now has the most concentrated shadow clan in Gruzier. If the lost target is the shadow parasite, he must be hiding in Deep Well City at this time. Romanchenko immediately said, "Please allow me to accompany you to Deep Well City. I must find him and get things clear. Of course, I also need a guide to take us to Deep Well City." After confirming a mission to Deep Well City, Luke turned to Chief Romanchenko and asked, "You just said that an angel appeared in Gruzier and brought some information." Chief Romanchenko answered absent-mindedly, "I also heard from other Shadow Clan that an archangel visited Deep Well City and met the Dark Chief. It seems that the current turmoil in the world is because human civilization is challenging ancient civilization. I didn't believe it at first, but that human dared to think of the shadow parasite. Humans are so hateful," Romanchenko said casually, but it sounded a warning to Luke. He had a hunch that the assassination of many Shadow Clan members might be related to the Lost Ones. If this is true, if it is not handled properly, it may cause the entire Shadow civilization to hate humans. Let's find out the truth first. Luke stood up. "I'm full. Please arrange for me and my dragons to rest. I will arrange for the dragon to take the human extraordinary biological transformer to Deep Well City as soon as possible." Chief Romanchenko was absent-minded and didn't notice that the food on the table was still there. She stood up and led Luke and the Twilight Dragons to their accommodation. After settling down in the Scarlet Banshee tribe, Luke sent the Black Dragon Bear and a Twilight Dragon to the lower city of St. Louis City in the Golden Shield Empire. At that time, the Prime Minister of the Empire would issue an order for the extraordinary biological transformation Master Malkin to follow the two dragons to the Deep Well City of Gruzerii. Chapter 593 Deep Well. After living in the Scarlet Banshee tribe for a few days, the Deep Well City issued a notice allowing the Dragon King and the dragons to enter. Along with the notice came a towering guard, who rode on the flying creatures unique to Gruzier, the lion scorpions, and landed on the top floor of the Scarlet Banshee tribe town. Cavemen, harpies, and minotaurs are the three main races in Gruzier's underground world. In the strictly hierarchical underground world, minotaurs have the highest status, followed by harpies, and cavemen have the lowest status. There were 52 minotaurs who came to greet the Dragon King. They wore thick plate armor, had shiny nose rings, and held double-edged battle axes. The leader of this towering guard is named Mendez. In order to show his identity as a shadow tribe, he deliberately made his eyes glow blue. Facing the king of the Dragon Kingdom, Mendez presented the entry notice issued by the Dark Chieftain and said, "The chieftain warmly welcomes your visit, Your Majesty. He is waiting for your arrival in the Deep Well Hall to reiterate the friendship between the Shadow Tribe and the Dragon. I am Mendez of the Shadow Tribe. I will lead my warriors to escort you and your dragons to the Deep Well City." Eiffel took the notice and handed it to Luke. After reading it, Luke said to Mendez, "I am looking forward to meeting the Dark Chieftain. Please lead the way." "Follow your command, Your Majesty." Mendez and the Minotaurs rode on the Lion Scorpion. The Lion Scorpion has a lion's body, a scorpion's tail, and bat-like flesh wings. It is a beast in the underground world of Gruzier. The underground race has a small number of domesticated lion scorpions for riding, which is an important means of transportation in the vast underground world. Although the Twilight Dragons have all transformed into human form, the dragon power they exude makes the lion scorpions uneasy and restless. The Minotaurs rode on the back of the lion scorpion and tried their best to calm them down. Then the lion scorpion took a run on the upper level of the open town, flapping its wings continuously while speeding up, and then jumped up, with the wind element vortex between its wings pushing its body to climb quickly. Luke and the Twilight Dragons were much more direct. They spread their wings together and flapped them gently, and their entire bodies rose from the ground, rising straight up like a rocket. Chief Romanchenko, who decided to follow the Dragon Nation delegation to Deep Well City, led a harpy guard to fly lightly in the air with their wings flapped, and then quickly caught up with the team that had already flown towards Deep Well City. A dragon roar sounded in the middle of the team. Many dragon roars responded on the surrounding mountains. The giant dragons that temporarily lived in the mountains flew out from all directions. They formed a defense circle on the periphery of the team and guarded their king together, with the Twilight Dragons in the inner circle. The flying team passed over the dark earth under the illumination of the underground starry sky, crossing mountains, rivers, cracks, canyons. After flying for an unknown period of time, the flight team dived into a deep vertical hole. It was like entering a well. The dragons followed the lion scorpion in front and dived down. At the moment of passing a critical point, the gravity instantly reversed. The dive suddenly turned into an upward climb. The dragons, who encountered this gravity reversal for the first time, quickly adjusted their flight posture and continued to fly forward steadily with the lion scorpions. After flying for a while, the direction of gravity changed again. After experiencing several gravity changes, Deep Well City arrived. Deep Well City is a huge cubic rock suspended in a deep well. The underground creatures carved a maze on the rock to build a city. In Deep Well City, the direction of gravity is different in each place. You may go through a door, and the up becomes down. The palace of the Dark Chief is in the center of Deep Well City, where his first and only host is buried. It is also the birthplace of the Shadow Parasite. Minotaur Mendez led Luke and the dragon group into Deep Well City. Many areas have been opened up in the city due to different gravity, and the gravity interweaving makes the urban areas entangled with each other. The intricate roads make the whole city seem like a chaotic maze. Sometimes when you walk up a staircase, going up becomes going down, because of the special gravity environment of Deep Well City. In the Epic game, parkour players from all over the world gather here every moment, and there is a large parkour competition every month. And I heard that the prize money is very generous. At the same time, Deep Well City is also a holy place for assassin-type players, where you can receive many top assassin missions and obtain the top assassin skills and props. Mendez took Luke and the dragons through a special open passage and quickly crossed the city to the central palace, Deep Well Hall. This is a materialized spiritual space opened up by pure spiritual power. It can be infinitely large or infinitely small. In it, the Dark Chief can create whatever he wants to create and give him the attributes he wants. He is the master of this materialized spiritual space and an omnipotent god. The Deep Well Palace that Luke saw was a castle standing among the mountains. The castle was a human castle, but it was a bit old. Perhaps the Dark Chief only remembered what the human castle looked like before the ancient war. Luke followed Mendez to the front of the castle. The drawbridge was lowered. The iron gate was opened, and a group of human knights in armor ran out of the city gate. There was no difference between them and real people, and even everyone had a different appearance. Luke slowly flapped his dragon wings and flew up, flying into the castle along the drawbridge. The castle was also in a retro style, with a rough long wooden table, log chairs, and braziers burning around for heating. The human servants were also dressed in clothes of 1,000 years ago, standing in their respective positions. A fat man dressed in aristocratic style sat in the main seat. He wore complicated and gorgeous clothes, and was covered with ornaments and rings on his fingers. He had a brown beard and a pair of eyes that glowed with a faint blue light. Luke just stood at the door and didn't take another step inside. Is this what the Deep Well Hall looks like? To be honest, this makes me very disappointed. I thought it would give me a great shock. The noble man did not stand up, and he said in an arrogant tone, to be honest, the king of the Dragon Kingdom also disappointed me. I thought I could see a mighty and powerful dragon, but I saw a human. King Tao-I. The ancient dragon power emanating from you cannot cover up your human spirit. Are you a dragon? Or a human? Luke continued to stand at the door. Am I a dragon? Or a human? It depends on who you think I am. I am the Tao-I King recognized by all the dragons of Dragon Country. I won the Dragon King trial, and became the king recognized by all dragons. I came to visit Grisaria this time, representing Dragon Country. I hope the Dark Chieftain can be more serious. The human noble laughed. You are the king of Dragon Country, but you are only recognized by the dragons, but not by the other 4 ancient civilizations. I can't accept that a human has become the king of Dragon Country. How can those low-level creatures be compared with us high-level creatures? The first time I met the Dark Chieftain, I was so confrontational. It seems that this trip to the underground world is destined to be bumpy. Luke took the attitude of the king of Dragon Country. As the king of Dragon Country, my status is equal to yours. Your contempt for me is contempt for the entire Dragon Country. I will terminate this meeting, but I will stay in Deep Well City for a while. If you still want to continue the 1,000-year friendship with Dragon Country, think about it carefully. I am a dragon, or a human. After speaking, Luke turned and flew away, ignoring the Minotaur Mendez, who was waiting outside. He left the Deep Well Hall with his dragon group and the Harpy chieftain Romanchenko. After Luke left, Minotaur Mendez turned to face the castle. Chieftain, is there anything I can do? An ancient voice came from the castle. The spirit of King Tao-I is very strange. I can't tell whether he is a dragon, a human, or some other creature. The angel told me that King Tao-I is very close to humans. I can't predict his intention of visiting Grisarii this time, since he wants to stay in Deepwell City. You should not interfere with him, but you must protect him. If the King of Dragon Country is assassinated in Deepwell City, you should remove him from the Phantom Assassins. The burly Minotaur Mendez is one of the Phantom Assassins. When he heard that the King of Dragon Country was going to live in Deepwell City, he immediately thought of the assassin who had not been found yet. If the King of Dragon Kingdom was assassinated in Deepwell City, the dragons would definitely charge into Grisarii. In Deepwell City, only the Deepwell Palace is the safest. But the King of Tautai does not live in the palace. It's really tricky. Mendez immediately left the Deepwell Palace after receiving the order. He had to gather people as soon as possible to protect the King of Tautai and his dragons. Luke led his dragons into a busy urban area. The huge bodies of the dragons scared the residents of Deepwell City. Chief Romanchenko, who followed Luke, reminded in a worried whisper, "Your Majesty, the dragons are too big. Can we find a place to settle them down first?" Luke took the dragons on parade this time to tell the residents of Deepwell City that the King of Dragon Country has come, and to discuss the Dark Chieftain. There are assassins in Deepwell City who hunt the Shadow Clan. I wonder if he is interested in hunting the King of Dragon Country. If the Dark Chieftain does not recognize the King of Dragon Country, then don't send shadow assassins to protect him. I'm just looking for a place to settle my dragons. Luke answered casually, and continued to walk with the dragons on the streets of Deepwell City. Each district in Deepwell City is like a large warehouse. First, a space is dug out, and then houses are built with stones. The houses are built layer by layer, and the roads become rugged and narrow. The dragon can almost fill the road when walking in the middle. The body rubs against the houses on both sides, and a large piece of stone will be rubbed off if you are not careful. After the dragon passed, the area behind was in a mess. The residents of the strictly hierarchical dungeon dared not complain. This was the King of the Dragon Kingdom, a distinguished guest invited by the Dark Chieftain. Finally, when the dragons had no intention of destroying a district and were about to follow the Tautai King to the next district, the Minotaur Mendez caught up with them. "Your Majesty, your residence in Deepwell City is ready for you and your dragons." That was a dragon's nest built for visiting dragons during the ancient war. The Shadow Clan has been carefully maintaining it to commemorate the friendship of fighting side by side with the dragons. "Please follow me." Since the official Shadow Clan came forward, Luke no longer brought the dragons to the dungeon to wreak havoc, and followed Mendez to the dragon's nest thousands of years ago. The dragon's nest is a cave, which is covered with gold and various shiny gems. The dragons have no special requirements for the living environment, as long as it is quiet enough to sleep peacefully. And their hobbies are simple and unpretentious. When they came to the dragon's nest, the dragons were very satisfied with it. All the way to Grisarii, they were all sleeping in the wind and rain, and they all missed their nests in the dragon country. Now seeing such a golden dragon's nest, the dragons felt as if they were back home. After getting the king's permission, the dragons rushed to choose their own beds and happily buried their bodies in gold and gems. Even the Twilight Dragons could not change the habits of dragons. They changed into dragon forms and enjoyed the treasures that dragons should enjoy. However, the dragons cleared the place where the treasure was piled the highest, which was the place where the king was qualified to sleep. After settling the dragons, the Minotaur Mendez left the dragon's nest. Outside the gate of the dragon's nest, he arranged a Minotaur army to protect it, and there were shadow assassins in the dark, all to prevent the king of the dragon country from being assassinated. Luke said to the Harpy Romanchenko who came with him, "It takes time to find the lost. And it also takes time for the extraordinary biological transformation master I found to arrive in Deepwell City. Where do you and your Harpy live in Deepwell City? When I need to find you, I will send the Twilight Dragon there." Romanchenko asked a little restrainedly, "Your Majesty, can we live here?" "Live here?" Luke didn't expect a group of Harpies to live with dragons. Romanchenko replied, "There is a dangerous assassin in Deepwell City now. If he lists you as a target for assassination, then he kills me and can pretend to be me to get close to you. It is safest to stay by your side at all times." Luke didn't expect Romanchenko to be so timid. He smiled at first, then realized something. "Okay, in Deepwell City now. Except for the Deepwell Hall, my dragon's nest is probably the safest. You followed me to Deepwell City. It is easy to become the target of assassins. You and your Harpy live in the dragon's nest. Remember, don't make too much noise when the dragon is resting. If the dragon is awakened from its sleep, It will eat you. Romanchenko immediately replied in fear. Please rest assured, Your Majesty. We will definitely be quiet, and will not disturb you and your dragons from resting. Luke laughed. I was just scaring you. Dragons sleep very deeply, and will not be easily awakened. I'm sleepy, and I'm going to sleep. You should find a place to rest too. After saying that, Luke spread his wings and flew to the highest point of the treasure, lying down in the pile of gold and gems, and soon fell asleep. Romanchenko looked at the sleeping dragons in the dragon's nest, and gathered with the harpy in a corner, snuggling together to rest. Chapter 594 Assassination. Luke, who had fallen asleep, checked the information on his phone in his spiritual universe. Chief Romanchenko, the harpy, was not very strong, but he was definitely not a timid person. According to the information collected by the players, the Scarlet Banshee tribe was located near one of the few entrances to Grazir from the outside world. Chief Romanchenko was a very aggressive shadow clan, and the Harpies had a strong sense of territory. So when the player first entered the underground world of Grazir, he had to fight a big battle with this Harpy shadow clan. Even if he was at a disadvantage in the battle, Chief Romanchenko often chose to fight to the death, leaving many photos of the damage for the players. Why is Chief Romanchenko now acting a little timid, and even actively asking for the protection of the dragon? She is a member of the Shadow Clan, a somewhat arrogant assassin. Is it because she has been transformed by extraordinary creatures? What kind of extraordinary creature transformation can make the Shadow Clan unaware of their being manipulated? Luke opened his eyes involuntarily, realizing that Deep Well City was shrouded in a conspiracy. He looked at the harpies cuddling together in the corner. I wonder if they are asleep. The dragon armor opened from the back, and Luke quietly came out, leaving the dragon armor disguised as the resting Dragon King. He slowly slid down from the pile of gold and gems. Nearby, the white dragon Eiffel opened his eyes after hearing the sound. Luke immediately made a gesture to her to keep quiet, and then used the whisper magic to tell her, I have something to do, and will be out for a while. Don't disturb them. The white dragon Eiffel nodded, looked around, and then lay down and pretended to continue sleeping. Luke used the thief skills he learned to enter stealth. He groped for a secret door and slipped in. Since this dragon's nest was built by the Shadow Clan for the dragon, there must be secret passages and mechanisms in advance. But no secret passages or mechanisms could escape the player's carpet search. Luke walked forward along the narrow secret passage, and the change in gravity made him walk on the wall and the ceiling from time to time. After experiencing several changes in the direction of gravity, he walked out of a hidden crevice. In the dim light, it can be seen that this is a small urban area. It is about 20 meters high, and between the old and new stone houses, there are narrow three-dimensional roads up and down, front and back, left and right. Even with the map of Deep Well City, Luke still carefully distinguished it for a while, before he uncertainly chose a winding staircase going up. Walking up the stairs, Luke pulled his clothes, and the human clothes turned into ordinary dark smocks. Then Luke took out a ghost head mask and put it on his face, and his eyes emitted a faint blue light under the effect of magic. At this time, several cavemen came down from above. They had green skin and hunched bodies. After seeing the light from Luke's eyes, they immediately made way in panic, curled up and knelt there, burying their heads and not daring to look. Luke knew that they were all prisoners at the bottom of the underground world, so he walked straight over without saying a word according to the rules of the underground world. Only when Luke walked away did the cavemen dare to stand up and continue to walk down silently. The Shadow Clan and the prisoners are the two poles of the underground world, and there will be no intersection. After getting lost twice, Luke almost tore the map before he finally found the place he was looking for. In front of him was a step pyramid-like stone fortress with no windows, only a small entrance at the bottom. The entrance was blocked by a stone tablet. Luke walked to the stone tablet, took out a dagger and carved a string of symbols on it. Listened to the voice in the dark. Touch the blade in the shadow. Walk on the edge of death. Only the spirit accompanies me. After the symbols were carved, the spell was chanted. The stone tablet turned in a direction, revealing the door behind. Luke walked into the door. A sharp blade was immediately pressed against his back. A female voice sounded in his ears. I don't know you. How do you know how to get in here? Cece Lee. Luke called out the other person's name. You don't know me. But you just need to know Miss Chi Kong. The sharp feeling in the back of his heart disappeared. Did Miss Chi Kong send you here? She didn't tell me when I came. Luke turned around. The human-faced servant Cicely still looked like a human woman, with short dark red hair and a close-fitting leather jacket. The clothes were her body changes, and the human-faced servant could change into whatever she wanted at any time. Luke looked at Cicely and replied, "I am Miss Chinkong's spy seconded from the Imperial Secret Service to the Dusk Organization, responsible for investigating the assassination of many Shadow Clan members in Grazier. The key to enter the stone castle was told to me by Miss Chinkong. She also told me a special language that can confirm my identity." Luke spoke in the World Tree language that is being developed. When Cicely heard the world language, she dispelled her suspicion of the sudden intruder in front of her. After all, the World Tree language is now only known by the core members of the Dusk Organization. You are a human. Even if you are disguised as a Shadow Tribe, you are still a human. Let me investigate the assassination of the Shadow Tribe. Luke looked around. The interior of this stone fortress is full of training equipment, and there is a simulated flying ease rope bridge on the high ground. As a newborn Shadow Tribe after the war, Cicely, the human-faced servant, was entrusted with the important task of assassinating Qin Kong. Her strength is inseparable from hard training. Tell me what you have found out. If you can complete the task alone, I will leave Deepwell City now, and return to the Empire to report to Miss Qin Kong. Cicely opened her mouth, and found that she had nothing to say. Even the Shadow Assassin group could not find a trace of the assassin. She had just returned to Deepwell City not long ago, and had not found any useful clues. But Cicely still said stubbornly, "I am investigating. But as a member of the Shadow Clan, I am definitely more suitable for investigating this case than you. You probably can't even figure out the roads in Deepwell City. If I can't even figure out the roads in Deepwell City, how can I find you through the maze-like city?" Luke ignored the fact that he had just gotten lost and said, "And I really found a useful clue." Cicely said disdainfully, "I admit that you are really amazing to find me here. But you said you found a clue. Lying will make you look unprofessional. There are humans lurking in Deepwell City. Human adventurers are everywhere. Although it is rare to have humans in Deepwell City, it is not surprising. This human is an extraordinary biological transformation master. He once performed a body transformation operation on a Shadow Clan member, and gave the Shadow Clan a general anesthesia, including mental anesthesia, during the operation. It is very likely that he tampered with the Shadow Parasite during the operation. Now this human is in Deepwell City, and it is not certain how many Shadow Clan members he has performed operations on." "Are you kidding? Which Shadow Clan member would allow a person to be anesthetized? And even mentally?" Cicely expressed her disbelief. But then she thought that the Imperial spy trusted by Miss Qin Kong would not tell such a poor lie. "Are you telling the truth?" "Really? This Shadow Clan member is called Romanchenko, and he is the chief of the Harpy tribe. Now she is with the King of Dragon Country. King Taotai has sent a giant dragon to the Empire to pick up an extraordinary biological transformer. When the transformer arrives in Deepwell City, Chief Romanchenko can be given a comprehensive examination. So you came with the King of Dragon Country. No wonder you were able to avoid the eyes of the Shadow Clan and enter Deepwell City." Cicely thought for a moment. "I have some impression of the Harpy Romanchenko. Her tribe is on the border of Grazier." "You mean the human who performed the extraordinary transformation surgery on Romanchenko is related to the assassination of many Shadow Clan members?" Luke replied, "Although I don't have direct evidence of the connection. This is a reasonable speculation. What do you need me to do?" Cicely became serious. "Try to find this human in Deepwell City." Luke thought about it. The other party may not be alone. And studying shadow parasites requires very professional equipment, which is not easy to hide under the eyes of the eyeshadow assassin group. If they want to hide in Deepwell City, they must have the cooperation of the Shadow Clan. When you look for them, be careful. Luke's analysis made Cicely's expression very solemn. It is very difficult for a human to hide in Deepwell City. And it is almost impossible for a group of humans to hide in Deepwell City. Assassins are good at tracking, and there must be traces of humans living in Deepwell City. However, they seem to be non-existent. There must be Shadow Clan helping them. And there are more than one or two. Human extraordinary biological transformation master. Anesthetized harpy. Assassinated Shadow Clan. Betrayer in Deepwell City. The inside story of those assassinations was far more complicated than imagined. And a big crisis was quietly approaching. "I will be careful," Cicely answered with some lack of confidence. Luke knew that his strength was much weaker than the forces behind the Lost. But he had to pursue the case under pressure. Luke gave Cicely a suggestion. The Dark Chief is rebuilding the Shadow Assassin group. With your strength, if you participate in the assessment, you should be able to pass. If there is confidential information of the Shadow Assassin group, it may help our investigation. Cicely replied, I failed to assassinate Miss Qikong, and now Grisaria is missing. If I show up to participate in the assessment of the Shadow Assassin group, I am afraid it will be difficult to explain what I have done during this period. Luke said, I believe these questions are not a problem for a human-faced Shadow Clan. Let's investigate carefully, so that we can return to St. Lune City as soon as possible. Cicely thought for a while. Okay. I will go to participate in the assessment of the Shadow Assassin group. If there is any news, how should I contact you? Luke took out a few mysterious props and gave them to Cicely, and then told her the spell and secret language. The wind will deliver your news to my ears. After agreeing on several necessary secret codes with Cicely, Luke left her stone castle and returned to the dragon's nest along the same route. The secret passage has not been guarded by the Shadow Clan until now. I don't know if it's because of the long time that they have forgotten the existence of the secret passage, or if there is some reason that makes them ignore this secret passage. Anyway, use it first. Luke said hello to the white dragon Eiffel, who was on guard, and got back into the dragon armor. Then he really fell asleep. But Luke didn't sleep for too long, and a loud noise woke him up. He sat up from the pile of gold and gems and asked, What happened? The white dragon Eiffel, who was on guard next to him, replied, Reporting to my king. Chieftain Romanchenko of the Harpy was assassinated. Chieftain Romanchenko is dead. Luke was shocked. He looked at the noisy place, where the Harpies of the Scarlet Banshee tribe were arguing with a group of Minotaurs. Chief Romanchenko's body fell between them, his chest pierced by a sharp blade, his head broken open, and his brain missing. Luke walked down the pile of gold and gems, and the Twilight Dragons transformed into human forms to guard him. Walking to Romanchenko's body, Luke dissatisfiedly questioned the Minotaur Mendez. A shadow tribe died in the dragon's nest, and the protection of Deep Well City for me really opened my eyes. Chief Mendez, do you have anything to explain to me? Mendez saluted Luke, Your Majesty. Chief Romanchenko was not assassinated in your dragon's nest. My subordinates said that Chief Romanchenko left the dragon's nest alone, and because she was not a member of the Dragon Kingdom delegation, they did not stop her. Then, Chief Romanchenko was assassinated. I'm sorry, Your Majesty. I have no intention of shirking responsibility. This is our fault in protection. I will strengthen the protection of the dragon's nest, but the group of harpies is not suitable to stay here. Did Romanchenko leave the dragon's nest by herself? Luke asked behind him, who was responsible for the care during that time period. Eiffel replied, It was me, Your Majesty. I saw Chief Romanchenko leave the dragon's nest alone, in order not to disturb your rest. I didn't tell you. Luke guessed from Eiffel's words that Romanchenko left the dragon's nest alone during the time when he left the dragon's nest. When he came back, he didn't pay attention to the situation of the harpy, and didn't find that Romanchenko was gone at that time. Luke nodded and turned to Mendez and said, I don't want similar things to happen to my dragon group. And the Shadow Clan was assassinated in Deep Well City, but you couldn't find anything. It's really ironic. Is the assassin too strong? Or has the Shadow Clan lived too comfortably for thousands of years? Mendez's face was extremely ugly. This time the Shadow Clan was really embarrassed. Mendez saluted Luke again. I sincerely apologize to you, Your Majesty. I promise that we will catch the assassin as soon as possible. Please let us take these harpies away. If they stay here, they will be a threat to your safety. The harpies were provoked and started to make noise again. They were unwilling to go with this group of minotaurs. They knew very well what was waiting for them. Luke stopped the noisy harpies and said to Mendez, These harpies came with me. I will be responsible for protecting them, and Romanchenko's body will also be left. Anyway, I have nothing to do in Deep Well City for the time being, so I will help you find out what this assassin is. Chapter 595 Stealing and Buying. The Minotaur Mendez did not refuse the request of the Dragon King to investigate the assassins in Deep Well City. He thought that the shadow assassins had no clues at the moment. A group of foreign dragons had not even figured out the situation in Deep Well City. It was simply a fantasy to want to investigate the assassins. Mendez did not know what the attitude of the Dark Chieftain was towards the Dragon King. Instead of letting these dragons do nothing, it would be better to give them something to do. As for the body of Chief Romanchenko, the shadow assassins had already checked it. This time, they would return the body to the Scarlet Banshee tribe. Mendez made a series of promises. then withdrew from the dragon's nest, and summoned a group of soldiers and shadow assassins to strengthen the guard of the dragon's nest. The gate of the dragon's nest was closed. Luke calmed the harpies, and squatted down to check Romanchenko's body. The fatal wound was a puncture through the chest, and the murder weapon should be a sharp weapon with a narrow blade. The assassin attacked from behind and stabbed 3 times in a very short time, stabbing the trachea, artery, and heart respectively. The triple insurance ensured that Romanchenko died completely in a short time. The skull was opened, and the brain was taken out cleanly. The brain of the Shadow clan is where the shadow parasites live. Now it can be confirmed that Chief Romanchenko's shadow parasites have really been tampered with. The Lost knew that Romanchenko came to Deep Well City, and knew that her body would be examined. At that time, the secrets in Chief Romanchenko's shadow parasite could no longer be hidden. So the Lost One chose to silence him. But why did Chief Romanchenko leave the dragon's nest alone? You know, she decided to stay with the dragons because she was worried about being assassinated. So she would never go out quietly. It would be a deliberate suicide. Chief Romanchenko was controlled. Luke came to such a conclusion. Moreover, everything Chief Romanchenko saw and heard could be received by the Lost One. So the other party knew about the physical examination, so that he could control Chief Romanchenko to leave the dragon's nest so accurately when the dragons and harpies were resting. After checking the body, Luke stood up and burned the blood on his hands with fire. Eiffel asked beside him, "King, Deep Well City is not safe now. We should leave here and return to Dragon Country. Wait for the Shadow Clan to catch the assassin before visiting again." Luke said, "Now the Shadow Clan may not only face the problem of assassins. The Shadow Assassin group can't find any clues to the assassination. Maybe these assassinations were randomly selected. The dead have no commonality, so it is difficult to infer the motives and identities of the assassins. I suspect these assassinations are part of an experiment." Experiment? Eiffel was puzzled. If it is an experiment, it will be troublesome. Luke asked the Twilight Dragon to freeze and seal the body of Chief Romanchenko, and then passed on what happened here and his speculation to Qikong. St. Louis City. Qikong, who was still in class, announced that school would end early. She did not go back to her room to change her magic robe, but took a carriage directly to the Extraordinary Biology Research Institute. On the way, she sent an order to the Imperial Secret Intelligence Bureau. After Qikong arrived at the Extraordinary Biology Research Institute, she first ordered to interrupt all experiments with the shadow parasite meta-iterative body, seal all related experimental materials, and send all experimental data and information. Then Qikong drove all the personnel out and read the information alone in a closed room. After receiving Qikong's order, the Imperial Secret Intelligence Bureau collectively transferred all the researchers of the original Extraordinary Biology Research Institute who were in custody, and sent people to summon the resigned personnel of the Extraordinary Biology Research Institute. After Queen Christina learned about this, she personally supervised the interrogation of the relevant personnel. Now the Prime Minister of Meteor is unknown where he is, and the eldest Princess Agatha has not returned from visiting the Dragon Kingdom. Qikong, who has always not interfered in the affairs of the Empire, suddenly overstepped his authority and gave an order to the Imperial Secret Intelligence Bureau. Something big must have happened. The Imperial machine started, and more information related to the shadow parasite element gathered to Qikong. An experiment was urgently launched, and the experimental subject was the sheriff. Melken was taken to Deep Well City. Melken was once a senior researcher at the Imperial Extraordinary Biology Research Institute, mainly responsible for the research of the shadow parasite iteration body. Later, for some reason, he left the Imperial Extraordinary Biology Research Institute and opened a private Extraordinary Biology Research Institute in the lower city. Now he is mainly engaged in the breeding business of extraordinary pets. During this period, Melken has never stopped his research on the iteration of the shadow parasitic element, and he also tried to steal the defective products of the Imperial Extraordinary Biological Research Institute. But Melken didn't expect that he would come to Deep Well City one day. This is the center of the underground world of Grazier, and the lair of the Shadow Clan. There are walking shadow parasitic elements everywhere. And he also met the new king of the Dragon Kingdom. Melken followed the dragon into the dragon's nest, and saluted the king sitting on the pile of golden gems with great respect. "Great king of Dragon Kingdom, I am an ordinary human. I don't know why you brought me from the St. Louis city of the Golden Shield Empire to the Deep Well City of Grazier?" Luke, who was high above, said to Melken in a majestic voice, I heard from the Prime Minister of Meteorite that you are a very good extraordinary biological transformation master. And you have your own unique ideas and achievements in the research of shadow parasites. Melkin did not dare to admit in Deep Well City that he was engaged in the research of shadow parasites. He defended himself, Your Majesty. I am now an extraordinary pet breeder, and have not been engaged in the research of shadow parasites for a long time. You are what I say you are? Facing the arrogant king of Dragon Country, Melkin could only smile bitterly and said, Your Majesty. You brought me to Deep Well City. What do you want me to do? Originally, there was a friend of the Shadow Clan who hoped you could help check his body. Now, you can only examine her body. Chief Romanchenko's ice coffin was carried out by the Twilight Dragons. Eiffel stepped forward, released magic to melt the upper layer of ice, and quickly removed the melted water. Romanchenko's body was lying on the ice, just as she was when she died. The Black Dragon Barrel, who went to pick up Melkin, took off the box he was carrying, which contained the equipment and tools needed for extraordinary transformation. A corpse of the Shadow Clan was placed in front of him, and Melkin immediately forgot that he had just said that he would no longer engage in the research of shadow parasites. He quickly set up the operating table and picked up the scissors to pick up the clothes on Chief Romanchenko. After another detailed physical examination and record keeping, the autopsy began. Chief Romanchenko's body was cut open, and his internal organs were taken out piece by piece and stored in a special storage container. Melkin performed multiple duties, performing surgery and recording at the same time. He was so absorbed in his work that he completely forgot about the outside world, and only had eyes for the rare Shadow Clan corpse on the operating table. Ding dong! A pocket watch fell to the ground from Chief Romanchenko's scattered clothes. Luke walked up and picked it up. He opened the dial, and the pocket watch was wiped very clean inside and out, showing how much Romanchenko liked this pocket watch. Luke closed the pocket watch and placed it next to Romanchenko's body. Then he said to Melkin, after the inspection, Everything will be restored to its original position. She is the chief of the Scarlet Banshee tribe, and deserves a decent funeral. Yes, Your Majesty, Melkin answered. But he did not raise his head, and did not stop the work in his hands. A few hours later, the inspection was over. Melkin breathed a sigh of relief. He took off his surgical gloves, wiped the blood on his arm, and handed a stack of forms to Luke. The deceased is a harpy. Her arms have undergone extraordinary biological transformation, and can change between eagle wings and human arms. This level of transformation requires the deployment of new nerve transmissions and necessary adjustments to the central nervous system. There should be an embedded control chip in her brain. Unfortunately, her brain is gone, and I have no way to check the control chip. Luke looked at the form in his hand and asked Melkin, I heard that the Golden Shield Empire has brain transformation technology. It can enhance the brain's memory ability, add and delete memories, and control people's behavior. Can you see the general function of the control chip in the dead person's brain? Melkin took a look at the open head of the corpse, shook his head and said, I'm sorry, Your Majesty. The control chip and the brain are gone. I can't make a judgment without any basis. It seems that the loss did a very clean job. But at least from the technical point of view, it was confirmed that something was really placed in Chief Romanchenko's brain. You have done a good job. Luke did not force Melkin. After looking through the examination data, he said, Do you think the deceased was already in a state of quasi-death when he was assassinated? Melkin replied, Yes. When anyone is assassinated, even if the body does not react, the internal organs must react. At the same time, as a Shadow Clan with powerful magic power, the magic power in the body will also change. But the reaction of the deceased's internal organs and magic power shows that the deceased had lost his body functions when he was assassinated, similar to a walking corpse. In that state, any child could kill her. The deceased was a member of the Shadow Clan, and the shadow parasites were parasitic in the host's spiritual body, concentrated in the brain. Therefore, the shadow parasites of the deceased may have lost control of their bodies for some reason. Realizing that what he said was too unbelievable, Melkin immediately explained, Of course, this is just my guess and cannot be used as a check and inference. Luke did not respond to Melkin on this topic. He handed the form in his hand to Eiffel beside him, and then asked Melkin, I heard that you once tried to smuggle the shadow parasite iteration from the Golden Shield Empire's Extraordinary Biological Research Institute. Melkin immediately denied, That is not a shadow parasite iteration. It is a defective product among the iterations, and it was lost during transportation. I don't care about the process of this matter. I want to know, besides you, who else has smuggled shadow parasite meta iterations? How can I know such a thing? Malkin denied it. But Luke didn't think he was telling the truth. Luke stopped probing and said directly, the research on shadow parasite meta iterations is the top secret in the Imperial Extraordinary Biology Research Institute. There are few researchers inside, and even fewer people who can access the storage and transportation of shadow parasite meta iterations. The Imperial Secret Intelligence Agency is investigating the loss of shadow parasite meta iterations, but the relevant personnel are missing. But it can be found that the smuggling of shadow parasite iterations is not just one case, and not only defective products, but even perfect ones may have been transferred out. Even shadow parasite has been stolen more than once. Malkin, if you know anything, you'd better tell me. I promise to keep you safe as the king of Dragon Country. Otherwise you will be arrested and interrogated by the Imperial Secret Service after returning to the Empire. Malkin used to be a big boss in the lower city of St. Louis City, but that was because the Empire did not pay attention to the slums of the lower city. Now the lower city is an important source of tax revenue for the Empire, and the Imperial Security Bureau and the Imperial Secret Service are stationed in the city, especially after knowing that Mr. Luke was the Empire's fallen star. The former bigwigs were busy whitewashing themselves, and dared not touch any illegal things, and they all made money with their tails between their legs. Of course, there were also some brainless youngsters, but the Imperial Secret Service soon let them know what the Royal Eagle Claw was. Now that Malkin had a big family and a big business, he was more afraid of the Imperial Secret Service than before. He knew what crime it was to smuggle shadow parasite meta iterations, so he quickly told everything he knew. It is true that someone else had smuggled shadow parasite meta iterations from the Imperial Extraordinary Biology Research Institute. It was because I accidentally discovered their transaction that I knew that shadow parasite meta iterations could also be bought. The person who was responsible for stealing these experimental materials out of the Institute was Byram. Luke interrupted Malkin. Byram has disappeared, and I am not interested in who stole the experimental materials in the Institute. I want to know who bought the shadow parasite meta iteration. I don't know, Malkin emphasized. I really don't know. People who do this kind of business will not publicize it, unless Byram is found. He is a very shrewd person, and he will definitely pay attention to the identity of the buyer. The Imperial Secret Service has been looking for the missing Byram everywhere, although Malkin has not provided much information now. It has confirmed some of the speculations and inferences. Who stole and bought the shadow parasite meta iteration? Luke had a vague clue in his mind, but there was not enough information to support the inference. I hope that the experiment in Qi Kong can produce results as soon as possible, Luke said to Malkin, although the task of bringing you to Deepwell City has been completed. In order to prevent other accidents, I need you to stay here as my consultant and provide me with your knowledge and wisdom at any time. Hearing that he would continue to stay in Deepwell City, Malkin was both happy and worried. It is my honor to serve the king of Dragon Country. Can I know what accidents will happen? What kind of advice can I provide for you? Luke told Malkin truthfully. The assassination of this Shadow Clan is not the only assassination. Before this, there have been many assassinations of Shadow Clan in Deepwell City, and there will be more in the future. Perhaps there will be another corpse of Shadow Clan soon, and you need to dissect and examine it. Chapter 596 Virus. As if it was a prophecy. On the second day after Malkin arrived in Deepwell City, another Shadow Clan member was assassinated. The Shadow Assassins who were responsible for investigating the assassination were simply mad. Things are different now. The previous assassinations of Shadow Clan were a disgrace to the family. Now, during the visit of the King of Dragon Country to Grizarii, the two consecutive assassinations against Shadow Clan were so close that they were simply humiliating the Shadow Clan in front of the King of Dragon Country. The entire Deepwell City was blocked like an iron curtain. The Shadow Assassins walked from the dark to the light, almost desperately searching for suspicious persons everywhere. This somewhat caused some trouble for Luke's secret trip. But in order to get more clues, Luke quietly left the dragon's nest and went through the secret passage to find the human servant Cicely. The shortage of manpower made the Shadow Assassin group relax its recruitment requirements a lot. Cicely disguised herself as a velociraptor and successfully passed the assessment to become a member of the Shadow Assassin group. Then she was drafted and joined the search for assassins. Still in the stone fort, Luke confirmed the secret code left by Cicely outside, then opened the stone tablet and entered the stone fort. Congratulations on joining the Shadow Assassin group. Luke saw the velociraptor exercising on the horizontal bar and greeted him with a smile. Cicely turned several times on the horizontal bar, then turned gracefully in the air, and finally landed steadily. The lizard man turned into a human woman, picked up the food on the table, and ate it in big mouthfuls. Have you been followed? The Shadow Assassin group has recruited many Shadow Clan members, all of whom are scattered all over the Deep Well City, looking for the assassin who preys on the Shadow Clan. Luke replied, I shouldn't be followed. I'm a professional. Human. Don't be so confident. The Shadow Clan is far more familiar with darkness than you are. Once you are targeted by the Shadow Assassin group, I will be mistaken for the assassin. I will be careful. Have you found any useful information? Cicely was speechless about the masked human partner in front of her. I really don't know where you get your confidence from. My current position is very low, and I don't have access to much information. I only know that all the Shadow Clan who were assassinated had almost no decent resistance. The assassin's hiding and assassination methods are extremely superb, and he can kill the target quickly without alerting the target. This is a top assassin, and it may be necessary to use a phantom assassin to deal with him. Luke asked, had the assassinated Shadow Clan had their brains removed? How do you know their brains have been removed? Yes. The death of the body is not the real death of the Shadow Clan. Only by destroying the Shadow Parasites can the Shadow Clan be truly killed. The Shadow Parasites live in the spirit of the brain, and the assassin removes the brain to completely kill the Shadow Clan. Damn it! Although the assassinated Shadow Clan had nothing to do with Cicely, the killing of her fellow clan members still aroused her anger. At this time, Luke asked, can you get a body out so that I can check it out? Cicely immediately shook her head. What are you kidding? All the dead Shadow Clan bodies are under the strict care of the Shadow Assassin Corps. How can they be taken out? Can you get me in? Cicely seriously considered Luke's new proposal, and then answered hesitantly, the bodies are all in the headquarters of the Shadow Assassin Corps, and the captured suspicious elements are also detained in the headquarters of the Shadow Assassin Corps. I can take you to the regiment headquarters under the pretext that you are a suspicious person, and then find an opportunity to enter the morgue. But the risks are completely unpredictable. If you are caught, I can't save you. Luke replied, if I am caught, you don't need to save me. Okay. Cicely was also very straightforward. She took out her pocket watch to check the time. In 3 hours. The guards inside the Shadow Assassin Corps will have a shift change. The Assassination Corps was just established and encountered such a thing. Many rules have not been perfected. We can sneak in during the chaos. Luke also took out his pocket watch to check. We will set off in 3 hours. After Cicely finished eating the food in her hand, her skin turned over once, and the bacteria that made up her body decomposed all the food she ingested. The energy replenishment made Cicely's mental state change drastically, and she seemed a little excited. I must consume the excess energy and let the excited bacteria return to normal. You can move freely here, but don't disturb me while I'm exercising. Otherwise I might hurt you. Luke found a chair and sat down, saying, I'll sit here indefinitely, won't affect you. Let's go in 3 hours. After saying that, Cicely ignored Luke and did a backflip into the training ground, accelerating the energy metabolism of the body's bacteria with high-intensity exercise, allowing the overexcited bacteria to calm down. Luke sat there, his eyes seemingly paying attention to Cicely's training, while his consciousness went to Qigong. Qigong's experiment has already made some progress. Genetic weapons targeting specific ethnic groups are not unfamiliar to Luke. The reproduction of an ethnic group may be traced back to the descendants of a few ancestors, which results in a completely consistent and different segment of the genetic chain of this ethnic group. Weapons targeting this genetic chain can accurately kill this ethnic group. The Shadow Clan has an extremely fatal flaw. That is, all Shadow Parasites are split from the original Shadow Parasite, the Dark Chief. Shadow Parasites are spiritual supernatural creatures. Each Shadow Parasite seems to be an independent individual, but the essence is exactly the same. If a mental virus can be developed for the Shadow Parasite, this virus can destroy the entire Shadow Clan. According to the intelligence Luke has now, it is incredible that the Shadow Clan has been assassinated many times. How can the assassin succeed repeatedly when the Shadow Clan already knows the existence of the assassin? It is as easy as killing a chicken. It can be said that the assassin has forced the entire Shadow Clan to jump up and down, and even the assassin's code is not followed. But the Shadow Clan is still assassinated. The assassin's method of assassination is definitely not a conventional assassination method. The assassination of Chief Romanchenko and her experience gave Luke a guess. And Qingkong's investigation and experiment in St. Louis City is to confirm this guess. In the Imperial Extraordinary Biological Research Institute, Qingkong found the theoretical basis of the mental virus from clues by reading the research materials of the shadow parasite meta-iteration. However, the subsequent materials are all in the lost materials. All Qingkong can do is to find more information, as much as possible to infer whether the mental virus exists. During the experiment, the shadow parasite meta-iteration sheriff was constantly tortured by various mental invasions. In a simulation experiment of the mental virus, the sheriff had an extremely short mental body loss of contact. According to the sheriff's subsequent account, he lost control of his body at that moment, as if he was separated from the black cat's mental body. Shadow parasites cannot survive for a long time without the host's spiritual power. The sheriff was frightened by the feeling at that moment, and no matter how Qingkong threatened or lured him, he would not participate in the experiment. Qingkong sorted out his experimental materials and passed them to Luke. The mental virus against shadow parasites really exists. Although Qingkong has not been able to make it, it does not mean that others have no way. Is the assassination of the Shadow Clan in Xinjing City related to the mental virus? In the communication with Qingkong's consciousness, Luke noticed a person's name. Dr. Friedrich Bruckner, a senior researcher at the Imperial Extraordinary Biological Research Institute, is responsible for the development of many extraordinary biological weapons. Among them is the shadow parasite meta-iteration, and has achieved many remarkable results. However, in the Great Purge before Queen Christina ascended the throne, Dr. Bruckner became one of the missing persons. He and his family all disappeared overnight, along with many materials of his research projects. According to the graphic materials provided by the Imperial Extraordinary Biology Research Institute, combined with Chief Romanchenko's description of the appearance of the Lost is most likely the missing Dr. Bruckner. The truth seems to be revealed, but everything is speculation. Therefore, Luke wants to see other dead shadow people, hoping to get some useful clues from them. Luke read the information sent by the clear sky. Cicely kept training. Time passed very quickly. When 3 hours were up, Luke regained consciousness. Cicely stopped training, and they looked at each other. It's time to go. Luke stood up and stretched out his hands. Cicely didn't say anything polite to him. She turned into a velociraptor, took out the magic forbidden rope, and tied Luke's hands tightly, holding the other end of the rope with one hand. Cicely said, "Let's go." Suspicious guy. Luke was pulled by Cicely to leave the stone fortress and walk towards the city where the Shadow Assassin Corps headquarters was located. Now Luke has adapted to the ever-changing gravity direction in Deep Well City and is used to the deflection at any time. On the contrary, the panicked underground residents were sometimes frightened by the Shadow Assassins and fell down. A Shadow tribe member was assassinated. A shout suddenly came, and the Shadow Assassins who heard the sound immediately rushed to the direction of the sound source, scaring the underground residents again. Hearing that another Shadow tribe member was assassinated, Cicely paused. The interval between the two assassinations was less than 2 days. Did the assassin speed up the assassination? This is not a good sign. Luke whispered behind him. The opponent's experiment should have come to an end, and we haven't even found his tail. Let's go. The Shadow Assassin group should be in chaos at this time. Then follow me closely. Cicely quickened her pace. At this time, Deepwell City was full of rampaging Shadow Assassins. As assassins should be patient, but the long period of inconclusiveness has worn out their patience. The Shadow Clan was assassinated one after another under their noses, which was enough to drive the Shadow Assassins crazy. Passing through a series of strange urban areas, Cicely took Luke to the headquarters of the Shadow Assassin Corps. The headquarters of the Shadow Assassin Corps is close to the city center and is built in a large hollowed-out rock. The sudden situation caused some Shadow Assassins to leave the headquarters, and it was time for the guard handover. A large area of unguarded area appeared in the headquarters of the Shadow Assassin Corps. Cicely escorted Luke into the headquarters of the Shadow Assassins, and they were not questioned at all along the way. Luke couldn't help but sigh that 1,000 years had almost completely abandoned the weapons of the Shadow Clan. Like the Dragon Clan, the Shadow Clan was one of the 5 ancient civilizations, but the interior was already empty. Cicely and Luke were like entering a no-man's land. They simply didn't go to the prison to act, and ran directly to the morgue. The morgue that Cicely mentioned was strictly guarded, But there was no guard inside or outside. In the middle of the morgue, the bodies of the dead Shadow Clan were frozen and sealed together. Looking at the appearance of the dead Shadow Clan, almost all the mainstream races in the Grazier underground city were included. Their deaths were exactly the same. The fatal wound was a puncture through the chest, and the head was open to remove the brain. I need some time. Luke took out a knife and cut the rope on his wrist. Then said to Cicely, "You go outside to keep watch for me. If there is an emergency, you can give me a signal and hide yourself. I'll listen to you." Cicely looked around the morgue and confirmed that there were no hidden guards. So she retreated to the door and turned into a guard. Luke first chose a caveman shadow tribe and used magic to melt the ice used for sealing. The body had long been cut into 8 pieces by the shadow assassins and then spliced and sealed. Therefore, when the ice melted, the body of the caveman was scattered into several large pieces. Luke did not expect the Shadow Clan to work so unprofessionally. Looking at the scattered limbs, he was stunned for a moment before he began to assemble. Then he recalled the anatomical examination process taught by Melkin, and finally took out a scalpel to cut open the caveman's chest. The internal organs of the deceased, like Chief Romanchenko, did not react to the piercing of the sharp weapon. It can be concluded that the deceased lost control of his body before being assassinated. Therefore, so many assassinations do not require the assassin to have a strong strength, and the opponent may even be a weak guy. It is no wonder that the shadow assassins can't find anything. When they stare at the high mountains, they naturally can't see the small hills around them. Then Luke began to examine the dead man's head. One body after another. Finally, Luke found a piece of brain tissue that had not been removed cleanly. But when Luke carefully took out the brain tissue and put it into the storage bag, a group of shadow tribes suddenly rushed in. "Who are you? What are you doing here?" Luke didn't expect that he would be blocked in the morgue. He saw Cicely among the group of shadow tribes. This human-faced servant pretended to rush in with them, and was even more angry than the other shadow tribes, as if he was about to pounce on the intruder. That was Cicely using body language to tell Luke, "I warned you. Why didn't you hear it? I was too focused." Luke immediately put down the scalpel, raised his hands, and said to the shadow tribe who surrounded him, "I am the extraordinary biotechnology consultant of His Majesty, the Dragon King Tao Tai. My name is Melkin, a human, and I came here to find clues about the assassination of the shadow tribe. I ask you not to impose any actions on me, and ask you to take me to see King Tao Tai immediately. I have important discoveries to tell him." Chapter 597 Separation. The shadow tribes that rushed in were all stunned. They originally thought that catching this unidentified intruder would bring new progress to the case that was causing them headaches. But they didn't expect that the other party actually claimed to be the king of Dragon Country. This became a diplomatic incident between Gruzerii and Dragon Country. The cautious shadow tribes did not embarrass Luke. They escorted Luke to the dragon's nest and went to the dragons to verify. When they arrived at the dragon's nest, the Minotaur Mendez had already heard the news and rushed over. After Mendez understood the situation clearly, he immediately entered the dragon's nest and asked to see the Tao Tai King. Eiffel transformed into a white dragon and blocked the shadow tribes. "Our king is resting. You shadow tribes came here for so many important things?" Minotaur Mendez saluted Eiffel. "Hello, Mr. Eiffel. We caught an unidentified intruder at the headquarters of the shadow assassins. He destroyed the bodies stored in the morgue. After being caught, he said his name was Melkin, a human, working for His Majesty Tao Tai. We came here to ask His Majesty to confirm what this human said. Isn't Melkin in the dragon's nest?" Eiffel looked at Luke and instantly guessed that this was the Tao Tai King who had quietly gone out. Ahem. Eiffel cleared his throat, raised his head, and looked down at the Shadow Clan and said, "This is indeed Mr. Melkin." He went to the morgue at the Shadow Assassin Corps to check the bodies. Having received orders from His Majesty, "I admit that we were wrong in this matter, and I apologize to you. Please hand Mr. Melkin over to us. I believe His Majesty must have many questions that he needs to answer. Apology cannot make up for your bad behavior." After confirming the identity of the intruder, Mendez said with dissatisfaction, "This human destroyed important bodies and caused us immeasurable losses. We cannot easily forgive him just because he is from the Dragon Kingdom." When Eiffel heard that the Shadow Clan was unwilling to release his king, he immediately showed a fighting posture. "No matter what damage is caused, the Dragon Kingdom can compensate. Return Mr. Melkin to us now." The dragons felt the momentum of Eiffel and rushed out together. They roared to intimidate and summoned magic circles to threaten the Shadow Clan. The Shadow Clan also drew their weapons and confronted the dragons. Luke said at this time, "Shadow Clan, I admit that I broke into the morgue of the Shadow Assassin Corps. But I do not admit that I destroyed the corpse. Your method of examining the corpse is too primitive. No wonder no clues have been found now. Your Majesty touts I specially invited me from the Golden Shield Empire to assist in the investigation of the case, in order to help you investigate the assassination of the Shadow Clan." Luke's words were a mockery of the Shadow Tribe. A good assassin must first have a very clear understanding of the body structure. And the Shadow Tribe is quite proud of their anatomical skills. Now someone is saying that their methods of examining corpses are very primitive, which is a double insult to them in terms of personality and IQ. The Shadow Tribe transferred their hatred to Luke. Mendez pressed forward, and he wanted to reach out and grab the mask on the human's face. But he held back, because the other party was the Dragon King's man after all. "Do you know what you are talking about? Are you questioning the Shadow Tribe's understanding of the body structure?" Luke said, "I didn't question your understanding of the body structure, but I thought you didn't examine the corpse carefully enough. Such as this one I found." Luke took out the storage bag, and inside the transparent bag was a piece of brain tissue the size of a fingernail. Mendez asked, "What is this?" "The brain of a Shadow Clan Minotaur. When the assassin took his brain, he accidentally missed this little bit." Mendez said disdainfully, "What can you do with such a little thing? That's why I said that your autopsy technology is backward. This is a very important clue." Mendez asked, "What clue?" Luke said, "I need to use my tools to examine this piece of brain tissue." "Okay. I want to see how you check it with my own eyes." Luke said, "I need to change my clothes, and I need to get the permission of His Majesty." Eiffel said, "Mr. Melkin, you can go to see His Majesty on your own. The Shadow Tribe please stay here and wait for His Majesty's permission to enter. Let them go or not." Mendez hesitated. At this time, Cicely, who had transformed into a velociraptor, said loudly in the Shadow Tribe, "I heard that humans' current technology is very powerful. They can replace their limbs with machines at will." Mendez looked at the Shadow Tribe behind him and didn't find out who was talking. But this reminded him of some rumors about human civilization. And the visiting angel said that human civilization has become a threat to ancient civilization. Let this human try. What if there is really an important discovery? The pressure brought by the hidden assassin made Mendez make a decision. He waved his hand, and the Shadow Tribe made way. "Mr. Melkin, please." "Thank you." Luke walked forward, bypassed the white dragon's body, and entered the depths of the dragon's nest. After a while, the real Melkin came out in professional surgical gowns. "The inspection equipment is ready, Your Majesty. Please come in." The dragons returned to normal, and made way to the dragon's nest. Mendez was about to lead the Shadow Tribe in. Melkin said again, "Your Majesty. Only Mr. Mendez is allowed to enter. As for the other Shadow Tribes, for safety, should they stay outside?" Mendez looked at the Shadow Tribes behind him. Now the trees and grass in Deep Well City are full of enemies, and no one knows which Shadow Tribe is the assassin. "You stay here." Mendez gave the order, and went deep into the dragon's nest alone. Luke, wearing dragon armor again, stood beside the inspection equipment under the pile of gold and gems in the dragon's nest. Mendez stepped forward and saluted. Luke said, "I already know what happened. Don't repeat the extra words. We can just watch quietly from the side." "Merkin, you can start." "Yes, Your Majesty." Merkin sat down behind the workbench, turned on the shadowless lamp, opened the closed barrier, and used magic and drugs to disinfect himself. Then Melkin carefully took out the brain tissue from the storage bag and put it into the container, and then cut a sample from it and put it under the microscope. Mendez, who was standing by, could not understand what the humans in the barrier were doing, but he was shocked. The sophisticated machinery and rigorous and meticulous process inside were much more professional than the Shadow Clan's cutting of corpses. Maybe they could really find something? Mendez had great expectations for the results. The dragon's nest was quiet, and everyone and the dragons were staring at Melkin, who was busy behind the workbench. Most of them could not imagine that such a tiny piece of brain tissue could be used for so many tests. A few hours later, Melkin finished his work and handed Luke a test report. The brain tissue sample is very healthy, and the remaining mental power still maintains its activity. The strange thing is, there is no residue of shadow parasites. Melkin couldn't help but ponder, and said to himself, if it comes from the brain of the Shadow Clan, It is normal that there should be residues of shadow parasites in the remaining mental power. The fragments of shadow parasites will only disappear after the mental power is exhausted. Your Majesty, are you sure that these brain tissues come from a shadow clan? Luke said, are you asking me? Didn't you find these brain tissue samples in the morgue of the Shadow Assassin Corps? You should ask Mr. Mendez. Yes. 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 Milken remembered the role that His Majesty Taltai asked him to play temporarily. He turned to Mendez and asked, are the corpses in the morgue of the Shadow Assassin Corps headquarters all Shadow Clan? Although Mendez noticed something was wrong with Milken. It was not the time to go into details. He replied, the bodies must be from the Shadow Clan. That's really strange, Milken said professionally. When the shadow parasite is parasitic in the host's mental power, there is no gap between it and the mental power, and therefore it can perfectly control the body. Unless the Shadow Clan was assassinated, his shadow parasite was separated from the mental power. That's impossible, Mendez said. The shadow parasite selects its host through multiple layers of screening. Once the parasitism is completed, it will never leave the host easily. Because this will cause great damage to the shadow parasite. Mendez hesitated for a moment, and said the reason why the shadow parasite would not easily leave the host. Changing the host is undoubtedly a serious illness for the shadow parasite, and there is a considerable risk of death. Luke hinted at this time. Is it possible that the shadow parasite passively left the host's mental power? This is even more impossible. Mendez denied more firmly. As long as the shadow parasite does not actively leave the host, there is nothing in this world that can separate the shadow parasite from the host's mental power. Who knew that Milken slapped his face at this time? Of course, there is a way to force the shadow parasite to leave the host's mental power. Mendez said angrily. What nonsense are you talking about? On professional issues, especially when it comes to shadow parasites. Milken showed a stubbornness that was different from usual. I'm not talking nonsense. Milken began to shatter the pride of the entire Shadow Clan in the experiment of the shadow parasite iteration body at the Imperial Extraordinary Biology Research Institute. Once the iteration body does not leave the host, we can only force the iteration body to actively separate from the host by weakening the host's life characteristics. Doing so will put both the host and the iteration body in the experiment at a very, very high risk of death. Therefore, Dr. Bruckner proposed a method to force the iteration body to separate from the host's mental power. The specific method is to develop a kind of mental force wave based on the characteristics of the iterated body's mental attributes, which will accurately complete the mental separation of the iterated body and the host like a scalpel. Before Milken finished speaking, Mendez had already revealed his murderous intention. Have you figured it out? Not completely. Milken didn't realize what he was saying yet, and he answered with a regretful tone, Dr. Bruckner has found the mental characteristics of the iterated body, but the mental wave knife has not yet completed the frequency determination. The main reason is that the iterated body is too precious, and he can't do this kind of damaging experiment casually. However, if it is operated by Dr. Bruckner himself, in a very ideal experimental environment, the success rate of the iterated body separation experiment is still very high. Talking about Dr. Bruckner, Milken could not help but feel a sense of mutual respect. Although Dr. Bruckner had taken away a lot of his limelight and resources when he was working at the Imperial Extraordinary Biology Research Institute, Milken could deny Dr. Bruckner's character, but he would never deny his intelligence and technology. At this time, the Minotaur Mendez's face turned very bad. He asked, does this kind of mental wave knife have an effect on all shadow parasitic elements, iterations? Milken replied, according to Dr. Bruckner's theory and the cultivation and research of shadow parasitic element iterations by the Imperial Extraordinary Biology Research Institute, this mental wave knife is effective for all shadow parasitic element iterations cultivated by the Institute. Mendez wanted to continue asking, but he didn't dare to ask after opening his mouth. Luke said, Mendez, I know what you are worried about. In fact, I have already noticed the theory and technology of the spiritual wave knife for the iteration of the shadow parasitic element. This time, I sent Milken to the headquarters of the Shadow Assassin Corps to look for clues, just to confirm my guess. It seems that things are going in the worst direction. I can tell you very clearly that this spiritual wave knife is not only effective for the iteration separated from the defective products of the shadow parasitic element of the Golden Shield Empire's Extraordinary Biological Research Institute. It is effective for all shadow parasitic elements, because you are all separated from the shadow parasitic element of the Dark Chief. All shadow parasitic elements are exactly the same spiritual creatures. The fear from the shadow parasites made Mendez's head ache violently. Your Majesty Tao Tai. You mean that all the dead shadows died under the spirit wave knife? It can forcibly separate the shadow parasites from the host's spiritual power. So they are killed without resistance. Luke replied, this should be the truth. The assassination of the shadows by the murderer should be a process of adjusting and perfecting the spirit wave knife. Now, the spirit wave knife has been completed. At this moment, Mendez felt that all the shadows, from the superior race that was above all life, had become lambs to be slaughtered. He said angrily, damn humans. Damn Golden Shield Empire. The shadows will make them pay the price. Luke said, as far as I know, Dr. Bruckner has long left the Golden Shield Empire. Now, he should be employed by another unidentified force. This cannot mitigate the crime of the Golden Shield Empire. The Shadow Clan will destroy the Golden Shield Empire. Anyone who is related to the Spirit Wave Blade will be killed by the Shadow Clan. Luke couldn't help but chuckle. Mendez. Pandora's box has been opened. The Shadow Clan can't kill everyone who knows the secret. Or the dragon. According to my understanding of the Golden Shield Empire's research and development capabilities, there is not much technical threshold for them to weaponize the Spirit Wave Blade. Moreover, compared to punishing the Golden Shield Empire, finding the assassin who lurks in the Deep Well City with the Spirit Wave Blade is the most important thing. You know, his Spirit Wave Blade is also effective against the Dark Chief. Chapter 598 Assassination. Mendez's mood fell to the bottom, and the huge psychological gap made his head hurt even more. He had never thought that the Shadow Clan, which founded one of the 5 ancient civilizations, had such a big flaw. No matter how strong they were all equal in front of the Spirit Wave Blade specially developed for the Shadow Clan. All the honor and arrogance in the past were like that bubble, which was shattered and disappeared. And the Spirit Wave Blade was also effective against the Dark Chief. If the Chief was assassinated, Mendez didn't dare to think about it any further. Now it was no longer a matter of assassination of a few Shadow Clan members, but a question of how the Shadow Clan could survive. Your Majesty Tao Tai. I will go to the Deep Well Hall immediately to report this matter to the Dark Chieftain. Before the Dark Chieftain makes a decision, please do not publicize this matter to the outside world. And I hope you will not leave the Deep Well City. Luke asked Mendez with the pride of a dragon. Are the Shadow Clan still planning to kill me and my dragons to silence us? Mendez knew that he was flustered and did not pay attention to the wording of his words. He explained, this matter is too important for the Shadow Clan. I think the Dark Chieftain will arrange a reunion with you after knowing it. The Shadow Clan and the Dragon Clan fought side by side during the ancient war and established a deep friendship. Now is the time when the Shadow Clan needs the help of the dragons the most. Your Majesty, please lend a helping hand. Luke was very satisfied with Mendez's current attitude. I came to visit Grazier to reiterate the friendship between the Dragon Civilization and the Shadow Civilization. It's just that the Dark Chief said some very irrational words after seeing me, which hurt my sincerity. I didn't leave Deepwell City because I gave both of us a chance. I hope the Dark Chief can seize this opportunity for the Shadow Civilization. Sweetie is now Mrs. Neo. A spiritual wave knife instantly widened the gap between the Shadow Clan and the Dragon Clan. A few days ago, you ignored me. Now, you are out of my reach. Luke seized the opportunity to show his attitude, ready to seek the greatest benefit for himself in the second meeting with the Dark Chief. Mendez could no longer think normally, and even ignored the etiquette, and hurriedly left the dragon's nest. After the Shadow Clan left, Luke asked Melkin, you seem to know a lot about Dr. Bruckner's research. At this time, Melkin also realized the greater value of the Spirit Wave Blade. His excited voice trembled a little. When I was still working at the Imperial Extraordinary Biology Research Institute, I was a research competitor with Dr. Bruckner, so I paid close attention to his research projects. Your Majesty, the Psychic Wave Blade is effective against all iterations, because they are all split from the remnant of the Shadow Parasite in the Research Institute. Can Dr. Bruckner's research really destroy the entire Shadow Clan? Luke replied, you heard what I said to Mendez just now. The homogeneity of the race is a fatal flaw of the Shadow Clan. And these assassinations also prove the lethality of the Psychic Wave Blade to the Shadow Parasite. From now on, the Shadow Civilization can no longer be ranked alongside the other 4 civilizations. What a pity. What a pity. The value of the Shadow Civilization in Luke's heart has greatly decreased. Is there no solution? Luke was curious about why Melkin asked this question. He smiled and asked, Are you concerned about the fate of the Shadow Clan? Melkin said with emotion. I have spent most of my life studying shadow parasites. In my mind, they are perfect spiritual supernatural creatures. I don't want this race to sink or even perish because of a flaw. In theory, there is a solution. Melkin asked. What solution? It is what the Imperial Supernatural Biology Research Institute has been studying. The coexistence of the host and the shadow parasite iteration. With such a whole, even if the spirit wave blade separates the shadow parasite from the host's spiritual power, the host will not kill it easily, causing the shadow parasite to lose its host and be slaughtered. But the spiritual power of the shadow parasite is too strong, and there is no way to coexist with the host. The iteration body weakened a lot of spiritual energy to achieve coexistence. But the success rate is not high. This is not something I can answer. Luke said sadly. Why not make this your new research topic? I think the Shadow Clan should support your research. Hearing Luke's suggestion, Malkin suddenly became energetic, as if he knew his life goal. As long as the Shadow Clan allows me to do this research, I will definitely find a way to keep the Shadow Clan alive. Luke smiled and said, Do you think the Shadow Clan still has the power to choose? The Shadow Tribe had no power to choose. Before Luke even had to wait too long, the Minotaur Mendez came to the Dragon's Nest again. The Great Chief of the Darkness invites His Majesty, the King of the Dragon Kingdom, Tao Thai, to go to the Deep Well Hall to discuss the renewal of friendship between the two civilizations. When Luke came to the Deep Well Hall again, he saw the true appearance of the Deep Well Hall. It was the head of a giant creature, with an abnormally large skull and facial features squeezed together. Although this giant creature had been dead for many years, its majestic spiritual power still existed, and a faint blue light was emitting from its eye sockets. The head was embedded in a huge cave. Luke followed Mendez across the stone bridge and entered the cranial cavity from the left ear hole of the head. The brain tissue in the head no longer exists, and the mental power simulates the nerves of the brain. There is a pine cone-shaped light in the middle of the mental brain. Luke walked in front of the pine cone-shaped light, and couldn't help but smile and said, Is this the first time you reveal your true self to the visitor? The Dark Chief. The pine cone light flashed, and the ancient voice of the Dark Chief came from all directions. Yes, you are the first visitor to see my true self. My disguise and my arrogance were unveiled together, revealing my extremely fragile nature. Your Majesty Tao Tai, I apologize to you. Although this apology is a little late. Luke said, It is indeed a little late to apologize when facing a crisis. But I am not a narrow-minded person. It is better to realize the mistake than to persist in it. Luke used man as his own name in his speech, which made the Dark Chieftain laugh bitterly. I didn't expect that humans became the gravediggers of the Shadow Clan. They actually invented such a deadly weapon for the Shadow Clan. And this weapon is in the Deep Well City. Your Majesty Tao Tai. The other party is not something the Shadow Clan can deal with. Can you help us find that person and destroy the Spirit Wave Blade? Sure. Luke agreed readily. What can I get from you? The Shadow Civilization will continue to be an ally of the Dragon Nation. But the Dragon Nation must help the Shadow Clan eliminate all technologies related to the Spirit Wave Blade and those who master this technology. Luke asked meaningfully, if it is not only the Golden Shield Empire that masters this technology, but the Shining Gold Civilization also masters it, what should the Shadow Civilization do? That is to destroy the Shining Gold Civilization. The pine cone glowed wildly, and the Dark Chieftain felt a stronger threat to his survival than the ancient war. If the Shadow Clan wants to continue, it must eliminate all things related to spiritual fluctuations, and completely eliminate them. Facing the somewhat crazy Dark Chieftain, Luke decided to comfort him first, and wait until he was emotionally stable before continuing the conversation. Chief, your mind is a little confused, and you make decisions without thinking. I think things may not be as serious as you think. Chief. Luke noticed that the pineal gland was flashing strangely, and he kept calling the Dark Chief, but got no response. Suddenly, after a violent flash, the pineal gland suddenly went out. The nerves inside the mental brain trembled and blurred, and the whole Deep Well City shook violently. Luke stabilized his body and realized that the Dark Chief was attacked. At this time, the pineal gland flashed and emitted a faint light, and the Dark Chief's voice came out intermittently and weakly. Yes, it's the spirit. The wave knife. I saw him. He is. It's really the Shining Gold Man. The pineal gland went out again. The Minotaur Mendez rushed into the Deep Well Hall. Chief, We were attacked by the Shining Gold Man. They rushed into the Deep Well City. A part of the Shadow Clan betrayed you and R. After seeing the extinguished pineal gland, Mendez was stunned. Chief, Chief, Mendez shouted continuously, but did not get any response from the Dark Chief. Luke asked the stunned Mendez loudly, "What happened outside? How did the Shining Gold Man get in?" Mendez woke up and quickly answered, "I don't know how the Shining Gold Man attacked the Deep Well City. It must be the betrayed Shadow Clan who helped them." "Chief, what happened to the Chief?" "The Shining Gold Man actually attacked Deep Well City." This sudden incident caught Luke off guard. However, the ancient war started with the Shining Gold Man's raid on Sky City. So it was not surprising that the Shining Gold Man raided Deep Well City again. Now we must understand the scale of the Shining Gold Man's attack on Deep Well City, and whether the Shadow Clan has the ability to resist such an attack. Luke said to Mendez, "The Dark Chief was attacked by the Spirit Wave Blade, and is now separated from the host's spiritual power. We must find the Spirit Wave Blade that attacked the Chief, so that we can save the Chief. Go and gather as many Shadow Assassins as you can." When the Dark Chieftain was attacked, the Taotai King of Dragon Country became the backbone of Mendez. He quickly calmed down. "Yes, Your Majesty. I will go to summon the Shadow Assassins now. Do you know where the spiritual wave knife that attacked the chieftain is?" "The chieftain just found it, and left us the location." Luke pointed to a brain nerve where there was a bright spot. When entering the Deep Well Hall, Luke found that the direction of the nerves on this mental brain was very similar to his Deep Well City map, and the changes in gravity in various places in Deep Well City corresponded to the direction of the brain nerves. Although the true relationship between the Deep Well Hall and Deep Well City has not yet been clarified, the bright spot on the brain nerve must be the place where the attack on the Dark Chieftain was launched. Mendez took a look and knew where it was. "Your Majesty, I will go and summon the Shadow Assassins to attack here now. Please return to the Dragon's Nest and join your dragon group. If there is a chance, break out. The Shining Gold Man may not make things difficult for you." Although he knew the location of the Spirit Wave Blade that attacked the Great Chief, Mendez was very pessimistic about the battle situation. The Shining Gold Man, the Shadow Clan traitor, and the Spirit Wave Blade. With these three fatal factors added together, I am afraid that the Shadow Clan will not be able to escape this time. Luke said, "I will make a decision based on the situation. If the situation is not favorable to the Shadow Clan, I hope you will break out of Deep Well City at all costs. In the vast Gruzerii, the Shining Gold Man has no way to exterminate the Shadow Clan. That is not what I need to consider now. The Shadow Clan will rescue the Dark Chieftain at all costs. Your Majesty Taotai. From now on, the Shadow Clan will have no way to protect you. Go do what you should do." Mendez turned and left. Luke glanced at the dim pineal gland and the gradually blurred brain nerves, and sighed as he left the Deep Well Hall. The Deep Well City outside was in complete chaos. The city was constantly shaking. Large areas of buildings collapsed, and countless underground city residents fled in panic. From time to time, the Shining Gold Man in golden armor could be seen fighting fiercely with the Shadow Clan. During the fight, the Shadow Clan would suddenly fall to the ground, and then be killed by the Shining Gold Man. This was definitely a long-planned attack. Once the Spirit Wave Blade was successfully developed, the Shining Gold Man would be able to defeat the Shadow Clan in one fell swoop. Luke flew in the air, rushing towards the Dragon's Nest. His whereabouts were discovered by the Shining Gold Man. But the Shining Gold Man did not attack him, but quickly avoided him after the encounter. The Shining Gold Man's fear of the Dragon Kingdom did not make Luke feel fortunate, but full of frustration in his heart. This is the taste of failure. And it was a major failure. Just now, he was proud that he could control the Shadow Clan at will, and gain more dominance after the two civilizations formed an alliance. Unexpectedly, the Shining Gold Man wiped out the power of the Shadow Clan from the future civilization struggle. Clean, neat, and vicious. Luke experienced the cruelty of the struggle between civilizations for the first time. If he was not careful, a powerful race would fall and sink. At the same time, he also realized that the current sparkling gold civilization was no longer the sparkling gold civilization he was familiar with. The opponent of the game has changed. If he still follows the previous rules of the game, such failures will continue to occur. Luke flew alone on the noisy battlefield. The sparkling gold people who mastered the technology of the spiritual wave knife slaughtered the Shadow Clan wantonly. The abnormality of the Deep Well Hall caused the entire city to shake violently. The gravity of an area changed. In the pull of gravity, the city was being twisted. Suddenly, Dragon roars echoed in the closed city. One dragon after another unfolded multiple magic circles and flew over from the front. The dragons did not attack the shining golds they encountered, and the shining golds only targeted the Shadow Clan, ignoring the dragons flying past them. Soon the dragons joined Luke. The white dragon Eiffel said to Luke nervously, "Your Majesty, the shining golds are attacking the Shadow civilization. We will protect you from breaking through." Luke, who was guarded by the dragons in the middle, said, "No. Let's go back to the dragon's nest." Chapter 599 Buried. Return to the dragon's nest. Eiffel was puzzled by the king's decision. "Your Majesty, the Golden Man is now attacking the Shadow Clan with all his strength and has no energy to take care of us. The chance of successfully breaking through is the highest at this time." "No." Luke looked at the battlefield where the fierce battle was in full swing and quickly judged the situation at the moment. The Golden Man did not invest many troops in this attack. "I think they made a temporary decision to launch this attack without being fully prepared. The Golden Man did not attack us, not only because they did not want to annoy the Dragon Kingdom, but also because they were short of troops and wanted to force us to break through and leave. If we leave, the Shadow Clan will really be finished. Let's go back to the dragon's nest. Gather all the Shadow tribes that can be rescued." The Taotai King made the final decision, and the dragons were extremely vigilant to protect Luke and return to the dragon's nest. When they encountered the battle between the Shining Gold and the Shadow tribes along the way, the dragons stopped watching and rushed forward to drive the Shining Gold away, and then retreated to the dragon's nest with the rescued Shadow tribes. After fighting and stopping along the way, rescuing and gathering, the dragons brought dozens of Shadow tribes back to the dragon's nest. The harpies abandoned here were all overjoyed to see the dragons come back. Luke immediately ordered Eiffel to release a large number of magic messengers to the outside world, telling the Shadow tribes in Deep Well City that the Dragon King could provide them with shelter, and they could go to the dragon's nest in Deep Well City to take refuge in dangerous situations. Magic messengers are sent out at regular intervals. Luke asked the Black Dragon Barl to arrange the defense of the dragon's nest, and then found Melkin and came to a secluded place behind the pile of gold gems. "Do you have a way to distinguish the difference between the Shadow Parasite and the Shadow Parasite iteration after parasitizing?" Melkin replied, "The Shadow Parasite completely obtains the host's body, and its mental attribute is single. The Shadow Parasite iteration only plays an auxiliary role after parasitizing, and the control is in the host. So there are two mental attributes." "Your Majesty, why do you ask this question?" Luke looked at the Shadow tribes who followed into the dragon's nest. Their morale was very low. In a head-on confrontation, the Shadow Clan was no match for the Shining Gold Man. Now the Shining Gold Man used a weapon that was deadly to the Shadow Clan, and beat the Shadow Clan without any chance to fight back. Every Shadow Clan member was worried about the fate of the race. Luke said to Melkin again, "So many Shining Golds were able to sneak into Deep Well City quietly because they were protected by Shadow Clan traitors. But I don't think those traitors are real Shadow Clan members. They should be modified people who were parasitized by Shadow Parasite meta-iterations cultivated by Shining Gold Man, and they were disguised as Shadow Clan members and lurked in Deep Well City in advance." Melkin was enlightened, and he also looked at the Shadow Clan in the dragon's nest and asked in a low voice, "Your Majesty, do you think there are Shadow Parasite meta-iterations mixed in there?" "It is possible, and we have to gather the Shadow Clan here, and the Shining Gold will definitely send the cyborgs to sneak in. Do you have any way to find them without alerting them?" Melkin thought for a moment. "It can be done. I will use the existing tools to make a mental wave separation irradiator. There are two Shadow Clan members with different mental wave bands, and they are most likely cyborgs." At this time, the entire dragon's nest vibrated violently, and the shift in gravity caused the entire pile of gold gems to start sliding sideways. Luke immediately took out the colorful magic heart. The colorful light shone outward from the magic heart. The gravity in the dragon's nest was restored, and the vibration was also weakened a lot. "Hurry up and don't alert the Shadow Clan." "Yes, Your Majesty." The dragon's nest began to gather the Shadow Clan who were seeking refuge. More and more Shadow Clan and underground city residents fled to seek refuge. Luke reorganized them. Some of them assisted the dragon in setting up magic defense, and some powerful Shadow Clan were sent out to rescue their compatriots. Soon the whole Deep Well City knew the news that the Dragon King provided shelter, and more Shadow Clan fled to the dragon's nest. The Shining Gold people also discovered the shelter. They divided some of their forces to guard the outside of the dragon's nest, and cut off the main entrance to the dragon's nest. Luke activated the secret passage he had been using in secret, and continued to receive the Shadow Clan who were seeking refuge. Among the new batch of Shadow Clan who entered the dragon's nest for refuge, Luke also saw the human-faced servant Cecily. Her condition was very bad. Her body had shrunk by 1/3. Her face was half-burned, and her spirit was depressed. Fortunately, she was a human-faced servant, a fungus supernatural creature, and she was a fungus colony. After being attacked by the spirit wave blade, her shadow parasite was separated from the mother nucleus. It was her fungus colony that drove her body unconsciously, so she escaped from the hands of the Shining Gold Man. After leaving the attack range of the spirit wave blade, the shadow parasite was refused, but it was also greatly damaged. Luke asked the harpy to carry Cecily's remains in front of him. As the king of Tao Tai, he said to Cecily, "I know you. You are working for Miss Qi Kong. Your Majesty Tao Tai. It is my honor to be recognized by you." Cecily reluctantly bowed, but she always had a smile on her face, as if such a blow was nothing to her. Luke raised his hand, and the colorful magic heart floating above the dragon's nest that suppressed gravity cast a beam of light on Cecily. Cecily's injuries recovered quickly, and the fungus colony also multiplied and grew visibly. "I know you joined the Shadow Assassin group. What was the result of the Shadow Assassin group going to rescue the Dark Chief?" Cecily, who had grown a circle, spread her hands helplessly. "The Shining Gold people knew that we would go to rescue the Dark Chief, so they set up an ambush there in advance. The psychic wave blade is really unstoppable. Once swept by the wave it emits, the shadow parasite will be forcibly separated from the host's spiritual power, and then slaughtered by the Shining Gold. How can such a weapon exist in this world? It is simply to exterminate the Shadow Clan." Luke continued to ask, "Are all the Shadow Assassins wiped out?" "Basically, they are all dead. But there are also some who escaped, like me." "What about the Minotaur Mendez?" "Although Mendez is a phantom assassin, he was also swept down by the psychic wave blade. I saw his head being chopped off by the Shining Gold. I guess his shadow parasite has been destroyed. It seems that the Shadow Assassin group, which became famous in ancient wars, is really dead. If I were a glowing gold, I would not easily destroy such an excellent shadow parasite. I would keep it well, and use it to cultivate better shadow parasite iterations." Luke guessed what would happen to Mendez, and then said to Cecily, "Since you have come to me, I will protect you, and let you return safely to Miss Clear Sky." Cecily said with some disbelief, "Now that the glowing gold has almost occupied Deepwell City, you should consider how to break out. I want to leave, and the glowing gold can't stop me." Luke said confidently, "I just want to do my best to save more Shadow Clan. As one of the few remaining Shadow Assassins, you should have a strong appeal in the Shadow Clan. If you can move, help me organize the Shadow Clan here. If the Shining Gold Man comes to negotiate with me, the Shadow Clan also needs a representative." Cecily moved her body, and felt much better after treatment. "Okay. I will manage the Shadow Clan here." Cecily went to reorganize the Shadow Clan in the Dragon's Nest. Her identity as a Shadow Assassin was indeed easier to gain recognition from the Shadow Clan. The negotiation that Luke expected also came soon. The Shining Gold Man in the Dragon's Nest sent in the news. The Shining Gold Man Elder Tan hoped to meet with the Dragon Kingdom Tao Tai King. Tan! She really came in person. Luke took Cecily and the Twilight Dragons out of the Dragon's Nest. Tan, who was dressed in golden armor, stood outside, and behind her were a large group of Shining Gold Man warriors in golden armor. Some of the Shining Gold warriors not only held golden weapons, but also a stick with an antenna. Maybe that was the Spirit Wave Blade. Luke made a guess in his mind and walked to Tan without stopping. The Shining Gold people are still so vigorous and swift, and they destroyed the Shadow Civilization in an instant. From now on, there will be 4 of the 5 ancient civilizations. The Shadow Civilization was destroyed in one battle, which made Tan very proud. This could only mean that the Shadow Civilization with fatal flaws is not qualified to be on par with us. I didn't expect that Your Majesty Tao Tai would discover the essence of the assassination so quickly, forcing us to act in advance. Fortunately, the research and development of the Spirit Wave Blade was completed, and there were no accidents in this battle." Luke nodded. "It can be seen that the Shining Gold people have made careful plans for this battle for a long time. No wonder the Shadow Clan assassinated one of your elders. And you can still keep your composure. The outcome has been determined, and Tan no longer conceals it. I only learned about the plan to destroy the Shadow Clan after entering the Elders' Council. ever since the Golden Shield Empire accidentally obtained a remnant of the shadow parasitic element. Our Elders Council has been paying attention to the research of the Empire's extraordinary Biological Research Institute, and has also spent a lot of money to buy off internal personnel and obtain some iterative bodies. Then the Golden Shield Empire's purge of internal political enemies allowed us to obtain a lot of talents and technologies, and Dr. Bruckner is one of them. Finally, we completed the puzzle of destroying the Shadow Civilization. Luke said with emotion, the advancement of technology will eventually abandon some old civilizations and create new civilizations. The decline of Shadow Civilization is inevitable. But the Shadow Clan has the qualifications to continue. Elder Tan. After this battle, the Shining Gold killed the Dark Chieftain and occupied the Deep Well City. The Shadow Civilization no longer poses any threat to the Shining Gold Civilization. It is better to give Dragon Country a face and stop here, and let the Shadow Clan here leave on their own. Tan laughed, Your Majesty Tao Tai. The underground world of Gruzerii is too vast. The Shining Gold cannot rule here directly, but it will never give the Shadow Clan any chance. The fewer Shadow tribes there are, the easier it will be for the Shining Gold to control this place. Leave all the Shadow tribes in the Dragon's Nest to us, and I can let the dragons leave Gruzerii safely. Luke said, What if I must protect the Shadow tribes inside? Tan showed his golden sword, Your Majesty Tao Tai. I hope you can recognize the situation in Deep Well City. You can't do anything that the Shining Gold people don't allow you to do. Take your dragons away, and don't let the Dragon Kingdom need to choose another king. Luke showed his blazing sky sword in response, and a dark purple electric net was wrapped around him. Elder Tan, you didn't recognize the situation in Deep Well City. Do you know why the gravity disorder occurred in this city? The shaking of the city became more and more serious, and the gravity was changing randomly. Huge cracks appeared, and large pieces of rock fell down. Tan stared at the sword in Luke's hand and asked vigilantly, Did you know? I just discovered it not long ago. The spiritual power left by the host of the Dark Chieftain is the support of the city. Now the spiritual power of the Dark Chieftain is separated from the host. Since the host has died, his spiritual power is not condensed by the Dark Chieftain and will dissipate in a short time. Deep Well City will soon collapse completely and fall to the center of the earth. You are lying to me. A violent shaking made Tan's body shake. She was a little unsure whether what King Tao Tai said was true or false. You knew that Deep Well City would fall. So why did you stay here? I want to see if Tan, who has just ascended the throne of the Elder of the Shining Gold Elders Hall, has the courage to fall into the center of the earth with me, the king of the new Dragon Kingdom. Tan clenched the golden sword. Do you think I am afraid of death? Aren't you afraid of death? It happens that I am not afraid of death either. The electric net surrounding Luke became more intense. If I die here, the Dragon Kingdom will only lose a king who is not recognized by most dragons, and more than 10 dragons. They can just choose another king. If you die here, those elders who have been marginalized by you will regain power, and the Shining Gold people here will be buried with you. I wonder if the Shining Gold civilization can bear this kind of loss. Luke's words made Tan's eyes no longer firm. The Shadow Civilization is a powerful ancient civilization after all. Although the number of Shining Gold men that Tan brought to attack Xinjing City is not too many, it is not small either, and they are all truly powerful elites. If this elite follows him into the center of the earth, I wonder if he can still return to the surface alive. If the Shining Goldman civilization loses this part of its power, its overall strength will be greatly weakened. Now Shining Goldman civilization has too many challenges to face, and cannot afford such a big loss. On the contrary, the Dragon Kingdom only lost a king who could not gather all the dragons together, and more than 10 dragons following the king. In this exchange, Shining Goldman civilization definitely suffered a big loss. Can they defeat the Tao Tai king in a short time and rush into the dragon's nest to slaughter the Shadow Clan inside? Ted observed the strange dragon in front of him. His body radiated tremendous energy, and the ancient dragon's dragon power was like a mountain pressing down on his head, which showed that this was a very powerful dragon. What made people more afraid was the sword in his hand. There were many rumors about this sword in the world. It was a sword forged for the Tao Tai king by the elf Qin Kong who ignited the sky, and it contained the fire energy of the sun. Tan was very proud of her own strength, but she did not have the confidence to defeat the Tao Tai king in a short time. The ground shook more violently, and the city could collapse at any time, and everything inside would be submerged in the rubble and fall underground. This attack on Deep Well City was too hasty. If it weren't for the intervention of King Tao Tai, I could have been more prepared and had a more thorough plan. Now, there is no time to even think. 10 put away the golden sword and said to Luke, "You are very courageous and capable of being my opponent. I will let you go this time. But you may not be so lucky next time." After that, 10 took the golden man away without hesitation. Chapter 600 Miracle. Facing a city that could collapse at any time, the golden man no longer pursued the annihilation of the shadow tribe in the Deep Well City, and began to retreat in an orderly manner under the command of 10. During the retreat, they also launched a large earthquake spell to accelerate the destruction of the city. It would be even better if the Shadow Tribe and the Dragon King Taotai could be buried under the city. Outside the dragon's nest, the golden men had already withdrawn completely. Luke immediately ordered Cicely to send more Shadow Tribes to try to rescue more Shadow Tribes in the last moment. The city was collapsing, as if it was the end of the world. Time was running out. Luke once again returned to the Deep Well Hall. Facing the rubble and subversive gravity changes, the brain nerves formed by the condensation of mental power have become very blurred, and the majestic mental power is spreading rapidly, hitting the broken city again and again, standing in front of the pineal gland that no longer glows. Luke didn't know why he came here and what he was waiting for. The first Shadow Parasite and the Dark Chief who created the Shadow Civilization should have died, and the mental power that accompanied him for countless years is also dying. The once brilliant civilization is about to decline, and I don't know who will be the next one. It's time to go. Luke, who has waited for nothing, decided to leave here. If he doesn't leave now, he may really be unable to leave. And when his footsteps just stepped out of the Deep Well Hall, a throbbing shook. This was not a throbbing sensation felt by himself alone, but a shock felt by the whole world. An extremely powerful energy burst out, as if declaring its power to the whole world. The strongest people in the world were as small as ants in front of it. The throbbing caused by this powerful energy had just passed, and another powerful energy swept across the world, followed by the third, fourth, and fifth. It was a divine weapon. Fluorescent star cluster, golden compass, statue of light, red flame torch, rainbow arch. Luke could clearly feel the existence of the 5 divine weapons, which were floating in an endless darkness. Even the strong light emitted by the divine weapons could not dispel the darkness. Is that the abyss? The artifact tree bud emerged from the gap in the dragon's neck, and it also felt the explosion of the artifact's energy. As if to announce its existence, the artifact tree bud also exploded its energy. However, the artifact tree bud is still a juvenile artifact, and it cannot burst out with the momentum that makes the world tremble like the 5 great artifacts. However, the energy exploded by the artifact tree bud enveloped the entire Deep Well City, which can still be done. The energy of the world tree swept across the Deep Well City, and the Deep Well Hall behind Luke actually glowed again. Luke turned around to check, and the pineal gland in the center of the cranial cavity was emitting a faint light, and the scattered spiritual energy showed signs of returning and recondensing. "What did you do?" Luke asked the artifact tree bud. The artifact tree bud spread out its hands, indicating that it didn't know either. Unfortunately, the relit pineal gland was only a faint light, and the spiritual power in the Deep Well Hall could not stop the destruction of the city. It seems that a new Dark Chief is beginning to be conceived, just like the world tree is reborn. When Luke looked at the pineal gland inside, the artifact tree bud patted its helmet with the leaves on its head and squeaked into Luke's ears. Luke shook his head. "Although your power can prevent the destruction of Deep Well City, it will bring back the Shining Gold Man. Since you can't defend Deep Well City, it's better to let it fall into the center of the earth. When the Dark Chieftain revives, the city will come back. Let's go!" The 5 artifacts have shown their power, and the world is going to change. When Luke returned to the dragon's nest, the dragons immediately surrounded him. "Your Majesty, it's the Rainbow Arch. The energy shot just now was the Rainbow Arch, the artifact of the dragon civilization." Cicely and several shadow tribesmen also surrounded him. "Your Majesty, there is not only the Rainbow Arch of the dragon civilization, but also the fluorescent star cluster of our shadow civilization. It must be the slaughter of the Shadow Tribe by the Shining Gold people that aroused the anger of the fluorescent star cluster." Luke comforted. "There is also the golden compass of the Shining Gold civilization, the statue of light of the Angel civilization, and the red flame torch of the Purgatory civilization." All 5 artifacts revealed their traces, but none of them returned. Now we still have to think about how to leave the well safely. The Shining Gold Man may have set an ambush at the entrance of the well. The artifact has not returned. so we cannot pin our hopes of survival on the artifact at this time. Cecily calmed her mind and said to Luke, "The entrance to the well is very open, and the shining gold man cannot surround the entrance. Your Majesty has saved us, and we will repay your Majesty. We will rush out of the entrance together. If we encounter the shining gold man, we will contain them, and your Majesty will lead the dragons to move away quickly. Then we will disperse and break out, and most of the Shadow Clan will definitely be able to escape. In the vast Gruserii, the shining golds have no way to track us. The deep well can hold a city, so the entrance is of course very vast. The number of shining golds is limited, and there is no way to set up a large encirclement at the entrance. Therefore, Cecily's breakout plan is very feasible." Luke ordered, "Gather all the shadow tribes sent out, and we will break out." Tan, who led the shining golds to withdraw from the deep well city, was thinking of setting up an ambush inside the deep well or at the entrance. Even if they could not completely wipe out the shadow tribes who broke out, they would kill as many as they could. However, not long after she led the team to fly out of the deep well city, the 5 great artifacts showed their power one after another. Golden Compass. At that moment, Ten felt the artifact of the shining gold civilization very clearly, and his previously firm heart could not help but become confused. Why did the artifact reveal its power at this time? Is it related to the attack on the Shadow Civilization? Coincidence? Ten quickly made the decision to retreat from Gruserii at full speed, since the victory over the Shadow Civilization has been locked. The most important thing is to ensure that they can retreat safely. Without the Dark Chieftain, the remaining Shadow Clan is not a threat, but the artifact of the Shadow Civilization, the fluorescent star cluster, needs to be guarded against. After taking a last look at the collapsed and falling Deep Well City, Tan led the Shining Gold people back and flew towards the entrance of the Deep Well. This allowed the cautious dragons and the Shadow Clan to fly out of the Deep Well in trance without encountering any attacks. They arrived at a safe area in a mountain valley. After counting the number, there were only 264 Shadow Clan members who followed Luke to break out this time. Even if there were Shadow Clan members who escaped through other means, the number would not be too large. The Shadow Clan was really beaten this time. "What are your plans?" Luke called Cicely to his side and asked, "Are you going back to St. Louis City in the Golden Shield Empire? Or staying in Gruserii?" Cicely shook her head. "I don't know. I never thought about taking on such a heavy responsibility." Luke expressed his opinion. "I suggest you stay in Gruserii to lead the remaining Shadow Tribe. According to the information I have, the Shining Gold used the Shadow Parasite iterated body to create a group of cyborgs disguised as Shadow Tribe. Among this group of Shadow Tribe, there are 3 cyborgs. Is there such a thing?" Cicely wanted to look back at the Shadow Tribe scattered in the valley, but Luke stopped her. "Don't attract the attention of the cyborgs. I will tell you who they are. But there is a more difficult thing." "What is it?" "The Shining Gold can control the Shadow Tribe through brain transformation." "How is this possible?" Cicely wanted to question it, but thinking that the Shining Gold could forcibly separate the Shadow Parasite, it seemed not impossible for him to control the Shadow Tribe. Cicely turned to ask, "Among these Shadow Tribes, are there any Shadow Tribes controlled by the Shining Gold?" Luke answered, "I don't know yet. I don't have any equipment that can detect Shadow Tribes whose brains have been modified. We can only ask the Golden Shield Empire to find a way to make it and give it to you." Cicely knew that the dragons didn't understand the current technology, so she could only say helplessly, "We can only wait for the Golden Shield Empire's equipment to be built. It is still unknown when the equipment will be built. But the Shining Gold people will not stop hunting down the Shadow Tribes. The Shadow Tribes must never return to their respective tribes. The danger of living apart is greater than the danger of living together. You need to lead these Shadow Tribes to wander around Gruserii and gather all the scattered Shadow Tribes. The Golden Shield Empire will not only build an instrument to check the brain, but will also try its best to find a way to solve the mental loopholes of the Shadow Clan, which requires the full cooperation of the Shadow Clan." With Luke's guidance, Cecily knew the responsibilities and things she had to do to lead the Shadow Clan. "I understand. Your Majesty, on behalf of all the Shadow Clan, I thank you for your help. You saved us and the Shadow Clan. In the future, as long as you need the Shadow Clan, we will definitely come in full force." Luke said, "Survive first." Luke led the dragon group to separate from the Shadow Clan, and the rest of the things could be left to the Twilight Organization. The sudden appearance of the artifact caused a huge wave in the Dragon Kingdom. The artifact appeared, bringing a big earthquake to the whole world. In Dragon Country, the lazy dragons who didn't even care about the Dragon King's trial were awakened from their sleep, and then ran around Dragon Island to inquire about the news. When Luke returned to the king's lair with the dragons, he saw the golden dragon King Tyron, who had been frozen into an ice sculpture. Seeing the king return, King Tyron shook off the ice on his body and said, "Your Majesty, I feel the rainbow arch. It is really in the abyss." Luke let the dragons disband, and then asked King Tyron, "Don't you care about what diplomatic results I brought back from my visit to Griserii this time?" The golden dragon King Tyron said to Luke confidently, "From the moment you decided to visit Griserii, the result has been determined. You must be very welcome in Grisere, and have taken back the covenant with the Shadow Clan." Luke couldn't help but smile bitterly. "You think too highly of me. In fact, the Shadow Clan is finished." King Tyron asked puzzledly, "Your Majesty, what does this mean?" The shining gold found the fatal flaw of the Shadow Clan, and used the flaw to create a weapon, and then raided the Deep Well City where the Shadow Clan gathered. The Dark Chief died. The Deep Well City fell, and there were more than 200 dead Shadow Clan members left, fighting guerrilla warfare in Grisere. The first-hand news brought by Luke made King Tyron open his mouth in shock, and his jaw almost dropped to the ground. "Your Majesty, are you kidding me? If this is a joke, it's not a qualified joke. What I said is true, and more news will come soon." This, King Tyron shook his confused dragon head, the Shadow Clan, which was not defeated in the ancient war, is finished like this? Luke was also very emotional. The emergence of new technologies has given more war modes. In the future, the microscopic world will increasingly determine the outcome of the Grand War. The experience of the Shadow Clan should sound a wake-up call for the dragons. Wake up from your sleep early, and get familiar with, and understand the emerging technology and power as soon as possible. And the artifact. King Tyron brought the topic to the purpose of his coming to the king's dragon nest. "I am relieved to leave the Dragon Kingdom to you. I should go into the abyss to find the artifact." One of the reasons why King Tyron did not compete for the Dragon King was that he was determined to enter the abyss to find the artifact. Now that the artifact has been revealed, he is more eager to find it. Luke thought for a while, and said to King Tyron, "The artifact is in the abyss, and it is estimated that other civilizations have noticed it. Entering the abyss to find the artifact is also their next step. But the abyss is extremely dangerous, and rushing in will not make you one step faster on the road to finding the artifact. Then I will be a pathfinder for the dragon civilization to find the artifact, and point out the way I have walked for the second dragon to enter the abyss." Seeing that King Tyron was so persistent, Luke had to express his thoughts. "Miss Chi Kong and I have discussed going to the abyss to find the artifact, and Miss Chi Kong has also made some preparations. Miss Chi Kong said that the first danger to enter the abyss is the pollution of the soul by the abyss energy. Just look at the abyss temple to know how polluting the abyss energy is. If you can't keep your heart when the abyss energy invades, you will be polluted and transformed by the abyss. If you can't resist the pollution, you can't take the first step in finding the artifact." King Tyron asked, "Miss Chi Kong, do you have a way to resist the pollution?" Luke replied, "There is a prop that can make the user abyss, while keeping the heart unchanged. But abyssing is always risky, and Miss Chi Kong has not made up her mind to try it. Let me try first." King Tyron said without hesitation, "In order to get the artifact back, I am willing to pay any price." Luke laughed. "If you want to be the first to try it, you should go to St. Louis City as soon as possible. The whole world knows that the Book of Disaster in Miss Chi Kong's hand can open the abyss, and is the fastest way to enter the abyss. Those who want to enter the abyss or other creatures will soon line up outside Miss Chi Kong's museum." King Tyron didn't say much. He took off into the air without waiting for Luke to finish his words, and flew rapidly towards the Golden Shield Empire. Luke was helpless with King Tyron, who was anxious to find the artifact. "Can't you wait for me to deal with the Dragon Kingdom, and take me back to the Empire?" Luke, who couldn't get a ride on the dragon, could only deal with the Dragon Kingdom's official business first. 3 days later, he left the Dragon Kingdom alone, and flew to the Empire. Chapter 601 Promise. In the Golden Shield Empire's St. Louis City, Chi Kong welcomed the first visitor since the artifact appeared. The first Holy Scripture Teresa is now one of the Archangels of Sky City, but she does not have the unique pride and momentum of the Archangels, and even the exaltation of being a holy judgment angel. Her eyes are deep, as if she has seen through things that she could not understand for 1,000 years in a short time. As usual, Teresa and Chi Kong sat by the window drinking tea. An angel and an elf formed a harmonious picture. Teresa asked. You must have noticed the appearance of the artifact. Qigong sipped his tea and replied, the power that fills the world is felt by even the most ordinary citizens. The 5 times of soul-shaking cleansing made it a divine artifact that the 5 civilizations had been thinking about. It made me feel how insignificant I was. The divine artifact is in the abyss. Yes. You knew it a long time ago. I used the Book of Disaster once, and accidentally caused the divine artifact's power to leak. And then it was captured by Sky City. Teresa showed an expression of as expected, and continued to ask, what is the reason this time? Let the 5 divine artifacts release their power at the same time. Qigong put down the teacup and replied, this time it has nothing to do with me. Probably because the Shining Gold Man raided Deep Well City. The news of the Battle of Deep Well City had not spread yet. So when Teresa heard the news, she was stunned. What did you say? The Shining Gold people raided the Deep Well City. That is the core of the Shadow Clan. The Shining Gold people now don't have the strength to do that. The news must be true. The Dark Chieftain died. The Deep Well City fell. And most of the Shadow Clan were killed or injured. For a long time in the future, the Shadow Civilization will no longer be the protagonist of world disputes. Teresa still found it hard to believe what she heard. How is this possible? The Shining Gold Civilization and the Shadow Civilization have the same level of strength. How could the battle between them be hidden from the whole world? I didn't hear any news in Sky City. Qigong poured himself another cup of honey tea. That's because the Shining Gold people have developed a weapon that is extremely deadly to the Shadow Clan. What weapon? Qigong explained the principle of the Spirit Wave Knife to Teresa, and then said, this Spirit Wave Knife has no killing power on any other race in the world, but it can kill the Shadow Tribe. It took Teresa a while to recover from this explosive news, and said with emotion, in the ancient war, the Shining Gold people and angels tried their best to deal with the assassination of the Shadow Tribe. But they didn't expect that the Shadow Tribe would be destroyed by the technology of human civilization in the end. I really don't know what humans will create in the future to amaze the world. Qigong said, human civilization makes me addicted. I can't extricate myself. But it also makes the Sword of Oath regard human civilization as a threat to ancient civilization. Teresa reminded Qigong, and then talked about the artifact. You must have guessed the purpose of my visit this time. I want to enter the abyss to find the sculpture of light. Please open the abyss for me for our friendship. Qigong looked at Teresa and asked, you took the initiative to ask the Sword of Oath to enter the abyss, right? Yes. Teresa answered very straightforwardly. An angel with a death wish. Qigong stretched out his hand and summoned the Book of Disaster. People have too many misunderstandings about it, thinking that it will only bring disasters. But only I know its correct path. I have never taken the initiative to use it to open the abyss. And even now I don't want to open it. Especially to watch my cherished friend enter the abyss. The chance of you returning alive from the abyss is infinitely close to 0. I know that the abyss is the source of all chaos and the end of everything in the world. But I must go and find the Statue of Light. Seeing Teresa's firm attitude, Qigong had no choice but to say, okay, this is your choice. As a friend, all I can do is support you. But the abyss cannot be opened in St. Louis City. Ordinary people cannot resist the pollution of the abyss energy. Where do you want to open the abyss? Qigong thought for a while. Go to the Moonlight King's court. Teresa asked in surprise. Open the abyss in the Moonlight King's court. Aren't you afraid that the abyss energy will pollute the world? Qigong smiled. In my opinion, opening the abyss under the world tree will have the least impact on the outside world. When I got the Book of Disaster, I promised my mentor Wilred that I would never open the abyss. Now I have to do something that goes against my promise. So I can only do my best to minimize the harm. Teresa didn't know how the power of the world tree could suppress the energy of the abyss. But for her, as long as she could enter the abyss, other things were not important to her, who was ready to give up her life. When are we going to the Moonlight King's court? Qigong picked up the honey tea and drank it. You go to the Moonlight King's court's temple and wait for me first. I still have some things to deal with. And I can't open the abyss for you alone. Nor can I open the door for everyone who wants to enter the abyss. All the brave men who want to enter the abyss enter together. I want to minimize the risk. The artifact's appearance has shocked the whole world. And the Book of Disaster is in Qigong's hands again. Now all the creatures in the world who want to enter the abyss to find the artifact are probably on their way to St. Louis City. If I open the abyss for everyone who comes, the pollution leak will be unbearable even for the world tree. I have no reason to have the opportunity to enter the abyss alone. I'll go to the Moonlight King's court to wait for you now. And I hope you can arrive early. After saying that, Teresa drank the tea in the cup, then spread her wings and flew up, passing through the open skylight and soaring into the sky. An angel feather fell down, circling and slowly falling into Qing Kong's outstretched hand. The beginning of all this must eventually have an end. Qi Kong put away the feather and called Zhang Fumi. I have an urgent matter and need to leave here immediately. From today on, all those who ask about the Book of Disaster, you should ask them to go to the Moonlight King's court and tell them that I will open the abyss under the World Tree. If you want to find the artifact, go to the Moonlight King's court and wait for me. Yes, Miss Qi Kong. Miss, where are you going? The holy mountain of Tadijia Hills. I have something in the hands of the last apostle of the Abyss Temple. It's time to return it to me. After Qi Kong went to Tadega Hills to find the Abyss Temple to assemble the Abyss Gate, Luke flew across the ocean and finally returned to St. Louis City. At this time, the news about the Shining Gold Man attacking the Gruzier Deep Well City had spread. Most people thought it was an extremely absurd rumor. If the Shining Gold Man really attacked the Deep Well City, how could the world be so quiet? The World Bank should be facing a great enemy, and the Shadow Clan should assassinate the Shining Gold Man everywhere. But the World Bank still targeted the Golden Shield Empire and continued to escalate the struggle. Therefore, when Luke entered the palace and held a private meeting with Queen Christina and Agatha, Queen Christina did not mention the Battle of Deep Well City. Part of the reason is that she doesn't believe this. No matter how arrogant the Shining Gold people are, they will not open the Shadow Clan when dealing with the Golden Shield Empire. The more important reason is that the pressure of the Shining Gold people on the Empire is rapidly increasing. Since the reorganization of the Shining Gold Elders Council, the World Bank's external strategy has been greatly adjusted. In the past, although the World Bank intervened in the politics of other countries, it did a lot of work on the surface. Everyone knew what the World Bank did, but they couldn't produce direct evidence. Since Tan took over the Elders Council, the World Bank has even given up this fig leaf. For countries that do not obey the Shining Gold people, the World Bank has changed from economic coercion to military intimidation. With so many fence-sitting countries clearly leaning towards the World Bank, the sanctions against the Golden Shield Empire began to take effect. If Luke had not held the energy stick tightly from the beginning, the Empire's economy would have been in crisis. In addition, the World Bank escalated the war with the Accounting Union. The Shining Gold people forced the members of the International Alliance to donate money and materials to the Accounting Union, and also donated the newly built new warships to the Accounting Union free of charge. This wave of strong blood transfusion immediately made the Accounting Union stand up. After completing a full-scale war mobilization, the Accounting Union army, which was on the defensive, launched a large-scale counterattack against the Empire Snow Corps. Now the Snow Corps has all retreated to the south of the border. The tense war made Queen Christina look worried. There is news that the Golden Man appeared on the battlefield and attacked the Snow Legion. I have mobilized a group of Golden Shield warriors to join the Snow Legion, but the number of Golden Shield warriors is still too small. If the Golden Man really directly participates in the war, I am afraid that the Snow Legion will not be able to withstand it. Agatha continued, according to the intelligence obtained by the Secret Service, after the Ark County Navy received a batch of new all-metal warships, there were signs that it would attack the Imperial fleet from the south. Although the Imperial fleet's Dreadnought-class battleships still have an all-round leading advantage, the number of ships of the Ark County Federation is really too large, several times ours. Agatha handed Luke a pile of sorted information and whispered, there is also the artifact. If the artifact returns, the Empire will be at a disadvantage. There has been some turmoil in the court recently, and everyone is worried about fighting with the Shining Gold Man who has the artifact. Luke looked at the information and answered, the artifact will definitely return, but it will never return easily. The Shadow Clan was almost exterminated by the Shining Gold Man, and the fluorescent star cluster just shook a little, which shows that the conditions for the return of the artifact are not yet ripe. Queen Christina and Agatha felt that they seemed to have heard something extraordinary. Agatha asked, what did you just say? The Shadow Clan was almost exterminated by the Shining Gold Man. Could it be that the rumor is true? The Shining Gold Man really attacked the Shadow Clan. You didn't. Agatha stopped in time, and didn't reveal that Luke was the king of Dragon Country. Luke answered casually, I'll tell you more about the attack of the Shining Gold people on Deep Well City when I have time. Now our focus should be on the war against the Accounting Alliance. The Snow Corps can't retreat anymore. If it retreats again, it will affect the international confidence in the Golden Shield Empire, thus causing a serious economic crisis. Queen Christina said, The Royal First Magic Corps has completed the initial reorganization. Steam Titans and a batch of magic weapons are in place, and can replace the Snow Corps at any time. The Snow Corps should also retreat to repair, and then carry out magic reorganization. Luke nodded in approval. The Snow Corps has been fighting the County Alliance in the north for more than 2 years. It is time to retreat and reorganize. Let His Highness Sinclair's Royal First Magic Corps take over, and the Royal Second Magic Corps be the reserve, and make sure to push the front line into the County Alliance. The Imperial fleet went north to seek a decisive battle at sea with the fleet of the County Alliance, so that the people of the County Alliance know that the Dreadnought-class and Kirov-class Sea Sky combination cannot be defeated by their numbers. Listening to the strategy formulated by Luke, Agatha couldn't help but say worriedly, if the Royal First and Second Magic Corps are all placed in the north, the pressure on the Tedga Hills will be reduced. Now the Barbarian Legion has completed its rearmament, and its combat effectiveness is estimated to be no less than that of the original Northern Legion. If the Celts take advantage of the Empire's emptiness to attack from the Tedga Hills, the Empire may find it difficult to stop them. Luke put the information on the table. Originally, my strategy for the Tedga Hills was to boil the frog in warm water and let it die unnoticed. Now that the Shining Gold people have changed their tactics, we must also change our strategy. Although the Tedga Hills are not cooked, the water is hot enough. If we add a little more fire, it will be a meal for the Empire. Let me and the Raging Waves Armored Assault Division deal with the Tedga Hills. When Queen Christina heard that Luke was going to personally attack the Tedga Hills, she immediately put aside her worries, but still suggested, isn't it too few to have only one Armored Assault Division? Send part of the St. Louis City Garrison Corps to assist you. Luke calculated the strength of the enemy and us in his mind, and then said, the City Guard Corps should stay here to protect the Imperial capital. The Shining Gold people have the habit of sneak attacks, and the Sky City is very hostile to human civilization. The City Guard Corps cannot move casually. In addition, the terrain of the Tedga Hills is complex, and too many troops will not be able to exert their power. One Armored Assault Division is enough. Luke is very confident in his absolute direct army. The three giants of the Empire set the strategy of the Civil War, and launched attacks on both ends at the same time to show the strength of the Imperial army and the power of new magic weapons to the international audience. As orders were issued from the palace and the cabinet, the troops in various parts of the Empire immediately moved to the north, to the south, and to fill the vacancies. The Armored Assault Division of Raging Waves received the assembly order when Luke passed through Raging Waves. Therefore, when the mobilization order was sent from St. Louis City to Raging Waves, the city government office immediately allocated wagons, and a battalion-level armed engineer set out for the Triumph Fortress into Tedga Hills on a military train at night. The Cape District Machinery Factory was silent at night. The irrelevant staff had already left work early. Thomas, the chief detective of the Raging Waves Secret Affairs Bureau, personally led the team to block the entire factory area. Blackout. All luminous objects were extinguished. The Imperial spies launched a fog of war to cover a large factory building, and then all evacuated under the supervision of the chief detective. Then there was a violent earthquake, and then a huge black shadow in the fog was ejected into the air with a whistle-like roar. Before everyone around could see what it was, the black shadow rushed into the sky and disappeared. Chapter 602, the first episode of the Battle of Tedga Hill. Tedga Hill, Holy Mountain, Duke's Castle. The Celtic Duke has been in a very good mood recently. The most difficult period has finally passed, and the barbarians are about to switch from strategic defense to strategic offense. It is also the Empire's own fault. It arrogantly provoked the Shining Gold Man and ruined a good hand. Now, with the support of all parties led by the World Bank, Tedga Hill has initially owned its own industry. There are steel smelting, armor forging, and a certain ability to assemble alchemical weapons. In the near future, a steam engine factory will be put into production. Although it can only produce some steam engines with outdated technology, it is enough to accelerate the industrialization process of Tedga Hill. The Barbarian Legion has completed its rearmament and training, and the armor penetration rate and auxiliary combat weapons ratio have reached 70% of the original Northern Legion. Considering that the barbarians themselves have a stronger physique than humans, the Celtic Duke believes that his army is enough to defeat the Northern Legion from the front. Unfortunately, the Northern Legion, now the Royal First Magic Legion, is evacuating from the Tedga Hills. With the support of the World Bank, the County Alliance launched an attack on the Empire's Snow Legion. and the Empire is mobilizing elite troops to the north to fill the gap. As a result, the Empire's military strength in the Tadigia Hills has dropped to a low point. This is a great opportunity for the Barbarian Legion to regain lost territory, march out of the triumphant fortress, and destroy the St. Louis city. In the hall of the Duke's castle, the Celtic Duke summoned his generals to mobilize for a counterattack. The Duke did not wear the Duke's uniform of the Golden Shield Empire this time, but wore a traditional barbarian fur cloak and a bare-faced helmet with a Duke's crown. The flags of the barbarian tribes were hung on the walls of the hall, and the barbarian tribal leaders sat under the flags representing their tribes. Meat was boiled in a big pot in the middle of the hall, and the iron guards put the meat in big bowls in the hands of the barbarian leaders. The Duke and the barbarian leaders grabbed the meat with their hands and ate it. The whole hall was filled with a barbaric and bold atmosphere. But the human nobles in the corner seemed a little out of place here. Baron Sergei held a large bowl of meat, but he did not eat it. Instead, he looked at the barbarians with a different look. In the past, although the Duke's castle and the meetings were characterized by barbarians, they still followed the system and etiquette established by the Empire. But since the economy of Tadega Hills has been getting better and better, the Celtic Duke has begun to remove things with imperial characteristics and fill them with barbarian things. Now the Duke's castle is still a human castle except for the appearance, and the interior is all barbarian. Humans are out of tune with this place, as if they are just a group of outsiders. The Celtic Duke finished a full bowl of meat, wiped his mouth with his sleeve, and said to his generals, according to the information provided by the Shining Gold Man, the Royal First Magic Corps evacuated very quickly. They abandoned most of their baggage and left it to the army that replaced them. The number of the Imperial Army that replaced the triumphant fortress has been found out. It is the Armored Assault Division of the City of Raging Waves, with a size of about 20,000 people. Our Barbarian Legion has 350,000 excellent warriors, with an absolute advantage in manpower. Hearing that the opponent of this attack is only 20,000, the barbarian generals laughed. The disparity in the strength of the two sides is too great. Not to mention that the Barbarian Legion has now completed the modernization reorganization. Even the former Barbarian Legion can use the tide to overwhelm the opponent's thin force. When the barbarians were very optimistic about the war and discussed which way to attack St. Louis City, a discordant voice sounded. Baron Sergei under the Songlong said loudly, "Nobles and leaders, and respected Duke, I want to remind you that the Fury City Armored Assault Division is an army personally formed by the Prime Minister of the Empire, Meteor, and has performed very well in the war against the Ark County Alliance in the northern battlefield. Now the Imperial Army is gradually becoming magical, and the Fury City Armored Assault Division must be equipped with the most advanced magical weapons in the Empire. We cannot have any contempt for Meteor's direct army." A barbarian leader sitting near the Celtic Duke said to Baron Sergei with disdain, "We all admit that Meteor is a very good politician, but the politician's methods don't work on the battlefield." The Golden Man said, "The magic of the army is the general trend of future wars. But magic technology has just emerged, and there are still many imperfections. Weapons on the battlefield need practicality, not fancy glass bottles. Magic weapons can give the Armored Assault Division of Raging Waves an advantage in a certain battle, but will not have much impact on the direction of the battle. No matter how strong the magic titan is, it will be torn apart by the brave barbarian warriors." The Duke of Celtic recognized the words of his trusted general. He said to Baron Sergei, "Leave the war to the generals who really understand war, and the human nobles will do what you are good at. The logistic supply of the Barbarian Legion will be handed over to you, and you will take out a sum of money as a bounty to motivate the barbarian warriors." "Yes, Your Excellency the Duke." Baron Sergei accepted the order submissively. The Tadega Hills developed industry, and humans used their racial advantages to quickly become wealthy, which further widened the gap between humans and barbarians. In order to suppress the increased strength and influence of humans, the Celtic Duke almost sided with the barbarians. The promised military establishment was not implemented, but instead heavy taxes were imposed on human merchants in various ways. The Duke's vigilance and suspicion increased the barbarians' growing hatred of humans. This sense of alienation and crisis gave humans, who were no longer afraid of barbarians, more ideas. Baron Sergei knew that no matter what he said, the Celtic Duke would not accept it. The barbarian generals, who thought victory in the war against the Empire was within their grasp, looked at the human nobles as if they were looking at overcooked meat in a pot. The Celtic Duke was not a broad-minded leader. In the past, when humans were weak, he could show a friendly attitude and give human nobles some privileges and benefits. Now, he has regarded humans as a threat. The first thing he would do after his victory would probably be to chop the human merchants, who had made great contributions to him. Baron Sergei stopped arguing and stopped expressing his own opinions. He listened carefully to the barbarians talking about how to win the first battle. Listened to them venting their grievances of being suppressed by the imperial army for several years. And listened to them vowing to restore the glory of the barbarian army. Soon, every word said at the war mobilization meeting in the Duke's castle was delivered to the Triumph Fortress at the first time. In Luke's hands. This proved that the conspiracy he had set up in the Tadega Hills was very successful. Even if the Celtic Duke could see it, he had no way to break the situation unless his balancing act could coordinate the increasingly intensified contradictions between the barbarians and humans. Obviously, the Celtic Duke did not have this ability. He did not even realize that he was in a dead end. After obtaining important intelligence, Luke immediately convened a military meeting to discuss how to resist the barbarian army's all-out attack. Chapter 603 Probe. It is an indisputable fact that the Imperial Army is at a disadvantage in terms of manpower in the Tadega Hills. Even with the addition of the second line and third line armies that do not have much combat power, Luke has less than 100,000 soldiers at his disposal. These auxiliary troops are scattered in various key areas of the Empire's occupied areas. With the full withdrawal of the Royal First Magic Corps from the Tadega Hills, the Empire's front line is very empty. After a round of military meetings, Luke ordered all auxiliary troops to withdraw from the front line and occupy key areas behind the Triumphal Fortress to maintain a solid defense. The Triumphal Fortress thus became a salient. The Raging Waves City Armored Assault Division first gave priority to transporting personnel to take over the defense of the Triumphal Fortress, using the fortifications that the Royal First Magic Corps had already built, with the Triumphal Fortress as the center and the surrounding highlands as the fulcrum, forming a Triumphal Fortress defense circle. First, use the fortress's reserve weapons for defense. Wait for your own weapons and equipment to arrive by rail, and launch a counterattack after completing the replacement. Luke checked the warehouse here after arriving at the Fortress of the Sky, and the weapons and equipment replaced by the Royal First Magic Corps were sealed inside. The Armored Assault Division of the City of Raging Waves has received training on these weapons and equipment, and there is no problem using them in combat. In addition, 50% of the various airships assigned to the Assault Division have arrived at the Triumphal Fortress, including a Kiro-class super heavy steam airship, and the Assault Division has a greater advantage in air power. Therefore, when the Duke of Celtic led the Barbarian Corps to launch a counterattack against the Imperial Army, he found that there was only a Triumphal Fortress in front of him. This fortress is stuck in the middle of the mountains, guarding the most convenient road from Tadega Hill to the mainland of the Empire. If this fortress is not taken back, the Barbarian Legion can only take the mountain trails and abandon most of the baggage. Moreover, the Triumph Fortress is of great significance to the barbarians, and it must be taken back even if it has no military value. With the order of the Duke of Celtic, the Barbarian Legion immediately launched an attack on this sturdy fortress, and the battle for the highlands around the fortress also began at the same time. After the Kiro-class super heavy steam airship arrived at the overhead fortress, Luke moved his command post into the airship. From here, you could overlook the entire battlefield. The south side of the Triumphal Fortress is an open area, which is conducive to the attackers to deploy their troops. It can be seen that when the barbarians built the Triumphal Fortress, they considered how to facilitate themselves to recapture the lost fortress. As the attackers, the barbarians who received new weapons and equipment also received training in new tactics. They did not launch a fearless charge against the fortress as before, and crush the will of the defenders with their bloodiness. Before the attack, the barbarian army made full preparations for the attack. The barbarians put the second-hand armed steam airships they bought on the front line to provide air cover for the ground army. Then the military wizard controlled the magic projectile cannon to blast the ground along the attack route. The magic traps set by the defenders were forcibly removed during the blast. Then the magic projectiles used earth magic bombs to create sloped shelters on the attack route so that the attacking soldiers could avoid the defenders' long-range attacks in the middle of the way. And it was also convenient for the soldiers to regroup when retreating. Some magic projectiles were digging trenches to give the soldiers a more forward attack area. According to the training, the Barbarian Legion carried out magic deployment in an orderly manner. The barbarian heavy warriors wearing heavy armor and holding tower shields entered the trenches and lined up in the attack area. Other barbarian light infantry were on standby in the rear. After the light infantry was the war fortress designed and manufactured by the barbarians themselves. But the war fortress still had many problems. So the barbarians did not put this kind of siege weapon on the front line to withstand the attack, but let it move with the light infantry, more to give us psychological comfort. The barbarian legion fought in a standard manner, with nothing to praise, but it also did not expose too many loopholes. The triumphal fortress did not feel like it was facing a major enemy, because the barbarian legion was approaching the city. The troops with combat missions guarded their respective defense areas, and the other soldiers carried things. The weapons and equipment equipped by the armored assault division of the City of Raging Waves were too many, and even the war fortresses were split and shipped in bulk. No one panicked because of the disparity in the strength of the enemy and us, and the entire fortress was running healthily and at a high speed, facing the magic preparations of the barbarian legion. The triumphal fortress did not allow the opponent to lay out the attack route. The magic projectile cannons on the fortress turrets responded quickly, and projectiles were thrown high, drawing parabolas in the air and smashing down on the earthen slope bunkers made by the barbarians. After being hit, the earthen bunker instantly turned into a pile of sand, which collapsed and turned into a sand trap that was difficult to walk on. At the same time, the magic projectile cannons located on the high ground on both sides of the fortress took advantage of their long range and high attack range to bombard the barbarian heavy infantry gathered in the trenches. Then, taking advantage of the chaos caused by the barbarians being bombed, the airships of the assault division took the opportunity to move forward, suppressing the airships of the barbarian army with magic bombardment, and at the same time launched the steam titans and a small number of magic titans carried by the airships. Titan Commander Owen drove a magic titan to the front and led the titans to repeatedly charge and kill the front positions of the barbarian army, and then quickly retreated to the fortress under the cover of the airship. Although this small raid did not cause much damage to the barbarian legion, it did break the barbarians' offensive spirit. When the Duke of Celts learned that all the attacks on the highlands around the fortress had failed, he ordered the end of the attack. The barbarians retreated like a tide, preparing to summarize their experience, discuss tactics, and then attack the triumphant fortress. The barbarian legion retreated in an orderly manner, showing the military quality of the elite legion. The failure of a tentative attack would not have any impact on the barbarians, and the war would continue. When the triumphant fortress attracted the main force of the barbarian legion, the defensive power of the Holy Mountain became very empty. The war also drew away many Abyss mages, and the Abyss Temple became somewhat empty. Qi, who had been in the Holy Mountain for some time, finally found an opportunity to enter the Abyss Temple. Bridges, the former second apostle, is now the first apostle of the Abyss Temple, and the only surviving apostle. A deep sense of crisis made Bridges live a secluded life. He hardly left the Abyss Temple, and sometimes he did not even attend the meetings held by the Duke of Celtic. He had a hunch that Qi would definitely come to find him, especially when the Duke of Celtic drew away most of the Abyss mages. His hunch became stronger. Bridges hid in the deepest part of the Abyss Temple, opened all the traps in the temple, and gathered the remaining Abyss mages and Abyss monsters together to protect his safety. Qi, wearing a special combat uniform, came to the gate of the Abyss Temple. She didn't know where Bridges was hiding, so she decided to break in and find him. Hey! This is the Abyss Temple, not the place you should come to. The big eyeball hanging on the gate of the temple had not finished speaking when it was frozen into ice in a gust of cold air, and then fell to the ground and broke into pieces. Qi stepped on the ice chips and walked into the dark temple. Chapter 604 Abyss Temple Dungeon. A familiar feeling. At this moment, Qi stood in the dark passage, and suddenly felt like she was raiding a dungeon. She had come here many times to brush materials in the epic game. The Abyss Temple is a dungeon with a lot of mystical materials, and many of them are rare materials that cannot be found anywhere else. It would be more appropriate if there was a background music at this time. Thinking of this, Qi summoned the Spirit Orb. The Spirit Orb flew out, quickly flew around Qi for a few circles, then landed on her right shoulder, and even bounced like a spoiled child. Play music. The Spirit Orb received the command and entered a high-frequency vibration state. The vibration made a sound. At first, the audio was still a crackling noise, as the vibration had a rhythm. The music also sounded, but the melody was too comfortable. Qi corrected the spirit ball. Now it's not learning, it's fighting. There must be rhythm and a sense of attack. Change it. The spirit ball adjusted the vibration rhythm, and the passionate war music emitted a high-pitched sound wave along the passage to the depths of the Abyss Temple. Qi was still dissatisfied and said, I have made it very clear that this is a battle. Do you still want my enemies to enjoy the atmosphere of this music as well? The spirit ball finally understood. The vibration frequency changed again. And as the sound waves were transmitted, the powerful mental attack spell was also transmitted. Various screams were heard from the depths of the temple. The howling of ghosts and wolves made Qigong feel more like the Abyss Temple dungeon. Qigong caught the flying spiritual ball, rubbed it with both hands and twisted it. And the spiritual ball turned into a pair of headphones. Qigong stuck the headphones on his ears and pulled out the Stardust Shinjan scimitar from the scabbard behind him with both hands. White cold mist spit out from her mouth. Her eyes turned into ice crystals, and the wings of ice crystals spread out. The ice layer covered the front of her feet along the passage like a welcome carpet. The music was stirring in the space of the temple. Qigong touched the ground with her toes and flew up lightly. At the moment when a large piece of ice was sprayed backwards, she rushed forward like a cannonball entering orbit. The magic traps along the way were frozen, and the abyss mages and monsters lying in ambush were frozen into ice sculptures. Occasionally, there were stronger ones, who also endured the dual attacks of extreme cold and spirit. When Qigong passed by, it was just an extra blow to kill them. Qigong followed the passage of the Abyss Temple at a high speed, clearing, searching, and freezing layer by layer. Nothing could stop her. And there was nothing here that could stop her. Even the speed of information transmission in the Abyss Temple could not keep up with Qigong's speed of brushing the book. Apostle Bridges stayed in the deepest part of the temple, where he had set up an altar. Outside the altar, there was a circle of high-level priests. They sat cross-legged with their backs to the altar in the blood pool surrounding the altar. The blood in the blood pool was bubbling like boiling water. At this time, the altar was filled with music coming from somewhere. The rhythmic music was mixed with mental attack spells. Some abyss mages serving here were already holding their heads and wailing in pain. The temple was attacked. Apostle Bridges sent people out to find out the news. But after sending out several waves, no one brought back any news. What happened? Bridges stayed in the middle of the altar, as if he was blindfolded and his ears were blocked. And he lost his perception of other parts of the temple. In addition to the increasingly loud music, it means that the invaders are gradually approaching here. The power of the mental attack is getting stronger and stronger. Even Bridges feels a little uncomfortable. And now he knows that someone is knocking on the door. But he doesn't even know who the other party is. It feels even worse. Bridges assigned another Abyss Mage to go outside to find out the news. The Abyss Mage was dizzy from the mental attack. He staggered towards the door of the altar, and stretched out his hand to open the door while enduring the pain. As soon as the door opened a gap, a gust of wind squeezed in from outside with snowflakes and ice crystals. The Abyss Mage saw the elf standing outside the door, but he didn't even shout, and he was frozen into an ice sculpture while keeping the posture of opening the door. Snowstorms raged in the altar. Apostle Bridges knew who was coming without sending anyone to find out the news. The Moonlight Queen, Qigong. One hand pushed open the half-open door, and the frozen Abyss Mage fell heavily to the ground and broke into pieces. Qigong stepped in. Bridges, you hid really deep. The altar had been frozen into an ice cave, except for the center of the altar, which was not affected by the energy of ice and snow because of the mysterious energy. Bridges looked at Qigong with great hatred and fear in his heart. Of the 7 apostles who left Ulu College to create the Abyss Temple, only he was left now. Most of the other apostles died at the hands of Qigong, which was an unforgettable hatred. But Qigong's reputation has long been spread all over the world. After the 5 ancient civilizations entered the world one after another, the arrogant Abyss apostles had long been aware of the gap between themselves and the world's top forces. And Qigong proved with actual combat time and time again that she was one of the world's top forces. This time Qigong came to the door and broke into the Abyss Temple as if it were no one's land. All ambushes and dangers became decorations, leaving Bridges in despair. If the first and third apostles were still there, the 3 of them might have a chance to fight together. Now, Bridges stared at Qigong with his red eyes. Miss Qigong, the Book of Disaster is yours. The Abyss Temple will no longer rob us in the future. Can you let us go? Qigong summoned the Book of Disaster and held it in his palm, smiling and saying, even if I give you the Book of Disaster now, you can't keep it. And I'm not killing you because of the Book of Disaster. Bridges asked, why? Why should I tell you? Qigong took back the Book of Disaster. You defected to the Duke of Celtic. This behavior has long deviated from the purpose of the Abyss Temple to serve the Abyss. Of course, The Abyss doesn't care whether you betray it or not. And it has never accepted you. I didn't betray the Abyss. Bridges seemed to have his tail stepped on. Shouting loudly, I have always served the Abyss loyally. It was a certain apostle who betrayed us. He leaked the secrets of the Abyss Temple to you and asked you to kill the apostles one by one. I am just protecting myself. Only by staying alive can I continue to serve the Abyss. So, have you found the traitor of the Abyss Temple? Qin Kong's question made Bridges' expression freeze instantly. Yes. Who betrayed the Abyss Temple? Bridges still hasn't found the answer. Who is it? Who is the traitor? I'm not here to answer your questions. Qin Kong threw a scimitar at Bridges. And the scimitar turned into an ice wheel and rolled towards the altar with a whistling sound. Bridges reacted quickly and recited the secret word, Abyss Armor. The blood in the blood pool around the altar instantly evaporated into blood mist, enveloping more than a dozen high-level Abyss priests. The Abyss priests stood up, and the blood mist solidified into blood-red armor on their bodies. The priests wearing the Abyss armor worked together to block the ice wheel, and then they were about to attack the clear sky. But at this time, Bridges recited a secret word that he did not inform the priests. Abyss King Armor. The blood armor on the priests evaporated into blood mist again, and the blood in the priests' bodies evaporated together. The blood mist emerged from their skin, and the extreme pain made the priests' faces twisted and opened their mouths. But no sound came out of their mouths, and they turned into mummies and fell to the ground one by one. The blood mist gathered towards Bridges, gathering on his body and solidifying into a set of gorgeous blood-red armor. A red two-handed sword was held in his hand. With a bang, Bridges dispersed into a ball of blood mist, which moved rapidly in the air and then dispersed into 2, 4, and 8 balls. 8 balls of blood mist surrounded Qin Kong in the middle, and one of them quickly condensed into Bridges, slashing at Qin Kong with a sword. Regardless of whether the sword hit or not, the fearful Bridges immediately dispersed into blood mist. And then another ball of blood mist would condense into Bridges and launch a sneak attack on Qin Kong. Qin Kong easily dodged Bridges' attack with a small displacement. This guy was already a frightened bird, and every time he attacked, he wanted to quickly escape into the blood mist, so that his attack was completely unsystematic, and naturally there was no threat. The difference from the performance in the Abyss Temple dungeon is too big. In the Abyss Temple dungeon, the second apostle Bridges is the big boss, second only to the final boss, the first apostle Victor, and the Abyss King Armor is Bridges' hidden skill, which has only a 10% chance of being triggered. The result is like this? Alas, this is how it works in the dungeon. Qin Kong dodged an attack from Bridges, and at the moment, he turned into blood mist. He identified his true body into which blood mist through the changes in the blood mist. Then Qin Kong took the initiative and moved behind the blood mist through space displacement. At this time, the blood mist condensed into Bridges, but he lost Qin Kong's position. Qin Kong took advantage of the gap between Bridges' perception and connection. Waiting behind him, Bridges' body had just condensed, and Qin Kong, who had taken the initiative, had already attacked. The sharp scimitar cut into the gap between the helmet and the armor, and the extremely cold air formed a sharp blade that invaded Bridges' central nervous system, preventing him from making any reaction. The blade cut through, and Bridges' head rolled to the ground. The helmet disintegrated into blood. The head slowly disintegrated into black smoke. A bead lay in the sticky blood. Qin Kong took off the earphones and threw it into the air. The earphones turned back into a spiritual orb, and the music stopped at this moment. Reached out and grabbed the bead in his hand. 7 gems are gathered together, and the dragon can be summoned. Chapter 605, The Gate of the Abyss. When the Duke of Celtic learned that his home was attacked by Qin Kong, the war in the Triumph Fortress was in full swing. Even though the barbarian army had made no progress in their repeated attacks, the army was very confident in capturing the fortress, especially after seeing the flag of the Duke of Raging Waves flying over the fortress. The barbarians regarded the head of the powerful minister Meteor as the first merit of this battle. Therefore, when the Duke of Celtic learned that the Abyss Temple had been slaughtered, the first thing he did was to immediately block the information, and then issue a heavy reward and title to the warriors who first climbed the top of the Triumph Fortress. The barbarians threw themselves into the battle without hesitation. The Duke of Celts urgently summoned the military advisors of the Golden People and asked them to provide high-end military forces to assist in attacking the fortress. We don't have time. The Moonlight Queen Qin Kong is in the Holy Mountain. She just slaughtered the Abyss Temple and killed everyone in it, including the first apostle Bridges. If she attacks my castle, the defenders there have no strength to fight her. You golden people must join the war. Attack Qikong. And attack the Triumph Fortress. Otherwise, the morale of the Barbarian Legion will be shaken. And my rule in the Tadega Hills will also collapse. Those humans are not as honest as before. The Golden People's military advisory group was led by the Golden People's Suo and Pei, twin brothers who came from debt collectors. In response to Duke Celtic's request, the twin brothers exchanged glances. And then the elder brother Suo answered, I'm sorry, Duke Celtic. According to our intelligence, Queen Clear Sky only attacked the Abyss Temple in the Holy Mountain, and did not attack other people and institutions. This situation is likely a personal grudge between Queen Clear Sky and the Abyss Temple. The World Bank has cooperated with the Moonlight Court in many fields. If Queen Clear Sky does not directly intervene in the war, we cannot attack the Queen. As for attacking the Triumph Fortress, according to the intelligence obtained by the World Bank from the City of Rage, Meteor has been building a secret weapon that combines the world's top technologies and is a very destructive weapon. Now the weapon has been built and left the City of Raging Waves. Given that the magic titans made by the City of Raging Waves already have the ability to fight against the Shining Golds, we cannot first throw the Shining Golds into this war, as that would make us passive. Seeing that the war has reached this point, the Shining Golds still have no intention of joining the war, and even ignore Qikong's attack on the Abyss Temple. The Duke of Celtic said angrily, Is this the attitude of the Shining Golds towards their allies? Qikong is obviously on the side of the Empire, and her attack on the Abyss Temple is fighting for the Empire. You say that she has a personal grudge with the Abyss Temple, but why should the personal grudge be resolved at this time? Are you blind? Suo and Pei looked at each other helplessly. In order to appease the Celtic Duke, Suo had to say, We, the Shining Gold, have a very important matter recently, and we need the help of the Queen of Clear Sky. And this matter has a certain relationship with the Abyss Temple. Pei shared Suo's pressure in a timely manner. The World Bank will negotiate with the Queen of Clear Sky. If she attacks targets other than the Abyss Temple in the Holy Mountain, the Shining Gold will take action. After listening to the two brothers' vague words, the Celtic Duke immediately understood. He whispered, Is the Queen of Clear Sky attacking the Abyss Temple because of the Abyss? Suo did not speak, but nodded. The Celtic Duke asked again, Is the artifact really in the Abyss? Suo continued to nod. Duke Celtic knew that he could not continue to ask, but his expression was much better than before. For Duke Celtic, who had clung to the thigh of the Shining Gold Man, the Abyss Temple no longer had much value to exploit. Moreover, the Tadega Hills was in the process of industrialization, and he looked down on the mysterious secret arts of the Abyss Temple. If the Abyss Temple was closed at this opportunity, it might not be a bad thing. These crazy Abyss mages were too difficult to control. Now that the rumor that the artifact was in the Abyss was confirmed, the Shining Gold Man naturally did not dare to offend Qikong, who controlled the Book of Disaster. After the artifact returns, the world will be under the control of the 5 ancient civilizations again. No! It's the 4 civilizations. The Shining Gold civilization almost silently destroyed the Shadow civilization, proving with its strength that the Shining Gold civilization is still the most powerful civilization. I, who have boarded the Shining Gold civilization, will surely lead the barbarians to overwhelm humans and become the mainstream race in the world. Imagining the future, the Celtic Duke can't help but be in high spirits. This battle is a key battle to prove himself. If he asks the Shining Gold to help, he will appear too incompetent. Within 3 days, I will take back the Triumphal Fortress. The Battle of the Triumphal Fortress became more intense. At this time, Qikong had left the Tadega Hills and flew back to the Moonlight King's court, under the World Tree. On the Moon Lake, all those who wanted to enter the Abyss to find the artifact gathered on the lake. Golden people, angels, demons, dragons, shadow tribes. There are also some people of unknown origin who want to enter the Abyss. No matter how much hatred they have for each other outside, they all stay in their own area here. The lake is as quiet as a mirror, reflecting the majestic figure of the World Tree. At a certain moment, the space was in a trance, and Qikong walked out of the space door opened under the tree. Seeing so many people preparing to enter the Abyss, she couldn't help but sigh. There are so many people who are not afraid of death. Angel Teresa walked forward. She saluted Qikong and the World Tree very respectfully, and said respectfully, Respected Moonlight Queen, respected Moonlight Tree King, the artifact is too important to the 5 ancient civilizations, and our lives are not worth mentioning in this matter. When can we enter the abyss? Chi Kong looked at Teresa, and also saw the Archangel Gold not far away, and then said to Teresa, "It seems that you have a competitor. If Archangel Gold finds the light sculpture first, the prestige of retrieving the artifact is enough for him to overthrow the rule of the Sword of Oath." Teresa had met Archangel Gold a long time ago, and she answered Chi Kong, "It depends on who fate chooses. Fate is more likely to choose death. The price is worth it. I can only wish you good luck." Chi Kong ended her conversation with Teresa, and she turned to the approaching Golden Dragon King Tyron and said, "King Taotai wrote to me asking me to take care of you. But I don't have the final say in the abyss. Whether you can find the artifact and come out alive depends on you." Golden Dragon King Tyron bowed his head and saluted, "Respected Queen of Moonlight. Respected King of Moonlight Tree. During this time on Moon Lake, my heart has never been more peaceful, and I have a clearer view of the road ahead. It is my responsibility to find the artifact. Thank you for your concern. Good luck." Chi Kong turned to another acquaintance, Elder Mu. "I didn't expect that the person sent to the abyss by the Golden Man was you." Elder Mu paid respect to Chi Kong and Moonlight Tree King, and then said, "This is probably the only thing I can do for the Shining Gold civilization now." Elder Mu didn't say much, but it was enough to make his meaning clear. Now the only authority in the Shining Gold civilization is Tan, and the Elders' Council has become a decoration for Tan to issue orders. Although Elder Mu has retained his position as an elder, he no longer has any real power. Good luck to you, too. Chi Kong looked at the others again. For demons came, and I don't know who sent them. 7 people from the Shadow Clan came. The artifact is the hope for the Shadow civilization to rise again, and they are going to risk their lives. There are 13 others whose origins are unknown. Chi Kong did not greet anyone again, and a water platform lifted her up. "I will open the abyss for you now. It is your own choice whether to enter or not. It has nothing to do with me." After saying that, Chi Kong held up the Book of Disaster in one hand, and with the other hand, he threw out the mysterious prop auxiliary words needed to activate the secret technique. All disasters begin in the abyss and end in the abyss. The secret technique was activated. The sky suddenly darkened, and the day turned into night. The sky was pitch black, and the crown of the World Tree could not be seen. But the starry sky was still reflected on the Moon Lake. The full moon was bright, and the galaxy was bright, shining as if representing this prosperous world. Suddenly, a crack appeared on the lake, and it twisted and meandered through the entire Moon Lake. Then the crack stretched to both sides, and a dark gully without a trace of light appeared under everyone's feet. Fear suddenly surged into everyone's heart. Even though they were the strongest in the world, they couldn't help shaking when facing the abyss. Looking into the abyss, even if they couldn't see anything in the abyss, they seemed to see the most tragic thing they could imagine. Despair. Helplessness. Need salvation. Salvation. When everyone was distracted by the abyss, a trace of rain dripped from the World Tree. The chaotic spirit finally stabilized, allowing these strong men to see the power of the abyss. Just standing on the edge and gazing, I was already in such a mess. Can I still keep my original heart after entering the abyss? Chi Kong on the water platform said at this time, "The abyss is right under your feet. This is all I can do for you. Whether you take this step or not depends on your final determination." The Golden Dragon King Tyron took a deep breath and jumped into the abyss first. His body disappeared after sinking into the darkness. Then came the angels Teresa and Gold. The holy light emitted from their bodies still did not cause any waves in the darkness. Then the other people who came to explore the abyss jumped in one by one. All of them were people with firm minds, and none of them retreated in front of the abyss. In a flash, Chi Kong was the only one left at the edge of the abyss. "Have you decided to enter the abyss?" Chi Kong asked Luke in the spiritual starry sky. Luke replied, "Since the abyss has been opened, it would be a pity not to go in and take a look." But Chi Kong was worried for the first time. "The abyss will suppress me, and I will not be able to control this body. So you can only use your consciousness to control it. Anything can happen in the abyss. It may even hurt you. My destiny is controlled by me, not by the unknown. Controlling this body to enter the abyss has avoided most of the risks for me, and I can control the rest." Chi Kong did not persuade her anymore. "May the starry sky bless you. I hope it can bless me." Under the World Tree, Chi Kong on the water platform stretched out her hand. 7 identical black beads lay in her palm. A secret word came out of Chi Kong's mouth. "Gate of the Abyss." The 7 black beads were crushed into smoke, which gathered, pulled, and turned like kneaded dough, becoming more and more viscous. and soon turned into a black liquid like asphalt. The black liquid then plasticized into a pitch-black revolving door. Standing in front of Qi Kong took a step forward. The gate of the abyss rotated, and Qi Kong, who had become an apostle of the abyss, walked out from the other side of the door. The green hair turned pale. The green eyes turned blood red. The skin shrunken and made her look like a zombie. And the black mist wrapped around her body exuded an oppressive and violent aura. Qi Kong took a deep breath and suppressed the manic feeling in her heart that wanted to destroy everything. She raised her arm, and the black light ball gathered in her palm. Feeling the extremely powerful energy in her body, Qi Kong said to herself, "This may be your purpose. Here I come." Abyss. Qi Kong jumped into the abyss. Chapter 606 Starlight. Qi Kong's body sank into the darkness of the abyss, and the moon lake returned to silence, with only the leaves of the world tree rustling. The moon lake was always shrouded in darkness. No matter how time passed, the abyss showed no signs of closing. Suddenly, a little starlight appeared in the darkness of the abyss. The starlight quickly grew larger, then rushed out of the ravine and fell on the water platform. The abyss closed immediately, and no trace could be seen on the smooth lake surface. The starry sky was still shining brightly. The starlight from the abyss stopped on the water platform, and the moon reflected on the lake surface moved towards the water platform, covering the starlight on the moon's shadow. Then all the stars on the lake surface turned into meteors, flying towards the moon's shadow under the water platform and gathering. The powerful light spread upward along the water platform, and a beam of light shot up into the sky. The night was dispelled by this light, and the day returned again. The scorching sun shone on the huge world tree in the sky, and the crater was shaded by green trees, full of vitality. On the water platform, the beam of light formed by the starry sky energy dissipated. Qi Kong stood on the water platform and said to herself in surprise, "The abyss actually excluded me." No. She looked at her hands, which were as white and tender as jade under the light. This body is not that one. It is the reshaping of the starry sky energy. I can't feel the continuation of Luke's consciousness. What happened? Is she still in the abyss? The Book of Disaster fell. Qi Kong took the book, and then flew into the sky. In the air, her body turned into a meteor and flew towards the direction of Tadijia Hill. Tadijia Hill. The battle around the Triumph Fortress was extremely fierce. Only 3 days had passed, and the barbarian legion had not even approached the edge of the fortress. The Celtic Duke could only increase the intensity of the attack again and again, and even ordered the Abyss Mage to release the secret technique of overdrawing vitality, so that the barbarian warriors dared to charge. Luke was sitting on a comfortable sofa on the Kirov-class airship, admiring the fierce battlefield. Although the barbarian legion's attack power was getting stronger day by day, as the magic equipment was transported from the Raging Wave City one after another, the combat effectiveness of the Raging Wave City Armored Assault Division was also rapidly improving day by day. Luke even kept a reserve force to deal with the direct participation of the Shining Gold. Above the battlefield, a meteor flew from the horizon, targeting the Kirov-class airship. The airship immediately sounded an alarm when it found the unknown object approaching. All the Imperial airships deployed their shields, and several magic titans were ejected from the escorting airships and rushed towards the incoming meteor. The meteor was very fast, and even made several zigzag turns and passed by the side of the magic titans. The alarm of the airship became more urgent, which attracted Luke's attention. He saw the meteor approaching at high speed, and wondered what was coming. Kylina ran over in a panic. "My lord, the enemy has entered the escort airship's warning zone, and our defense system cannot effectively block the intruder." Luke sat there calmly. The enemy came straight from the open airspace and did not show obvious hostility. So we don't need to be too nervous. We can do things according to the normal defense process, which is a good opportunity to test our soldiers. Kylina asked, "What should we do if the enemy attacks us?" "Don't worry. I will take action." Luke didn't finish his words, and his eyes were fixed on what he saw. Kylina looked out, and her nervous mood immediately relaxed. It turned out to be Miss Qi Kong. Outside the airship, Qi Kong stopped at the outer layer of the magic shield, looking at Luke behind the glass window of the airship. Luke's expression became very serious. He did not order the airship to remove the defense immediately, but observed Qi Kong in front of him with vigilance. Kylina asked, "Sir, should we order the airship to remove the defense shield? Please let Miss Qi Kong in." After a moment, Luke nodded and replied, "Let her in." "Yes, sir." Kailina went to give orders on behalf of Luke. Soon Qi came to Luke's command room under the guidance of Kailina. Kailina, you have nothing to do here. Stay outside, and don't let anyone in. Luke waited for Kailina to leave, and politely said to Qi, please sit down. Qi sat down. Luke asked, who are you? Qi looked at the vigilant Luke and said with a teasing smile, you always visit my spiritual starry sky when you have nothing to do. Now I am in front of you. And you can't recognize me? The familiar smile immediately made Luke feel familiar. He couldn't help but laugh and asked with curiosity, this body is not mine. What happened? Qi said helplessly, I was rejected by the abyss. Forcibly separated from that body, and then spit out by the abyss like spitting out a free core. Then Qi reshaped my body for me. Are you happy to see me? Not bad. Luke asked, since you came out of Qi body and have your own body, you can no longer occupy Qi name. Why? I am the consciousness generated by Qi awakening. No. Qi is just a game character I created. A prop that is very important to me. I have no way to explain to the outside world why there are two coexisting Qi. So you must have a name that distinguishes Qi. Exist as Qi siblings. Can't we discuss it? There is no room for negotiation. Unless you return to Qi body. Okay. I'll give the name Qi to your precious doll. My name is Xingguang. A person who will always be by your side. No. An elf. Xingguang. Who now has her own name. Asked Luke. Qi is still in the abyss. Can you sense her? Luke closed his eyes, opened them after a while, and replied, when you enter the abyss, I cut off all contact with Qi. The status of Qi can only be determined through the login interface of the Epic game. And she should still be safe. What is in the abyss? Xingguang replied, it is the starting point of everything, and the end point of everything. It is the place that encompasses all disasters. And it is also the starting point of all things in the world. Destruction and rebirth alternate. Never ending. And cannot be separated. Luke nodded after listening, you said it. But it's the same as not saying it. Starlight shrugged helplessly. I have tried very hard to describe it. The abyss is a kind of original energy. There is no way to describe it in existing language. Because we are the creation of the abyss and the starry sky. There is no concept of time and space. No distinction between existence and nothingness. And anything that enters the abyss is a symbol. Trying to explain what the abyss is will only lead to extremes and become as crazy as the abyss wizard. The abyss is indescribable. Just like this starry sky. The starry sky we see is just an appearance. In fact, we are in this starry sky. Just like being in the abyss without knowing it. Maybe Qi is in another form in this world. And this name is a symbol of her existence. Luke thought of something and asked Xingguang, are there any dragons entering the abyss? Xingguang answered very straightforwardly, no. Luke said very seriously, think about it carefully. Are there any dragons? Xingguang answered again very straightforwardly, no. Moon Lake is so open. And there is a dragon of such a large body there. I can't miss it. It's strange that the other 4 ancient civilizations all sent personnel into the abyss. And the Shadow Clan even went to 4. But the Dragon Kingdom did not send a dragon. Did you? As the king of the Dragon Kingdom. Stop the dragon from exploring the abyss? Yes. Why is there no dragon? Luke recalled the scene he saw through Qi eyes that day. And there was indeed no dragon on Moon Lake. But there can't be no dragon. If there is no dragon, it means that the abyss has completely wiped him out. And even the symbol of his name no longer exists. The abyss is really an awe-inspiring place. I wonder if I can still see Qi. Maybe one day, we will suddenly forget this name. Chapter 607 Transformation. Starlight saw that Luke had not spoken for a long time, and had been thinking there. So he couldn't help asking, what's wrong? Is there anything wrong? Oh, nothing. Luke was not sure if what he was thinking was the answer. So he did not tell Starlight his guess. He said, Qi made sufficient preparations before entering the abyss. Since we can be sure that she is safe now, we should not worry too much. Let's focus on the war in front of us. The barbarians are getting more and more impatient. And the Shining Gold people may openly invest their military forces. I was still thinking about how to win the next decisive battle with the least loss. It will be easier with your coming. Starlight knew that it was meaningless to worry about Qi in the abyss. So she said with great fighting spirit, okay. I am most interested in fighting. Looking at the fighting spirit at Starlight, Luke stood up with a smile. Come on. I will introduce you to my subordinates. This is a debut for Starlight. Starlight floated up. I am looking forward to their expressions when they know that I am not Qi Kong. Luke prepared for the decisive battle of the Triumph Fortress. He had a hunch that this was most likely the opening battle of the battle between the new and old civilizations. And the human civilization and the ancient civilization would have their first head-on collision on the battlefield. At this time, Qi Kong was floating in the abyss, examining this place of the end with her unique perspective. There is no passage of time, no definition of space, no distinction of colors. In the sight of the eyes, the abyss of eternal darkness is not empty, but filled with all the things in the world. There are rotten wooden chairs that are about to fall apart. There are panicked and desperate humans in the disaster. There are collapsed mountains. There are meteorites that hit the world. All things are frozen at the moment before destruction and stored in the abyss. Destruction is the end of everything. After an unknown amount of time, a voice knocked on Qi Kong's heart. What is your purpose in coming to the abyss? To seek knowledge. A very different answer. Unlike other intruders, who are all here to find artifacts. Have they found it? No. They are still struggling in the chaos. But you have transformed into a form that adapts to the abyss in advance. At this time, a broken mirror floated past Qi Kong, and she saw her current appearance. How beautiful Qi Kong was in the past. How ugly Qi Kong is now. It's just that Qi Kong didn't have too many extra emotions, and the change in her appearance didn't make her have any psychological fluctuations. She asked the other party, "Who are you?" "Me." The other party actually fell into thinking. And after a while he answered, "I should be a pioneer who entered the abyss earlier than you. After seeing that the end of the world is in the abyss, I chose to stay here." Qi Kong smiled and said, "You have avoided many detours and stepped on the finish line in one step." Facing Qi Kong's sarcasm, the other party understood but was not angry. "Yes. I surrendered to the abyss, merged into the abyss, and became a part of the abyss. Everything no longer has any temptation to me, but I still retain a part of curiosity, which makes me a special existence among the countless people who have merged into the abyss consciousness. The abyss seems to value you very much. It has removed all things that do not belong to you." Qi Kong has now lost contact with the original body, and the other Qi Kong has also been separated from her consciousness and driven out. She thought it was the rejection of the abyss, but she didn't expect that it was done intentionally by the abyss. Then what? Should I submit to the abyss? I don't know what the abyss wants to do. I am just an insignificant consciousness wandering in the abyss. And suddenly I received a task assigned to me by the abyss. It seems that this task is related to me. What you see is what the abyss wants you to see. Since you come here for knowledge, if you want to know more about the abyss, you must complete the task assigned to you by the abyss. A very familiar plot. What task? Erase the reshaper of order. The broken mirror floating beside Qi Kong closed instantly, and Qi Kong's appearance inside gradually changed into Luke's appearance. Qi Kong couldn't help laughing again. A more familiar plot. And very low. Is this the taste of the abyss? It was the starry sky that first destroyed the balance. It was creating gods. The sun, the main god of order, was already on his way to godhood. And the starry sky also created the moon to assist the sun. In order to achieve balance, the abyss needs to create a chaotic pantheon. If you accept this mission, you will be the main god of chaos, the eternal enemy of the god of order. If you refuse, you will always be just a tool. Your level of alienation needs to be improved. And the abyss's level of selecting lobbyists also needs to be improved. Perhaps the abyss has no more choices. I can see that the power of the abyss and the starry sky is very strong. They can create gods and run everything in the world from the beginning to the end. But their ability to actively interfere is very weak, and they can only use other things to achieve their goals. They operate the laws and are also trapped in the laws. Although we are also trapped in the laws, within the rules, we will eventually have power that is infinitely close to the upper limit of the laws. Create gods? It is not the stars and the abyss that take the initiative. They are all passive in creating balance. Very unique point of view. I can understand it as, do you refuse? Of course I refuse. He did not surrender to the abyss. And I will not surrender either. He did not surrender to the stars. And I will not surrender either. My existence may be very short, but I have the same heart as him. Okay. My mission failed. But the establishment of the Chaos God system will not stop because of your refusal. The artifact is about to return. The divine power is about to be opened. And the struggle in the world will usher in the mythical era. The voice disappeared. And then Qi Kong found that she could move. She then randomly chose a direction to fly. This is a rare opportunity to explore the abyss, and explore the power of the origin of the world as a scholar. The power of artifacts and divine power can be classified as secret arts according to modern academic classification. If the underlying logic of secret arts can be found, gods will no longer be exclusive to the starry sky and the abyss. Of course, Qi Kong knows that the abyss will not give up because of a failed temptation. Here, transformation is going on all the time. She must always keep her original heart and think about what will he choose. Suddenly, an idea came into Qi Kong's mind. Creating a god in war. Is this considered the list of gods? Ha ha ha. Now Luke has lost contact with Qi Kong, and doesn't know what she has experienced, or what she thinks. But he knows that when Qi Kong returns from the abyss, she will no longer be the Qi Kong he is familiar with. No! She must still be the Qi Kong he is familiar with. She will not change. Luke focuses on the war in front of him, eating one bite at a time and walking one step at a time. Chapter 608 Magic. After more than a month of uninterrupted transportation, all the active equipment of the Nuteo City Armored Assault Division has finally arrived. The entire assault division has nearly 20,000 combat personnel, equipped with 25 offensive war fortresses and 48 auxiliary war fortresses, 4,000 newly modified war machines, 500 steam titans, 20 magic titans, 10 heavy battle magic cannons, 400 tactical magic cannons, 1,000 small fast magic projectile cannons, and more than 5,000 steam vehicles of various types, 1 Kirov-class super heavy steam airship, and 245 other attack auxiliary airships. In addition, there are 100,000 sets of consumable Iron Men and a complete set of Iron Man battlefield assembly workshops. All equipment and supplies were over-rationed. In battle, more emphasis was placed on magic suppression and heavy armor protection, and contact combat was avoided as much as possible in the early stages. As the attack approached, a commission was delivered from the palace to the Triumph Fortress. Duke Raging Star was promoted to the Marshal of the Imperial Army, commanding all Imperial troops participating in the southern battle against the Tadega Hills, and taking full responsibility for the war against the barbarian rebels. Luke, who had changed into the Marshal's uniform that was delivered with him, stood in the bridge of the Kirov-class airship. The rising sun from the east cast light on the airships in the sky, dyeing the airships golden. In the mountains around the Tadega Hills, more airships took off from hidden positions. The heavy-duty battle magic cannons that had been deployed at the preset battlefield nodes continuously fired shells at the high altitude of the battle zone. As the shells exploded in the air, huge circular magic light waves spread rapidly. The few clouds were completely dispersed, and the magic elements in the entire space were stimulated to an active state. The halo produced by the magic elements obscured the blue sky. The heavy-duty battle magic cannons continued to fire, and one after another preset large magic was launched to the designated location. The accompanying mages who followed their own army could trigger these large-scale battle magics at a very fast speed, and with minimal consumption, according to the needs of the battlefield. Then it was time for the tactical magic cannons to perform. Tactical magic cannons were divided into 10 groups according to the positions of the battle magic cannons, and were deployed on commanding heights throughout the battlefield. Their range could cover the entire battlefield. The bombing began. The primary target was the airships equipped by the Barbarian Legion. Shooting down these airships would make the barbarians lose their magic cover in the air, helping the assault division's airships to seize air supremacy. 400 battle magic cannons fired in unison, and groups of beams shot out from the tops of the hills. These beams first took a high parabola upwards, and after passing through the activated magic element active area, the amplification effect made the beams thicker. The magic surge function was activated, and all magic beams left the parabolic track and rushed straight to the selected target. Then the preset magic effects were activated continuously. Magic breaking, armor penetration, sharpening. Strong lights of different colors flashed, and the magic beams hit the barbarian's airship head-on. The attack hit the outer layer of the airship's magic shield and created oscillating ripples. Some magic beams were blocked, and some magic beams penetrated and hit the hull of the airship. The explosion of fire and smoke came out from the inside of the airship. The first wave of magic cannon attacks caused heavy damage to the barbarian's airship. The bombardment continued. The assault division's airship took advantage of the situation and pressed forward, using the magic projectile cannon on the airship to attack the barbarian's airship, filling the blank period of magic cannon charging. 1 minute later, The magic cannon was fully charged, and the second round of salvos was launched immediately. After the barbarian airships were subjected to continuous magic attacks, one airship began to fall uncontrollably due to insufficient lift. The other barbarian airships were hit without any ability to fight back, and could only use all their magic power to support the shield and then retreat quickly. As the airships retreated, the barbarian soldiers below were exposed to the long-range firepower of the assault division. The tactical magic cannon continued to attack the barbarian airships, and the battle magic cannon sounded again. The rain of fire mixed with meteorites poured down on the barbarian positions, instantly submerging the entire land in a sea of fire. The activated magic elements in the entire space were also consumed, and the color of the sky became even bluer. The battle magic cannon fired at high altitudes again to replenish and activate artificial magic elements. When the amount of magic elements was enough to support the battle magic cannon once again launched large-scale killing magic at the barbarian positions. The barbarian positions were burned like hell, and the heavy armor and war machinery they had just equipped were burned into a pile of scrap iron, and the people were burned into charcoal and ash. Such an extermination-style firepower delivery made the warlike barbarians collapse in an instant. They fled all over the mountains and plains, forgetting their honor and the oath they had made, and just wanted to stay away from the terrible opponent in front of them. The Celtic Duke, who was commanding the battle on a high mountain in the rear, was stunned. He watched his soldiers struggling and dying in the sea of fire. He didn't know what order he should give. This was not the war mode he knew. How could an army have such a powerful magic casting ability? Facing this kind of magic, even steel could not withstand it, let alone flesh and blood. What are we fighting against during this period? The Celtic Duke felt that this world was more unfamiliar than ever before. Call the advisor of the Shining Gold Man quickly. The Shining Gold Man Sua and Pei came over quickly. At this time, the sky gradually changed from azure to dark blue due to the excessive consumption of magic elements. Even with the supplement of artificial magic elements, the color also revealed a sense of fragmentation. The Golden Man looked at the sky and recalled the description of the battlefield in ancient wars. The sky was often like this at that time. Has the magic technology of the Golden Shield Empire become so strong? When the Celtic Duke saw the Golden Man's consultant coming, he stepped forward and grabbed Sua regardless of his status and manners. Do you still want us to face such an enemy alone? My army is retreating, and the Imperial Army will launch a general attack soon. They will kill all the way to the Holy Mountain and enslave the entire barbarian race. You will lose an important ally. Go to war. You must go to war immediately. Sua shook off the Celtic Duke's hand and replied, I must ask Tan first. Please wait a moment. Your Excellency the Duke. Sua applied to connect to the golden magic differential machine in his mind. There is an emergency in the Triumph Fortress battlefield. The barbarians are being defeated, and I need Tan's permission to attack. Wasn't everything normal in the Triumph Fortress battle yesterday? Tan's line is connected. You tell her the details. After connecting with Tan, Sua reported to Tan about the current battle in the Triumph Fortress. The magic technology of the Golden Shield Empire has exceeded our expectations. If we don't join the war, we will lose the Tadigia Hills. Tan thought for a while and replied, the Tadigia Hills are behind the Golden Shield Empire and are very important to our strategy of besieging the Golden Shield Empire. Although Sky City has not yet reached an alliance with us, the angels will not stand against us at least for now. You and the Golden Warriors led by Sua are allowed to participate in the Battle of Triumph Fortress. Ing will develop a magic differential machine for you to provide you with magic assistance. Yes, Tan. After getting permission to participate in the war, Sua immediately said to the Duke of Celtic, we will suppress the attack of the Golden Shield Empire army. Reorganize your army and prepare to capture the Triumph Fortress. Hearing that the Golden Warriors were going to participate in the war, the Duke of Celtic immediately relaxed. As long as you can suppress the magic attack of the Empire army, my army can capture the Triumph Fortress. I hope you can do what you say this time. Sua connected the Golden Magic Difference machine, and under the guidance of Ing, all the Golden Warriors who participated in the battle were connected, covered with golden armor. Sua condensed a golden sword, and then said to his brother, who was wearing the same golden armor beside him, it's our turn to fight. Pei. We will eliminate all enemies for Tan and continue the honor of the golden people. Fight. Sua flew into the sky, and golden lights rose nearby, rushing towards the Triumph Fortress. The golden people officially began a direct military confrontation with the Golden Shield Empire. The golden light of the golden people was captured by the battlefield reconnaissance personnel. and the information was transmitted to the Kirov airship through the communication frequency band of the magic differential machine. After receiving the information, Kylina immediately reported to Luke. The Golden Man attacked earlier than we expected. How many people are there on the other side? Currently, 43 people have been detected, which is equal to the number of Golden Man advisory group of the barbarian army as detected by intelligence. This is considered to be a full-scale attack. Kylina said worriedly, My lord, we can only mobilize 18 magic titans, and the number of Golden Man is more than twice ours. Should we invite the Golden Shield warriors sent by Her Majesty the Queen to cooperate with the magic titans? Luke has seen the golden light flying from a distance, and he said to Kylina, the Golden Shield warriors are not in our combat system, and we may not be able to cooperate well in coordinated operations. We not only have magic titans, we also have a complete magic tactical system. This battle is not 18 versus 43, but 20,000 versus 43. Let all magic titan pilots attack. I am here to watch them represent the highest wisdom of human civilization and teach the arrogant Golden Man a lesson. Luke's confidence infected Kylina. Yes, Marshal. The Magic Titan Squadron will attack immediately. Kylina conveyed the order, and soon the airship group released the Magic Titan and attacked the flying Golden Man warriors. Xinguang came to Luke's side and looked at the two top battle groups that were charging towards each other in the airspace outside. Do you trust your Magic Titan so much? There are so many of them that even I can't stop them. Luke also looked at the battlefield outside. That's because the Assault Division's battlefield combat system has not been perfected, and some equipment has not been installed and debugged in place. The magic differential machine and magic communication equipment allow all battlefield information to be transmitted in a timely manner. Behind each set of magic titans is a complete tactical support team, who can mobilize any weapon in the entire battlefield at any time to provide support for the magic titans in combat. Now the Shining Gold people must have also used their magic differential machine. This is not only a confrontation between the top forces of both sides, but also a confrontation between the information capabilities of both sides. It's a matter of using the brain again. I hate using the brain the most. Let me out. I will be able to get rid of these Shining Gold men soon. Will you be there to solve every war in the future? Luke looked at the starlight. War is not a personal stage. It is a process of selecting excellent fighters and excellent tactic. The intervention of top military forces will only achieve temporary victory, not the final victory. Then what should I do? Just watch. Of course you have your role. Come with me. Luke walked out with the starlight. I expected that Sky City would pay attention to this war, so I have been looking for the traces of angels. Now I have found it. And the other party is a tough guy. Accompany me to meet him. Is it the Sword of Oath? Guessed it right. Chapter 609 Observation. The Duke Magic Titan is ready to leave the cabin. After the order was issued, the Titan maintenance engineers at the rear of the Kirov airship immediately got busy. They quickly conducted a pre-exit inspection for the exclusive Magic Titan of the Meteor Prime Minister, started the magic engine to preheat, and pulled out the pipes connected to the body one by one. When Luke came to the rear of the cabin with Starlight, the Duke Magic Titan had completed all the preparations for leaving the cabin. Luke took the elevator to the cockpit, and after sitting in, the hatch closed. All the brackets fixing the Magic Titan were unlocked. The limb support was depressurized, and the Magic Titan stood steadily on the deck. The tail hatch opened, and strong wind blew in from outside. The deck tilted, and the Duke Magic Titan half crouched and slid forward along the slide rail. At the moment of rushing out of the tail hatch, the magic engine behind the body was fully powered, and multiple nozzles sprayed out blue magic pattern beams, pushing the Titan to accelerate forward. Xinguang followed and jumped out of the tail hatch. Her body turned into a meteor and caught up with the Duke Magic Titan, and flew on the right side. On the battlefield, the Shining Gold warriors collided with the Magic Titan of the Armored Assault Division. For a moment, magic was everywhere, and golden light shone, instantly becoming the focus of the entire battlefield. The Raging Waves City Armored Assault Division left part of its firepower to continue chasing the fleeing barbarians and bombing, and the other part of its firepower was invested in supporting the Magic Titan. The magic cannon set up magic nets in the air, providing the Magic Titans with preset magic that can be released at any time. The surrounding airships continuously released gliding alchemical spears to assist the Magic Titans in combat. In the integrated combat system, the Magic Titans fought 1 against 2 and did not lose. On the edge of the battlefield, several angels were flying high in the sky. watching this war with special significance for the future. Archangel. The Golden Shield Empire is the beacon of human civilization. The combat effectiveness shown by their army requires us to put away all our contempt and take this rising opponent seriously from now on. The Sword of Oath flew in the front, and within the magic field of vision, the entire battlefield was in full view. It is indeed amazing. The individual magic titans of the Golden Shield Empire are very bulky compared to the Shining Gold Man. If it is a one-on-one battle, the Shining Gold Man can easily defeat the magic titan. But the army of the Golden Shield Empire and the magic titans form a combat system, which gives the magic titans more eyes and endless magic release capabilities. The all-round magic coverage without dead angles makes it difficult for the Shining Gold Man to launch an effective attack, even if it is replaced by an angel. I am afraid there will not be a good way, another angel said, but the number of magic titans in the Golden Shield Empire is limited. If Sky City attacks with all its strength, it can destroy the Golden Shield Empire. Then what? The Sword of Oath asked with a smile. The angels make sacrifices, and the Shining Gold Man finally reaps the fruits of victory? The Shining Gold Man has been deeply parasitic in human civilization. Without the Golden Shield Empire, the Shining Gold Man will obtain the entire human civilization. They will also obtain these magic titans and more advanced magic technology. Is this the reason why you have not agreed to the alliance with the Shining Gold? The Sword of Oath raised his head and said conceitedly, "This is just one of them. The Golden Shield Empire has hidden power. If we attack rashly, it will definitely cause the Moonlight Royal Court to intervene. Qingkong's strength should be qualified to fight me. And the Dragon Kingdom. The Taotai King who is close to humans becomes the king of the Dragon Kingdom, which is not good news for us." Archangel Cromwell said at this time, even if the Taotai King becomes the king of the Dragon Kingdom, most of the Dragon Kings do not believe in him, especially the Silver Ice Dragon King Soto, who will definitely challenge the Taotai King. The Sword of Oath sneered and said, "I have met King Soto, a guy who overestimates his own abilities. Since he lost to King Taotai in the king's trial, he will not win if he challenges again. But you promised many of King Soto's requests. He is still qualified to make trouble in Dragon Country. Dragon Country has no time to take care of other things for the time being. Hell is in a civil war. The Shadow Clan was beaten by the Shining Gold people. What should we angels do? Watch the war. When the war between the Shining Gold people and the Golden Shield Empire drags the world into war, those who have suffered and yearn for peace will pray for the arrival of justice. The arrival of angels will allow humans to regain the faith they once lost. And justice will defeat the Shining Gold people and the Golden Shield Empire. We admire the wisdom of the Archangel. The world will eventually return to justice." The Sword of Oath noticed two targets approaching quickly. Something is coming. One is a magic titan. And the other? Is it a star? The angels just took a fighting stance. The Duke Magic Titan has already arrived. The Magic Titan hovered in front of the angels. The cockpit door opened, and Luke walked out and stood on the downward opening hatch. "This should be our first formal meeting." Sword of Oath. "I am Meteor, the Prime Minister of the Golden Shield Empire Cabinet. The Duke of Raging Waves." Luke saluted the Sword of Oath politely. The star that followed turned back into starlight and stopped at the side of Titan. The proud Sword of Oath actually returned the greeting to Luke. "It's nice to meet you, Duke of Meteor." "And Miss Clear Sky." Starlight laughed and said, "You're wrong, Sword of Oath. I'm Starlight, Clear Sky's twin sister." Sword of Oath did not show any surprise. Clear Sky is proficient in the ancient golden language and can use golden magic. She must have a twin sister or brother to resonate with her mind. Now she finally met her other half. Estimated strength. Very strong. The hidden strength of the Golden Shield Empire needs to be reevaluated. "Hello, Miss Starlight." The Sword of Oath also saluted Starlight, and then said to Luke, "We have no intention of intervening in your war here. We are just watching from the side." Luke said, "The angels made the right choice not to intervene in our war with the Shining Gold. The world is already chaotic enough, and we can't let it become more chaotic." The Sword of Oath suddenly said in a difficult way, "In my opinion, the source of the world's chaos is actually you. If I kill you here, maybe the world will return to its previous state." Luke smiled and said, "World chaos is an inevitable process of world development. There was no me in ancient times. The 5 ancient civilizations fought so hard that they even lost their own artifacts." Luke's ridicule immediately angered all the angels. The Sword of Oath also said with an unhappy expression, "The artifact will definitely come back when the Golden Man regains the Golden Compass. I hope you can still laugh." The 5 artifacts may not come back together. If the golden compass comes back first, I won't be the only one crying. Luke's words made the Sword of Oath's expression more solidified. In fact, he was also worried. Who can find the artifact first? Whose artifact will come back first? The Sword of Oath showed murderous intent. It seems that you are really not afraid that I will kill you now. Luke replied, given your previous record of killing the former Archangel. Of course, I am afraid that you will mess around. I took the initiative to come to see you this time, just to show you my trump card. Sword of Oath sneered. Is your trump card Miss Starlight? You can also add another clear sky. Miss Starlight just came to play with me. What I want to show you is the one in the sky. Luke pointed to the sky. A huge shadow instantly appeared above the angels' heads, and the startled angels quickly put on their armor and deployed their shields. Then he looked at the huge monster above his head in panic. What is this? A huge steel creature flying in the air. And how did it appear here? Could it be moving across space? How is this possible? Space magic itself is a kind of advanced magic with certain dangers. The caster must be able to accurately calculate the spatial coordinates of 2 locations, and then consume a lot of magic power to achieve spatial movement. The larger the object, the more spatial coordinate values need to be calculated, and the more magic power consumed. For such a large steel building, just calculating the coordinates is an astronomical figure, and the magic power required is even more incalculable. But it suddenly appeared above his head, and there was no other possibility except spatial movement. Is this also a magic technology? The Sword of Oath suppressed the surprise in his heart and asked Luke, are you demonstrating to me? This is a demonstration. It's also a warning. Luke sat back in the cockpit and said before the hatch closed, don't you want to watch this war? Then please watch carefully. The Duke Magic Titan rose up and entered through a hatch opened under the gods. And the starlight also flashed in. Then, under the gaze of the angels, the gods turned from a standstill to high-speed flight in an instant, and flew towards the fierce battlefield with a sound of breaking through the air. Chapter 6:10, The War is Coming. After Luke got the 7-colored magic heart, he did not give it to Taltai, but put it in the gods as the core of the magic system. The 7-colored magic heart replaced the original artificial magic core to assemble a more advanced magic engine, and formed a perfect dual engine with the Dongdu Pipeline steam engine. With the 7-colored magic heart, the magic efficiency of the gods has been improved by several levels, with the power supply of the new element activation reactor. Even supersized and super long-distance transmission can be easily achieved. At this time, the gods is a super weapon beyond this era. Its mobility alone can allow the soldiers of the Golden Shield Empire to reach any place in the world in a short time. Such abnormal mobility makes up for the shortcoming of the Golden Shield Empire's current lack of advanced combat units, forcing the enemy to put more energy and military power on important positions on its side. This time, Luke transferred the gods to the Tadega Hills just after the initial construction was completed, just to establish his prestige in this small-scale, but very important war. Just like Little Boy and Fat Man, their wonderful performance in Hiroshima and Nagasaki made people deeply aware of the horror of such weapons, and they still protect the order of that world, driven by steam and magic dual power. The God Sky Fortress rushed into the battlefield at an extremely high speed with an anti-inertial flight trajectory. At this time, the Golden Warriors and the Magic Titans had already suffered mutual damage, but as the barbarians on the ground fled farther and farther, more firepower and airships joined the attack on the Golden Warriors. The Golden Warriors did not retreat. They knew that their current responsibility was not only to help the barbarians win the war, but also to represent the honor of the Golden Civilization passed down from ancient times. Only the winner is qualified to have authority. The Golden Warriors in golden armor fought bravely, facing the firepower network composed of magic in the sky, looking for any gap to attack the Magic Titans. Facing the Golden Warriors who are good at close combat, the Magic Titans positioned themselves as a firepower and information platform, with the continuous magic energy provided by the built-in elemental activation reactor. They released all-round offensive and defensive magics that could not be consumed, and at the same time cooperated with the auxiliary friendly forces to compress the space that the Golden Warriors could use. The battle was stalemate and fierce. But when the gods entered the battlefield, everything changed. It came at a high speed, stopped suddenly, and hovered above the battlefield, and its huge shadow enveloped the fighting Shining Gold and Magic Titan below it. An extremely wide magic circle unfolded with the gods as the center. When the Shining Gold saw the gods appear, they realized that this steel giant that could fly at such a speed in the air was not something they could deal with. They used the fastest speed to get rid of the entanglement of the magic titan and wanted to escape the coverage of the gods. But their speed was still a little slower than the speed of the gods in unfolding the field. A spherical field with a diameter of 10 kilometers unfolded with the gods as the center. The concentration of magic elements in the field increased rapidly. As the relevant magic elements were activated, an external element activation reactor was created. The magic energy and magic pressure in the entire magic element field increased, and the light in the field became dim due to obstruction. The Golden Man immediately turned to defense when he saw that he could not escape. They stood in groups of 2, back to back, and summoned golden shields together to take a tight defensive posture. Then the Golden Man warriors found that the magic titan, which had just been clumsy when fighting with them, actually showed extremely strange mobility. The trajectory of their movement completely subverted inertia, and presented an intermittent sense of non-entity, and it was impossible to predict their next move. This is a sophisticated use of space skills. After deducting the damage, the remaining 13 magic titans, with the assistance of the gods, surrounded the remaining shining gold warriors. Then, they drew their swords together and rushed towards the enemy, wanting to use the close combat that Shining Gold is good at to decide the winner. In a comprehensive collision, Shining Gold found that the magic titans were not only flexible in mobility, but also had a strength that they could not shake. The defensive magic added a layer of almost physical magic armor to the already thick outer layer of armor, making Shining Gold's golden sword look like it could only be heard. Moreover, the blade of the magic titan sword drew sparks in the sticky magic, and the entire blade emitted a dazzling strong light. Artifact? The Shining Golds felt the power that could only be experienced from the artifact, although there was still a huge gap between this field and the artifact. Its effect on the strength of the warriors was the same as that of the artifact. The Shining Golds who lost the artifact had almost no ability to resist in this level of attack, and were killed by the magic titans in a short time. In the battlefield of the Triumph Fortress, the Imperial Army officially launched a full-scale attack, and all the Imperial Army soldiers in the fortress and the outer positions rushed out. They drove the war machines and steam titans to pursue in great strides, without worrying about any ambush by the barbarians, and without any concerns. Their enemies have completely collapsed, and the Tadega Hills have completely opened its doors. The gods stopped on the battlefield, showing its majesty and power to the world in the smoke of war. The Sword of Oath and the angels were at the edge of the battlefield, watching the first appearance of the gods in full. In that area, it is a divine weapon. Hearing the Sword of Oath's evaluation of this super weapon, the angels around him asked worriedly, "Do the Shining Golds have the ability to deal with this weapon?" Of course. The Shining Golds are stronger than we thought. The Sword of Oath is still very confident in the Shining Gold civilization. At the beginning, I was afraid that the Golden Shield Empire would be defeated too quickly in the Shining Gold's comprehensive attack. Now they can do a good job of consuming the Shining Golds. Let's go back to Sky City. I also want to study this weapon that we will definitely encounter in the future. The Sword of Oath led the angels to fly away, inside the glowing gold magic differential machine. As the access users died, it fell into a long silence. 10. The magic technology of the Golden Shield Empire is far beyond this era. We seriously underestimated the strength of the Empire, which led to this failure. Don't worry too much. We have our advantages. This failure may not be a bad thing for us. It made me make a decision. What decision? The determination to completely destroy the Golden Shield Empire by force. The Council of Elders gave the Golden Shield Empire too much time to develop. I won't make this mistake again. I will fully support you. 10. The Divine Officers Council will come up with a plan to deal with the Golden Shield Empire's super weapon as soon as possible. I will also upgrade the Divine Art Differential Machine. I don't know when the artifact will be back. Thank you. I have a hunch that the artifact will be back soon, and they will not miss this war that is more magnificent than the ancient wars. You are right. The day after the decisive battle of the Triumph Fortress, the Golden Valley issued a notice to the world. Declare war on the Golden Shield Empire. The At-County Alliance officially declared war on the Golden Shield Empire. 14 countries in the League of Nations immediately declared war on the Golden Shield Empire. The Golden Shield Empire responded quickly and announced, declared war on the Golden People, the World Bank, and all areas controlled by the Golden People. Declared war on the At-County Alliance. Declared war on all countries that declared war on the Empire. The Kingdom of Ruthen declared war on all enemies of the Golden Shield Empire. The Kingdom of Rio declared war on all enemies of the Golden Shield Empire. For other countries in the Free Trade Zone announced their support for the Golden Shield Empire, and regarded all enemies of the empire as their own enemies. In one day, the war broke out all over the world. The ocean, the sky, the mountains, the rivers, the largest world-class civil war since the emergence of human civilization broke out. Every moment, countless people died in the war. Countless human homes were destroyed. And countless refugees left their homes and became homeless. However, as more countries and regions were forced to join the war, there were fewer and fewer safe places in the world. The war lasted only a year, and the Emerald Forest far overseas became one of the few pure lands. The Forest Elves did not stand in the camp of the Golden Shield Empire just because they joined the free trade body. After all, it is also a member of the International Alliance. With this special identity, the Emerald Forest became a bridge between the two warring camps. And the ships of the Emerald Forest became the few ships on the sea that would not be attacked by both sides. This advantage allowed the Emerald Forest to start a period of explosive development after the disaster of the Headhunters. The Forest Elves became international traders, doing business all over the world, and their own factories received a lot of orders. At the same time, the Forest Elves also became a safe haven for world capital, and their wealth accumulation rose sharply. When the Forest Elves made a fortune from the war, King San knew that he was also a piece of fat meat in the eyes of others. It is possible that when both sides of the war were short of money, they would divide the Emerald Forest together. Therefore, while the Emerald Forest armed its army to the maximum extent, it became more dependent on the Dragon Kingdom. More and more dragons entered the Emerald Forest, and it was normal to see flying dragons when you looked up. What can I do? Princess Dale leaned against the window of the tower, watching the dragons flying in the sky outside, thinking about the distant country caught in war. Chapter 6:11 Rebellion. Suddenly, an elf wearing a postman's hat landed on the terrace outside the window. He bowed gracefully to Dale and said, "Smart and beautiful Miss Jasmine, are you looking at your hometown from afar again? The great empire is caught in the flames of war. Your family will definitely be happy that you can study abroad in the peaceful and harmonious Emerald Forest." Dale smiled and saluted the elf in return. A busy and free postman always brings news of distant relatives without feeling tired. You are the most well-informed elf. What happened in the outside world recently? The war has spread to the whole world. Important things happen every day and every hour. The biggest event recently must be the Battle of Yasliska Plain on the eastern border of the Kingdom of Rio. The Republic of Restron and the Fenton Federation assembled 350,000 troops and launched an attack on the Kingdom of Rio with the support of the Shining Gold people. The armies of both sides have been engaged in a fierce battle on the Yasliska Plain for more than a week, with more than 10,000 casualties on the worst day. The latest news is that the newly reorganized Grey Wolf Corps of the Golden Shield Empire's Tadega Hills has arrived in the Kingdom of Rio. It is an army composed entirely of humans of barbarian descent, and the commander of the corps is the newly promoted Lord Sergei. It is said that Lord Sergei swore an oath when he met Queen Christina that the Grey Wolf Corps would never let the enemy set foot in the territory of the Kingdom of Rio. Since the outbreak of the war, Princess Dale has become very concerned about the changes within the empire. A year ago, Duke Ruthless Meteor led the Imperial Army to pacify the Tadega Hills and captured Duke Celtic himself. After negotiations, Duke Celtic signed an agreement with the Empire, voluntarily giving up the right to use the Tadega Hills and recognizing the direct rule of the Empire over the Tadega Hills. Duke Ruthless Meteor then established the Tadega Hills province and temporarily served as the governor of the province. Duke Meteor vigorously promoted human officials and established the Grey Wolf Corps with humans as the main body while reorganizing the Barbarian Corps. It is this Grey Wolf Corps that is now sent to the Kingdom of Rio to participate in the war. They have received most of the equipment replaced by the original Northern Corps, and after adding a batch of magic weapons, they have become a very powerful main Empire Corps. Such a legion was sent to the Kingdom of Rio, which shows that the situation there is very serious. The military force of the Kingdom of Rio alone can no longer stop the enemy's offensive. Princess Dale said to the postman, "Thank you." "Postman, are you looking for me because of my letter?" The elf postman finally remembered the business. He patted his head and took out a letter from his bag. "Every time I see the beautiful Jasmine, I always forget my work. This is your letter. This letter is very strange. I don't remember when it appeared in my bag. But since the recipient above is you, I brought it here. Please keep it." "Thank you." Princess Dyer took the letter and looked at the envelope, which was very strange because there was no address or name of the sender on it. When Princess Dire was about to open the envelope, an alarm suddenly sounded in the academy. Emergency notice. A rebellion has occurred in the Dragon Kingdom. A rebellion has occurred in the Dragon Kingdom. In the absence of the truth, any faculty and students of the academy are prohibited from going to the Dragon Kingdom. I repeat, any faculty and students of the academy are prohibited from going to the Dragon Kingdom, and try to avoid direct contact with the dragon. All the professors in charge of the academy, please go to the dean's office immediately. All the professors in charge of the academy, please go to the dean's office immediately. The sudden incident shocked the elf postman. A giant dragon roared past nearby, and the wind almost blew him off the terrace. He grabbed the railing to steady himself, and said nervously to Princess Dale, "The good time of chatting is always short. I must deliver all the remaining letters before the city is under martial law. Goodbye, beautiful Jasmine. The war will end, and peace will surely come." The elf postman turned over and jumped down. A Pegasus rushed up to catch the postman, and then quickly flew to the Emerald King's court. At this time, the entire Emerald Dream Academy was in a panic. Everyone was afraid that the rebellion of the Dragon Kingdom would spread to the Emerald Forest. Princess Dale quickly ran back to her room, sat in front of the desk lamp, and opened the letter. "Dire, hello. I'm Qin Kong. I'm in the abyss now, and I can only contact you in this way. This is a very wonderful journey. The abyss is constantly affecting me, and I am constantly understanding it. I don't know how the abyss has changed me, but I have achieved some results in my research on it. This letter is one of the results, if it can be successfully delivered to your hands. Now I need you to find the magic spring." The letter is very short and ends abruptly before it is finished. Dire doesn't know why Miss Qin Kong asked her to find the magic spring now. Since the incident of the headhunters, she has instinctively feared the magic spring. But this is a letter from Miss Qin Kong from the abyss, and it must have a very important meaning. No matter what dangers are waiting for her at the magic spring, and no matter what is happening outside, Dale immediately packed her luggage. After writing a note to her mentor, she quietly left the Emerald Magic Academy and stepped back into the Emerald Forest, where the remnants of the headhunter still exist. She began her second adventure to find the magic spring. At this time, Luke was already in his King Dragon's nest. There are traces of the rebellion of King Soto, the Silver Ice Dragon, and the large-scale gathering of ice dragons cannot be hidden from the dragons in the Dragon Kingdom. Facing the approach of the Frost Dragon Legion led by King Soto, the Silver Ice Dragon, Luke also summoned his King Dragon Legion, which is a powerful force of more than 1,000 dragons. It is strange to say that when Luke ended the war in Tadega Hills and returned to Dragon Country from the Empire, he found that there was a huge group of dragons without a Dragon King. So he quickly took over this group of dragons and the territory occupied by the group of dragons before other Dragon Kings found out. Luke was able to quickly take over this group of dragons because this group of dragons was very close to him. As for why this group of dragons had no Dragon King and why they were close to him, the dragons in the group of dragons themselves did not know why. They felt that they had a Dragon King leading them, but they just couldn't remember who he was. Luke immediately guessed that the Dragon King must be the dragon that entered the abyss. But for some reason, the world had forgotten him. The King Dragon group has greatly expanded, and the volume and influence of their voices are naturally very different from before. The more stable the position of King Taotai is, the more impatient the Dragon Kings who oppose him are, because the elves and humans entered the Dragon Kingdom to build cities and factories. Their activities are constantly affecting the living environment of the dragons. The Silver Ice Dragon King Soto took the opportunity to stir up the dissatisfaction of some dragons, and this rebellion took place, with the ice dragons taking the lead. More and more dragons joined the rebels against King Taotai. More dragons who watched the excitement also gathered on the outer layer of the King's Peak. However, the dragons were still very restrained, and there was no fighting between them, but only a confrontation on the King's Peak. The Dragon Kings all knew that the best solution was to resolve this dispute at the lowest cost. If a large-scale civil war broke out within the Dragon Kingdom, it might bring disaster to the dragons in the face of the outside world. Therefore, the rebels only put forward one condition: King Taotai advocates to coerce public opinion and force the current regime to fall. Luke was too familiar with such a plot. King Taotai proposed negotiations and asked the opposition to send representatives to the King's Dragon Nest in order to show his sincerity in not wanting to fight a civil war and to establish his prestige in overthrowing the current king. King Soto of the Silver Ice Dragon was invited to the king's dragon nest. The dragons representing the opposition negotiated with King Tao Tai. The dragon kings who came were also in place. Before the negotiation began, the Silver Ice Dragon King Soto listed the 3 major crimes of the Tao Tai king. The first was that he destroyed the peace of the Dragon Kingdom. The human race and the elves built cities and opened factories in the Dragon Kingdom, and wantonly collected the resources of the Dragon Kingdom and committed various thefts, which had deeply affected the normal lives of the dragons. And these were all brought by the Tao Tai king. He was selling out the interests of the Dragon Kingdom, destroying the traditional lives of the dragons, and making the dragons unable to sleep peacefully. This one got a lot of responses from the dragons. Although the Golden Shield Empire is vigorously cracking down on various crimes that cross the border and invade the living areas of the dragons, driven by huge interests, this kind of crime can only be reduced, not eliminated. There are not many such problems in the Elven City, but there are some. And as the city expands and more people migrate in, similar cases are on the rise, and more dragons are being deeply affected. The second crime is that King Tao Tai swallowed up a group of dragons that did not belong to him. When King Tao Tai became the king of the Dragon Kingdom, he had only a few twilight dragons around him, and all the dragon kings saw it. Although he recruited some wild dragons later, the size of the king's dragon group has always been small. But one day, the number of the king's dragon group suddenly increased. And then the dragon kings discovered that there was a huge group of dragons without a dragon king in the Dragon Kingdom. This is very strange. No one can remember who the dragon king of this group of dragons is. But King Tao Tai swallowed this group of dragons, which made all the dragon kings jealous. At the same time, they all became alert. How did the dragon king disappear? Was it related to the Tao Tai king? The third charge was that the Tao Tai king did not actively look for the artifact. The other 4 ancient civilizations sent at least one powerful member into the abyss to find the whereabouts of the artifact. But the Tao Tai king did nothing. The old dragons all knew what the artifact meant to the ancient civilization. If the other 4 civilizations all found the artifact, but the dragon civilization did not, then the dragon civilization would have only one ending. Compared to the first 2 charges, the last one was the biggest dereliction of duty of a dragon king. Even the dragon kings who supported the Tao Tai king could not defend him on this point. King Soto, the Silver Ice Dragon, was talking there, listing the crimes of King Tao Tai in a louder and louder voice. I know that King Tao Tai was selected as the king of Dragon Kingdom after the king's trial. Although I was not satisfied at the time, I accepted this fact. But King Tao Tai's subsequent policies disappointed me and most of the dragon kings. He completely forgot that he was the king of Dragon Kingdom, regarded himself as a servant of humans, and constantly sold out the interests of Dragon Kingdom. If we don't overthrow this lawless king, Dragon Kingdom will surely become a vassal of humans, and even become a mount for humans. This is simply the greatest insult to the dragon. The incitement of King Soto, the Silver Ice Dragon, immediately caused the dragon kings to denounce King Tao Tai, requesting the Tao Tai king to abdicate. The Red Crystal Dragon King Sire stood up, and with a fairly high-pitched dragon roar, he made the king's dragon nest quiet. Then he said to all the dragon kings, "Magic makes dragons wise, and longevity makes dragons thoughtful. A loud voice does not represent the truth, and a unilateral conviction does not represent justice. The Dragon King has never been a leader full of honor. It is his duty to do well, and if he does not do well, he must accept the accountability of the Dragon Kings. But no Dragon King has ever lost the power to defend himself." The words of the Red Crystal Dragon King Sire calmed the Dragon Kings. The Dragon King really cannot lose the power to defend himself. King Soto, the Silver Ice Dragon, snorted ice mist from his nostrils and said, "King Tao Tai can certainly defend himself, which will make us see his crimes more clearly." "King Sire," the Red Crystal Dragon said to Luke, who was standing in the center of the king's dragon nest, "the Dragon Kings need a reasonable explanation." Luke said to the Dragon Kings, "If I need to explain everything I decide to you, it will not only waste precious time, but also risk the leakage of important secrets. King Soto, you secretly visited the Sky City and were summoned by the Sword of Oath. Don't think you did it in secret." The Dragon Kings looked at King Soto, the Silver Ice Dragon. 1,000 years of peace cannot erase the hatred of 1,000 years ago, when many old guys who participated in the ancient wars were there. It was inappropriate for King Soto to secretly meet the Sword of Oath. King Soto, the Silver Ice Dragon, did not expect that such a secret thing as his meeting with the Sword of Oath would be known by King Tao Tai. How did he know? Did he leak the secret? Or did the Sky City betray him? I have seen the Sword of Oath. Not knowing how the secret was leaked, King Soto simply admitted it and explained himself. The Sword of Oath believes that human civilization is a huge threat to our ancient civilization. And I think so too. And this meeting was his initiative to invite me. And I was afraid of causing unnecessary misunderstandings. So I went to the Sky City secretly. I did not do anything that would harm the interests of the Dragon Kingdom. Of course I know that you did not do anything that would harm the interests of the Dragon Kingdom, because you do not have the ability to do so. After Luke finished mocking King Soto, he continued to say to the Dragon Kings, although the Sword of Oath has become the Archangel of Sky City, his killing of the former Archangel caused dissatisfaction among some angels. So I got a channel to get information from Sky City. It's the same in Dragon Country. Any word I say here may reach the ears of our opponents. Especially, one of your accusations against me is related to the artifact. No. 2 of them are related to the artifact. Do you still want to hear my explanation? Look. I have just revealed a secret. The Dragon Kings were silent. 2 of them are related to the artifact. In addition to 3. What is the other one? Chapter 612. Suppressing the Rebellion. Luke did not defend the charges against him. When some Dragon Kings have formed a subjective impression, any defense is futile and useless. Instead, he will fall into an endless debate trap, constantly consuming his prestige, which is not much, since the opposition uses the artifact to make a fuss. I will also use the artifact to make a fuss. Sure enough, when Luke said that 2 of the 3 charges were related to the artifact, the Dragon Kings of the opposition immediately lost their arrogance. So many Dragon Kings gathered here, and there are many dragons. No one knows which Dragon King is the eyes and ears of other forces. Once the secrets about the artifact are leaked, and the Rainbow Arch cannot be returned, who can bear this responsibility? But can we just let King Tao Tai get away with it? So many of us dragons came out in full force, and we just went back in disgrace. How will those dragon sons and grandsons look at me as the head of the clan? King Soto, the Silver Ice Dragon, did not expect that King Tao Tai would not follow the script he had prepared, and turn from defense to offense, which made it difficult for him to catch up. But he had finally created such a big momentum just to overthrow King Tao Tai. If he was beaten back like this, no Dragon King would be able to shake King Tao Tai's position in the future. King Tao Tai, don't use the dragon's awe of the artifact to confuse people. You must give us a satisfactory explanation today. If you can't, please take the initiative to resign from the position of King of Dragon Country. Otherwise, we will overthrow you by force. Luke laughed. If I resign as King of Dragon Country, who among you is qualified to be King of Dragon Country? Is it you? King Soto, while you are accusing me of being too close to human civilization, you are quietly getting close to Sky City. Dragons and humans have no hatred. Although the approach of humans has brought a lot of trouble to dragons, it has brought us more benefits. But what can Sky City bring to Dragon Country? Since you have met the Sword of Oath, why not talk to the many Dragon Kings and ask them what promises he made to you to become the King of Dragon Country? Seeing that King Tao Tai was holding on to the fact that he had met the Sword of Oath, King Soto shouted angrily, I said, I didn't sell out any interests of Dragon Country. Luke said loudly, I also said, that's because you are not qualified to sell out the interests of Dragon Country now. Don't tell us that you secretly went to meet the Sword of Oath just to talk about the weather in Dragon Country. King Soto defended himself. I saw the Sword of Oath because we all see humans as a threat to ancient civilization. Ancient civilization is not a whole. Who provoked the ancient war? Who destroyed the Shadow Clan civilization without declaring war? Was it human civilization? Just because you don't like human civilization, you want to overthrow me and tie up the Dragon Kingdom and Sky City to form an alliance. It would be a disaster if the Dragon Kingdom fell into your hands. King Soto was so angry that he roared loudly, and Luke responded with a dragon roar. King Soto wanted to fight, but was stopped by the Dragon Kings who rushed up. The secret communication with Sky City made his prestige in the Dragon Kingdom drop greatly, and the opposing Dragon Kings didn't know what to do for a while. Luke flew up and flew to the highest point of the King's Dragon's nest. I will give you an explanation for the 3 so-called crimes imposed on me. The first one. It is an indisputable fact that human civilization is the most dynamic civilization now. Humans have opened up a new track that does not rely on artifacts on the road of civilization competition, and have taken a leading position. Learning from humans does not mean bowing or surrendering to humans. And in the process of learning, paying some tuition and paying some price is necessary. But the harm caused by human activities to dragons is far less than 1/10,000th of the damage caused by the Golden Man and the Angel to the dragons. Now that neither the Hell nor the Shadow Clan can be relied on, arming ourselves with the power of humans is the only way out for the Dragon Kingdom. Don't believe the promises of the Shining Gold and the Angels. If they have the chance, they will kill our dragon civilization just like they did the Shadow Tribe. The second one is related to the third one. I sent at least one Dragon King into the abyss to find the artifact. He should be my best friend because his dragon group is very close to me. But we all forgot him. And there is no trace of him left in this world. There is only one explanation. That the abyss wiped him out. Only the power of the origin of the world can wipe out a great ancient dragon so thoroughly. Which is why you think I didn't send dragons into the abyss. Luke looked down at the Dragon Kings. The arrogance and prestige of the Silver Ice Dragon King Soto were defeated. No Dragon King dared to debate with the King of Tao Tai. Under the King's dragon power, some Dragon Kings did not even dare to look him in the eye. Luke continued, but the process of finding the artifact did not end with the disappearance of my close friend. Another friend of mine also helped find the Rainbow Arch in the abyss. I remember her name now. Which is good news. Who is the friend of the King of Tao Tai? The first person the Dragon Kings thought of was the Moonlight Queen Qikong, because she also entered the abyss after opening the abyss, without a Dragon King standing up to refute. The accusation against the King of Tao Tai had no basis. But Luke didn't intend to let the opposing Dragon Kings go. Human civilization is now in a very tragic civil war, and countless people die in the war every day. The reason for the outbreak of this war is that the Golden Shield Empire and the Shining Gold people want to become the leaders of human civilization. If there is no consensus within, it will trigger conflicts and then evolve into war. This time, some dragons formed a rebel army to overthrow me and surrounded the King's Peak, although no one wanted to use force. What about next time? If you are allowed to continue like this and shake the King's prestige again and again, then the Dragon Civil War will not be far away. Today I will give you a thorough explanation. If you don't obey me, come and fight me. It's much more cost-effective to kill a few Dragon Kings, or even the King, in the King's dragon nest than to kill hundreds or thousands of dragons in a civil war. The Dragon Kings really felt the anger and murderous aura of the Tao Tai King. It seemed that they couldn't calm down the anger in his heart unless they killed a few Dragon Kings here. This time, Luke didn't plan to continue to be a king of the Dragon Kingdom, who would be impeached at any time. Now he would take this opportunity to establish the absolute authority of the Tao Tai King in the Dragon Kingdom. For this purpose, he really didn't mind killing a few Dragon Kings. He had a huge group of dragons in his hands, which was also the confidence for him to do so this time. The dragon power of the ancient dragon stood on the King's Peak like a mountain. The Tao Tai King's domineering momentum made many Dragon Kings bow their heads. King Sire, the red crystal dragon, looked at the Tao Tai King in the sky and couldn't help but sigh. This is our king. Only such a king can lead the Dragon Kingdom. King Soto, give up. I know you are just blinded by jealousy. Your heart always belongs to the Dragon Kingdom. Look at our king. He is a peak you can't surpass. He is the inheritance chosen by the former king for the Dragon Kingdom, King Bis. King Soto looked up at the Tao Tai King, as if he saw a mighty golden dragon. But he quickly turned his head to the side and said to King Sire, the red crystal dragon, I am indeed not suitable to be the king of the Dragon Kingdom. Using my brain doesn't seem to be the specialty of the ice dragon. It takes a smart king to deal with a smart enemy. This time, I will test King Tao Tai. I will go back to the ice castle. The Frost Dragon Legion should not be lost in the fight with the Dragon King. Tell His Majesty the King for me. The Silver Ice Dragon King flew up and flew away from the King's dragon nest below the airspace occupied by King Tao Tai. Soon, all the ice dragons in the rebel army surrounding King Peak retreated. The main force of the rebels left, and the remaining opposition Dragon Kings had even less courage to fight against King Tao Tai. If they went forward to fight, they might really be beheaded by King Taotia's blazing sword. The opposition Dragon Kings flew away from King Tao Tai one by one in disgrace, taking their own dragons away. Chapter 613 Letter from Qikong. The Dragon Kingdom's rebellion ended in a whimper. While Luke preserved the Dragon Kingdom's strength, he further enhanced his reputation in the dragon civilization. When he fell back into the King's dragon nest from the sky, the Dragon Kings who stayed here bowed their heads to him to show their submission. The Red Crystal Dragon King Sire was very excited and said, Your Majesty, your performance far exceeded my expectations of you. I thought a war was inevitable, but I didn't expect that the crisis would be resolved so easily by you. King Soto asked me to convey his recognition of you. In the future, the ice dragons may not obey your orders too much, but they will never do anything against you again. I believe that you will soon be able to unite all the dragons under your command. The Dragon Kingdom cannot afford internal friction. Luke said to the Dragon Kings who stayed here, "This is our consensus. Please tell all the Dragon Kings who participated in this rebellion that I welcome them to come to the King's Dragon Nest to have a fair one-on-one duel with me at any time. I have only one request for them. As long as I am the King of the Dragon Kingdom, they must obey my orders." The Dragon Kings answered together, "Yes, Your Majesty. Thank you for bringing your dragon group to support me. All disperse. Let this farce end as soon as possible. And let those who are ready to laugh at the Dragon Kingdom be disappointed." The Dragon Kings laughed loudly. And then the dragons flew up and flew away in all directions. The dragons gathered at King's Peak also dispersed and followed their respective Dragon Kings back to their territories. At this time, a paper crane flapped its wings and flew into King's Peak in the opposite direction of the dragons. It circled in the air very spiritually, one circle after another, until it fell into Luke's hands. The paper crane stretched out and turned into a letter. The name of the recipient on the envelope was written, Luke. The sender's position was blank. Who wrote the letter to me? Luke took out the letter. The main body. Hello. I am Chi Kong. The artifact is about to be born. You must go to the Moonlight King's court as soon as possible. Under the World Tree. The few pieces of information revealed a shocking event. The artifact is about to be born. So soon? Luke quickly analyzed the impact of the birth of the artifact. Due to the existence of the gods, the Golden Man dared not to send too many Golden Man warriors to battlefields around the world. And the war was more of a contest between conventional armies. Now the Golden Man is attacking. And the Golden Shield Empire is on the defensive. Although the battle is fierce, the front line can still be maintained stable. When the artifact returns, the strength of the Golden Man will be improved overall. If the Dragon Kingdom does not participate in the war, it will be difficult for the Golden Shield Empire to fight against the Golden Man in the high-end game. But if the Dragon Kingdom participates in the war, Sky City will lose a layer of containment, and the angels will definitely make big moves. Hell has not yet been unified. Even if the tyrant unified Hell, he would not be able to participate in the war outside for a while. The Golden Shield Warrior, the Extraordinary Warrior, and the Magic Titan would need a long time of technical accumulation and breakthroughs to further fight against the Shining Gold Man with the artifact. The search and training of the Tega Hills martial god bloodline has just started. Everything takes time. But time is not on my side. Unless, is this the purpose of Chi Kong asking me to go to the Moonlight King's court as soon as possible? Chi Kong's letter was not finished. But at this time, some information emerged from the paper. It was a formation diagram and the names of some mysterious props, as well as a long secret language. I walked in the darkness and found that it was not all dark here. There is always a bright spot ahead, which points the way forward with a faint light. I walked over, but the bright spot was gone, and a new bright spot appeared in a distant place. I walked for a long time before I found that the starry sky was not above my head, but in the abyss. The abyss is not under my feet, but above my head. After destruction comes rebirth, and the power in between is the starlight in my heart. Luke waited for a while, but no more information came out. I don't know how Chi Kong conveyed the message from the abyss to the outside world, but it can be seen that she gained a lot in the abyss. Luke handed over the affairs of the King's Dragon Nest to the White Dragon Eiffel and the Black Dragon Bale, and then flew at full speed towards the Imperial St. Louis City. After returning to St. Louis City, Luke first found Xing Wang, who lived in the museum, and gave her Chi Kong's letter. Then he used the power of the entire empire to collect the mysterious props listed by Chi Kong. Although these props were very rare, with the clues provided by Luke and the Empire's efforts to find them, they were delivered to Luke one by one. At this time, Agatha was already pregnant. She was about to give birth and resigned from all her duties, waiting for the birth of her child in the Silver Manor. Seeing that her husband had been distracted from government affairs recently and was looking for mysterious props all over the world, she realized that something big must have happened. Is something going to happen? Agatha, with a big belly, found Luke, who was checking the mysterious props with the help of a female official, and asked worriedly, "Can you tell me? Maybe I can help you." Luke wrapped a milky white stone ball with silk, carefully sealed it in a wooden box, and asked the attendant to send it to the Starlight Museum. Then he helped Agatha sit down, let the lady-in-waiting leave, and said, "I didn't tell you because I didn't want you to worry too much." Agatha grabbed Luke's hand and put it on her bulging belly, smiled gently and said, "I am stronger now than ever." Okay. Luke thought about it and decided to tell Agatha the truth. "Clear Sky sent me a letter from the abyss." Before Luke finished speaking, Agatha was so surprised that she almost stood up. "Miss Clear Sky wrote you a letter from the abyss?" Luke supported Agatha. "This is not the point. Miss Clear Sky told me that the artifact will return soon." Hearing this news, Agatha was not as surprised as before, and said calmly, "Since the artifact showed its traces a year ago, we knew that they would definitely come back. It's just a matter of time." "Have you been busy dealing with the return of the artifact during this period?" "Yes." Agatha smiled and said, "I used to be very awed by the artifact. But when I heard you say that the artifact is about to return, I am not so afraid. I firmly believe that the civilization created by humans cannot be destroyed by an artifact. Even if the Empire is defeated, we can still lead humans to continue to fight against the Shining Gold Man in other places. I believe my husband is a man who can create miracles. Even if we need to hide underground, you can lead us to the final victory." Luke touched Agatha's cheek. "I will not let my wife and children hide underground. And there is nothing to be afraid of artifacts. Don't forget, I am the king of Dragon Country. The artifacts that Qi Kong said should return together, including the golden compass of the Golden Man and the rainbow arch of Dragon Country. Miss Qi Kong has been sorting out the ancient dragon language for a long time, and her branch of Ulu College has also secretly opened ancient dragon language courses. Even if humans are not as effective as dragons in using ancient dragon language, it is at least an improvement in strength. And," Luke leaned close to Agatha's ear, "we have our own artifact." Agatha was tickled by the whisper, but when she heard what Luke said, she was stunned instantly. You said, we have our own artifact?" Luke saw that Agatha didn't believe it, so he pulled the artifact tree bud out of his collar and put it on Agatha's belly. The artifact tree bud seemed to like the child in Agatha's belly very much. It leaned over and crawled down, listening with 2 leaves down, and babbling incomprehensible words in its mouth. Luke introduced, "This is our artifact." Agatha's expression was very strange. "Isn't this a little tree man?" "This is the artifact. Do you remember the Twilight Organization that Miss Clear Sky and I created?" Agatha nodded. The Twilight Organization had many collaborations with the Imperial Secret Service, which Agatha knew, but she didn't know what the Twilight Organization was doing. This time, Luke told Agatha the purpose of establishing the Twilight Organization and its current functions. It has the potential to become an artifact, which is the reason why the last generation of the World Tree was destroyed. This time, in the process of developing the World Tree artifact, Twilight surpassed Sky City and the Golden Man and created this artifact first. Now Twilight's work is mainly to write the World Tree language. It's just that because the artifact tree bud is not a complete artifact, the progress of writing the World Tree language is a bit slow. Agatha listened to Luke's words. She looked at the artifact tree bud lying on her belly and talking to the child. She still couldn't believe that this was the artifact that protected human civilization. "This is too small?" "It is quite small." Luke looked at the artifact tree bud and was also very moved. "This little guy is grown, but only a little bit." Luke continued, "In the letter that Miss Qi Kong wrote to me, she asked me to go to the World Tree in the Moonlight Court as soon as possible to release a secret technique. It should be related to it. These mysterious props I collected are prepared for the secret ritual." Agatha couldn't help but reach out to tease the artifact tree bud, and asked Luke, "When are you leaving?" "Tomorrow. There are too many mysterious props to bring this time." "Tomorrow, Starlight, and I will take the train to the Moonlight Court." Agatha grabbed Luke's hand. "My child, and I will wait for you to come back." Chapter 614, The Return of the Artifact, Final Chapter. A royal train left St. Louis City and ran along the railway towards the west. In the elegantly decorated carriage, Luke and Starlight sat opposite each other. They didn't speak. Luke looked at Starlight, and Starlight looked out the window. The wilderness outside the car flew past, and the farmland was a wheat field undulating with the wind, a sign of a good harvest. After a long time, Luke saw that Starlight had not spoken, so he took the initiative to ask, "What does the Starlight in my heart mentioned in Qi Kong's letter have to do with you?" Starlight turned to look at Luke, with a smile on his face. "Starlight is the name I gave myself after you didn't allow me to call Qi Kong. Your Clear Sky doesn't know. Xinguang didn't answer directly. Luke, who knew her well, realized that the two must be related. You knew your fate a long time ago? The smile on Xinguang's face gradually disappeared. She dodged Luke's gaze and answered, This is the final mission given to me by the starry sky. Between destruction and rebirth. It points out the last section of the road for the world tree to become a divine artifact. Then what? Xinguang looked at the sky outside and smiled again. You should have guessed it? Of course. Go back to where I came from. Is there no other way? Xinguang looked at Luke again. Don't be so reluctant. We still have a chance to meet. When you embark on the path of God, you may find me among the stars and wake me up again. This is not an easy thing to do. Of course it is not easy to do. But I have time to wait for you. Even if it takes 10,000 years or 100 million years. As long as the starry sky is still there, I will wait for you. Luke smiled and said, Okay. I will make a promise with you. As long as the starry sky is still there, I will definitely find you. The train ran along the railway. The day turned into night, and the stars in the sky accompanied by the full moon sprinkled their brilliance on the speeding train. The Moonlight King's court had long received the order sent by the meteorite, and the Moonlight Knights were busy with the secret ritual. A large array map was drawn on the surface of the entire moon lake. Whenever the starry sky at night is reflected on the moon lake, the array diagram will rotate by itself, and the reflected starry sky will also rotate with the array. The world tree falls with dots of light, like a meteor passing through the starry sky in the lake. When the Imperial Royal train stopped at the Moonlight Royal Court railway station, the array on the Moonlight Lake was just completed. Luke, who received the news, did not waste time and ordered the guards and attendants who followed to carry the mysterious props to the Moon Lake. Soon the tree people also came to help, which made the whole transportation process much faster. Then it was the placement of the mysterious props and the preparation of the secret ritual. The Moonlight Night completely closed the entire crater. The angels and the shining gold people who were studying the world tree here wanted to break in several times, but they were blocked by the Moonlight Night and the tree people. Luke took the blueprint and directed his subordinates to place the mysterious props. Starlight stood under the world tree and watched the secret ritual being completed. Since that conversation, they have not spoken a word. Luke felt guilty about Starlight. Since she awakened, she has always been thinking about him. She taught him how to fight and helped him understand the unknown things in this world. She could charge forward for him without hesitation, and she could also sacrifice for him without hesitation. Luke, who was carrying too much, didn't know what he should say to Starlight, who was about to leave. Starlight also watched Luke silently, just as she watched all the stories that happened to Luke in the spiritual starry sky. Separation was destined long ago, but I don't know how long it will take to see each other again. Night falls. The preparations for the secret technique are all complete. The entire surface of Moon Lake is filled with various rare and mysterious props according to the array technique. All irrelevant personnel retreated outside Moon Lake, and Luke walked to the world tree and placed the artifact tree bud in Xinguang's hand. It can begin. The artifact tree bud is the subject of the secret technique. It sits in the palm of Xinguang's hand, looking at Luke and then at Xinguang, as if it doesn't know what is going to happen. Then let's start. Xinguang walked into the starry sky reflected by the lake with the artifact tree bud in his hand, and the stars and the array technique slowly turned. The light around her dimmed instantly, and she could not see anything other than the Moon Lake. There was a vague outline of the world tree and the starry sky above the lake, which was even more dazzling and shining. Then the starry sky above the lake also dimmed, falling into a safe darkness. Suddenly, a little light appeared in front of Xinguang, and she walked towards the light holding the artifact tree bud. The secret language chanted in her mouth. I walked in the darkness and found that it was not all dark here. There is always a bright spot in front of me, using the faint light to point the way forward for me. With every step Xinguang took, her body gradually became ethereal and emitted brighter and brighter light. She continued to walk towards the light spot holding the artifact tree bud and continued to chant the long secret language. I walked for a long time before I realized that the starry sky was not above my head, but in the abyss. The abyss was not under my feet, but above my head. The darkness above became deeper, and the momentum of destruction came down, followed by a large number of tree trunks and branches falling down. And these tree trunks and branches ignited black fire again. The world tree was wrapped in the abyss, and the violent power seemed to destroy it completely. The secret language also read the last paragraph. After destruction is rebirth. The power in between is the starlight in my heart. At this time, the starlight has completely turned into light. After she finished reciting the entire secret language, the light that made up her body suddenly dispersed, turning into countless light points that lit up all the stars on the lake. The mysterious props and formations disappeared without a trace, and the branches and leaves burning with black fire also disappeared into smoke. But the starry sky on the lake's surface left the lake and rose up. A full moon held up the fallen artifact tree bud and took it to the sky with the stars. The power of the abyss retreated with the rise of the starry sky, until the starry sky became a real starry sky, and the world tree wrapped in darkness showed its majestic posture again. A meteor fell from the sky and fell into the moon lake, causing ripples. The sound of the starlight came to Luke's ears with the shaking of the ripples. Hope is the pursuit of a better future. As long as hope is still there, you can get the protection of the world tree. Goodbye, Luke. I'll be waiting for you in the starry sky. Where the meteor fell, a violent splash of water rolled up. The artifact tree bud rose from the water, and then grew at a very fast speed. When the trunk touched the world tree, the two trees quickly merged together. The world tree transformed into an artifact ushered in another growth. And at the same time, the power of the artifact spread to the whole world as it grew. A piece of world tree language sounded in the ears of all creatures, and was also understood by different species. I am the world tree, the artifact that guards hope. The power of the world tree has just fallen back. One after another, artifacts broke through space and distance, showing their power, and returned to the world. I am the golden compass, the artifact that guards authority. I am the statue of light, the artifact that guards justice. I am the rainbow arch, the artifact that guards magic. I am the red flame torch, the artifact that guards destruction. I am the fluorescent star cluster, the artifact that guards darkness. The birth of the new artifact and the return of the old artifact made the whole world stand still, and all creatures could not help but be intimidated by the power displayed by the artifact. A cry broke the silence of the Silver Manor. Agatha picked up the new baby and kissed his forehead happily, and then saw two tender leaves printed on the baby's forehead. Is this a gift from the artifact tree bud? Agatha smiled and kissed the baby again. The growth of the world tree stopped, and it looked the same as before in Moon Lake, as if the power of the artifact just now was just an illusion. But Luke could clearly feel the network of the world tree that runs through the world, and the world tree magic system was officially launched. He recited the world tree language he understood, and the Duke Magic Titan far away in the city of raging waves instantly transmitted it and sent it to the cockpit. At the same time, various functional modules were also transmitted one by one and then hung on the expansion slot of the Titan. Luke quickly performed a performance self-check in the cockpit and found that many functions that had not yet been perfected could actually operate under the blessing of magic. Is this the power of the artifact? But before Luke could test the new function of the Duke Magic Titan, a crack appeared above Moon Lake, and an angel rushed out from it. Teresa! She was no longer the same as before entering the abyss. Her once beautiful wings had become bone wings, and her body seemed to have been torn apart and then pieced together again. Some of her limbs were even just pieces of wood, metal and rock. Miss Qi-Kong asked me to bring you a message. Luke opened the cockpit and stood up. Did you see Qi-Kong in the abyss? Yes. Miss Qi-Kong saved me. She asked me to tell you that the only light of the moon in the starry sky comes from the sun. Luke understood what Qi-Kong wanted to say, and he said to Teresa, "Thank you for delivering the letter. Are you going back to Sky City?" "Yes. You are not likely to be accepted by the Sword of Oath in your current state. I found the Statue of Light, and he has to accept it even if he can't." Although her body was broken, Teresa's expression was more resolute than before. Now that human civilization has a divine weapon, the intensity of future wars will increase. Luke smiled and said, "It will increase. And everyone is still on the same level." Teresa sneered, "Not necessarily. With the return of the divine weapon, the divine power will also be opened. In the future, it will not only be a battle between civilizations, but also a war to seize divine power. You better be careful." Luke felt the murderous aura from Teresa and replied, "I have always been careful. You should be careful too. Goodbye then." After saying that, Teresa rushed into the night sky and disappeared in an instant. The moonlight lake returned to silence, and Luke, alone, stood on the Duke Magic Titan and opened his arms to the distance, shouting loudly, "I am here!" The world tree swayed. The stars were shining, and the moonlight was like a disk. In the eastern sky, a morning sun was rising.